As if ensnared in a reverie, Shikamaru reflected upon the illustrious clans of the Hidden Leaf Village, most notably the Uchiha and Hyuga families. Yet it was the Uzumaki clan that truly stood as the mightiest, revered as the last guardians of Konoha. The powers of Amaterasu and Tsukumi resided within the Uchiha lineage, while the divine might of the heavenly martial god has been passed down through generations within the Uzumaki clan, who have long called the village home. Chapter 1. Shikamaru The awakening of Konoha bore a gentle tranquility, accompanied by the brightness of the sky, the murmurs of conversation, and the curious sounds of shoes against hardened earth, and worn cobblestone. A soft breeze heralded the impending warmth of the day, as cheerful clouds floated above. If one could overlook the early hour, with only merchants preparing for the day and wandering ninjas in sight, it might indeed be worthwhile to rise before the streets buzzed with the chatter of the populace, to savor the serene quietude. Shikamaru was not fond of such early hours, nor did he relish the calm, for his mother had roused him, urging him to abandon his laziness and tend to the household chores. Thus, when a 5-year-old was abruptly pulled from his blissful slumber and warm bed, his still drowsy mind contrived clever retorts to assert that he was merely accompanying his father to work. This led him to his current position. The pair entered the Hokage Tower and began their ascent up the stairs. Shikaku cast a foolish grin at his son. Shikamaru disregarded his father's expression, letting out an exasperated sigh, his hands buried in the pockets of his shorts, slumping as he lamented the countless steps he must climb to escape his mother's incessant nagging. He had no desire to perform household chores, and were it not for the adults preventing him from napping, she would not have insisted he care for the deer, for his thoughts would not cease, and all he knew was that slumber offered a reprieve from them. She failed to comprehend this, and he was too lethargic to elucidate such an evidently simple matter. His father gripped his shoulder firmly, guiding him toward the Hokage's office door, which jolted him from his heavy lethargy. He sighed once more, resigned to the tedious discourse of the elderly man, perhaps hoping to steal a brief nap. Upon entering, the door swung open, and Shikamaru half-heartedly surveyed the office. The Hokage sat behind his desk, as always, cluttered with scrolls and stacks of mission reports, engaged in conversation with a wild-haired man with red markings on his cheeks, stood relaxed beside the desk, evidently at ease with the workload. In the left corner near the window, a small girl sat on the floor amidst a chaotic array of paper scraps, diligently drawing with what appeared to be a brand new crayon. Her shoulder-length hair was a deep shade of red, so dark that one half, untouched by the rising sun, nearly appeared black, casting shadows over her face. As he noticed her hands and forearms were too pale for the garments she wore, his curiosity was piqued by her attire, which seemed to have seen better days, contrasting sharply with the abundance of sunlight. Shikamaru, the Hokage greeted with an unseen smile, revealing that certain events had transpired, perfectly explaining his father's initial hesitation to bring him along. Thank you for coming so early. Jiraiya's schedule is rather tight. No problem, Lord Hokage, Shikaka responded. I believe Lord Jiraiya's visit was not part of the planned itinerary. The silver-haired man rubbed his face and sighed heavily. Shikamaru cast a curious glance at the adults, but his gaze soon returned to the unfamiliar girl beside him. As he weighed the choice between listening to the meeting and basking in the sunlight beside the girl, he wrinkled his nose, deciding he did not wish to entertain more thoughts so early in the day. Shikamaru glanced up at his father, dragging his feet toward the inviting sunlight by the window, allowing himself to gaze at the blissful clouds before plopping down beside the girl. That a few days ago, 2 of my contacts were eliminated, Jiraiya disclosed in a grave tone. I am uncertain who is responsible, but I am convinced their identities hold the key to all of this. Their daughter witnessed the entire incident, yet I have been unable to extract further information from her. She saw it? Shikamaru's voice resonated with indignation and astonishment. He blinked, catching a glimpse of the girl beside him from the corner of his eye. She exhibited no signs of eavesdropping, though logically, it was evident that if she had been present, she might have overheard similar discussions. This implied she was likely the daughter they spoke of. The girl persisted in her artistic endeavors, her paper adorned with intricate spirals and symbols rather than whimsical childish doodles, forming peculiar shapes that struck Shikamaru as both chaotic and orderly. His gaze traversed the paper before lifting to her face so close. He could discern more of her features, peering through her hair to see her pale skin and the vague expression of confusion that marked her countenance. She appeared to be of a similar age to him, unless her actual age was much younger, which reminded him of his mother's incessant admonitions to engage with other children, lest he come across as aloof. Clearly, he must care about how other children perceived him. What a bother! He turned slightly to face the girl, inhaling deeply as he endeavored to project a tone that was both courteous and inviting. "Hi, I'm Shikamaru, what's your name?" As his voice returned to its usual timbre, he frowned slightly. His mother often chastised him for sounding as if he were on the verge of dozing off. The girl paused in her drawing, then resumed with her crayon, not lifting her gaze or offering any sign that she had heard him. He nearly deemed it too laborious to continue the conversation and considered letting her be. "Yuko." Her voice was soft and calm, imbued with an uncertain inflection. Shikamaru halted, tilting his head to the side as 100 thoughts raced through his mind regarding why her name sounded so peculiar. Perhaps she had never been asked before, or perhaps that was not her name at all, and she merely played along. But as he took note of her slight shoulders tensing, despite her hands remaining steady in their artistic endeavor, he dismissed the notion. It could not be that simple. Perhaps he just sounded too laborious. Golden eyes lifted through a veil of sunlight-drenched hair to meet his own, fleetingly flickering before lowering once more. He blinked. The rapid-fire thoughts ceased. Such occurrences were rare when his brain began to analyze the people and the environment around him. It lasted only a few seconds, and he acknowledged that it had transpired, yet it felt significant. It had happened. He glanced back at the drawings, leaning forward to scrutinize them closely. They seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had witnessed similar creations before, yet they were not quite the same. "What are you drawing?" The girl paused again, this time lingering longer before she set down her crayon and tilted her head. When he turned to regard her, her hair slipped from her cheek, revealing more of her face. Her golden eyes met his brown ones, but they appeared hollow, almost bewildered. Had he misheard her again? It was challenging for him to sound inviting, as his mother had advised, since all he wished was to collapse on the ground and bask in the warmth of the sun, watching the joyous clouds drift by, without consideration for his voice or the presence of someone he did not know at all. Seal. The single word, spoken in the same quiet voice, did not match the emptiness of her gaze or the confusion etched on her features, yet somehow it sounded more assured than when she had uttered her name. "Wait. Seal. Are you referring to scrolls? Those items you use for storage?" Shikamaru's eyes widened slightly, appearing more alert and awake, no longer on the verge of slumber. The girl nodded, then glanced at the documents before her, seizing one from the right. She placed it in front of him, tapping the symbols and lines in the center with a finger. A wisp of smoke swiftly dissipated, revealing a crayon on the paper. Shikamaru leaned forward, almost speechless. She drew a storage seal on the paper. Did it work? "Lord Jiraiya, can this girl seal?" Shikamaru's voice caught Jiraiya's attention, who lifted his head to see 3 men observing him. His father appeared somewhat blurred. The white-haired man looked troubled, while the Hokage maintained a serene expression. Indeed, Jiraiya sighed, crossing his arms over his chest, gazing down at the girl. "I suspect her parents taught her some things. They knew a great deal." The girl beside Shikamaru shrank back slightly, bowing her head. She picked up the crayon again, pulling out a fresh sheet of paper and quickly resuming her drawing. "Well, let me know what you wish to do with her. I shall relay this information to the intelligence department for them to organize." Shikamaru sighed, glancing at his father, who gestured towards the door. This indicated they were to leave, and he had promised to stay with his father until he returned home. Or somehow, he was managed to be told to depart. Shikamaru huffed, standing up and looking down at the girl who seemed uninterested even in lifting her gaze. "This is quite impressive. Farewell." That he trudged over to his father, following him out of the office, casting a glance back, meeting his own hollow golden eyes. As the door closed, he blinked, sighed, and the two began walking toward the familiar location of his father's office. This meant no clouds were watching, but his thoughts were already occupied with that girl and some comments from adults he had painstakingly tried to understand. "Dad." Shikamaru looked down at his father, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. His father did not lift his gaze from the floor as they walked, yet he could almost feel his father's eyes upon him. He already knew the answer to his question, for it was evident and the only logical conclusion, but he was still merely a child, holding a flicker of hope that his father might tell him he was mistaken. That girl, Yuko, she witnessed her parents perish before her very eyes, did she not? At his question, a heavy sigh caused Shikamaru to shrink back slightly. This was already an answer, explaining the girl's bewildered expression and vacant gaze. He could not fathom witnessing his parents' demise. His father was an active Jonin and the commander of the Jonin squad, so he understood that his father could be killed at any moment on the battlefield. He grew up in a clan filled with active ninjas. Sometimes they would leave and never return, and he had known and understood what that entailed for years. But still, his mother, despite her nagging often being a source of irritation, preventing him from sleeping, there were many moments when she would lift him up, sit him beneath a tree, and softly tell him stories that always lulled him to sleep. He could not imagine watching her die. Yes, son, his father finally spoke, his tone softer than usual. Lord Jiraiya has concluded that her parents were murdered before her, and she witnessed it all. Such is not a sight any child should behold. The weight of his father's words made Shikamaru lift his head, seeing the grave expression on the man's face. Will she be all right? Lord Jiraiya has decided to place her under the care of Konoha. We will do everything in our power to ensure she does not suffer lasting harm. But until she speaks, I do not know what more we can do aside from making her feel comfortable and finding her. She is willing to accept Shinya Yamashiro's help. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. She spoke to me. Just 2 words, but that must be a sign, right? Shikaka met his gaze, offering a smile, though it did not erase the sadness in his eyes. That is indeed a very good sign, my son. Yuko watched another child leave the room that a flicker of wonder crossed her mind, shattering the screams, pleas, laughter, cries, the sounds of flesh tearing and bodies collapsing. She blinked, lowering her gaze to the seals surrounding her. The feeling of wonder persisted, the replaying memories failing to drown it out. She clung desperately to this sensation, for it was something new. She had never encountered a child like her, living in a cozy little hut in the mountains. Her hand trembled. Her gaze swept over the seals, then landed on the storage seal she had shown to the other child, the crayon sealed within still resting on the paper. The child had remarked that her seal was impressive. If the way they leaned forward, widening their brown eyes, indicated anything, it seemed they were genuinely intrigued. This interest piqued her attention, for seals have been a part of her life since her earliest memories. She found them soothing and comforting, especially now that she knew she would never again feel her father's warm embrace. She blinked. She felt cold, alone. A tiny voice in her head cried out for the other child to return, for she did not wish to feel so lonely and cold. She simply wanted it to stop. Stop the crying, the screams, the sound of blood dripping on the floor, the heavy thuds of bodies collapsing, the incessant cruel laughter that left her breathless, for they would discover she had spoken to her parents about being quiet and hiding. She had hidden, trying to cover her ears to block out the shouts, the pleas, and she blinked. She focused on the crayon she had unsealed for the other child. A fleeting moment of curiosity ignited a question. Was the other child a girl like her or a boy? She recalled her mother telling her that she was a girl like her father was a man, and that there were boys in the world too. Was the child a boy? She caught a glimpse of the child, noticing their clean clothes and a strange circle on the sleeve closest to her. But she also observed that the child had deep brown hair tied back into a sharp ponytail, leading her to wonder if they might be a girl like her. They had also mentioned a name, the sound almost forced, yet ultimately tinged with a near-drowsy tone. Shikamaru. Her thoughts spiraled momentarily, those memories slipping from her mind. She did not fully grasp the meaning of the name, but the word deer surfaced in her mind, recalling the calm creatures that sometimes wandered near the hut. She wondered if the child with such a name would be as tranquil as those creatures she enjoyed watching. Yuko. She paused her thoughts, lifting her gaze briefly before lowering her eyes again. The elderly man who sometimes visited their hut squatted before her, his dark eyes gazing down at her. He was the first to find her when she had been sitting in the storage cabinet, surrounded by the familiar sense of scrolls and ink, staring at her mother. She blinked. Yuko, the Hokage will find you a guardian. The man spoke softly, his tone cautious, as if he did not believe she would comprehend, or perhaps feared she would flee. She did understand. The man had told her he did not care about her. He intended to take her elsewhere. You will be safe here. Yuko-chan. She trembled at the pretense of cheerfulness in his tone, offering a slight nod. Her gaze returned to the crayons and the storage seals, and with the cacophony of screams, cries, heavy thuds, blood splattering, and bodies collapsing, the flicker of astonishment vanished. She blinked. Asuma was not a man easily taken aback. With a relaxed smile, he endured the blows and stumbles that life dealt him, confident that his heart still beat within his chest. Oh, undoubtedly, he had strived to cultivate such a mindset, but once he achieved it, life seemed to simplify. Thus, when his father, Saratobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, gravely informed him that he was to care for a child, a 5-year-old girl. He felt as though he had received a gut punch. What? Hiruzen sighed heavily, leaning back in his chair. Her name is Uzumaki Yuko. Her parents were contacts of Jiraiya and were recently murdered. We suspect that someone has discovered their connection to the Uzumaki survivors, and Jiraiya even believes these individuals are aware of the clan to which they belong. What? Her family is part of the Uzumaki clan, particularly skilled in sealing techniques. Hiruzen continued, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Asuma was not inquiring about such details, but rather was bewildered by the notion of caring for a child. Naturally, after the fall of Uzushio, knowing they could not use the Uzumaki name publicly, they shortened it to, well, Uzu. They are not particularly secretive. Asuma stared blankly at Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, I am not going to look after a child who is crying for her parents. Hiruzen regarded him with sorrowful eyes. I do not believe little Yuko will behave in that manner. Asuma scoffed, rolling his eyes. All children do that. Not those who have witnessed their parents being dismembered before their very eyes and sat for 2 days a mere meter away from their mother's severed head. Asuma was taken aback. Had the child seen it? Witnessed the death of her parents? This implied severe trauma for a 5-year-old. Certainly, if they were born as shinobi and had undergone training, they might cope better, but he had observed the scars of such trauma on other jonin who had fought in the previous war. He could not care for a traumatized civilian girl. She needs a psychologist. Not me. Pig 1 is already seeking a clan member to serve as Yuko's therapist. This has been thoroughly considered. It is advised to place her with someone strong enough to make her feel secure, yet calm enough to allow her to begin to open up once she processes what has transpired. Asuma groaned, rubbing his face with his hand. You think she has blocked the memories, or something? Hiruzen slumped in his chair, looking every bit his age. Ino believes so. After visiting Yuko, her current theory is that these memories are deeply buried within her psyche. Eventually, something may trigger her recollection. But for now, she may simply be a socially awkward child growing up in isolation. Frankly, this was sounding increasingly complex, and Asuma genuinely wished to shake the old man and implore him to find someone else. Anyone else. So, Asuma sighed. You wanted to take her home, and then what? Promise to ensure her safety, or something? Words, Hiruzen replied with a slight smile. But no, Asuma, you merely need to provide her with a home and someone she will perceive as safe. This is the immediate priority. Following that, we must address the potential issues that may arise concerning her heritage. What does that mean? As a member of the Uzumaki clan, even though her surname has been changed to Yuzu, she may ultimately wish to know if she has family somewhere. Jiraiya informed me that her parents always told her where they came from, who her family was, and even left it all documented in a scroll bearing their blood seal. Hiruzen gestured toward a medium-sized scroll that lay amidst the clutter on his desk. Another Uzumaki has surfaced in the village, and we must tread carefully. Asuma groaned, that Jinchuriki kid. Indeed, Uzumaki Naruto may hail from a different branch, but they are likely distant cousins that I do not wish for any child to interact, yet I also do not want her to grow up harboring animosity toward Naruto. So, provide this child a home, make her feel secure, and let the Yamanaka clan handle her inevitable panic. Simple enough. Asuma retorted sharply that he truly needed a smoke. When the door to the small room where Yuko resided opened, she blinked. No one had entered since that golden-haired man had tried to speak with her. She recalled as asking some rather peculiar questions that flooded her mind with voices she desperately wished to silence. Ultimately, she had chosen to ignore him until he sighed softly and left her alone in the room once more. However, she had discovered what he had been searching for. He wanted to know how much trauma the things she had heard had inflicted upon her. Because she was indeed traumatized. She knew this because she recalled her parents' words, remembered how they sometimes screamed in their sleep, or how they would stare blankly for hours. She had been too young to comprehend then, but her mother had sat her down with a new book and answered any question she had about its contents. IT meticulously explained psychological trauma and how individuals respond to tragic events. So she understood that her mind was doing its utmost to process everything she had witnessed, yet she also knew it was still too soon. She remembered the screams, the sight of bodies hitting the floor, and her mother's eyes widening in terror, the head no longer attached. She blinked again, curling her fingers into the rough fabric of the oversized shirt she wore. She lifted her gaze to the person entering, noting the beard, green vest, dark clothing, and the red swirl. Upon seeing the familiar yet foreign swirl, Her eyes widened slightly. She recognized the red swirl from the covers of several books and scrolls she had read. All of them related to her parents' homeland of Uzushio, or the entire Uzumaki clan. While it was not the color of her family, she knew theirs was deep purple. Its mere presence sparked a flicker of perhaps safety in her thoughts. "Hey there, kid," the man greeted her, appearing almost uncomfortable, as if he were unsure of his actions while she was some strange entity. "I'm Asuma. I've been told you will be living with me. I'm sorry to hear about your parents." She tilted her head, casting aside memories that threatened to engulf her thoughts. No one had actually said that. Did he regret it? Was this what people said? Aside from Jiraiya, she had never seen anyone else in the cabin, so she did not comprehend why this man was apologizing for something that did not concern him. He withdrew a hand from his pants pocket and extended it toward her, a smile on his face, calm black eyes meeting hers. "Come on, let's take you to your new home." Yes, she rose from her small bed and approached him. She pondered whether he was aware of the whereabouts of the child she had encountered the previous day. Since that moment, she had not laid eyes on another child, and she longed for the fleeting sense of wonder they had bestowed upon her. Perhaps it was the way the child had gazed at her simple storage seal, as if it were the most extraordinary thing in the world, for, apart from those maddening memories, she had never witnessed anyone regard a seal in such a manner. Her parents had taught her, and they themselves understood all of this, while Jiraiya only conversed with her parents. With hesitation, she lifted her hand, her gaze resting upon the man's face. He continued to smile at her, his hand extended steadily, the red swirl lingering on his upper arm. Her fingers brushed against his much larger palm, feeling the rough texture of his skin, while his warm fingers curled around her significantly smaller hand. In that moment, a joyful memory surged amidst the echoes of screams, and she recalled the sensation of her father grasping her own hand. "Hey, child, everything will be all right." The man knelt before her, speaking softly. He raised his other hand to gently wipe away the tears cascading down her cheeks. Her eyes widened as she stared at the calm faces observing her. She was unsure when the tears had begun to flow or why she was crying. Yet this man was tender towards them, his grip on her hand warm and firm, grounding her in that moment, making her feel as though she was no longer falling. "Shall I come to fetch you? Then I'll take you to my home, where you can choose the room you like. All right?" His voice was deep and somewhat husky, yet it did not jolt her suddenly sensitive ears. It sounded so assured, so safe. She nodded gently, and his empty arm enveloped her. Suddenly, she stood tall before him, pressed firmly against his frame, the rough texture of his green vest brushing against her. She absent-mindedly noted how challenging it must have been to cut the material for such an item. Hesitating, she leaned her head against his shoulder, the fingers of his empty hand curling into the coarse fabric of the vest, while his hand tightened around her faint grip. He was warm, and when he informed her they were about to leave, his voice resonated within his chest. The peculiar scent emanated from him, causing her nose to wrinkle. Yet for some reason, it was also comforting. A thought flickered in her mind. She would associate this scent with him, for he carried the red swirl, and thus he was safe. As he stepped into the sunlight, she let out a gentle sigh, closing her eyes to face the bright world. Exhausted and fearful, filled with screaming memories, she recognized her own brokenness and trauma. Yet, this was a concern for the later version of herself. The present her only yearned to be held. Chapter 2. Asuma. If he were to be entirely honest with himself and the situation, Asuma had no idea what he was doing. Just a week prior, his wretched father had nearly commanded him to take in a child who might very well be mentally disturbed. For who could resist adopting a child who had witnessed the murder of their parents at the tender age of 5? Truly, he ought not to be surprised. However, the child's persistent silence was almost unsettling. She remained silent, entirely so. She never uttered a word, and when she moved about, her footsteps were surprisingly quiet. This caught him off guard, given the additional information he had received that she lived in a small cabin in the mountains with her parents. Why and when had she learned to move with such near-silent stealth, akin to a damned shinobi? It could not have been due to an attack, for he observed that her movements appeared instinctual, as if she were accustomed to traversing quietly. The only sound he had ever heard from her was the peculiar, suffocating gasp she emitted upon awakening from her dreams. He had genuinely thought that a scream would be a welcome contrast to the unsettling silence surrounding them. He was at a loss for how to care for the child, unsure of what steps to take. This predicament led him and Red to sit in the backyard, while the child dismantled yet another book from his collection. "I truly need some guidance, Red," he mumbled, covering his face with his hands as he slumped in his chair. This child 1T speak, reads faster than anyone I've ever seen, and never asks for anything. Not even a word. Red took a sip of the tea he had prepared for her crimson eyes sparkling with amusement. Asuma, she is still just a child. She has evidently witnessed something horrific and now finds herself in a new place, surrounded by things she may have never encountered before. I imagine she turns to your books because they offer her a semblance of familiarity. There is little to do in the mountains. Asuma groaned, inhaling deeply as he pondered, exhaling slowly. But what about the child? He muttered, a sudden thought emerging in his mind. The woman beside him cocked her head slightly, her brow furrowing. What do you mean? For instance, what if I were to take her to a quieter park? You know, perhaps one near Nara Park? He was aware that those parks were typically filled with the children of the Nara clan, who tended to be calm and languid. In fact, these parks were situated in sparsely populated areas of Konoha, which was undoubtedly an advantage, as mingling this child with a group of excitable local children could lead to complications. Red hummed softly, glancing up at the clear sky before redirecting her attention to him. She did not immediately dismiss the idea, so perhaps he had indeed conceived a worthwhile notion. This was what he truly hoped for, as he somewhat wished for the child to achieve stability. Despite seeing her daily and attempting to discern a suitable approach, Ino remained uncertain about the extent of her actual trauma. That is a good idea, Red finally said softly. The Nara are quite gentle and quiet, and even if there were another child present, it could be Shikamaru or Choji. At worst, she might be stared at or offered food. He sighed, feeling a sense of relief. Asuma was at a loss for what else he could attempt. Truly, aside from the notion of splurging money at the latest bookstore, the child had not inspired him with many ideas. Perhaps I could ask Pig to recommend some books that might be beneficial for her. Right? I'll take her to the park tomorrow. Who knows? She might make a friend among the Nara children. He couldn't help but chuckle. He could almost envision the child's utter confusion at the idea of sleeping anywhere near the Nara clan children. Oh, that would be amusing. But afterward, she might want to find a book about sleep habits. Goodness, he truly needed to clean out a bookstore for this child. Yuko spent days recalling the name of the man she now lived with, piecing it together from her slightly clearer memories while sitting under a tree in the backyard, watching the sunlight filter through the leaves. She was so entranced by the swirling red in his hair that she had little time to focus on anything else, save for the comfort of safety and her overwhelming fatigue. But now she remembered Asuma. He was peculiar in a way. He always smiled at her with an apparent sincerity, his radiant grin causing his dark eyes to shine with joy. He called her by name or referred to her as child, always making some sort of sound before approaching her. She appreciated this, for even her young mind understood that otherwise, she might have been frightened, especially given her anxious memories of screams while she slept. He had taken her to a room filled with books. Yet it was not enough. She was delighted to see the books and to read once more. Her mother had once told her that her thoughts emerged from books, while her father had claimed that they made her smarter than her peers. Was this a good thing? Honestly, she did not know, but she relished the information. And discovering new things made her feel as if her mind was no longer being torn apart by screams. Today, Asuma had said they were going to the park. The park was evidently a place for play. Perhaps, he allowed her to choose her clothing and showed her how to wear his peculiar sandals, which were so different from the heavy boots she had worn before that she took a moment to marvel at their lightness. Then he lifted her into his arms and carried her outside, where there was noise, movement, and scent she had never encountered before. She rested her head against his neck, attempting to ignore it all, as it was simply too overwhelming. She wanted to open her mouth to tell him, but her thoughts were engulfed by the experience. He walked for a long time, the sounds gradually diminishing until he finally stopped and gently nudged her. Yuko looked up, almost expecting the noise to resume. But the surroundings were nearly silent, save for a low hum enveloping her. Yuko, his voice rumbled, and she blinked at him. This is what I meant by the park. There are places to sit, trees, and things to play with. We can stay here for a while, and then I'll take you to see the bookstore, where you can choose some books. A bookstore? The mere thought of discovering books she had yet to read widened her eyes in excitement. Asuma gently set her down and turned her to face the area ahead, where she admired the strange structures scattered across the grassy expanse. A few trees clustered in a corner, with benches strewn about, some occupied by other children. She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, knowing it stemmed from her racing heart and the fact that she could barely hear Asuma's words, as he had stepped away, leaving her standing there. Her body began to tremble, and her breathing felt almost impossible. Oh, Yuko. The voice sounded weary yet evoked a sense of wonder. When another child approached her, she blinked, and all too familiar brown eyes and spiky hair greeted her, with a circular pattern on the front of the shirt. It was them, children. Her thoughts slowed. Her body ceased trembling, her lips parted, and with her next exhale, she uttered her first words in a week. Shikamaru. The child before her smiled, yet a genuine happiness glimmered in their eyes that she had not anticipated. I'm so glad you remember. The child yawned, then reached out to grasp her hand, pulling her toward the trees before she could react. As they passed other children and entered the shade, she found her feet moving on their own, her eyes fixed on the spiky ponytail. Her hands hung loosely at her sides as the child tumbled onto the grass, gazing up at her standing there. What was she supposed to do? She didn't know. Sit down, Shikamaru sighed, patting the grass beside him. As we recline here to gaze at the clouds, standing over there serves no purpose. Yuko blinked and gradually sank to the ground. She felt her body stiff, yet somewhat relaxed, reminiscent of a time when her father had taught her body movements, after which she lay down, a tangled little form, breathless, limbs trembling, muscles taut. Yet the grass beneath her was thick and soft. The branches swayed gently in the breeze, and sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves. It was serene when they sat together. She tilted her face upwards, observing the dancing rays of sunlight, vaguely noticing that the child beside her merely lay there, eyes closed. Their body relaxed to a degree that evoked her envy. A surge of wonder flooded her mind, those incessantly swirling memories of screams fading slightly from the edges of her thoughts. This child, Shikamaru, and the others, provided her with something to focus on, this sense of wonder alleviating her thoughts from the relentless vortex of her known psychological trauma. Yet, she remained a child, uncertain of the steps to take. Regaining this slight capacity for contemplation was a gift she could not squander. Her parents did not wish for her to do so. She inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, seeking to settle her heart as usual. Her father once remarked that her thought process was orderly. It seemed to move in peculiar ways, devoid of any discernible meaning during its construction. However, once the lines and symbols connected, the purpose became abundantly clear. She believed this to be true. Her thoughts might leap in ways that even she could not follow, but once they stabilized, she would know the answer. She needed assistance. Asuma had assured her of her safety. The blond man who introduced himself as Shikaku expressed his desire to help her maintain mental safety. Both employed the term safety, instilling in her a belief in their sincerity. They could aid her. She did not wish to live in a state of near incapacity to think, ensnared by those screaming memories at the fringes of her mind. She desired, when she encountered the tranquil brown, to cast her gaze aside and lower her head. The child regarded her, their lips barely curving, their eyes calm and reassuring. They spoke not a word, their faces devoid of anything but a sense of satisfaction, yet somehow, that feeling of wonder gradually transformed into a spark of courage. I need help, she whispered. Yes. The child sat up, their gaze still tranquil, yet illuminated with an understanding that was not quite there. She found this intriguing. Was it strange that she noticed this? Was it normal for children to be aware of such things? I don't know how to help you, the child murmured, but I think you know who can. Ask them. If you inquire, they won't refuse. I will. Yet she hesitated, questioning whether what she desired was permissible or if she might be making a mistake. She was uncertain how to interact with another child, yet she did not wish to leave just yet. The calm brown held her gaze, offering her a measure of courage. Shall we watch the clouds? When they entered the park, he felt a twinge of concern for the child. However, a glance around revealed that most of the dozen children present sported familiar spiky ponytails, and he deemed it acceptable. The Nara children were typically quiet and composed, a trait stemming from their laziness in their early teen years. As he prepared to beckon Yuko back, he noticed a rising panic, only to see a Nara child approach the girl, leading her to a tree in the corner. He surmised she had gone willingly. Thus, Asuma merely observed, and she spoke. More than once, he remained astonished as he watched her usually tense little body relax, ultimately lying down, staring up at the branches. Well, Asuma, I didn't expect to see you here. Asuma turned to his left, nodding at the man standing beside him with arms crossed. The commander of the Nara clan's shinobi and his direct superior. The man regarded him with a familiar, sorrowful expression, his sharp brown eyes looking far too weary. Decided to bring the child to the park. Frankly, she needs social interaction. I believe this could be beneficial. Shikaku sighed, surveying the park, his gaze landing on Yuko and the Nara child. You brought her here because it's closest to our compound, thus the children are quieter. Asuma chuckled lightly. Indeed. I suspect you will resolve this matter swiftly. The other man chuckled briefly, shaking his head. I am quite pleased Shikamaru caught her when he did. Since their meeting in the Hokage's office, the child has not ceased speaking of her. Asuma's eyes widened slightly, realizing that the Nara child and Yuko were not merely nameless figures within the clan. No, somehow, Yuko had been drawn away by that accursed heir of the family, who had she met, and she had been talking about her, conversing with her. Willingly, he stroked his beard thoughtfully before turning back to Shikaku. He has been speaking of her since their first encounter? Is he becoming fixated? To be honest, the Nara clan might be one of the more normal families among Konoha's larger clans. Yet, each clan seems to possess some peculiar quirk. The Yamanaka are drawn to the intellectually challenged, the Akimichi to those they deem good cooks, the Hyuga are known for their peculiarities. The Aburame seem to have a closer affinity with insects, and the Uchiha engage in intermarriage, not to mention the Inazuka with their wolf-like instincts, among others with strange tendencies. But the Nara, well, they exhibit an obsession with a singular individual. No one outside the clan knows the reason, and the clan is not as overt as the Inazuka. Yet, it is a well-known saying, if a Nara claims someone, do not interfere. Shikaku muttered something under his breath, furrowing his brow. I'm not certain. He is too young for such a thing to occur. Yet, in less than 10 minutes of meeting her, he has uttered 2 words. He has already asked her dozens of times. Even Shitenshin is at a loss on how to approach this. He remains as lazy as ever, if he were truly focused. He should exhibit more energy, hence it is likely. The man paused, narrowing his eyes at Asuma, warning him in a dangerous tone, do not speak further. Asuma nodded. I have no intention of doing so. I am grateful. If I were unaware of everything, I could not ascertain how to care for this child. Ino said she still does not speak. Well, your child possesses some sort of magic, for she has spoken to him. Shikaku raised an eyebrow. As before, Lord Jiraiya mentioned that she fell silent after speaking only a few words. In the office, Shikamaru prompted her to speak, yet the Hokage displayed no reaction. She needs to communicate, Asuma murmured. Whatever she sees or hears, she requires assistance. She spends her days reading without uttering a word. Yet I sense this child is aware that something is amiss. Why so? At times, she bears such an expression, he sighed, thrusting his hands into his pockets. It is almost as if she is analyzing something she does not favor. Shikaku let out a brief laugh. Perhaps you've also become a child prodigy. Indeed, Shikamaru is intelligent, his maturity surpassing that of other clan children, and as you know, we mature early. That is true. Nara children often stabilize quickly in their teenage years, even during wartime, outpacing others. Yet Asuma has always believed this to be a consequence of the clan's innate intelligence. Your child will drive his teacher to madness, he chuckled, feeling a deep sense of sympathy for the poor soul who would ultimately teach the child. Shikaku smiled foolishly at him, but as Yuko and Shikamaru approached, his intended retort was interrupted. The 2 adults watched as the boy held the girl's hand, speaking to her. She nodded, her deep crimson hair swirling around her as she lifted her gaze to meet Asuma's eyes. He always felt a tinge of astonishment when he beheld the child's gaze. Such golden eyes, with a purity of hue that was exceedingly rare. His insatiable curiosity compelled him to delve deeper, leading him to unearth a scroll detailing the physical characteristics of each branch of the Uzumaki clan. Strangely, red hair predominated throughout the family, with various shades being commonplace, while entirely different colors were seldom seen. Therefore, Yuko's dark crimson locks were entirely normal, whereas another member of the Uzumaki in Konoha had inherited his father's distinct traits, rendering him an anomaly. The primary branch of the Uzumaki family possessed blue eyes, another branch sported green, one had orange, and another was said to exhibit black. The crux of the matter lay in Yuko's bright, pure golden eyes, which were a defining characteristic of her branch. The decline of the Uzumaki clan, nearly extinguished, stemmed from the fear other villages harbored regarding their sealing abilities. A significant contributor to this downfall was the renowned combat sealing technique. Though it was evident that the Uzumaki could safely unseal from the Jinchuriki, which was indeed one of the primary reasons. The branch of the Uzumaki to which Yuko belonged possessed bright golden eyes and an innate prowess in fearsome combat sealing techniques. Asuma surmised that this may have been the reason her parents were slain. The Uzumaki were relentlessly hunted, with only a pair of adults surviving the devastation, who knew how to fight. Yes, if her own eyes betrayed her identity, He was uncertain how to ensure the child's safety. Yuko approached them, and as she began to retreat, Shikamaru spoke up. "I told you, there's no problem. Feel free to ask." Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at his child, while Asuma merely offered Yuko the gentle smile he had been wearing for her all week. Her voice was soft, almost inaudible, yet he found himself overjoyed to hear it. "I need help. My thoughts are not right. Can you assist me?" Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt down before the two children. He disregarded the sharp gaze from Shikamaru, focusing instead on the child he vowed to protect, her sorrowful yet pleading golden eyes. "I will do my utmost." She realized she had been residing in Konoha for 3 weeks, surrounded by sights, sounds, and so many people. Since Asuma had taken her to the park 2 weeks prior, she had seen that same child again, lying down and watching the sunlight filter through the leaves, bringing a sense of tranquility. Shikamaru mentioned they were watching clouds. But even as they gazed directly at the branches, no clouds were to be seen. For the first time in days, she felt relaxed, the screaming memories at the edges of her mind gradually fading. Thus, she spoke, and the other child responded. She sought assistance, and Asuma assured her of his support. Yuko let out a gentle sigh, pacing around Asuma's small office at his home, picking up a tray and teacups. The day after their visit to the park, the blond man returned, introducing himself as Nara Shikaku. As usual, over the past fortnight, he had been aiding her in healing her emotional wounds. She believed him to be quite adept in his craft. The piercing memories that had once spiraled in her mind began to recede, allowing her to think in her usual manner. Nevertheless, the most significant evidence that her trauma was less fresh was her ability to articulate what had transpired. "My parents were murdered, and I witnessed it all," she whispered, feeling a sense of pride that her voice remained steady and unwavering. Most splendidly, the screaming memories no longer surged forth. A knock resounded behind her, and she turned to see Asuma leaning against the doorframe, a tender smile upon his face that she had longed to see. Her gaze flitted to the red whirlpool emblem on his shoulder. Now aware that the green vest he wore also bore the same insignia, it was only a week prior that she had noticed this detail, and she felt a twinge of annoyance at how long it had taken her mind to grasp it. If she were to reacquaint herself with the details, her encounters with Shikaku and the clarity she found had indeed allowed her to reclaim a semblance of herself. Asuma stepped into the room, taking the tray from her hands, smiling as he ignored her pout. "Do you wish to go somewhere today?" This man posed the same question daily, and when she quietly questioned his persistence, he explained that the child's father had openly invited them to visit his expansive estate. This was something he felt compelled to clarify. Apparently, in Konoha, certain families held more significance than others, particularly those referred to as ninja families. Vast swathes of land were exclusively theirs, set apart from the rest of the village to ensure the families could protect themselves. Sounds delightful. Of course, this led Asuma to have to explain to his own family, the Saratobi, and she felt a tinge of regret for him, even as that day had left her weeping over the loss of her parents. Strangely, an hour of crying and a subsequent nap made her feel somewhat lighter upon waking, as she stubbornly asserted that they were now family. Asuma might have stared at her in shock for a moment before enveloping her in a warm embrace, softly telling her that he had always wanted a little sister. Now, she looked up at the boy who called himself her brother, offering him a slight smile before softly saying, "I want to meet my brother Asuma of Konoha." Shikamaru knew he had driven his parents to distraction for several weeks. He was aware of it, yet he was indifferent. His father possessed the answers he sought, and this man could deny whatever he wished, but Shikamaru knew he would not cease his inquiries about Yuko until he obtained the truth. This was not merely a riddle he wished to unravel, for puzzles were often simplistic and tedious, hardly worth the effort. No, it was because of that golden-eyed girl who had stamped her mark on paper with crayons and willingly lain beside him in the park that his heart found some semblance of peace. No longer struggling to think, his cousins failed to comprehend. Even the older ones did not grasp it. It was frustrating, as it indicated their minds diverged from his. His father sometimes sounded as if he understood him, but then Shikamaru would perceive the odd way he was being scrutinized, making him feel uneasy. Not in a creepy way, but rather as though he were alone. The sensation of solitude and racing thoughts necessitated further naps. His mother was not fond of that. He sighed, "What a bother." His friend halted, clutching a chip, squinting at him. Akimichi Choji was simply one of the few children from the Nara clan he had grown up alongside. The Nara family, of course, would never allow their children to play with just any random kids. They insisted on associating with children from their alliances, and that was that. Choji was kind, calm, and had a hearty appetite, but he was happy to sit down and enjoy his food while Shikamaru dozed off, gazing at the clouds. It was pleasant. He appreciated it. Yet still, that foolish old man refuses to tell me. Shikamaru muttered as they walked along the path leading from the Nara estate to the nearby park, kicking a stone. He heard a soft chuckle behind him and turned to glare at the person following them. But, effort. Choji cheerfully tossed a chip into his mouth, munching happily. Maybe she is gone. Chapter 3. Shikamaru's eyes widened, panic enveloping him, and then his mind processed the words, logically piecing them together. No, Yuko had lost her parents. He knew she had been cared for by the bearded ninja who had taken her away from the park weeks ago. Therefore, she had no reason to leave Konoha. It was far more likely she had received the help she needed. He was merely a child, yet he understood that this required time. And could his father truly not tell him? Upon entering the park, he headed straight for the woods, collapsing onto the grass and closing his eyes. A brief nap would suffice. His thoughts began to ache again, and he felt exhausted. He merely sought a few hours of solitude, wishing not to burden his mother with his laziness, so that he might once again gather his thoughts. Today, only those present were his companions. As Shikamaru settled down, he noted this. Inwardly, Nara Shikamaru cursed. He cherished Choji, yet his friend lacked the maturity to grasp the complexities of their world. The clan dynamics were intricate, and he knew that one day another boy would come to understand, but Shikamaru had comprehended these matters a year prior. Attempting to elucidate this to Choji felt far too laborious. He was disinclined to make the effort. The Nara family was astute, possessing a penchant for critical thinking, with an unparalleled talent for navigating the shadows. Though not in the realm of the hot-blooded, their blood and chakra held qualities that others did not. This meant that, for safety reasons, they refrained from mingling outside established alliances, as adults were reluctant to expose their children to risks. While they would not hinder friendships or aspirations to become ninjas, they remained ever cautious, acutely aware of the potential devastation that could arise from a child's abduction. Thus, guards patrolled the park adjacent to the compound, their demeanor contrasting that of ordinary civilians, while lower-tier ninjas whisked away their children. Shikamaru sensed whispers of tales regarding the Nara clan's exploits in battle, though he could not be certain. He merely noted the politeness with which people departed, which rendered the park quieter than any other. As Choji munched on chips, he drifted into slumber, the gentle breeze rustling the leaves above. It was a splendid day, warm and sunlit, with fluffy, cheerful clouds adorning the blue sky. The park maintained its customary tranquility, filled with the soft murmur of clan members at play. He preferred the natural serenity of the woods, yet this was equally delightful, affording him time with his friends rather than with deer. Hello, want some chips? Shikamaru opened one eye, curious to see with whom Choji wished to befriend, and when he caught sight of a girl's gaze, he abruptly opened the other eye. Before them stood Yuko, looking less anxious yet thoroughly perplexed. Her golden eyes fixated on the offered bag of chips, a slight frown creasing her brow. Yet her emotions were clearly piqued. A pale hand rose hesitantly to accept a chip, which she then placed in her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Her eyes widened, then blinked, a small smile curving her lips. Thank you. I like this. Choji beamed, patting the grass before him. Thanks. Barbecue is my favorite flavor. Shikamaru propped himself up on his elbow, observing the girl seated on the ground. She maintained that smile, her eyes seemingly sparkling with the essence of life. She did not hide behind her deep crimson hair and appeared far from terrified by what she had encountered. Instead, she exuded calm concentration, and when her gaze met his, Shikamaru's swirling thoughts stilled, finding solace in a gentle flow, alleviating his headache somewhat. Hello, Shikamaru. Her voice remained soft and serene, yet he discerned a hint of jest in her greeting. Were they amusing her? Was it the food offerings from Choji? Or perhaps his nap? Hey, Yuko. He returned her smile, aware that it was merely a smile, but still, he had made the attempt. Choji hummed, devouring another chip, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized Yuko. Are you new here? I'm Choji. I've never seen you before. Shikamaru glanced at his friend, noting the peculiar caution lacing his tone. Was Choji beginning to notice things, or had someone spoken of them? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a bearded man standing at the park entrance, accompanied by a Nara clansman who had followed Shikamaru that day. The two adults appeared relaxed, engaged in conversation, yet their gazes frequently returned to the children. I'm Yuko, the girl replied, her voice gentle and at ease, though her golden eyes seemed less bright, tinged with a hint of sadness, which Shikamaru found unsettling. It's nice to meet you, Choji. And yes, I'm new to Konoha. Shikamaru observed his friend and the other girl. Choji continued to squint at her, while Yuko offered a slight smile, turning her gaze toward the branches above. Honestly, he understood that every clan sought to protect their children, and these children would inevitably come to understand certain truths. Especially considering that the larger clans tended to keep their offspring mostly separate from commoners and non-clan children, not out of a sense of superiority or class, but due to the peril posed by the loss of a child capable of entering the barriers of the clan. This rendered clan children somewhat paranoid, yet this was Choji. His friend was eager to share his food, and even more willing to befriend those who accepted his invitations. Choji had friends outside the alliance. He had even mentioned some children with wild and amusing ideas, although those ideas sounded overly exhausting to him. However, the notion that another child might be suspected of wrongdoing felt profoundly odd to him. He disliked this shift, particularly as it seemed directed at Yuko. Has the rescue begun? Shikamaru inquired, subtly attempting to convey to Choji that he recognized Yuko. He truly did not know, but his friend need not be privy to that detail. Yuko closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them, bestowing Shikamaru with a gentle smile. Yes, Lord Inoichi has indeed been immensely helpful. It is much easier now, and I truly need to express my gratitude for your support. What? He had not assisted her in the slightest. All he had done was lie there while she realized she needed help. The most he had done was hold her hand when she asked. Wait. When he grasped her meaning, a light flickered in his mind. Support. Holding her hand, assuring her that everything would be all right. Companionship was indeed what she referred to as help. I don't mind. I want you to receive help. He shrugged, sitting up. I'm glad you're feeling better now. Choji raised an eyebrow at Shikamaru, then handed the bag to Yuko, watching as she took another chip. She bit into it, her expression once again radiating joy. Do you know Lord Inoichi? Yuko nodded, meeting Choji's gaze. Yes, he has been helping me deal with what happened to my parents. No, Shikamaru disliked the way her entire demeanor drooped, her eyes filled with sorrow, her smile vanishing once more. Unconsciously, he moved closer, dragging his feet to her side, taking her hand and resting his shoulder against hers. Her fingers wrapped around his, trembling slightly, prompting him to grip her hand a bit tighter. Her head leaned against him, eyes closed, her breath aligning with the calming exercises Ino taught Shikamaru when his thoughts spiraled into pain. Choji stared, mouth agape. Concern etched across his face as he observed the two. I am really sorry. Yuko inhaled deeply before sitting up, her eyes fluttering open. She did not look at either of them, but rather focused on the grass, though the tremors had ceased. She continued to hold Shikamaru's hand tightly, and he had no intention of releasing it. He felt a twinge of irritation towards his friend, yet Choji was oblivious. How could he know? Shikamaru understood because he had been in the Hokage's office, and his father had confirmed that she had witnessed her parents' deaths firsthand. It's all right, her voice wavered. Lord Inoichi is helping me because my parents have passed away, and I witnessed it. The strength and certainty in her voice as she uttered this left a profound impression on him. Had she accepted it? Or something else? Regardless, she no longer appeared as lost as she once had nor as frightened as she had before. This time, her eyes radiated vitality, and her face was awash with emotion. As she turned towards Shikamaru and bestowed upon him that gentle, tender smile once more, the speed at which his mind made decisions surpassed the languid flow of his thoughts. Given the slightest opportunity, he would endeavor to elicit such a smile from her again. Asuma did not laugh foolishly. Instead, he observed Yuko as she made her way directly to Shikamaru and another boy beneath the trees in the park. No, he did not harbor any pride for the little girl, thus the fullness in his chest felt entirely different. Indeed, a wandering Nara adult approached, leaning against the railing beside him, amusement dancing in the depths of his dark green eyes, a stark contrast to his serious demeanor. Inzui, long time no see. On duty today? Nara and Zui smiled at him, appearing more like his age. Yes, but thankfully, I am fulfilling the duties of an heir rather than those of a citizen. Oh, so you're with Shikamaru-kun, are you? Nothing too exhilarating. The kid probably sleeps 20 hours a day, Inzui mumbled as he observed the trio of children seated together. Who is the girl you brought? The casual tone belied the gravity behind his words, yet Asuma understood the underlying seriousness. Inzui was dangerous in battle, much like many of the Nara clan, but not due to his intellect. Asuma had witnessed this man as shadow rend enemies apart, thus he could respect his formidable power. He held further respect for him as he was safeguarding the heir of Nara, making him more likely to respond sternly to perceived threats, even within the presumed safety of the village. However, he felt relieved that Inzui had not attempted to impede an unknown child from making friends. He truly did not wish to imagine Yuko's reaction if she were to be attacked, as her condition began to improve. "The child's name is Yuko," he finally replied, casting a glance back at the girl to ensure she was unharmed. "My father appointed her as my guardian. Her parents were killed, and this poor soul witnessed it all." Inzui nodded in acknowledgement, visibly relaxing. "So she is the child Shikamaru has been attached to since his parents. I suppose other parks must feel too crowded and noisy for her now." Asuma chuckled lightly, unsurprised that Nara had discerned the primary reason for him bringing Yuko here. In any case, this park is safer for her. Moreover, the only child she is familiar with is Shikamaru-kun, so if I wish for her to learn socialization, it may be better for her here. Is she growing up in an isolated environment? You know, Inzui began slowly. Shikamaru is merely a friend of Choji-kun, right? Asuma shrugged. Yuko seems quite at ease with Shikamaru, and evidently, he is the first person she has spoken to, so I am not concerned. Hell, if he were her only friend for the year, I would be fine with it, as long as she is happy. As Asuma watched Yuko share a bag of chips with the two boys, Inzui scratched the back of his neck and murmured in agreement. She isn't very active, but she is relaxed and talkative. Honestly, I couldn't care less about anything else. Inogen remarked that her progress was swifter than expected, yet he harbored significant doubts regarding her intelligence, particularly after she hesitantly agreed to allow a mind stroll. Ino attempted to explain how her thoughts processed and organized themselves. Her musings leaped around almost randomly, then suddenly fell into place. Even her memories were intricately constructed, though Ino admitted he did not comprehend how they were formed. Yuko herself simply murmured in a sorrowful voice that her father likened it to a ceiling array, full of nonsense until completed. There was indeed a peculiar sensation surrounding this child. She seemed to devour every stamp she could find, and on several occasions, he discovered her lazily sketching stamps on scraps of paper. This reminded him of the scroll the Hokage had gifted him. His father had given him strict instructions not to present it to her until she was verified by Ino, yet he had informed another man, and they had agreed to reveal it to her within a month so her reaction could be appropriately monitored. Asuma was determined not to allow this child to destroy the only remnants of her parents once more. Suddenly, Inzui grew tense, prompting Asuma to shift his attention towards the Nara man. He then noticed the approach of other Nara adults towards the children in the park. "Asuma, take your child home," one of them urged. Asuma nodded and followed the anxious man into the park, suspecting that the other adults had also sensed something amiss. There may be no danger for Yuko, as few aside from a select few knew she was from the Uzumaki clan, yet there was a greater concern for the Nara. If clan children were gathering, he would not take any chances. "Hey, Yuko," he called as he approached the trio. "It's time to go, child." She turned, gazing up at him, then glanced back at Inzui. Those golden eyes brimmed with wisdom. Yet he knew she had likely perceived the gravity of the situation from those serious faces. She stood, looking back at Shikamaru and his friend, tilting her head slightly. "Goodbye, Shikamaru. I hope to see you again soon." Choji grinned at her, and although Shikamaru responded with a farewell, the children's keen eyes were fixed on Inzui, who merely nodded, signaling for the children to accompany him. Asuma lifted Yuko, allowing her to bury her face in his chest, tightening his embrace slightly before swiftly departing the park. He did not halt until they reached home, whereupon entering, he set her down and crouched before her to ensure she could acclimate to the sudden motion. Her eyes widened, her face flushed, yet the smile she offered eased his tension. "Asuma, what happened? Is everything all right?" He sighed and sat in place. She mirrored his actions, her gaze steadfastly fixed on his face. "I assure you, everything is fine. It's merely that the Nara were startled. They are somewhat like their deer," he chuckled. She furrowed her brow slightly at this. Why should they be worried? Isn't Konoha safe? Yes, the children's voices were just too tense. He truly did not know how to explain the sudden emptiness of the park to her, nor did he understand what had alarmed the Nara. They were exceedingly cautious with their children, safeguarding their peaceful kin. He understood this, yet for a child who had just arrived in Konoha, the affairs of the clan might seem utterly strange to her. "Well, this is a matter of the clan, child. They must exercise caution. I'll see if Inogen can provide some clarity. The Yamanaka and Nara are allied clans, so he may have more insight than I do." Yuko sighed, furrowing her brow before nodding in agreement. She stood and walked quietly through the hallway into the room he had converted into a library. Yes, this child is destined to peruse the history of Konoha, he knew. Last week, Yuko had read dozens of books about the various clans of Konoha, some of which still existed, while others had faded into oblivion. Clearly, the recent two ninja wars had decimated many smaller clans and diminished the larger ones. The one she was most familiar with was the last war, the Third Great Ninja War, primarily because its onset marked the destruction of her parents' homeland, the Uzumaki. Some clans of Konoha were rather peculiar. Take the Aburame clan, for instance. They evidently utilized small insects, the Kakachu, through their bodies, deploying them in battle. They were one of the so-called Noble Four clans, yet she accepted this information with an emotionless demeanor. There was no explanation as to why they were deemed noble, and when she inquired of Asuma, he could only shrug and inform her he did not know. They simply were. Most clans seemed to maintain a veil of secrecy around themselves, which holds significance for her, as they possess unique techniques or abilities directly related to genetics. Known as Kekei Genkai. Frustratingly, the one she is most curious about is only briefly mentioned in nearly every text. Here, there is merely a line, and nothing more. It was not until Asuma handed her a tattered book towards the end of his first month in Konoha that she stumbled upon some intriguing information. The book he found was evidently hidden within his father's library and contained a wealth of information about many ancient clans. However, dishearteningly, only one page contained the information she sought. Yet, this was by no means a mere afterthought in other texts. A decade after the village's founding, following the treaty signed by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the Nara clan joined Konoha. This treaty stipulated that the forests belonging to the Nara clan would remain under their control, while the newly established clan would retain complete autonomy over its internal affairs, free from external interference. In return, the Nara offered their combat skills and medical knowledge to the still-developing Hidden Leaf. The Nara possess a unique ability to manipulate shadows using pure In chakra. Notably, these controlled shadows can compel another individual to move in accordance with the caster's will, grasp and manipulate objects, restrict various parts of the body, and even inflict physical harm. It is noteworthy that members of this clan tend to favor strategy over physical combat, theoretically due to a higher-than-normal presence of In chakra and a reduced quantity of Yang chakra. She had perused this book numerous times, yet still failed to uncover the answers she desired. None of the texts provided such enlightenment, so she reluctantly accepted the reality that she might not discover what she sought. When Asuma smiled and cheerfully informed her while she pouted, she furrowed her brow. Setting aside her research, she randomly approached Asuma on the last day, relishing the opportunity to startle him in his own home, and inquired when he might take her to the park again. He had once asked why, to which she simply replied with the names Shikamaru and Choji. For some reason, he always called her cute, yet he still maintained that they could not go. This made little sense unless something had occurred that he was unwilling to disclose. The thought of the other two children being injured, and Asuma spending nearly an hour calming her down, had led to significant anxiety. A sharp knock echoed, pulling her gaze from the book detailing various flowers. She looked up to see Asuma standing at the door. "Hello, Asuma and I. Hey, guess who has good news?" Yuji closed the book and tilted her head to the side. "Clearly you, but what is it? Can we go to the park again?" The man smiled down at her and clapped his hands. "Even better. Lord Shikamaru has invited us to the Nara estate, and today you can visit Shikamaru-kun and Choji-kun." Her eyes widened, and she hurried to stand before him. Her mind buzzed, thoughts leaping. Then she quieted, frowning slightly, feeling a sinking sensation in her stomach. "It's not safe to go to the park, is it?" Asuma sighed, lifting her effortlessly into his arms, gazing into her eyes with a serious expression. "I'm not certain, but I believe they are still reluctant to let their children out. That's why they proactively invited us to visit, allowing you to spend some time with the boys. It appears to be the safest choice for the clan." As he walked through the house, gathering her sandals with one hand, she nodded, huffed, and rested her head on his shoulder. She thought it made sense. The family estate was evidently well protected by clan members, and if any threats arose, they could gather everyone together. She hoped it wouldn't come to that. Asuma reassured her that it could merely be a precaution. True safety was preferable to any other child witnessing her possessions and living with memories. She tensed, eyes wide. "Boys. Plural?" She lifted her gaze to meet Asuma's, who raised an eyebrow. "Is Shikamaru a boy?" Asuma erupted into hearty laughter, chuckling even as he began to walk through the village toward the Nara estate. She buried her face in his chest. continually reminding herself that mistaking Shikamaru for a girl was not her fault. Shikamaru found himself quite bored. Indeed, it was a novel experience, as idleness had previously been his favorite pastime. However, after becoming accustomed to going to the park, being confined to the yard for a week while incessantly hearing his mother scold his father for Shikamaru's laziness was hardly enjoyable. Furthermore, his mind raced with thoughts and details, causing his head to ache, leaving him feeling both bored and irritable. Choji was in a foul mood, yet his friend was doing his best to understand. Children born of ninja lineage might mature faster than those from purely civilian backgrounds, but the Nara children were even further ahead. So, at merely 5 years old, Choji had already matured to around 7, and he could no longer tolerate Shikamaru's sour disposition for long, returning home from the Nara estate, of course, with an escort. Aside from feeling bored and irritable, he felt quite miserable. Within just a few hours, he had managed to drive away his best friend. His mother roared more often, while his father regarded him with a mix of understanding and disappointment. He knew he ought to be better, more mature, and more self-controlled. Yes, he understood that as the heir, he had to set an example for his older cousins. Yet, his head truly ached. He could hear voices from inside, as the door to the garden stood ajar, allowing him to overhear his parents' conversation, which sounded somewhat like the man caring for Yuji. New thoughts buzzed in his mind, and he grasped his head as tightly as he could. This didn't help much, yet he was on the verge of tears. He felt terrible today for having chased Choji away. His mother's voice rose, and he curled up in frustration and disappointment. I'll send her away too. That is not a good idea. I won't allow it, Yoshino. Shikamaru furrowed his brow at his father's raised voice, desperately trying to halt the whirlwind of his thoughts. But he didn't know what to do except take a short nap, yet the pain in his head prevented him from doing so. He could hear loud whispers from inside, though he could not discern the content. He was baffled as to why everything had turned so sour. It frightened him. Usually, he could piece things together and then take a nap or watch the cheerful, fluffy clouds, after which he would feel better. But none of that worked. And his mother was extremely upset, making matters worse. Just as his hand brushed against him, he opened his eyes wide, jerking his head up to meet bright golden eyes filled with concern and worry. Chapter 4 Yuji, he stared for a moment, then suddenly realized that the whirlwind of thoughts had quieted. The pain in his head remained, yet it no longer felt as though it might split apart. Yuji, he murmured, completely bewildered as he noted the worry in her eyes and the slight furrow of her brow. What are you doing here? He was genuinely confused. The only non-Nara family members permitted into the estate belonged to the Akimichi or Yamanaka clans. She should not be here. It made no sense. Yuji offered him a gentle smile, gently pulling his hand from his head to clasp it in her own, her frown easing. He noticed a faint smudge of ink on one of her fingers, and her skin appeared slightly paler than his. He observed she wore black pants and a light green shirt, her sandals a soft gray. He noticed a strand of her hair illuminated by the sunlight, appearing as a brighter shade of dark red. He observed the brightness in her eyes, filled with concern for him. All of this transpired in the span of a single second, less than the blink of an eye, yet his heart felt a touch more tranquil than before. He was certain he should comprehend the reason behind it, but fatigue enveloped him, and he exhaled in relief as everything seemed to come to a halt. Why don't we lie down and watch the clouds? Her voice was soft and gentle, soothing enough to alleviate any headache. She carefully assisted him in reclining on the grassy meadow before sitting beside him. Her left hand remained clasped with his right, as he gazed up at the sky, where fluffy, blissful clouds floated. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed when Yuko began to sing softly. He felt his eyelids grow heavy, the intervals between his blinks lengthening until they finally closed, and the world gradually faded away, her tender melody accompanying him into slumber. Asuma truly could not fathom how Shikamaru could marry a woman as loud and tempestuous as Yoshino. Nor could he comprehend how they could raise a child as composed as Shikamaru, for she could indeed yell quite fervently. When Shikamaru raised his voice, he had to swiftly guide Yuko into the garden, for the girl appeared torn, equally concerned for the adults and for Shikamaru, who seemed on the verge of pulling his own hair out. He was uncertain what troubled the child. This should have been a serene and secure place where Yuko could enjoy her time with her two friends. According to Yoshino, this matter had evidently been set aside, as Shikamaru was in a foul mood, prompting one of his other friends to retreat home. He was convinced that Shirkato had not assisted the child. Nevertheless, Yuko seemed to calm Shikamaru, as they lay side by side, gazing at the sky. Was this a favorable outcome? Perhaps? The sound of the front door closing drew his attention. Asuma had turned from the open garden gate to see Shikaku slumped over a chair by the kitchen table. His wife nowhere in sight. He sighed and walked over to sit opposite the weary man who had taken over the commander's duties. "What troubles you, Lord Shikaku?" Shikaku shrugged, letting out a heavy sigh. "Release it, Asuma. I am not equipped to handle these matters right now." "Well, what is wrong with Shikamaru?" Shikaku rubbed his face with both hands, then crossed his arms over his chest. "We believe Shikamaru is fascinated with your child, but to be honest, I suspect there is more to it than that." Yoshino dismissed this possibility, as we have no records indicating such occurrences at such a young age. "Furthermore, I am fairly certain my son prefers this situation. He is an unprecedented genius in our clan, yet I lack sufficient time to assist him." Asuma stared intently. Yes, it was a heap of unspoken nonsense and spoken drivel. He was aware of Nara's obsessions, but he vaguely understood that this did not always signify anything in the months or years to come, and Shirkato had partially verified this opportunity weeks ago. Yet he was oblivious to what else might exist since Nara kept everything under wraps, away from public scrutiny. His curiosity was overwhelming. It was no surprise that this child was becoming a genius. Nara's intellect was, in comparison to ordinary ninjas or civilians, even among most clansmen, of a genius caliber. But was genius within the ordinary Nara scope? If this child became a ninja, that would indeed be somewhat alarming, for he was the clan heir. Yes, that was quite unsettling. Single-minded? Asuma shrugged. "Why do you think this exceeds normal stubbornness? The child is merely 5. I know he is more mature than his age suggests. But what makes you believe this is not a typical reaction? At least for Nara." Shikaku was silent, staring down at the table for several minutes. "You cannot repeat this. The only reason I am telling you is that, regardless of intent or purpose, that girl is now your responsibility. No one will hear my voice." Another heavy sigh escaped him. This obsession was well known throughout the village. When we feel it, it is challenging to conceal. It can manifest as anything, not always as a person. Moreover, if it proves to be more, we shall remain silent, keeping it to ourselves. More often than not, it is the discovery of what we call light. For us, light is a person whose existence can potentially enhance our abilities. Our relationship with light can be platonic, familial, or romantic, discernible only by the affected Nara. There are no records of discovering light at such a young age. Yoshino feared what it might signify. Why? Asuma's voice was calm, and he felt a sense of pride in that. Inside, it is merely a long string of complications. A single light can yield 3 outcomes. And only 3. First, our abilities remain unchanged, completely normal. Second, it will bestow stronger abilities, aligning more closely with our ancestors' traits. Third, we lose ourselves. Yes, your daughter. So what assistance can we provide? Shikaku let out a sharp laugh, gesturing towards the open door. Asuma glanced back. Both children were asleep, their faces relaxed and serene. Yuko had rolled over, using Shikamaru as a pillow, while the boy wrapped his arm around her. Frankly, it was quite adorable. He almost wished to capture the moment in a photograph. He was uncertain what thoughts occupied Shikamaru's mind, as he could not articulate them. Yet this was the calmest he had seen his son in recent days. It led him to believe she was his light, but at this age, he doubted it would develop into a romantic relationship, so there was no cause for concern. This merely indicated he might occasionally require her presence. All right, Asuma shrugged, smiling broadly. Yuko wishes to spend time with Shikamaru, so this is simple. I have no objections. What impact might this have on him? I must now commence his training and assess his abilities. We typically do not begin this early before the age of the trainees, so their chakra network is better developed. Yet I have no alternative. How long do you think Yuko needs to spend with him? Shikaku pondered for a moment before responding in a quieter voice. One Asuma had never heard before. I do not know. I need to see how long he can endure the separation. At such a young age, their bond cannot stabilize, especially since they have scarcely spent any time together. He pressed on. These past 2 weeks have been fine. My conjecture is that the isolation in the courtyard has intensified what is occurring in my son's mind. This made sense, and it actually reassured Asuma that this entire situation might merely be a temporary fixation, a normal child alarmed by a child far too intelligent. This was indeed peculiar. Yet Inuzuka's dog had once again found its companion merely by scent, and had even become somewhat wild at times. It was rather mild. Assuming one overlooked the possibility that Shikamaru might go mad. He was just that way. So let me know when to bring Yuko back for a visit. I am aware the rest is family business, and I appreciate your trust in my explanation. I hope Shikamaru is merely experiencing some discontent. Shikaku offered him a grateful smile before shifting his focus back outside. After Yoshino's outburst, the silence was pleasant, and Asuma merely wished to relax and allow the children to sleep for a while. He knew what he needed to know. His duty was solely to ensure Yuko's safety. If he could make her happy, that would be splendid, but safety remained his primary objective. A month. Yuko lay back on her bed, staring at the ceiling. She had not seen Shikamaru for a full month. It was not that long, but a month. A month since Ino had tidied up. Those piercing memories no longer haunted her thoughts. Apart from the golden-haired man, she had not spoken of her parents to anyone else. Nor could she reveal to Shikamaru that the song she sang for him was one her mother used to lull her to sleep. Throughout the month, whenever the boy felt lonely, Choji would visit her for a few hours. Evidently, the Nara family had temporarily closed off their courtyard to outsiders. Asuma remarked that there was nothing to worry about. It was merely clan affairs, which was indeed irritating, as it was often used to justify all inexplicable matters. How foolish. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Just last week, she received the family's storage scroll. Asuma and Ino sat beside her as she extended her thumb, smearing blood onto the purple whirlpool symbol, thereby unlocking the scroll. Inside the scroll, she found a multitude of sealing formations, each one a storage seal. For a moment, she merely stared at the scroll, a cacophony of screams echoing in her mind. Yet, after blinking and taking a breath, the warm memory of her parents smiling at her during her first successful seal at the age of 3 enveloped her. Since then, she had been preoccupied with reading various sealed books and scrolls. Some she had read before, but revisiting that knowledge felt delightful. Asuma smiled at her, handing her a bag filled with sealing paper, ink, and brushes, urging her to be cautious. He knew little of seals, yet trusted her judgment. And indeed, she did know what she was doing and was aware to steer clear of those she found uncertain. Now, she endeavored to relax her tense back muscles from hunching over to meticulously complete the seals. This was the most intricate task she had undertaken, requiring her to balance her focus between the brushstrokes and her memories. The first 2 attempts had failed, leaving her somewhat embarrassed by the gibberish, but on the 3rd try, she succeeded splendidly. She harbored serious doubts that Shikamaru might share some similarities with her. An abundance of thoughts spiraled within her, too much information. While intelligence is undoubtedly advantageous, it bears its drawbacks. For her, it manifested as a tendency to become distracted when her thoughts raced, at least according to Ino. He had cautioned her that as she matured, if issues could not resolve themselves, she must strive to confront them, especially if she genuinely wished to join the Ninja Academy. She indeed desired this, partly due to Asuma, but also because her parents had expressed immense respect for the occupation through their words. She sat upright, gazing at the small desk in her room, a slight smile gracing her lips as she looked at the completed seal. She sincerely hoped it would aid Shikamaru. Embedded within the array was a memory of her mother, who had softly sung her to sleep one evening when her mind became too chaotic. A simple touch, devoid of chakra, could evoke the sound of memories in one's mind. This memory was precious to her, and Shikamaru was the one who triggered a small miracle, breaking the scream of memories and guiding her to find a way forward. She wished to offer him something that might assist him. Heavy footsteps signaled Asuma's return to the house. He had gone to meet someone from the Nara clan to glean any information. Yuko rose and exited her room, feeling a flicker of hope blossom within her. However, when she saw the expression on his face, that notion quickly faded. Is Asuma-san all right? He lifted his head, sorrowfully attempting to coax her into showing her favorite smile. I'm fine. I can't visit Shikamaru anymore, can I? Even before he confirmed it. She already knew the answer. She managed to return to seize the seal, stuffing it into an envelope, and then returned to face him. Staring at the envelope, she pushed the sorrow in her throat aside. Shikamaru was her first friend, and now, due to certain events, she could not even thank him in person. She raised her head and handed the envelope to Asuma, daring not to meet his gaze, and said as steadily as possible, "Please give this to Shikamaru the next time you encounter a Nara. It is a seal that will play a soothing song for those who touch it. If they require proof of the seal and more information, please inform them that I would be more than happy to provide them with this book for verification of its safety." Asuma accepted the envelope, wrapping his arms around her. "What have you done for this child to help him? I'm curious why you are exerting yourself so." She sniffed, closing her eyes as tears began to flow. "He is my first friend, and he is hurt. He helped me. Nizan, I need to help him. All right, child. I will ensure that the Nara receives this as soon as possible, all right? You go rest now, and I will see what I can prepare for dinner. Yuko nodded and walked away, returning to her bedroom, curling up in bed. If losing a friend caused her such anguish, she hardly wished for friends anymore. Shikamaru had not left like her parents, yet she could not see him, and she knew that when her thoughts suddenly cleared, it would be over a month before she could see him again. Chapter 5. Sasuke and Naruto. Shikamaru sat up in bed, yawning and blinking his eyes to dispel his drowsiness. When he attempted to burrow beneath the blanket, his mother rudely awakened him, shouting for him to get up and tossing his blanket aside. To be honest, how could she not know he could not hear her voice until she entered his room? His father always remembered, so it was not difficult or anything. Complaining, he leaned forward, tapping the seal on his nightstand with his finger, the soft melody in his mind gradually fading away. 3 years ago, when he learned to train his mind and chakra, that little seal had become his savior. Whenever his head began to ache and his thoughts raced too quickly, it would assist him. The memory of those bright golden eyes, deep crimson hair, and gentle smile brought him warmth and happiness. Of course, 3 years ago, the courtyard had been securely locked for nearly 2 years. This was his fault, but his father had begun training him in family skills, demonstrating ways to apply his mind even in idleness. Gradually, his thought speed slowed enough for him to truly contemplate, and the headaches ceased entirely. He also mastered some family techniques, and once he did, the tense atmosphere in the courtyard eased, allowing the children to return to the park. He nearly ecstatically spent hours with Choji and Yuko. Choji was present, but Yuko was not. His friend told him that during the initial months of the Nara lockdown, he occasionally visited her. But then Choji befriended a boy named Kiba and another named Naruto, and he somewhat forgot about Yuko. As the boys enjoyed playing while she preferred reading, Shikamaru felt frustrated yet calm. All this training had at least proven worthwhile. Shikamaru yawned again, jumping out of bed and dressing before his mother could yell at him again. Today was the first day of the academy. It sounded somewhat like a burden. The older children in the family had warned him that he was putting in too much effort. His father had advised him to ensure he would not fail, allowing him to perhaps catch up on sleep during class. Breakfast was filled with the sounds of his mother scolding his father and him. But the food remained as delightful as ever. His father patted his shoulder firmly, quietly reminding him to remain vigilant before casually departing to attend to the day's tasks. To be honest, the work of a Jonin commander sounded overwhelmingly burdensome, especially the paperwork. For a Nara, Shikamaru preferred to maintain a facade of mediocrity, above average. Yet he might find a way to appear as a reasonably normal ninja, perhaps even find someone to enjoy the clan's paperwork after he took over. Before he left, his mother embraced him, and he smiled, nestling into her warmth. She no longer truly hugged him, which pained him, but he understood. In recent years, his father has tirelessly endeavored to train him, while his family remains engulfed in anguish. The journey has been arduous and exhausting. Yet the understanding of the reasons and risks involved serves as the sole motivation for him to exert his utmost effort. His father has always taken pride in him, boasting to the elders of the family that his son has accomplished feats only heard of in ancestral tales. Frankly, Shikamaru finds it somewhat irksome. Such attention causes him to feel restless and his muscles to tense further, as he must remain in a constant state of readiness. This makes napping increasingly difficult, although he has mastered the art of pretense. Shikamaru meets with the guards at the gate of the compound. As they proceed, Haru walks closely behind him. But he won't be shadowed by the elder Nara throughout the day, merely traversing back and forth to the academy. Whispers among the clan suggest that other factions are now as vigilant as they are, with rumors of missing children and attempts to kidnap the Hyuga heir. He attempted to inquire with his father, but was advised not to worry, which, in truth, was effective. His thoughts remain twisted, scrutinizing everything he has heard, piecing together fragments in search of answers. It poses a riddle to him, yet he has grown accustomed to the unknown. Shikamaru, as his friend hastens towards him, he diverts his gaze from the cloudless sky and smiles. A half-eaten bag of chips is extended to him. He takes the smallest chip possible, placing it in his mouth with a grunt. New flavor? Choji nods, squinting at the chip he has raised. Teriyaki beef. Honestly, I'm uncertain whether I enjoy it. It's decent, but I believe this flavor does not suit potatoes. They share a laugh as they continue along the village streets, bustling with activity and shops opening for business. He senses Haru inching closer behind him, but chooses to ignore it, focusing instead on the amusing tale Choji shares about Naruto's antics. The boy sounds entertaining, perhaps even intriguing, yet also exhausting. Choji admits that keeping up with Naruto is indeed challenging, as he is perpetually in motion. For Shikamaru, that is simply too taxing. Upon entering the academy grounds, they are met with a throng of children and a number of adults standing by. Haru pats his shoulder before stepping away to stand beside Shikamaru, who assumes he is among the parents and guardians of clan children. Beside the elder Nara stands a bearded man, smoking, and Shikamaru furrows his brow at how familiar he appears. No name surfaces, just a faint recollection of having encountered him before, certainly prior to the lockdown, and his memories of the past year have become sharper. He shrugs, surveying the other children. He spots signs of clan children, the Hyuga eyes, the markings on Inuzuka's cheeks, the oil girl in her coat and glasses, and even recognizes the heir of the Yamanka clan. Most of the children seem to hail from commoner backgrounds, while some clearly belong to non-clan ninja families. There are no other Naras or Akimikis. He knows he will not encounter any clansmen this year. The closest ones are a few years older, which suits him just fine. If they are not in the same class, no one will report his planned classroom naps. Oh, Yui. Choji's enthusiastic shout draws his attention once more, and he turns to see his friend waving and smiling at a girl not far from them. Her deep red hair glimmers under the sunlight, cascading down from her high ponytail. She is dressed in black pants and a shirt, sporting the standard blue academy sandals. She turns her head, glancing at them with bright golden eyes, then raises a hand in a languid wave before turning away. Shikamaru realizes he is staring, but he hasn't seen her in 3 years, and the brightness of her eyes and his hazy memories does not reflect reality. He vaguely recalls her being sad and quiet, yet the girl before him seems calm and composed, her body relaxed but hiding a slight tension, as if bracing for something. Did something occur during his confinement? Choji has not mentioned anything, but he too admits he has ceased visiting her. This prompts Shikamaru's mind to spring into action. Yet he possesses neither facts nor knowledge, so he casts the thought aside, accompanied by a strange desire to draw near. He cannot do that. They are no longer friends, and the time apart has stretched. He does not even know if she has inquired about him over the years. He once sought information about her, but as soon as the answer was always she's well, he gradually ceased. All right, everyone. Welcome to the academy, children. A ninja with bright blue hair waves his arms in the air, capturing the attention of more than 30 children in the courtyard. I am Teacher Asuma, and I will be your instructor for the years to come. Bid farewell to your parents, and then line up in 2 rows so we can settle you into your classrooms. Shikamaru observes as most children rush forward to embrace their parents quickly, while the clan children merely begin to line up. He lazily waves to Haru, who smiles while patting the bearded man's shoulder. Yui receives a one-armed embrace, smiling, though it is more of a smirk than a genuine smile. Shikamaru furrows his brow, recalling a tender smile, then shakes his head, following Choji into the queue. Come on, kids, let us get started. He rolls his eyes and sighs. So much energy. She should not be surprised. In fact, she is not surprised at all. In recent months, Asuma has been reminding her that they are of the same age and, logically, should be in the same grade at the academy. Honestly, she is not astonished to see the 2 boys, perhaps because Choji's loud and enthusiastic demeanor drew her attention. Yet she is surprised at how much she desires to converse with them. Perhaps she could also playfully flick a seal on their backs, giving them a little shock. Choji appears unchanged since she last saw him over a year ago, still brimming with snacks and cheerful exuberance. Shikamaru's demeanor is reminiscent of most clan children she has encountered over the years, bearing an elegance attributed to early training, which she ought to know since Asuma began teaching her martial arts 2 years prior. Yet it is astonishing to see the slightly older boy merely gazing at the clouds. He does not seem troubled by it, which pleases her immensely, although she wonders if her seals were ever handed over to him. Kakashi himself had personally requested her to demonstrate all the seals. The man indeed requested it, and there were no issues with the order. But after spending an hour explaining and showcasing all the seals and their applications, his eyes shone with admiration. She quietly inquired about Shikamaru, as it had been over a month since she last saw him attempt to squeeze his head. The only response she received was that he was well. This was always the case whenever she asked Nara or Asuma to speak on her behalf. Thus, she ceased. She devoted herself entirely to the seals and her family's legacy, reading much of the material dozens of times, dreaming of those books and scrolls. Asuma had her sealing various items around the house, from regulating temperature to arrays for defending against fierce attacks or espionage. She diligently arranged them. In return, The man taught her martial arts in the backyard, having only taught her ninjutsu once. She ultimately ended up in the hospital. Despite her abundant chakra reserves and developed pathways, she could not perform ninjutsu, nor even jinjutsu. Her chakra simply could not be expelled from her body, as if it were contained, safeguarded. The experiments led her to learn the rotation technique, as the chakra is contained within, and she is learning to enhance her muscles and limbs with chakra. She desires it for speed, but it benefits her as she can withstand blows without needing treatment each time. Thus, the seals. Her family scroll meticulously elucidated the intricate process of shaping the chakras within her being, thereby forming a seal that encapsulated intentions capable of manifesting anywhere within her body. This was the battle seal. It elucidated the reason for her parents' demise and elucidated why her chakra could not be expelled. Her entire lineage had never witnessed the necessity of hand signs before unleashing ninjutsu in combat. They simply did not require them. The chakra seal empowered them to perform the ninjutsu they had mastered and studied. Consequently, she was diligently researching and selecting ninjutsu to learn. Progress was painfully slow. She struggled to even manifest a seal of chakra upon her skin, but she was merely 8 years old. Tom was on her side, leading her classmates into a room. She greeted them all with a warm smile, urging the children to select their seats. Once everyone was settled, she would take attendance to ensure no one was overlooked. Yuko made her way to the second-to-last row by the window, taking a seat at the closest desk. Her mind was already swirling with thoughts of what they would be learning, and she sighed, crossing her arms on the desk, lowering her gaze to the outside world. The sky was devoid of clouds, a disappointment. She sensed and heard her peers settling around her. But it wasn't until a dull thud sounded next to her that she lifted her head to survey the surroundings. Beside her, Shikamaru, sporting a spiky ponytail, had evidently bumped his head against the desk, murmuring in a low voice. She regarded him for a moment before glancing around, choosing to temporarily disregard his presence. Choji occupied the last available seat at her desk. Despite the numerous empty desks and chairs, they had opted to sit here. Why? They were not friends. They might not even be acquaintances. What angle was he playing? Did he merely choose to sit next to her because he thought he recognized her? Or was he intending to rekindle a friendship? Which was it? Her thoughts danced restlessly as she inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, gradually calming the tumult in her mind. Refocusing on Shikamaru, she found herself momentarily captivated by his sharp brown eyes, which were also fixed upon her. This was unexpected. Honestly, she was uncertain how to react, yet she felt herself beginning to relax a bit. Shikamaru, it's been a while, she murmured, propping her chin on her palm. She faintly caught the scent of ink emanating from the seal hidden beneath the long sleeves of his shirt. Recalling the way Asuma had playfully startled her on the way to the academy, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. His exclamation had been utterly amusing, and she pondered how else she might provoke him into making such embarrassing sounds. Likewise, Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, settling back into his seat. There are matters to attend to. Some rumors have unsettled the clan. You need not explain anything to me. I am aware of the missing children and the Hyuga abduction case. I do not wish for you to think I am avoiding you. Yuko chuckled softly at this. I am merely the strange child you have seen a few times. If that were the case, I wouldn't hold it against you. Shikamaru regarded her with a thoughtful glance, letting out a hum that suggested he was processing this information. This was not what she had anticipated. She hadn't expected them to sit together, let alone converse. She was at a loss for how to respond or what to say. When we first met, I wanted to be your friend, and I still wish to be. He sighed, crossing his arms resolutely over his chest. And you are not strange. Yuko stifled a laugh, momentarily caught off guard, staring at him in mild astonishment. Her thoughts suddenly shifted, and she noticed the faint sadness at the corners of his mouth and the tension in his posture. His gaze softened, still locked onto her. Uchiha. Sasuke. Here. Uzumaki Yuko. She jerked her head towards the front of the classroom. Oh, attendance. Here. She cast a brief glance at the boy beside her, offering a small smile that, though slight, elicited a brightening of his eyes and a responding grin. Leaning back in her chair, she nudged his shoulder lightly. I want to be friends. I missed the days of cloud watching with someone. The class was painfully dull, truly tedious. Shikamaru had made an effort, but the teacher's voice resonated like a droning hum, and the textbook's content was painfully basic. He longed to doze off, but every time he attempted to lean towards the girl sitting in front of him, with her soft pink hair and an expression that seemed to convey an air of superiority, she would loudly alert any teacher in the room, reminding him to pay attention. Therefore, he chose to observe his other classmates. Despite the fact that the children of clans often appeared focused or irritated, the rest were consistently animated and exuberant. Yet none of them seemed particularly interesting, and he had no desire to delve into the books of those raised in clans. He already knew that, like him, they could conceal whatever they wished if they so desired. Instead, his attention was drawn to Yuko, who was absent-mindedly doodling in her textbook. Her expression was blank, her golden eyes half closed as she sketched symbols and curves, her cheek resting in her palm. This vaguely reminded him of seals, and he wondered if she still drew them. Was her guardian teaching her about ninjas, or had she become enamored with the lifestyle of ordinary civilians? Those look like seals, Shikamaru muttered from the back of the book. Do you still do those? Yuko cast him an intrigued glance, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Yes, I still draw seals, though my brother complains. Why? Because I covered the house with them. Naruto. The sudden shout startled both of them, and they jerked their heads towards the blushing teacher. Well, mostly blushing. A patch of neon orange paint adorned one cheek. A boy in an orange jumpsuit was laughing heartily, pointing at the teacher. Shikamaru found himself captivated, unable to divert his gaze from the scene, ensnared in a peculiar fascination. Was that Naruto? Choji's friend? The one rumored to be a prankster? Yuko sighed beside him, her attention shifting to Choji, who sat on Shikamaru's other side. Please don't act like him. Huh? What? She shrugged, lazily waving a hand in the air. My brother said you hang out with that kid. Just make sure you stay out of trouble and avoid starting any pranks. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, leaning back slightly. Have you been keeping tabs on Choji? To be honest, he felt a twinge of hurt, a flicker of jealousy coursing through him. Well, I suppose so. I try to stay updated on you too, Shikamaru, but you're so mysterious. Aside from saying you're doing well, I never hear more news. Oh. A warmth blossomed in his chest as Shikamaru struggled to suppress the grin threatening to break through. She had inquired about their well-being and attempted to ascertain what she might do. Her earlier assertion that they had never been true friends seemed at odds with this notion. He realized she was guarding herself, trying to maintain a degree of distance in case they decided to part ways. Now he knew. She had been with him all along. Chapter 6. The Power of Family. It has been a year. A year, Asuma and I. For an entire year, we have done nothing but study. As Asuma's laughter echoed at the conclusion of his roaring proclamation, Yuko shot him a glare. This man could laugh at will. But the academy truly felt like a farce to her. Over the course of the year, the only knowledge they had acquired pertained to the village's history and ninjutsu. The history was so condensed and fragmented that she was first left in shock, followed by a profound anger as they glossed over the various clans. Not only did they obscure the significance of the primary clans, but there was also no mention of the Uzumaki or the Uzumaki clan whatsoever. Was Konoha attempting to erase knowledge from the new generation? Did they feel ashamed of the destruction of their sister village? Had Konoha ever made an effort to assist the survivors? You see, this year they should begin covering practical topics, teaching you various martial arts, ninjutsu, and illusions should make things more engaging. She sighed and sank into the chair. This poses a dilemma for me. Brother, I am on the verge of failing both of my core subjects. Asuma smiled gently, patting her shoulder before he moved towards the refrigerator to fetch a bento box for her. The Hokage mentioned he had a plan for this. Your father is a jerk, she muttered darkly. If I could afford it, I would refuse his assistance. Will he still come by while I'm away on missions? Yuko glared at the table, nodding stiffly. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, only visited this household when Asuma was assigned to missions outside the village. Upon entering, the elder immediately began inquiring about seals. Initially, she appreciated his presence due to his extensive knowledge, as she could converse with someone who could keep up with her. However, she became cautious when he started asking questions regarding close combat. He seemed to have an understanding of her family, so he should have known that it was a unique ability to utilize her chakra to form seals on herself. Yet, his inquiries were aimed at imposing these issues on others, which was not the case. Chakra seals were only compatible with the chakra that originally created them. The worst incident occurred just weeks prior when Asuma had been away for several days. When asked if she had a crush, it seemed somewhat innocent, but the calculating glint in his eyes sent chills down her spine. This prompted her to begin designing her first seal, but now she was exceedingly wary of this man. Asuma sighed, rubbing his face with his hand. You should attend your classes. I will attempt to speak with him today and see if I can persuade him to cease. Yuko nodded, leaping from her chair to grab the bento. Goodbye, brother. Upon reaching the academy, she stood at the entrance, gazing skyward. The blue sky was partially obscured by gray clouds, and the thought of the impending storm made her smile inwardly. She relished thunderstorms. The air always smelled cleaner, and the sound of rain was refreshing. She merely hoped to wait until evening. Being caught in a storm was far less enjoyable. You know, the grassy hills are a better spot for cloud gazing, she remarked in a languid, familiar tone as her friends approached. The barbed wire fence is dreadful. As she bounded the last few steps between them, poking Shikamaru in the chest, he smiled at her. Anywhere is a good place for cloud watching, you know. You two are quite peculiar, Choji mumbled, munching on a breakfast pastry and offering one to her. Yuko smiled at him, taking the bread while happily humming a tune as she unwrapped it. You love us. As they entered the academy's courtyard, Shikamaru waved a cheerful farewell to the elder Nara behind him, ignoring the wink he received. When the man winked at Yuko and walked away with a smile, Yuko tilted her head, slightly furrowing her brow. Your guardian is strange, she muttered. Shikamaru sighed heavily, stuffing his hands into his pockets. The adults are odd. Choji nodded while chewing the pastry, scanning the yard, likely searching for Ino or Naruto. The clan heads are peculiar to us. Peculiar? She blinked, reaching up to twirl a strand of hair that had escaped from her usual braid. Do they still ask you who you like? Shikamaru frowned at her, his concerned gaze drawing her attention away from the faint blush rising on his cheeks. Did someone ask you that? Well, who? She replied with a bitter smile, turning to walk backward. Guess. He furrowed his brow, looking at her, then sighed and bent slightly. I don't know the adults you deal with. I doubt Asuma-sensei cares. And I can't imagine that Lord Hokage would want to ask. So I have no idea. Don't trouble yourself, just tell us. Yuko raised an eyebrow, but shrugged, pointing toward the Hokage monument visible in the distance. She saw a flicker of realization in his eyes, followed by a frown. I didn't know why before you asked. It makes no sense. You don't belong to a clan, nor do you have any ties to the nearly extinct Uzumaki lineage. There is no reason or necessity for anyone, least of all Lord Hokage, to exhibit any interest in signing contracts. Yuko furrowed her brow, halting her steps as Shikamaru moved in front of her. She scrutinized his face before sighing. He did not know she was an Uzumaki, nor was he aware of how her blood might influence the Uzumaki's abilities. As her thoughts raced, her eyes widened. Yuko? Shikamaru reached out to grasp her hand, his brown eyes studying her intently. My family was once renowned for their formidable abilities, she whispered softly, leaning slightly closer as if sharing a secret. His warm fingers gently enveloped hers. I do not believe it is a matter of lineage, merely a pronounced aptitude for it. The boy before her hummed thoughtfully. Seals. Wind release techniques. She stared at him for a moment, then let out a light laugh. You sound as if you're discussing types of clouds. Yes, that. Well, Asuma-sensei can bring you to speak with my father about this matter. The old folks really shouldn't be asking you these questions, as you're not part of a clan. He smiled at her, a fierce light sparkling in his brown eyes. She returned his smile, knowing it was a gentleness that only Shikamaru could coax from her. Her annoyance at the third Hokage's curiosity about whether she had a crush diminished slightly, replaced by a tinge of fear. Regardless, she had no intention of revealing anything to the old man. Sometimes, Asuma truly regretted returning to Konoha. Certainly, he had his duties and all that nonsense, but the politics made him want to strike the old man and the wrinkled old lady. Yuko was the only reason he remained, as that girl needed his care. And now, she required him to navigate the intricacies of politics. Well, not really. All he needed to do was approach his father and request that he refrain from visiting Yuko while on missions. He could see that the girl was somewhat peculiar, which triggered all his protective instincts to roar to life. Thus, he would chastise his father, perhaps uncovering the reason behind the visits, and be able to assure his child that everything was well after his return home. That was the plan. Sitting outside the office, smoking one cigarette after another while being scrutinized by two masked Umbu was not ideal. Saratobi-sama, you may enter. TCH. He stood up and walked through the open door, ignoring the Chunin who held it for him. As usual, his father sat behind the desk, surrounded by scrolls, the Hokage mantle in place. The elder man looked up, offering him a gaze that he might consider affectionate. Asuma had long since concluded that this would only make him appear insincere. Asuma, his father greeted, setting down a scroll. What have I done to deserve this pleasure? Asuma clenched his jaw, shoving his hands into his pockets and glaring at his father. Why do you visit Yuko in my absence? I fail to see why this is a problem, Asuma. He leaned back, calmly meeting the furious gaze. I merely wish to ensure she is adjusting well. Given her unique chakra issues, I do not want the child to feel she cannot thrive in Konoha. You will stop. She does not need you intruding upon the home where I want her to feel secure. Yuko-chan's abilities and age are developing. Certain matters have caught my attention and must be addressed promptly. Asuma froze. Her age. He cursed furiously in his mind, barely suppressing the urge to strike his father. In a sense, he felt a deep-seated loathing for his entire existence, which justified why his father had begun visiting this 9-year-old child. If she belonged to a clan, it would take merely a year for her clan leader to seek the establishment of an agreement, a contract that would serve as a precursor to a marital arrangement. She possessed no boundary techniques. Rather, her chakra manifested a unique inclination. Much like the abilities of the Nara clan, the children of the Wiko family had a high probability of inheriting similar talents. Meanwhile, Konoha cleverly hoarded boundary techniques and clan abilities. She has already been involved in an agreement, my old friend, he asserted with a sharp tone, making an effort to conceal the deceit. For he already knew whom Yuko would meet upon leaving the academy. The final contract was to be signed today. Asuma, Yuko is still too young. He disregarded his father's sorrowful gaze, recognizing it as mere facade. The elder had likely been scouting for potential, simply biding his time until she reached the appropriate age. However, Asuma was acutely aware of a truth unknown to his father. Long ago, he had realized that this little girl might be the beacon of light for the Nara heir, a notion confirmed by Shikaku a year prior. They had been waiting, merely anticipating the form it would take. Yet now, Asuma intended to use this to save Yuko from being exploited as a broodmare for Konoha and the morbid desires of the village elders, who wished to enrich their ranks with her unique gifts. Things are not always within our control, father. His father squinted, his voice sharp as he commanded, as your Hokage, I demand to know with whom this agreement is signed. As Asuma replied, his grin was almost feral, gazing at the pale skin of his father. Nara. Shikamaru let out a weary sigh, muttering to himself as he observed the academy releasing all its students for the day. He had spent most of his classes dozing off, half-heartedly listening as Yuko explained concepts that Choji struggled to grasp. She often did this, somehow guiding him to solve problems independently, which filled him with pride. It was endearing, and Shikamaru had no qualms admitting that it made him immensely grateful for her presence. He found it challenging to articulate the things that he deemed obvious and easy, and he despised seeing Choji frustrated or embarrassed. Love-sensei needs to revise his class materials, Yuko murmured beside him, her brow furrowed tightly. Shikamaru smirked proudly and poked her shoulder, her irked golden eyes meeting his. You just don't like him because you didn't pass your practice. This was true. In fact, it shocked Shikamaru to learn that Yuko, who understood the principles and theories, had not only failed to achieve results, but had also sustained a minor burn on her hands. They had promptly received treatment and bandaging, yet she left class still lamenting her failure. I can't use chakra like that, Yuko declared sharply, averting her gaze, her expression turning despondent. The third Hokage was supposed to do something for the class, but today I've failed. But your chakra control is better than Sakurai's, Choji remarked, passing her a pouch of chips. That was my first attempt. I don't understand why you can't do it. Choji meant no malice, and Shikamaru knew this. Yet the comment still made him tense and stifled the fierce defense he wanted to offer the girl beside him. Recently, the need to protect and defend her had intensified. He realized he could escape punishment because his father attributed such reactions to the typical Nara infatuation. Yet it felt more profound. Whenever he broached the subject, his father merely smiled, suggesting that Shikamaru needed to figure it out, while his mother would frown and exit the room. Yuko crossed her arms over her chest and sighed. My control might be perfect, but I still can't do that. I'll fail this year. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, attempting to piece together words, hints, and actions, but his mind went blank. The itch of an unresolved puzzle rudely pushed aside as he focused more on the oppressed girl before him. Why do you think that? Perhaps you just need to practice. Yuko smirked mischievously at him, raising a hand to tug at his ponytail, ignoring his protests as he swatted her hand away. It's a family trait, I suppose. I can't escape it unless I grow up. Family traits. The puzzle pieces in his mind clicked together at a speed that left him blinking. Yuko excelled at sealing techniques, confirming that her family was inclined toward this talent. The seal she crafted required minimal chakra for activation, while the ones she utilized demanded none. These seals were either delayed or instantaneous, even activated through touch. She had never used chakra in her own seals. Unlike their classmates, He had never sensed her releasing chakra during her emotional outbursts. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place. You cannot release chakra externally. Yuko nodded, uncrossing her arms and gently leaning back. That's right, I can't. But how can you become a ninja? Choji's voice sounded almost exasperated. It was fair, yet unfair. In the taijutsu competition, Yuko moved fluidly, her steps light, demonstrating an understanding of when to evade and when to strike during the day's test. She had been compared favorably against the clan's children, shining brighter than the rest. She could name various ninjutsu and was praised for her comprehension of them. After several attempts, she successfully dispelled an illusion but struggled to dispel another. She hand-signaled, and her knowledge of chakra theory surpassed that of her classmates, even astonishing the teacher. Shikamaru had no doubts about her potential to become a ninja, and her words were not merely wishful thinking. She shrugged, smiling at Choji, her lips curving upward casually as she replied, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll figure it out." The three of them traversed the courtyard. And when Shikamaru spotted his guard walking home, he was surprised to see the man, who lived with Yuko, standing and conversing with another Nara, referring to him as brother. "Nisan," Yuko exclaimed, rushing over to wrap her arms around the man's waist, colliding against him. The bearded man looked down with a smile, embracing her shoulders in return. "Hey, Amato, what brings you here? Do you have a mission?" I just had something to discuss with Lord Shikaku." Shikamaru furrowed his brow as he stepped forward. Bidding farewell to Choji, who joined Naruto and Kiba, he was curious, having grown accustomed to seeing his father conversing with that man at the estate gates over the years. Yuko gazed up at the man's face, her eyes darting back and forth, then sighed, leaning her face against him. This startled Shikamaru, his hands twitching as he sought to uncover what had caused her sudden despondency. A hand resting on his shoulder drew his attention, and he looked up into Enzui's eyes. The man smiled faintly at him, allowing him to relax. "As I said, Asuma, you are welcome to join us." Shikamaru suddenly recalled the bearded Sarutobi Asuma, a strong urge surging within him to pull Yuko away from the third Hokage's son. He nodded, bending down to whisper in Yuko's ear. She nodded, her hands hanging at her sides, her gaze somewhat vacant but her expression calm. He truly did not like it. But then she turned to him, her golden eyes sparkling as they met his, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She held his gaze for a moment, then her smile morphed into a feigned grin. "It's time to take me on a tour, Shikamaru." To be honest, Yuko hardly remembered her only visit to the Nara estate. At that time, her sole thought had been to see her friend, and his mother had intimidated her a bit. She vaguely recalled passing through the wooden door adorned with the emblem of the Nara clan, which she now recognized as genuine. Unlike the languid circles and lines printed on their garments, the hazy impression of the trees could hardly reflect reality. The walls surrounding the courtyard were constructed from worn stones, the deep gray surface flecked with patches of moss. While she could not ascertain her height, it was undoubtedly greater than that of Asuma or the Nara members accompanying them, rendering her stature dwarfed in comparison to Shikamaru. The wooden door was guarded by two men clad in standard ninja attire, exuding an imposing air when it opened. It perfectly bisected the Black Clan insignia. The courtyard was blanketed with green grass and worn dirt paths, leading to structures arranged in a seemingly chaotic order. A peculiar blend of tradition and rustic charm. Towering trees cast shadows over the clearing, creating a stark contrast with the village walls, where she could discern the shapes of dense foliage. Shikamaru chuckled beside her, and as she turned to face him, her brow furrowed, meeting the amused gaze of his brown eyes. "What?" he asked, shaking his head with a smile. "I've never seen that expression on your face before." She responded with a smile of her own, shrugging lightly. "It reminds me of the place I used to live. The mountains were covered in forests, and I always cherished them." As she surveyed the surroundings once more, her smile faded, transforming into one of longing. "I feel so relaxed here. I cannot quite explain it." Shikamaru took her hand, their fingers intertwining, and squeezed it gently. His voice held a hint of uncertainty as he spoke. "I'm glad you like it here. Perhaps you can visit again. I think I would enjoy that." The Nara man accompanying them led them to a larger house at the center of the courtyard, a harmonious blend of traditional and modern styles. He gestured for Asuma and herself to remove their sandals, while Shikamaru had already placed his neatly beside a pair of larger black sandals and a set of high-heeled ones. The sound of the sliding door made her look up, revealing the face of a woman with black hair and narrowed eyes. "And Shui," she said sharply, squinting at the Nara man. "What are they doing here?" Yuko stepped closer to Asuma, realizing that this was indeed the woman who had shouted at her years ago, Shikamaru's mother. The Nara man simply regarded her with a level gaze. Lord Yoshino, Asuma, and Lord Shikaku have matters to discuss. Then why is there a child here? She is Shikamaru-kun's friend. The woman's dark eyes suddenly narrowed. And Yuko returned the glare, her own eyes wide with surprise. The woman's anger did not dissipate. Rather, it seemed to intensify. Shikamaru sighed heavily, muttering something that sounded suspiciously like trouble, causing Yuko's lips to twitch as she suppressed an unexpected urge to laugh. The woman, Shitono, found no humor in the situation, seizing Shikamaru's arm and dragging him inside, tossing him over her shoulder. Take them directly to Shikaku. And Shuei sighed, signaling for Yuko and Asuma to follow him into the house. As they were led through the interior, she curiously surveyed her surroundings. The entire place exuded warmth, with decorations and furniture contributing to an atmosphere of comfort and homeliness. When she spotted various framed photographs of Shikamaru as a child, she nearly giggled, some featuring him with a girl who had light golden hair, reminiscent of her classmate. Naraino. They halted before a closed door, and Shuei knocked with his knuckles. After a moment, a rough voice called for them to enter. The door opened to reveal a medium-sized room, its walls lined with sagging bookshelves weighed down by books and scrolls. A large wooden table dominated the space, surrounded by several seemingly comfortable armchairs. Behind the table sat a man in a much larger high-backed armchair, who reminded her of Shikamaru, only older and battle-worn. Though he lazily lifted his gaze, his dark eyes sparkled with keen intelligence. He set aside the document he had been reading, leaned back, and waved for Shuei to come forward. Asuma, little Yuko, he greeted them with a smile, motioning for them to sit. This is quite the surprise. Asuma placed a hand on her upper back, gently guiding her to one of the chairs, only taking a seat himself after she was settled. Considering why I'm here, I cannot say this is entirely unpleasant. Yuko blinked, tilting her head. This was Shikamaru's father, the current head of the Nara clan and the chief ninja, a seasoned veteran she had read about. As she processed Asuma's words, her mind snapped into focus. Why would any unpleasant matter compel him to speak with this man? Whatever it was, why was he not keeping her outside? If she was here, perhaps everything was somehow related to her. Shikaku furrowed his brow, the scar on his right eyebrow creasing. What is happening? Asuma glanced at Yuko, his expression so strange that she found it disconcerting, having become accustomed to seeing his face filled with mirth. I visited the Hokage today and informed him that he should stop visiting Yuko whenever I am on a mission. She had mentioned it several times, as it seemed to trouble her, so he felt compelled to tell his elder that he needed to withdraw. I fear it is not going well. No, worse still, is the reason he has shown interest in her. Yuko shifted, recalling her earlier conversation with Shikamaru. Was what they suspected true? Did the third Hokage wish to arrange a marriage for her family? She lowered her head, gripping her hands tightly together in an attempt to quell the sudden panic rising within her. She did not want some old man to entrap her, nor anyone else. She yearned to freely find love like her parents had, with someone who stood by her side, respected her strength, and defended her vulnerabilities. She did not wish to be used simply because she was an Uzumaki. Wasn't he there another Uzumaki? The one Asuma had explained, who could not speak or interact. Why were they not focusing on that? What reason could the Hokage possibly have for wanting to attempt a contract with little Yuko? Her eyes widened as she raised her head. Shikamaru wore the same sharp, contemplative expression that often appeared before he solved a problem, while Asuma gazed at her directly. His eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and regret. Yuko, we need to tell Shikamaru who you are. She took a deep breath. No one should know she was an Uzumaki. It was a secret meant to ensure her safety. She had not even told Shikamaru, having kept everything from him last year. All was prepared except for that one secret. Then I hope Shikamaru is here, she said softly, attempting to steady her gaze upon him. I dislike keeping this from him. He knows everything else about me. If I cannot share this, I do not wish to share it all. Shikaku's expression softened, becoming more understanding, concealing a flicker of reassuring pride within. Of course, he declared, raising his voice, yet maintaining its original tone. The commander's voice commanded attention and urged action. Within a minute, the tightly shut door opened, and Shikamaru shuffled in, covering his mouth as he yawned, blinking sleepily until his expression brightened, and he strode confidently into the room, closing the door behind him. Yeah, Dad? Yuko-chan has requested you here. If things progress as I suspect, you will need to stay. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, leaning against the armrest of the chair where Yuko sat. He looked down at her, His brown eyes slightly narrowed, observing her tightly clasped hands. "Are you all right?" She nodded stiffly, then directed her focus back to Shikaku. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, her hands remained tightly clasped, fear coursing down her spine. Asuma seemed to trust Nara, and she reciprocated that trust. "My name is Uzumaki Yuko," she spoke slowly. Shikamaru's eyes widened slightly, but he remained silent. "Specifically, I am a branch of the combat sealing clan, the purple Uzumaki." Shikamaru emitted a low hum, recognizing the movement of her hand until her fingertips formed a circle. This gesture brought a smile to her face. He pondered, piecing together the details, before the man recovered and crossed his arms over his chest. Shikaku's expression had shifted to one of shock. Asuma offered her a warm smile and nodded. "I suspect you may belong to the Uzumaki clan," Shikaku murmured. "A main branch member. I did not expect you to be part of the purple family. I believe my parents were killed because of their status. They fought, but—" She shrugged. "I'm not certain if fighting indoors is particularly easy, and they tried to protect my safety." She closed her eyes, resisting the tide of memories, which faded gradually yet remained piercing. A warm hand touched hers, causing her to open her eyes abruptly to find concerned brown ones. Shikamaru knelt before her, gently prying her hands apart, holding them firmly enough to calm her heart. She offered him a small, wavering smile. "My family tends to employ combat techniques involving seals, but this restricts the use of chakra. I seem unable to expel chakra from my body, yet one day I should be able to form seals on my skin. According to the family scrolls, these seals replace the need for hand signs and reduce the chakra required. This is not a barrier in the traditional sense, but the tendency is hereditary, even if there are recorded cases of members of the purple clan using their chakra in the usual manner." Shikaku raised a hand to stop her. "One day, you can explain all this, but I believe I understand the concerns here. As a member of the Uzumaki with unique abilities, I can see that Lord Third is considering binding you to Konoha through a betrothal. Yes, Asuma, I comprehend why you are here. He made a mistake." Yuko furrowed her brow, her gaze directed at Shikamaru. When he lowered his eyes to the floor between them, his eyes narrowed, filled with anger. For a fleeting moment, a thought flashed through her mind, that he was angry with her for keeping secrets. It was but an instant, her thoughts quickly pivoting into place. He would not be furious with her for guarding family secrets. His mind was sharp enough to deduce that her confidentiality had safeguarded her for the past 4 years. Naturally, he would likely pose the same questions to her. There was another Uzumaki in Konoha, loud and brash, who did not conceal his name. Uzumaki Naruto. Bright, sun-kissed hair and blue eyes, a face adorned with whisker marks. Full of vitality. A friend of Choji, their classmate. She was forbidden from speaking or interacting with her extended family. It hurt. Every time she turned away, her heart felt as though it had been pierced. She began to acknowledge his existence without ever recognizing him as a person. The reactions were not favorable. Often, her cousin would shout louder, causing her heart to ache even more. She shifted her gaze from Shikamaru to his father. "What does it mean that Lord Third made a mistake?" Shikaku's responding smile was radiant, instilling in her a peculiar sense of ease. She knew this man was as astute as his son, and considering his experience, perhaps even more so. He was also the clan leader, which meant he dealt with politics and participated in council meetings, witnessing and hearing matters kept from the public eye. He could navigate through and around obstacles she could not even perceive. He possessed power and a voice. His sharp gaze and smile indicated he was unafraid to leverage the clan's name to achieve results. Because Lord Third inadvertently challenged Nara, Shikaku stated, "We can easily draft and validate an agreement that temporarily binds you to Nara. This contract will remain in effect until you are considered a legal adult. For civilians, that would be at 16. However, if you successfully graduate and are accepted into Nara University as a genin, you will legally be an adult. At that time, the contract and circumstances will be modified to reflect a marriage contract. We will take into account the relationships between the signatories at that time. If incompatible, a new contract will not be signed." Her thoughts whirled, bouncing back and forth, fragmented. An agreement that would link her to the Nara clan and prevent any others from doing so. This would place her in a protected position, and the weight of the Nara name would provide security. It would bind her to the clan for several years, but she was not entirely certain what that entailed. But who? Why? Her voice was small, breaking slightly as she curled inward. She did not wish to be used, yet this would similarly exploit others. There was no difference. She could not allow others to be coerced in such a way. preventing the Hokage from leveraging the fact that she had no parents and possessed a unique talent for the village. I will be Nara's contract holder. Shikamaru's voice was strong and resolute, wholly devoid of his usual lazy demeanor. Her eyes met his gaze, widening in shock, while he looked back at her calmly, his expression intense and brown. I care about you, Yuko. I want to protect you. I wish to ensure your safety. A surge of something she could not quite identify blossomed in her chest, warm and immense, rendering her breath uneven. Shikamaru's gaze was warm, his expression serious. The grip he had on her hands tightened slightly, grounding her once more, even as her thoughts spun wildly. He was earnest, passionate, confident. As she searched his eyes, there was no doubt, yet something within them offered her reassurance. Usually, it was only the sense of safety and protection she felt when with Asuma, but now she gently turned her hands to hold Shikamaru's. She swallowed hard, her throat tight, her eyes burning. She did not want to cry. She despised crying. Are you sure we can accomplish this tonight, Shika? Asuma's voice drew her attention, yet her gaze remained fixed on Shikamaru's eyes. I might just inform the old fool that the contract is being signed, Shikamaru said with a somber smile. Oh yes, it won't be long. It can be filed by tomorrow when work resumes. Thank you. I am unsure what else I can do. She knew he would take action once she turned 10. Though she might be her legal guardian, she had no authority to initiate such negotiations. He would assume they would find him first. Let him come. I do not mind dancing. Lord Third cannot circumvent our contract without serious backlash. Konoha's fondness for barriers is well known within the ranks, but he does not wish to do so publicly. I am not afraid to threaten him with subtle exposure. Yuko slowly shifted her gaze from Shikamaru to her father. Thank you for this. I do not know what I can offer you. Shikaka smiled, oddly, almost affectionately. It reminded her he was a father. Even though he remained formidable and had killed enemies in the past, in this house, he was simply a father. To be honest, Yuko-chan, this is our way of repaying you. Many years ago, you bestowed upon us a gift by aiding my son. Ensuring your safety is the least our family can do. Her eyes widened as she looked down at Shikamaru. He was gazing at his father, slightly furrowing his brow, a familiar expression he wore when handling details. Her seal. Her mark. Did you obtain the seal? She inhaled sharply, her eyes brightening. Is it helpful? Shikamaru blinked, turning to look at her. Wait, that singing seal is your creation? Yes. I retain the memory of my mother singing to me. She often did so when I could not calm myself. I believe this may be beneficial. And as soon as the words left her lips, Shikamaru suddenly embraced her, his arms encircling her as he buried his face into the nape of her neck. She was momentarily taken aback, but then she extended her arms in response, returning the embrace. She nestled her face against his neck, inhaling deeply and finding herself enveloped by his scent, reminiscent of fresh grass and a peculiar mustiness from the forest. It evoked memories of her home in the mountains, surrounded by nature and tranquility. This sensation was comforting, akin to returning to a place of safety. When her parents passed away, her original sanctuary was shattered, obliterated by death, screams, and the overwhelming scent of blood. Yet here, she was enveloped by arms as small as hers, surrounded by care and the aroma of the forest. And she felt certain she had just discovered a new sanctuary. Shikaka was often underestimated. The Nara clan was typically regarded as inferior, lazy, unmotivated, and disinterested. They seldom engaged in politics and showed little inclination to forge closer ties with other clans. They were merely seen as brilliant idlers, lacking the ambition to become true ninjas. While their clan possessed elite and mid-level ninjas, as well as a few members of the Umbu, who were often summoned to review strategies and tactics, they were wise but lacking in drive. This was precisely the image they wished to project. Mid-level ninjas? They dispersed across various sectors and specialties. Elite ninjas? They undertook high-level missions and security details. Umbu? Their roles were shrouded in secrecy, yet they were adept at insinuation. Unlike other clans, the Nara clan executed strategic maneuvers through their ninja prowess. Their influence was ubiquitous. They could eavesdrop on any desired conversation, effortlessly repositioning themselves to protect or alter their course of action. Their strength did not lie in being at the forefront. Rather, they excelled in the background, seamlessly blending with their shadows. Of course, they were not to be underestimated on the battlefield. They never shied away from combat. Their strategies and tactics, combined with their mastery over shadows, rendered them formidable adversaries and esteemed allies. He had never favored the clan's tendency to bind children with contracts that appeared favorable on paper. The Nara clan did utilize such contracts, yet they generally refrained from enforcing secondary marriage agreements. They believed in finding their own paths and perhaps discovering their own light. Most often, these contracts were employed to deter other clans from attempting to use marriage as a means of connection. The Hyuga clan particularly sought to entice the Nara clan. As the Nara were known for their soft-spoken elegance, such attempts often met with lazy indifference or even harsh criticism. The Nara could not long tolerate fools. Shikaku had no qualms regarding the contract between his son and Yui, not even for a moment. Shikamaru remained oblivious to the discovery of his guiding light. But such ignorance would not last more than a year or two. The issue primarily lay in the explosive manifestation of his chakra, with an instinctive control over shadows that surged in a rather alarming manner for a 5-year-old child. They had closed the base and dedicated nearly 2 years to training Shikamaru. The first month was exceedingly arduous, far more challenging than anyone had anticipated. Shadows frequently attached themselves randomly to those near his son, ghostly hands creeping over their limbs. Dark spikes shooting out in swift and unpredictable manners. Worse still, Shikamaru suffered from debilitating migraines, even their most potent medications providing little relief. At this juncture, a clan member approached him, bearing an envelope from Asuma. Inside was a small note and a seal intricately etched on wax. Please give this to Shikamaru. If you tap it lightly, it will help soothe his mind. Please take care of him. Yui. Finally, Shikaku spoke with the girl, perhaps alarming the poor thing. Yet he did not trust a seal from someone he did not know. She calmly showed him the sealed message, even demonstrating its use. Her youthful voice remained steady, her bright golden eyes sparkling with enthusiasm for the task at hand. He placed his trust in this girl, his son's potential guiding light, and set the seal on Shikamaru's bedside table. He managed to have his son strike the center of the array, watching with awe as the painful expression relaxed. The violent shadows dissipated, and his poor son finally fell into a peaceful slumber. Thus, when Asuma requested assistance in protecting Yui, he did not hesitate. The contract was signed. Dinner was served, and despite his wife's displeasure, it remained a delightful evening. He hummed a tune as he stroked his beard, heading towards the archives within the Hokage Tower. Shikamaru happily presented Yui with the official clan emblem, a pendant hanging from a smooth leather strap. The girl's face flushed crimson, her shyness momentarily causing Shikino to feel disheartened. As she gushed about how adorable it all was. Before Asuma took her home, Yui expressed her heartfelt gratitude to them all. He was unaware of how the girl would choose to display it. He handed a copy of the contract to the archive staff. A retired ninja who had lost his left hand, then sighed and made his way to his office. He expected the Hokage to arrive at some point today. He grinned widely, startling the Genin team he passed. He looked forward to showcasing the strength of his clan, albeit modestly. Chapter 7. Nara Shadow Manipulation Technique. Shikamaru felt invigorated as he walked to the academy alongside Choji, resolutely ignoring the chuckles of the guards behind him. He felt light, almost dizzy, a rather peculiar sensation. He was accustomed to feeling heavier and engaging constantly with others. It wasn't until they encountered Yui that he felt a sense of calm and drowsiness wash over him. He looked forward to seeing her again, ensuring she was well after last night. She assured him she was, her smile radiating the warmth he cherished when he presented her with the Nara clan emblem. Perhaps he was curious to see how she chose to wear the symbol of his clan. How overt would her declaration be? He placed it on a leather strap for her, allowing her the freedom to wear it as she pleased, in whatever manner brought her comfort. As long as it was visible, the placement was entirely her choice. As they approached the academy gates, he lifted his gaze, locking onto Yui, standing beside Asuma. The man grinned widely, clearly nudging the girl with his elbow, provoking her to retaliate with a swift kick to his calf. However, she turned around, her long braid cascading over her shoulder. There were no pendants in her hair, nor on her wrists. Yui lifted her head, smiling, revealing a black leather strap around her neck, resembling a choker, with a silver pendant engraved with the Nara clan emblem at the base. Shikamaru felt his heart skip a beat before it began to race wildly. She wore his emblem around her neck, visible to anyone who glanced her way, unmistakably declaring her allegiance to his clan. Why are you wearing the Nara emblem? Choji squinted at her while handing over his customary breakfast bread. Asuma laughed heartily, patting Yui on the shoulder. Have fun today. Get lost, Nisan. Yui attempted to kick him again, but he merely stepped back, evading her. She sighed, muttering under her breath. Jerk. Hey, Yui, Shikamaru greeted her, feeling a smile curve his lips. Her cheeks were faintly pink, yet her eyes sparkled with happiness. Hi, Shikamaru, Choji. She bounded towards them as usual, the pendant bouncing along, glinting in the sunlight. Well, I'm wearing the Nara emblem because the sudden uncertainty in her expression prompted Shikamaru to step forward, grasping her hand firmly. It's all right. We don't mind who knows, remember? Yui nodded, her expression brightening once more. Last night, I signed the contract. Well, I didn't. However, Asuma, as my legal guardian, signed it. Oh, very well. He nodded and opened a bag of chips. Which cousin did you end up with? Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at his friend, dismissing a fleeting spark of jealousy. Yuko tightened her grip on his hand, edging closer to him. He sighed heavily, fixing an impassive gaze at Choji. For his friend should know simply by looking at the pendant. No cousin, just me. Choji choked on a chip, coughing lightly. The Nara guard, still waiting for their entrance to the academy, stepped forward and patted the other boys on the back until he took a breath and nodded. Shikamaru scrutinized his friend's face, as this development was significant for his best friend. It was also crucial for the alliance between the Nara and Akimichi clans, but the thought made him inwardly groan. For he knew Ino would eventually find out, and if she adhered to her usual disposition, it would be challenging for her. Oh, Choji nodded and then smiled at them, his grin radiant and joyful. Congratulations. I guess you two are quite compatible. Both are very clever. Thank you, Choji. Yuko's smile widened slightly, her cheeks flushing pink once more. Shikamaru chuckled softly, feeling a swell of pride at Choji's words and immense gratitude for his friend's easy acceptance. Yes, thank you, Choji. I guess this is what Dad and the others were discussing this morning. When she passed by, it seemed like Choji was quite upset. Well, he was less reserved. More like he wanted to shatter the ground. Choji snickered, turning towards the door. Shikamaru groaned, tilting his head back to gaze at the frightfully empty blue sky. Ino certainly knew. Yuko huffed, pulling his hand to draw him in as she waved goodbye to the guard. Ino is that girl from our class, right? The daughter of the Yamanaka clan? Yes, that's her. Am I correct in assuming that since the Nara clan has allied with the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans, they would be informed? Shikamaru glanced at her and nodded. Yuko undoubtedly knew about the clan alliances. She read in her spare time and had admitted to trying to understand all the clans of Konoha through her studies. This led her to complain about how little recognition her clan received in books and scrolls, prompting him to explain that his clan preferred it that way. They neither needed nor desired attention. Such attention meant being observed more closely and becoming more interesting. They were content to linger in the shadows. Dad would inform the Nara and Akimichi clans before heading to work. When Yuko's bright eyes met his, he smiled. It was delightful to explain aspects related to his family. This contract actually provided him the leeway to let her in on some things he knew, which frustrated her due to her ignorance. It was gratifying to know that she would soon understand and remember anything he said. Due to the alliance, he needed to inform them to avoid potential accusations of hidden political maneuvers. Indeed, he smiled proudly, feeling a peculiar joy. It was a simple concept. Yet he didn't need to explain. He knew her mind was already contemplating the reasons and needs. He had to release her hand when a blur of orange light appeared between them as Naruto dashed into the building, glaring. The other boy was far too energetic in the morning, making too much noise in class. He was amusing, and his antics were entertaining, but that energy, was that Naruto? Or was it the orange blur flying past? Yuko sighed and shook her head. Shikamaru chuckled softly and followed her into the classroom. He slumped into his seat, glancing up at the chessboard. Study period. Honestly, the joy he felt upon hearing those words was ridiculous. He crossed his arms on the desk, resting his head upon them, and blissfully dozed off. Bang! He opened his eyes, ready to verbally lash out at those who were knocking on the desk, only to find Ino standing there. Her hands rested on Yuko's notebook, the pale flames flickering in her eyes as she stared at the other girl. He sat up, alert, honestly unsure of how to intervene. Regardless of the alliance, Yuko was now under the protection of his clan, and Ino should know better than to act aggressively. He watched as Yuko set down her pen, closed her notebook, and looked up at Ino with calm golden eyes and a cautiously neutral expression. Good morning, Ino. Her voice was soft and polite, revealing no signs of concern whatsoever. He felt a swell of pride at her composure. He had faced Ino's wrath before, even feeling anger in the face of Remington. We need to talk, she hissed, pulling her from her seat. Shikamaru nearly sprang up, a wave of anger clouding his thoughts. Yuko calmly shook off Ino's hand, adjusting her shirt. Let us step outside, if you don't mind. Ino sniffed and turned, striding toward the door and into the corridor. Yuko sighed, flipping her notebook to the back and retrieving a small piece of tape. He quietly watched as she rolled up her left sleeve and affixed the paper to her arm. When she pulled it off, the paper was blank, leaving a dark mark on her skin. She pulled her sleeve down and tossed the paper onto the desk. Do you want me to come with you? He cautiously observed her expression, asking softly. No, I can handle it. You don't need to worry. She smiled at him, lazily waving her hand in the air before walking out. He huffed, returning to his seat, arms crossed over his chest as he surveyed the room. The classmates remained quiet, but began to engage in slow conversation. The room was tranquil, and his gaze fell upon Naruto. He frowned, tilting his head. Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan. Shikamaru now knew that Yuko was also part of the Uzumaki clan, despite her explaining that she came from a branch family. During dinner, he had asked her why she didn't speak to Naruto, as they were family, cousins, and the other boy was also an orphan. When she explained that the Hokage had ordered her not to speak or interact, the frown on her face and the tone in her voice spoke volumes. She wanted to talk to Naruto. She wished to tell him about their family, to help him understand everything he wanted to know about his lineage. Yet she was subjected to a senseless and cruel command. You are nothing, absolutely nothing. Yuko exited the classroom, gently closing the door, only to find Ino leaning against the opposite wall. She silently observed the other girl, noting her tense posture, crossed arms, and the palpable fury in her remarkably light blue eyes. She did not know Ino, yet she recognized her, having never thought to attempt to understand her beyond her name. All her classmates were the same. Thus far, she had hardly interacted with other children throughout her life. As long as she had Choji and Shikamaru by her side, she felt content and happy. She didn't even need more friends or to socialize with her classmates. As Shikamaru often muttered, it was too troublesome. My father, Ino began, her voice tense and angry, her eyes fixated on the Nara pendant. It was an interesting conversation this morning. Yuko muttered a soft I assume this conversation is about me? Yes. The other girl scoffed derisively, tossing her short ponytail and stepping away from the wall. Who exactly are you? You speak eloquently, acting all clever. I must admit, you've done well to catch the attention of a clan heir. Anger flared within Yuko, and she struggled to push it away. I'm not sure I quite understood what you meant. Oh please. People like you always want to snag a clan boy. I don't know what you did to Shikamaru for his father to even agree to this contract, but it's over now. I did nothing to Shikamaru. Yuko said through clenched teeth, her fingers curled into fists as she struggled to contain her fury within. How dare you accuse me thus? Accusation? I have heard the terms of the contract. Nara will protect you, provide for you, yet you need not expend any effort or offer anything in return. These stipulations do not concern me. Your clan may be allied, but apart from your obvious eavesdropping, you possess no information of your own. As Ino stepped closer, Yuko narrowed her eyes. When one lacks knowledge, one has no right to pass judgment. Oh, you are mistaken. I have conducted an investigation into you, an unnamed little orphan, a burden imposed upon the Hokage's son. Anger was dangerously nearing rage. Yamanaka halted then, her voice sharp. Oh, unless I remove you from Shikamaru's side, compelling you to cease your attempts at manipulation, I will not relent. You are nothing, insignificant. Following her scream, a fist was thrust directly toward her face. Yuko swiftly raised her left arm to counter, and as the fist met a barrier just an inch from her skin, a golden seal flared forth. The seal stung her arm, and the barrier was only as long as her forearm. The delight of witnessing her first creation was marred by the twisted fury on Ino's face. But then, the tightly clenched fist began to tremble, slowly retracting backward and downward, her pale blue eyes widening in shock, before she dashed aside and behind Yuko. She turned, lowered her arm, releasing the chakra that powered the seal, only to find Shikamaru standing in the now opened doorway. His stance was tense, hands buried in his pockets, expression grim, eyes fixed intently on Ino. From beneath him, his shadow extended over Ino's own. The sky was dark, and her thoughts involuntarily swirled with curiosity. Ino, his voice low and neutral, stood in stark contrast to the danger etched on his face. What do you think you are doing? Their classmates were crammed into the space between desks and the teacher's podium, all wide-eyed with childish curiosity. Yuko frowned, glancing back at Ino. The girl's eyes remained wide open, brimming with shock, fixated on Shikamaru's hands tucked into his pockets. What makes his hands so interesting? How did you do that? Shikamaru raised an eyebrow in response, unfazed. still exuding an air of danger. I pose a question to you, Ino. Ino looked up at his face, her eyes narrowing, her anger rekindling. Defending you, you fool. Yuko blinked, somewhat taken aback. Of course, she realized Ino might be acting on what she believed to be right, attempting to assist her friend, an ally. Yet the girl possessed no information, arriving at a flimsy rationale and acting upon it. Perhaps her endeavor to glean information about her was well-intentioned. But the execution was utterly flawed. At merely 9 years old, it was exceedingly naive, lacking the talent and skill befitting her lineage. Protect me, Shikamaru murmured. His voice remained low, his expression still dangerous. Do I appear in need of defense, Ino? Yuko stepped beside Shikamaru, turning to shield him from the gazes of their classmates. She reached out, touching his arm, feeling the tension in him ease under her touch. His gaze shifted to meet hers, the intensity gradually softening into a warm brown. Her heart was in the right place, she said softly. Her actions were misguided, yes, but that was born from her concern for you. Shikamaru sighed, giving a slight nod. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the shadow line detach from Ino and slowly dissipate. The other girl staggered back a step, then lifted her chin defiantly. Charging into the room, Shikamaru reached out, grasping her upper arm. He turned his head, studying her for a moment. Another attack on Yuko will not bode well. Ino's eyes widened, fear flashing across her face. Then she furrowed her brow and broke free from his grasp. She stomped into the room, slamming the door and raising her voice to the classmates. Yuko sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. I am sorry. I have caused you trouble. Shikamaru snorted, gripping her left arm, rolling up her sleeve to inspect the seal on her skin. The black patterns would fade to gray and soon vanish. No need to apologize, especially not because of Ino. She ought to know better. That pendant holds much significance. Had she been willing to listen to Ino's words, she would understand what it truly signifies. What does it mean? Well, I will explain after school. Did you create the seal? She smiled at him, her cheeks warming under the pride reflected in his eyes. My first original work. On my skin, it signifies that it turns my chakra into a physical shield. I never had the opportunity to test it. He snorted, releasing her arm, extending his finger to tap her pendant, his mouth curling into a silly grin of pride. By the way, I appreciate your choice of attire. As she watched him turn back into the classroom, she found herself momentarily dazed. Her heart raced, a sudden thought flashing through her mind. This boy, when he grows up, will surely be formidable. A day passed, and all Shikamaru truly desired was a moment of repose. During study hours, he had been deprived of any chance for a nap, caught between Ino's antics and Yuko's notes on her new seal. Alongside Choji's concerns regarding his intervention with Ino, for this is what his friends believed had transpired. And even his attempts to rationalize the situation following the scream did not alleviate the furrow of worry etched upon his brow. He understood that none had attacked one another, let alone employed ninjutsu. He endeavored to articulate his inability to restrain himself, striving to convey his anger in a manner Choji might grasp. Yet such profound emotions were a hallmark of the Nara clan. He realized it had surpassed the bounds of potential resolution. Yet he knew not what else lay beyond that. His father was aware, but when he inquired, all he received was the directive to read their clan-esque scrolls and discern it for himself. Thus, in his leisure time, when sufficiently motivated, he would delve into the dark library beneath the house, poring over the yellowed scrolls. It was a laborious endeavor, and he had yet to reach the part on how the Nara clan joined Konoha. At present, he was engrossed in the clan's wartime histories, meticulously studying battle records and detailed notes on new or unique clan abilities. Surprisingly, even back then, when his family was merciless, they still required hand signs to perform ninjutsu. He did not require assistance. He hadn't tea for the past 3 years. For him, it was instinctual, chakra flowing forth from his shadow. Farewell. As Choji made his way home, Shikamaru furrowed his brow. He was at a loss as to how to explain all this to his friend, more than he had conveyed throughout the day. Witnessing the disappointment in Choji's eyes was truly disheartening. He had not harmed Ino. Rather, he had intervened to prevent her from committing an act that could spell disaster for their alliance. The Nara clan may have stood alongside the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans for generations, trusting them with their secrets to a degree. But Ino's attack on Yuko might jeopardize that trust. He needed to elucidate this to Yuko, so she would comprehend what bearing the Nara insignia meant for his family. He hoped she would understand, for the sorrowful expression and pained gaze that haunted him throughout the day were tormenting. He sighed, turning to Yuko. She refused to meet his gaze, staring down at the ground, nearly curling into herself. Do we need to inform Asuma of your whereabouts? No, he has missions these days. Quiet, little one. Her voice was soft and barely audible. It had been a year since he had last heard her speak thus, and even the faint memories were far from reliable. He chose not to pursue the reasons, but focused on the effort to draw her out from her thoughts. He needed to extricate her from her predicament. He longed for the return of his joyful friend, yearning for her gentle smile, her cheeky laughter, and her bright golden eyes. He did not wish for her to become a mere shadow of himself, nor did he want circumstances to deteriorate to the point where retrieving her would become exceedingly difficult. You could join us for dinner. I can share everything you need to know, he offered. Her brow furrowed, head slightly raised. I cannot venture out after dark without Asuma and I. She replied. He shrugged. We can arrange for someone to escort you home. Come on. He refrained from grasping her hand, yearning to do so. Yet he recognized that she would merely pull away. As they met up with his guards and began walking toward the estate, his thoughts swirled. What had prompted her to act in such a manner? Nothing his family or he had done the previous night should have instigated such a shift. Surely, some aspect of her conversation with Ino had ignited this response, and Shikamaru's demeanor had likely reinforced it. Was she anxious about causing trouble for his family? Although the alliance with Choji had initially shown promise, the heirs of his clan's alliance had all reacted negatively. Oh, she was quite concerned. She required their protection. Yet that protection immediately posed its own set of complications. Yui might not engage in clan politics, but she had taken the time to learn about the outside world. Very well, he would endeavor to reassure her that it was not as grave as she imagined. In the courtyard, he silently led her to a large tree near his home, a place where he could easily spot her if his mother sought him out. He hoped she wouldn't. He was uncertain why she was so distant with Yui, but perhaps she merely needed time to understand the girl better. He settled onto the grass beneath the shade. Observing as Yui hesitated to sit beside him, the distance between them greater than usual, her hands clasped together, head bowed, eyes closed. I know my father did not have much opportunity last night to explain everything to you. What he could convey was that the clan would protect you. But I fear you may not grasp the significance of that. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. That is the crux of the contract signing stage. The larger, more powerful clans commit to safeguarding their fellow contractors. It is not merely political defense, it is physical protection. To attack you is to attack the clan. Yui opened her eyes and glanced at him, her once bright golden gaze now dimmed and sorrowful. You mean, when Ino struck at me, it was essentially an attack on Nara? Indeed, he affirmed. She furrowed her brow and shook her head. Such risks could pose serious problems for an alliance like yours. It is not worth endangering myself for that. Shikamaru frowned at her. If the potential risks were not worth the reward, my father would never have consented. Regardless of what transpires as we grow older, he has linked you to our clan. Even when we are considered adults, we would not choose to refrain from entering the next phase of the contract. The Nara clan will always regard you as one of us. Considering your lineage and abilities, you pose no detriment to the Nara. Yui emitted a soft sound of irritation, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. I will not bring trouble to your family, Shikamaru. Ino believes I am using you, and that is the truth. I am under protection, and I will not pay anything for it. In the eyes of the villagers, I am a nobody, simply an orphan. How did I end up being marked and bound to a clan heir? Shikamaru maintained his composure, suppressing his anger towards Ino. First, my family will do everything in its power to protect you. It is no burden. No one will mind. Second, Ino can think whatever she desires. But the Ino lineage will not permit her to act as she wishes. He will inform her that she must act as a female heir, not a child. You are not exploiting me, not in the way Ino might believe. You are my friend, and I care for you deeply. I wish for your safety. I do not want to ponder how you might be manipulated simply because of who you are. This leads us to the most crucial point. What? Yui murmured. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Is that significant? Only a handful of people know this. What does it matter? It is significant because that is who you are. Certainly. My family need not be aware, yet they cannot deny your exceptional performance in the clan. You are remarkably gifted. Talent holds weight. You are intelligent. You keep pace with me, which means you comprehend the rest. The village does not seek to understand us. They label us lazy, neglecting us until they require our intellect. Just as our classmates claim you are antisocial, yet they will rely on you when the lessons become increasingly challenging. This is natural. The Nara value intellect, not merely power and ability. Yui remained silent, averting her gaze, taking a deep breath. He knew she practiced and exercised when her thoughts spiraled. said to help stabilize her mind. She raised her hand, fingers brushing against the Nara pendant. What significance does it hold when others see it? Beyond the obvious protection, given that you consider me one of your own, children born into clans would recognize that, due to a lack of better circumstances, you have been claimed by a member of the Nara clan. If they are astute enough, the color would reveal to them who you are. Black is generally used for all clan members, while silver is reserved for heirs or leaders. What about the commoners? Therein lies the tricky aspect. Perhaps they know, perhaps they do not. They may be foolish enough to entertain Ino's thoughts, but that is because most of them fare worse than ninjas born of common lineage. They seek to integrate into the clan and gain prestige in that manner, as clans often regard them as inferior unless they leave a mark in battle. Yui tilted her head, and he could see her eyes no longer bore the weight of sadness and lethargy. They were drawn to the evident information that was blatantly unspoken among clan children. She was contemplating, which eased him somewhat, for she had not thrown the pendant at him nor fled. She had not outright rejected the contract due to some foolish notion of bringing trouble to his family. She listened as she pondered. So, Yui began, her voice soft yet steady. The pendant indicates that I have been claimed by you, the Nara heir. Indeed. No one would be foolish enough to think otherwise. Well, some people are simply foolish, she chuckled, playfully poking his side. Stop it. I want to ensure I comprehend what this means. I do not need distractions to divert my thoughts elsewhere. He mimicked her pursed lips, winking at her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes narrowing in a warning. Shikamaru merely smiled, leaning back against the tree trunk. So the pendant indicates you belong to the clan because it is silver. Clan children might be the ones most likely to understand this. Your clan is willing to accept me, providing protection, and does not wish for me to be valued solely based on bloodline. Today's issue with Ino will not trouble your clan, as she will speak with her. Are you certain this will not cause you any trouble? I heard about Choji. He was displeased with your use of ninjutsu. By the way, you must show me. Shikamaru nodded. Shadow possession. It is the first clan technique we learn. And no, the issue with Ino will not trouble me, for I acted against her. It is not as simple as her attack on you being an attack on us. The simplest way to put it is that anyone who assails you allows me to retaliate against them freely. Defense. The contract, correct? It grants you legal rights to defense. Indeed. Regardless, I would proceed thus, but without the contractual protection against attacks on you, complications would arise. Yuko sighed, rubbing her forehead. There is much you have yet to articulate. Yes, she shrugged, revealing the gentle smile he cherished. Very well. This may irk me. Yet I trust you will disclose anything I ought to know in due course. Shikamaru suddenly chuckled. Would you care to meet the Shadow Horse? Upon Yuko nodding, her eyes sparkling with familiar curiosity, he commanded his shadow to surge forth and entwine with her own. Her eyes widened. He could sense her trembling, struggling momentarily before succumbing to relaxation. He raised his hand, and she mirrored the gesture, relinquishing control of her body entirely to him. It was an exhilarating sensation. The shadow mimics. Nara possesses the ability to manipulate shadows using our chakra, and when we connect our chakra with another, we gain the capacity to govern their movements. This principle underlies all our techniques. Her voice gradually faded as her golden eyes met his. It feels peculiar. I can sense my chakra extending outward, something I have never experienced before. It resembles a strange fever dream, watching my limbs move of their own accord. Shikamaru tilted his head, and Yuko followed suit. He concentrated on his shadow, attuning it to his chakra until it reached the point where their shadows were connected. His chakra was gentle, yet before her shadow, he discerned a sharper, more potent chakra. Her chakra. Yet, according to Yuko, her chakra could not be dispelled. Why is that? Your chakra, he mused. Can I sense it extending outward? Yet you claim it cannot be dispelled. Why is this so? My family scrolls lack intricate details, thus I must piece them together. Sealing merely involves inscribing the correct symbols and formulas into arrays to achieve the desired effect. Somehow, my chakra lines have adapted to follow intentions and formulas. This is why we can create seals on our skin with our chakra. This inclination stems from our chakra's desire to move within us to align with intention or enhancement. Gestures alone do not enact any change, and my attempts to extend my chakra beyond my body in meditation have failed. I cannot articulate it further. But the usage is instinctual, if that makes sense. He nodded, somewhat amused, just as she was. Instinct makes sense. When our shadows awaken, it is the same for us. And then we train to use them purposefully, akin to how you learn and study seals. Her expression turned contemplative. Your technique is specifically imparted to your clan. Your connection and ability with shadows. It all pertains to lineage, does it not? Yet this is not traditionally the realm of barriers. Qualities and abilities are passed down through generations. Mine and yours are, in a sense, similar. He smiled, releasing the hold of the shadow. Yuko tumbled to the ground, nearly rolling to the side, and shot up, glaring at him without flinching. His smile broadened, laughter erupting as he tilted his head back to gaze at the sky. Chapter 8. Uchiha Sasuke. She stifled a yawn, blinking sleepily at the teacher at the front of the classroom as he outlined the subjects for the year. In her third year at the academy, it seemed they were shifting more towards physical skills. Weapon practice, taijutsu, stealth, information gathering, ninjutsu, jinjutsu. The latter, she might barely pass. But she knew her ninjutsu would likely fail again, just as in the previous year. She opened her palm, concentrating chakra, watching as the golden mark gradually took shape. Last year, she had devoted her time obsessively to learning 3 ninjutsu. Asuma had summoned one of his jonin friends, Hatake Kakashi, to demonstrate the correct hand seals and their applications. If she understood their meanings, it would be easier to convey their intent to her chakra. Of the 3, she had only succeeded in using one, Doton, Doryu-jo, Earth Style, Earth Flow Spear. She would inscribe the Doton seal on her palm and then slam it to the ground, as she intended to use the Earth Flow Spear. Her chakra activated the seal of the appropriate ninjutsu. The fighting styles of her ancestors were captivating. Understanding ninjutsu, sealing, and execution. Simple yet potentially very effective in battle. She need not fumble with hand seals while moving and under attack. Just bang. Technique. An irritated complaint arose beside her, and she glanced down with interest at Shikamaru, who lay sprawled on his desk, his brown eyes heavy with sleep. Last year, he had gone to the Nara estate once a month. Sometimes she would end up dining with his parents, noticing the striking similarities between father and son, and occasionally between mother and son. Although she would never tell him he resembled his mother. If Shikamaru dragged himself to study topics related to the clan, Yuko would remain to keep his mother company. It took time, but gradually, his mother became less angry and distant. Now, she could converse with Yoshino about almost anything. It was delightful to have a woman to talk to. Asuma was somewhat hopeless regarding anything feminine, while Kurenai found it challenging to resonate with her due to their differing thought processes. Choji chuckled, and Ino was angrily lamenting the work of the years. Her smile faded gradually. Another boy had not spoken to her or Shikamaru for nearly a month after the Ino incident. That month of silence had hurt Shikamaru. He would never admit it, but she saw the sorrow weighing on his shoulders and the pain etched on his face. When Choji approached with food for his friend, Yuko was already on the verge of leaving the Nara air. No apologies, no explanations. The once cozy friendship between the boys had soured. Still friends, but with much less warmth. There would always be 2 mandatory classes after school, the teacher announced. For the boys, it would be strength and endurance training. For the girls, you will commence the female ninja course. These subjects begin today, so ensure you do not leave until completed. Shikamaru groaned, resting his head against the desk. Just kill me now. But watching you be tortured is too amusing, she replied, grinning at his glare. I hate you. You love me. Shut up. Later that day, after lessons concluded, Yuko followed the other girls to a classroom on the other side of the building. Ino, as usual, led the group, chattering incessantly about fashion, personal care, and diets, while her usual companion with pale pink hair lingered nearby. She was not particularly friendly towards the other girls, far less familiar than her interactions with some of the boys. The girls actively mocked and discussed her, which led Ino to continue accusing Yuko of using Shikamaru. Her fingers clutched the Nara pendant around her neck, exhaling a familiar wave of anger. Ino despised her. This fact seemed to have diminished little over the past year, constantly attempting to provoke her into fierce retaliation. Several times, another girl did so within earshot of Shikamaru, and he had scolded her severely with harsh words. When alone, Ino did nothing but physically confront her. Regardless, those words were more hurtful. The classroom they entered was smaller than a typical one, and the teacher awaiting them was not the instructor she had anticipated for the female ninja class, considering they were not female ninjas. Good afternoon, ladies, my name is Enji. As the Chunin settled into their individual desks, they greeted the students with warm smiles. Welcome to the Academy's female ninja course. Before we commence today's lesson, can anyone identify a task designated solely for female ninjas? The room buzzed with whispers among the girls. Yuko furrowed her brow, arms crossed over her chest. Asuma had spoken of this matter to her last year with an unmistakable disdain. The only tasks assigned were those of seduction. Occasionally, these were suitably solemn missions involving subterfuge and intelligence gathering, easily accomplished with the charm of a pretty face. However, the majority of the tasks were of a more dubious nature, specifically the infamous honey trap missions. Asuma had explained that even underage chunin could be dispatched for such tasks, as they would have reached the legal age by graduation. Hence, why not send a child to ensnare a man, allowing her to pilfer items or secrets, or even to assassinate someone? Oh, the seduction task, teacher. A civilian girl exclaimed loudly, covering her cheeks with her hands, clearly repulsed by the notion. Several other girls giggled in response. Ino pursed her lips, frowning. At least the blonde girl seemed aware of the peril. Indeed, yes. Seduction tasks are typically assigned only to female ninjas. Much of what you girls learn here is to prepare you for such assignments. We will also discuss health risks and the additional safety of KHP injections, which will begin with quinine. KHP injections? Yuko trembled, glancing at the table, her fingers brushing against her pendant. The thought made her nauseous, a wave of revulsion breaking over her. She could not fathom accepting such a mission, let alone relishing the idea. Teacher, can heirs and contractors be exempt from seduction tasks? Ino's voice was calm, and Yuko glanced over to see another girl with light blue eyes scrutinizing her intently. Ah, Yamanaka Shinya, correct? Yes, clan heirs are not bound by these restrictions. Can you clarify who you refer to as contractors? Ino pointed at Yuko, who lowered her hand from the pendant, a slight frown creasing her brow. You. She has a contract. The teacher's gaze fixed on Yuko, observing the Nara symbol upon her neck. Ah, I see. I presume your contract is with a clan member? Clearly not of clan descent, possibly a civilian or second-generation ninja. Yuko leaned back in her seat, her expression flat as she regarded the man. Heir, teacher. The man raised an eyebrow, nodding. Then yes, since your contract is with a clan heir, you will be exempt from most seduction tasks during its validity. However, girls, please remember that if you meet the task requirements, such as a target desiring golden eyes, the contract does not guarantee exemption. As Shikamaru sat beneath a tree in the academy courtyard, he felt as if he were a bruised jelly, every muscle aflame, teetering on the brink of collapse. His escort, Haru, had come to accompany him home, silently offering a bottle of fragrant yet bitter tea, evidently beneficial for his sore muscles. He was too exhausted to care, desiring only to sleep and forget the hour he had just spent running and lifting weights. Why must he lift weights? He was a Nara, not a powerhouse or frontline fighter. They were strategists, support types designed for analysis and capture. Stop it, Ino. You don't like me, I get it. Just stop. Haru stepped forward, and Shikamaru abruptly lifted his head. Now the girls had gathered, a small group encircling Yuko, who stood with her arms crossed. An expression of acute distress etched on her face. Relax, Haru, Shikamaru murmured. The man nodded nervously, his hands hanging at his sides. Ino raised her hands, her voice ringing out. This isn't about me liking you. It's about clan matters. One day, you'll be sent on those missions. You're too foolish, too attractive to avoid them, and when you mess up, you'll bring shame to the Nara clan and Shikamaru. Oh no, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Let us go, he commanded, feeling too weak and unsteady to move quickly. Haru slipped away, avoiding the crowd, only to reappear at the back. A few girls squealed, but Ino stood frozen. I'm sorry, Yuko-heim, let us go. Shikamaru shot a sharp glance at Haru as she pulled Yuko away, then quickly returned. Remarkably, the girl merely blinked at the sudden movement, her eyes filled with fury, her lips pressed tightly together. She sat beside Shikamaru, leaning against his shoulder. What was that all about? The essence of female ninjas is repugnant, she scoffed, her fists clenched. Haru crouched down, gently tapping her foot to capture her attention. Listen, I understand what you're saying. You needn't worry. They won't assign such tasks to those bound to heirs. This contract makes it unlikely, as it's tied to an heir. Please, don't call me that again. Shikamaru relaxed into a familiar tone, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction regarding the title she was granted by her clan. No matter what happened, she remained unscathed. What tasks are you referring to? Yuko sighed, turning to him, her arms instinctively rising to wrap around his back, nearly embracing him. Seduction tasks, she murmured, burying her head into his neck. He felt something dark slither through his stomach, suddenly assaulted by a wave of possessiveness. Oh, this was certainly more than mere fixation. It was time to trouble his father about this matter again. He pushed it aside, embracing her back firmly, whispering, "Haru is right. They want to assign you those tasks. But there is no need to worry for now. We're not yet genin." Upon returning home, he wandered through the house, surprised to discover his father in his office, sorting family documents. He hadn't expected to see him until dinner, but he refused to squander the opportunity. He had questions, pressing inquiries that his father would answer. He entered the office, closing the door behind him, and his father's gaze quietly observed him as he settled into an armchair. "I don't believe I'm infatuated with her." His father set the documents aside, nodding. "Why is that?" "It's too much. I don't wish to unravel her or uncover every detail. I want to protect her. I care for her, and sometimes that warms me, while other times, like today." His voice trailed off, suddenly at a loss for how to articulate this feeling. "You feel possessive of her." His father leaned back, a calm gaze scrutinizing his face. "You wish to see her shine. I want to stand behind her, casting my shadow over anyone who dares approach her." Shikamaru's father suddenly smiled, his face lighting up with delight. "I have waited many years to hear those words from my son." Shikamaru frowned, perplexed. "What?" "The Nara often left many in confusion. I believe you've noticed that we are generally regarded as lazy, clever, yet indolent. There is little to motivate us. We focus on people or things until we resolve them. And then we move on. It doesn't last many years. Have you noticed the word light in the clan records? The Nara are perplexing? More so than my father, I find." "Light?" Shikamaru frowned, sifting through the information in his mind. The records were straightforward, chronicling battles and abilities. Occasionally, notes of discovering light or casting shadows interrupted the flow. But then the records ceased. What does discovering holy light mean? Sometimes, a Nara finds someone who praises us, showcasing our finest strengths, or plunges us into the madness of shadows. They can become our dearest friends, our closest family, or our most cherished love. They are our light and our shadows, the most significant individuals in our lives. This may sound like a foolish romantic metaphor. Soulmates. Shikamaru made a face and shook his head. Such notions are not real. They are mere fantasies of youth. The thought of a perfect partner, where does it originate? Nara has their light, Inuzuka has their companions, and countless other clans across the land share similar tales. Can you tell me, does Yuko not suit you? Does she not inspire you to think more deeply, work harder, and pay closer attention? Do you not feel compelled to draw near to her? Shikamaru shifted uncomfortably at the thought of confessing anything to his father. Now 10 years old, the ideas were not unfamiliar, yet admitting them to himself felt strange. He took some time to reconsider and ultimately resolved, perhaps. His father nodded in understanding and accepted this revelation without prying. "As your beacon, you have not changed much, especially at your age. It is only upon entering adolescence that we shall discover what kind of light she will be for you. What we know is how profoundly encountering her has affected you. Your shadow." "Affected my shadow?" "Yes. Meeting your light is akin to flipping a switch. Most cases recorded in our tribe reveal that their abilities display no significant differences. The majority succumbed to madness and were ultimately suppressed. The remaining few discovered their powers to be stronger, faster, and more lethal. You are the youngest in the history of this clan. You met your light at the age of 5, and your shadow embraced you. That feeling of uncontrollably attacking others, a memory that made Shikamaru tremble. He had struggled to keep it in check until he learned to grip it firmly. "This is why you confine us. You do not know if I might go mad." "Yes. To protect the village, we isolate ourselves as much as possible. To safeguard you, we do not permit non-Nara individuals within the premises. It is safer, yet profoundly cruel. I apologize for that." "What?" "Shikamaru, you have found your light. Deep down, you desire Yuko to be here. Your subconscious knows she needs to be close. This could potentially soothe your shadow, yet it could easily lead to her demise. I cannot take that risk. The seal she placed saved your soul and calmed your shadow. We owe her our gratitude. The entire family is aware of and cherishes that girl." "Hey," Shikamaru whispered. Now this title holds more significance. She saved his life. A wave of profound gratitude washed over him, nearly taking his breath away. "So I am not mad. My shadow is undeniably stronger than anyone I have trained with. Shikamaru, you are the only one in Nara, living or deceased, who can wield the shadow horse without hand signs." Yuko furrowed her brow, arms wrapped around her abdomen. Last night, when she mentioned the female ninja class, Asuma spoke to her again about the temptation mission. Ino continued to point out how she would be deployed to confront them. Too foolish, too beautiful. Gazing into the mirror, she could objectively see it. Her bright golden eyes, unique, her hair a deep crimson, her skin pale. She despised it, loathed being compelled to attract some repugnant men due to her appearance. It wasn't until Asuma firmly reassured her that she needn't worry that the thoughts ceased. The instructor was mistaken. Her contract with Nara connected her to Shikamaru, shielding her from such an opportunity. But the current contract only lasts until they are deemed adults in the eyes of the village. Resolving to do the right thing and dissolve the contract, Yuko turned to see Ino. The blonde girl stood alone, which could be a bad or good thing, depending on the mood of the female heir. Hello, Ino. TCH. Answer Yu's question. Did you do it? I did nothing to the contract. Ino, Yuko sighed, raising her hand to rub her forehead. I don't need to. Ino's almost neutral expression suddenly erupted into a mix of anger and disgust. Are you serious? You will continue to uphold that contract, allowing Shikamaru to endure this, while you go off to execute a seductive target. Are you a fool? That implies engaging in sexual relations. The only one who would ever do such a thing to Yuko is me, Ino. Her low, languid drawl caused both to turn their heads toward Shikamaru, who was joined by Choji and Karui. When Shikamaru caught sight of Yuko's eyes, he grinned proudly, winking at her, then added, "One day." Yuko felt her cheeks flush suddenly. Perhaps she should not have allowed Asuma to lecture her last night. What the hell, she murmured. Shikamaru's smile grew somewhat smug before he wiped the expression from his face, redirecting his focus to Ino. What's wrong, Ino? I'm starting to feel overwhelmed. Then get rid of her. Ino hissed at him. That will resolve all current and future issues. No, that will not happen. Why not? What does she have to offer? Shikamaru placed his hands in his pockets, tilting his head, calmly gazing at Ino. She is special to me. Don't mind the family. Yuko is special to me. Now, can we bypass the dramatic theatrics and get straight to what the issue is? Yuko looked at Ino, who had slumped down. Listen, I just heard some things, all right? Sakura's dad told her how he was injured, and a few other girls heard the story too. What does that have to do with me? Yuko's mind raced. Yet nothing came to her. Why would a story, particularly one concerning a man's injury, relate to, oh no? Is it your eyes and the strange things you did to the seal? Sakura's father nearly died because of someone like you. And I don't want Shikamaru getting entangled in this. Yuko stumbled back, eyes wide, her mind flooded with the explanation. People from Konoha had, at some point, encountered a maelstrom similar to her own. It sounded as though these stories were not good tales. This was the reason Ino was so hostile, because of her true identity. The same fears and anger described by her parents led to the maelstrom's destruction. Yuko. No. Yuko. No, 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 no. A comforting hand gripped her upper arm with surprising strength, causing her to shiver slightly. She stared ahead, seeing nothing, as screaming memories spread at the edges of her thoughts. She could not breathe, could not push them back. She couldn't. Oh, a panic attack. Hands on her cheeks, faint calluses, a calm voice, warm sunlight. Fluffy clouds. Slowly, her mind cleared, taking in her surroundings. She lay on the ground, her back and head supported. Karui. Shikamaru was at her right. Hands cradling her face, a gentle smile, reassuring eyes. Choji stood at her feet, squinting nervously, still holding breakfast bread. Ino was on her left, hands clasped. Eyes filled with fear, head bowed. You had a panic attack, Haim. Karui said softly, gazing down at her with dark eyes. The eyes were wrong. Wrong brown. One hand that rested on her cheek fell away while the other tilted her head to the side. Oh, right eye? Right brown. Shikamaru's thumb brushed beneath her eye. Are you with me, Yuko? She blinked, her mind calming slightly. Yes. I'm sorry. I should be the only one apologizing to you, he sobbed. I don't know what to do. Dad keeps telling me not to worry, but Shikamaru feels like my brother. I do not wish for him to be harmed. Yuzi furrowed her brow and reached out to poke the top of Ino's lowered head. Fool, she muttered. I would never hurt him. Next time, I don't know. Maybe speak to me. Ino stiffly nodded. Right. It's just that what I've heard. She sighed and glanced at Haruno, who understood and gently urged her to sit up. The elder Nara stood a few meters away, far enough to create an illusion of privacy. Haruno, Shikamaru said softly, reaching down to lift Choji. Let us start with Ino-chan. Ino fidgeted angrily. Fine. But, please, don't tease her or try to scare her. That is not really my style. Yes. Well, Sakura's father was once a ninja, but he had to retire before the Third Great Ninja War. Apparently, just before the war, they found an injured foreign ninja while on patrol. Well, he actually referred to a female ninja, but that doesn't make sense. What is a ninja sister? from sister villages like Konoha and Uzumaki. Oh, but isn't Uzumaki already gone? Shikamaru's voice dipped low, tinged with warning. He leaned his shoulder against hers, prompting a slight smile from her. All right. Sorry. Anyway, they found this ninja injured and bandaged him up, right? But later he woke up, went mad, and attacked the entire patrol. Sakura's dad did say he tried to heal them and sealed them for their protection. They pursued him, but the guy went berserk and nearly killed the whole team. Yuko closed her eyes, waves of pain flashing through her mind. He likely came from the Uzumaki, which was attacked and destroyed before the Third War began. Naruto-kun's clan, the Uzumaki clan, was nearly wiped out. The person they saved might not have realized they were Konoha ninjas and acted on instinct. I understand, but there are many tales from the parents of civilian children. They all have red hair, sometimes eyes like yours. They all use seals like your technique. All stories of them attacking people. She opened her eyes, furrowing her brow, her thoughts racing as she glanced at Ino, noticing the girl had relaxed a bit. Choji silently passed over the breakfast bag he had been holding. Thank you, Choji. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. External injuries are nothing, she replied with a smile at Choji, who beamed back at her. Shikamaru's keen eyes easily detected her lie. He said nothing, and she felt comforted by his awareness. Ino-chan, do the other stories come after Sakura-chan's tale? So what? Shikamaru sighed, exasperated. It's very likely they're just made-up stories. Oh, shut up, Shika, Ino retorted sharply. What do you know? Antisocial vagabond. Yuzi could not help but giggle, covering her mouth and shifting her gaze from Shikamaru, who squinted at her. He lunged at her, faster than she anticipated, and she screamed, kicking him away, darting past, and stopping beside her Renault. The elder Nara looked down at the ground, chuckling as he walked. She glanced down, her eyes widening at the serpentine dark shadow. She flashed again, her knee colliding with the bench, and as she saw another shadow rushing toward her, she truly wished to curse. Another flash, and she transitioned from dirt to smooth grass, sliding even further. She turned around, and as she struggled to move, her muscles twitched for a few seconds before succumbing to the control of the shadow, seizing the opportunity to catch her breath and grin. Shunshin. Ino stood up and ran toward her. Yuzi's body moved on its own, stepping forward, sidestepping to avoid colliding with the golden-haired girl. Shikamaru grinned foolishly, reveling in his triumph, and he continued to approach, commanding her to mimic his movements. You're getting better at this. As they stopped in front of each other, Yuzi squinted at him. Her hands twitched, yearning to tug at his ponytail, if only to wipe that smug grin off his face. But she still moved too slowly to evade that damned shadow. He shrugged, and her shoulders mirrored his movement. This involuntary action felt strange, reminiscent of a puppet, as her chakra always stretched from the shadow to him. It never strayed far, but the sensation of it being outside her body made her uncomfortable, as if it were wrong. Kids, why haven't you come to class? She frowned at the loud shout, and as Shikamaru withdrew his hand, her body sagged from the cut, his shadow gradually returning to normal. She turned to see one of the Chunin teachers glaring at them, hands on hips, her face red enough to accentuate the scar on her nose. With a sigh, she turned and walked inside with the others. Ino appeared beside her, her light blue eyes wide in astonishment. How did you learn Shunshin? Kakashi never wanted to teach kids. The responsibility of 3 fledgling ninjas' lives filled him with dread and trepidation, for he knew he would only lead them to an early demise. When the Hokage pulled him from the Umbu, even when he was added to the list of Jonin instructors, he had no choice. His only option was how to test them and whether they would be accepted. 2 years, 2 teams, 2 failed tests. None of the children disobeyed his orders, blindly following his commands, nor did any team discern the purpose of his tests. This was fortunate, as he was not born for teaching. He did not know how to educate, how to shape them into a team or individuals capable of survival. Both teams would perish, and he did not wish to bear that responsibility, so he knocked them down and sent them back to the academy. Thus, when Asuma ambushed him and dragged him to that man's house, completely disregarding his desires and offering no explanation, he did not expect to be thrust into a library, where a small child sat on the floor, surrounded by scrolls. He immediately turned to leave, but a hand seized his upper arm, halting him, an irritated gaze urging him to await the answer to why he was there. Asuma referred to the child, a girl, as his sister, a misnomer, for he had no sister. Then he turned to Kakashi and requested help for her to learn ninjutsu. Why couldn't he, her own teacher, do that? His curiosity prompted him to glance back at the child, who regarded him with a misty gaze, while he also scrutinized the young academy student. He assessed her, noting her petite stature, sensing the peculiar density of her chakra, almost rejecting it. She tilted her head, observing his back, sunlight streaming through the window illuminating her face, compelling him to stare. Bright and pure golden eyes, dark red hair, glimmering blood red in the light. Pale skin marred only by a charming splash of black ink on one cheek. Attire befitting an aspiring female ninja, long trousers hugging her ankles and a long-sleeved shirt. Knowledge, long cast aside, surged forth unbidden. He knew he could not so easily refuse. She was a child born from a legacy long ravaged and tainted by blood and death. An Uzumaki child, a swirl of fate. He recalled long ago, when he was young and shocked by Rin's death, how Kushina spoke of her village of birth. Compared to the wars and death he had witnessed, her depiction of the Uzumaki appeared beautiful. She spoke of her clan as if they still lived, more numerous than the scattered survivors. She recounted the situation of her main branch, her lineage, and all the branch families. She assigned names to each individual, revealing their unique skills and abilities, and explaining how each group evolved over time, along with the distinct physical traits that each person possessed beyond their standard red hair. The green expert, known as Green, bore heterochromatic eyes and consistently appeared in hues of green, endowed with the natural ability to heal. His symbol was a swirling green vortex. The invisibility expert, Black Jing, possessed black eyes and skin, blessed with an affinity for lightning and the capacity to compress chakra to render himself invisible. His symbol was a black and white swirl. The summoning expert, with orange eyes, had the power to summon any creature of their choosing, represented by a yellow vortex. The combat seal expert, Purple, showcased golden eyes and possessed a unique ability to seal at will upon skin formed from chakra. Her symbol was a purple swirl. Before him sat a child encircled by scrolls, hailing from a clan that was feared by other great nations. As Asuma explained the child's identity, he revealed that she was a living relic, appearing quite irate. Her name was Yuko, known in the village as Uzumaki Yuko. An orphan since the age of 5. She was under Asuma's guardianship. By the age of 9, she had mastered seals, having created one that had evidently undergone testing. Although she had yet to properly form seals upon her skin, she understood how to execute ninjutsu through them. It was clear that her lineage could not utilize external chakra, which accounted for the density of her chakra. Not a trace leaked from her diminutive form, even when he managed to provoke her anger. He accepted her and felt guilt for not having guided the child more, a sentiment he could not shake, despite the orders of the Hokage. One day, she discovered this and called him an idiot. That was a command he could not defy, much like the cruel prohibition against her. 2 Uzumaki, one recognized, the other unknown, both unable to claim the true family seated in the same classroom. Suddenly, he blinked, emerging from his reverie, watching as Yuko successfully executed a mud spike technique. The rocky protrusions erupting in the private training grounds of the Nara clan. He felt a peculiar sensation when he was brought there. The looks he received were filled with skepticism. Unlike the treatment he received, Nara was welcoming and fond of the 10-year-old child, particularly the little boy sprawled on the grass beneath a large tree. When Kakashi arrived, the two were running around, half-heartedly throwing punches and kicks, laughter filling the air. Her golden eyes sparkled as she smiled at him, and a smile crept across Kakashi's face. Well done, Yuko-chan. This was even better than the last time. She bounced in place, her face radiating joy, her eyes almost shimmering with pride. Can we continue with Windblade? Let me see the seal, she said, stepping closer and raising her right hand. He watched as the seal vanished, golden lines swiftly etched upon the seal of Fudon. Her ability to form elemental seals upon her skin had accelerated notably, especially over the past 6 months. After nearly a year and a half of training, the girl had mastered 2 of the 3 ninjutsu she had studied in depth, the Mud Spike and the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, corresponding to earth and fire. Her progress with wind was slow, her natural affinity for earth presenting some challenges, and she had yet to decide on her choice of water. Honestly, she was his perfect student, a realization he could now acknowledge. She was calm and intelligent, listening carefully to his words before bombarding him with thoughtfully considered questions. She did not pry or demand more than he could give, and in return, he reciprocated that sentiment. Gradually, but increasingly quickly, he began to develop fondness for Yuko. Her reciprocation was to allow him to inch into her life, which was not as painful as he had imagined. The seals she created were purely for self-defense, which was beneficial. She could activate them with the simplest chakra pulse, forming a golden barrier an inch above her skin. Initially, he thought it only protected the limbs where it was placed, but during a taijutsu spar, she formed an X with her arms to block his kick. And the barrier suddenly expanded, enveloping her completely. To ensure her safety, Asuma sought out a willing tattoo artist to use seal ink. Now, Yuko possessed a permanent version of that mark, one upon each arm and one concealed beneath the hair at the nape of her neck. This brought him peace of mind, knowing the seal could shield her from harm. She may currently be in the academy, but he had no doubt she would graduate. Now give it a try. Aim for that tree, he instructed, pointing to a robust trunk approximately 20 meters away. Yuko nodded, took a deep breath, then turned to extend her palm. Futon. The wind blade shot forth from the seal, moving with such speed it was nearly invisible. Just meters from its target, it abruptly vanished, and she fell to the ground. Frowning in contemplation, the Nara boy chuckled from the ground. He waved his hand lazily, laughing again. Yuko flashed in an instant, reappearing beside the boy, her heels sweeping through the air, nearly colliding with the spot where he rolled away. The ground cracked beneath the force of her technique, and Kakashi blinked, evading once again, as the familiar shadow of Nara just barely missed her own shadow. Realizing the boy was leaning on his hand, he tilted his head, despite his shadow pursuing Yuko to dodge. That was unique. He wondered if other Naras could do that, and if so, why had he witnessed such an unknown skill? Joyful laughter surrounded him, easing his pain and regret slightly. He smiled beneath his mask. Perhaps one day he could find a team of base nin. The days spent practicing taijutsu at the academy were the most tedious for Shikamaru. Not because he had to sit and watch his classmates clumsily kick and punch each other, but because he could not nap until it was his turn. The teachers seemed to know precisely when he began to doze off, stomping and shouting until he sat up. No longer pouting but glaring at them. There was but one redeeming aspect of these classes: head pats. He sighed, nuzzling Yuko's thigh with his cheek, lying sideways, happily accepting her most relaxing attention, as her hand rhythmically stroked from his forehead to the back of his ear. It was rhythmic and splendid, almost like a warm day with a blue sky adorned with cheerful, fluffy clouds. "Little you, Uchiha-kun," Yuko exclaimed, her hands freezing in place. "Oh dear," she murmured. He sat up, intrigued, shifting his body until he faced the large circular arena for matches. Just kick that jerk's ass. Yes, he was not a fan of Uchiha Sasuke. The other boy was undoubtedly a jerk, yet the girls fawned over him, and the boys aspired to be like him. He understood that the Uchiha clan had been slaughtered, everyone vanishing overnight. Trauma, yes, understandable. Yet there was something that instinctively marked Sasuke as an enemy. "Are you kidding me?" Yuko hissed. "As soon as I land a hit, I'll be murdered by the fans." Shikamaru rolled his eyes. "Hey, teacher." The man turned to look at him questioningly. "Can Shunshin participate in these matches?" The teacher raised an eyebrow, slowly nodding. "Well, yes, I suppose as long as it's used as part of an attack, it should be allowed. Although technically, it is classified as ninjutsu, it remains a physical movement." Shikamaru smiled up at Yuko, who stood nearby. "All right, now kick his ass so I can get my pillow back." "Oh, very well, Your Highness," she said slowly, preparing to depart. "How could I dare to take your pillow from your royal head?" Nearby, a few individuals laughed heartily, and Shikamaru felt his smile widen into one of satisfaction. He recognized the tone in Yuko's voice when she was about to engage in her favorite activities. Battling Shunshin was one of her cherished pastimes alongside Asuma, and it was also one of his favorite sights, particularly as she was able to recall it so swiftly. No more sliding. Now it was difficult for her to get caught in his shadow. Yuko stepped into the circle, facing Sasuke, and offered a slight bow to the boy. No one responded, and she crossed her arms, her face clearly displaying annoyance. Sasuke merely stared at her, frowning with an irritable demeanor. The teacher commanded them to begin, and unlike other matches, the boy did not move. Shikamaru's eyes widened slightly. He did not regard her with the same seriousness as he did when facing one of the boys. Did he truly perceive her as less formidable simply because she was a girl? Really? TCH, very well. Yuko suddenly shouted before vanishing, reappearing beside Sasuke and striking him in the back with her knee. He stumbled forward, his face a mask of shock. One should never underestimate an opponent. Silence fell over the crowd as Sasuke turned, clenched his fists, and glared at her. He lunged forward, landing a punch to her chest. She half turned to evade, elbowing him in the ribs. Shikamaru leaned back on his hands, watching. Sasuke had indeed placed her against the ropes, yet she showed no sign of yielding. This match was undeniably skewed in his favor. He frequently trained alongside two Jonin, one a former member of the 12 Guardians, the other an S-rank student of the 4th Hokage. Aside from employing Shunshin, she hadn't even exerted herself fully. These attacks lacked the support of chakra-enhanced muscles, allowing Sasuke the opportunity to respond between each strike. He had observed her training enough over the past year. Even when she was struggling to master the high-speed movements of her technique, he knew she typically relied on her speed and agility and enhanced her strikes with chakra, seeking openings everywhere. How could she possibly defeat Sasuke-kun? He glanced at the cluster of infatuated Uchiha fangirls nearby, their faces painted with terror as they grappled with the incomprehensible notion of their beloved Sasuke's defeat. He suppressed the sharp retort that bubbled up, acknowledging that Sasuke's failure was indeed unusual for their class, as he had bested every opponent he faced. He had simply never clashed with Yuko before, nor had he witnessed her perform beyond the bare minimum. The girls gasped, and a moment and a half later, he heard a strangled cough. His eyes snapped back to the battle, widening in alarm as his entire body tensed, anger simmering beneath the surface. Sasuke had evidently landed a blow to Yuko's throat, judging by the way she clutched her upper body and struggled to breathe. That was not the source of the dark fury he felt. He knew her injury was far more severe at the hands of the Jonin. No, the source of his brooding wrath emanated from something in Sasuke's possession. Black leather, tattered and torn, hung from a silver pendant. That bastard had ripped it from her neck. Yuko coughed again, gasping for breath, and as Sasuke delivered a swift kick, she narrowly avoided it. She reappeared outside the circle, kneeling behind her classmates, violently coughing and trembling. No one uttered a word. The teacher remained silent, his expression impassive, but the simmering anger within him swelled. "You are nothing." Sasuke turned to her, sneering coldly. He looked down at the broken leather and the pendant that dangled from it, his face contorting in disgust. Just a whore seeking the highest reward. Shikamaru trembled, fighting the urge to stand, as another boy tossed the pendant and the torn leather aside. He narrowed his eyes at Sasuke. He experienced a moment of blurriness as Sasuke, too quick to follow, landed another punch on Yuko's back. Shikamaru rose, using his shadow technique to slam the boy aside, binding him in place with his shadow. As he advanced, keeping the other boy still became exceedingly difficult, the weight of his dark anger pressing down on him. He focused all his attention on Yuko, who was struggling to rise, coughing violently. Yes, she had sustained worse injuries, but neither Asuma nor Kakashi had struck her throat or spine. The purpose of training and sparring was to learn, not to inflict harm. That final blow surpassed the bounds of acceptable conduct. Yuko had deliberately excluded herself from the ring. She had given up, he continued. The dark fury broke through his control, and he retaliated, needing to ensure her safety. He had to see her through this. "Narakuen, release your jutsu immediately." He disregarded the command, crouching beside Yuko, gently placing his hands on her shoulders to help her sit up. She coughed violently, leaning her head against his arm as he slid his hand along her shoulder. Blood was trickling down the side of her neck. The dark rage surged within him, and he abruptly lifted his gaze to meet hers. Her bright golden eyes were somewhat unfocused, yet the corners of her mouth curled into a gentle smile, calming the storm of anger enough for him to push it aside. "Narakuen, let go of Sasuke-kun." "Yes, let him go." He frowned, but Yuko nodded gently. He looked up at Sasuke, still rigid, absently noting that the boy had been struggling against his shadow. He suddenly retracted his mouth, feeling a sense of vindication as he nearly forced Sasuke face down. He directed his shadow towards the spot where the pendant and leather lay, retrieving them and bringing them back to him. He picked them up and gently placed them in Yuko's trembling hands, layering his own over hers as she leaned her weight against his arm and coughed again. Gasping for breath, "Nara Shikamaru, you are to report to the principal immediately." Asuma was not one to anger easily. Not now. He remained composed, though anger simmered just beneath the surface. However, he was furious, pacing back and forth in the corridor outside, where Yuko and Shikamaru had been asked to wait for their guardians. In the same corridor, the last Uchiha boy sat in a chair, bearing his usual demeanor. A petulant little brat. But that boy was already healed. The teacher had happily informed him that no injuries had occurred during taijutsu training, so Yuko need not worry about trouble from that. But Dan Tetsu had intercepted him on his way in, pointing out in his own manner that Yuko had not seen the academy's on-site physician. Therefore, he was agitated, pacing, because his daughter was injured behind the door. and the teacher couldn't be bothered to inform him. A loud crash echoed in the corridor, and he looked up sharply to see Shikamaru approaching. The man was far calmer than he, yet he was also careful not to glance at the spoiled brat playing with misfortune and gloom. Shikamaru. Asuma managed to release his pent-up fury. Asuma, are you ready? He nodded vigorously, shoving his fists into his pockets. Shikamaru opened the door, letting it slam against the wall behind, then entered the room, stepping aside for Asuma to follow. He did not expect the scene before him. He had anticipated two children seated in chairs, one injured, while the principal sat behind the desk. Instead, he found Yuko awkwardly slumped on one side of a chair. The tense and furious Shikamaru protectively standing before her, and the furious principal behind the desk, holding a very familiar piece of leather. Missing a silver pendant, the name of that man. In his other hand, he held something else, his expression one of disdain. Asuma opened his mouth, but was interrupted by the dangerous voice of the commander. What the hell is going on here? Yuko shifted her body, slowly lifting her head, and Asuma beheld a crimson hue, quite literally. Her neck was drenched in blood. Brother, she murmured, her voice hoarse, followed by a painful cough. Shikamaru trembled slightly, extending a hand to caress her shoulder. The child's gaze remained fixated on the principal's hand, yet his attention unmistakably shifted towards comforting Yuko. Asuma had to respect this, even if he was oblivious to the unfolding events. Ah, Lord Nara, classmate Sarutobi, the principal greeted in an odd tone. Thank you for joining us so promptly. Akira, elucidate the situation at once, Shikamaru demanded, his anger manifesting as a surge of chakra, a palpable intent to kill. Ah, yes, the man stammered. During a physical training session, Uchiha-kun faced off against Yuko. Upon Uchiha's victory, Nara-kun launched an attack. Henceforth, Nara-kun will be suspended for 1 week for unwarranted aggression towards a classmate. Little Yu also faces suspension for using ninjutsu during the physical contest. Shikamaru let out a low growl. Liar. The man raised a hand, silencing the murmurs around him. Are you implying that a normal crystal event occurred, and the only irregularity was my son assaulting Uchiha Sasuke? Indeed, Lord Nara is correct. Why? Asuma managed to restrain his fury, speaking slowly. Is Yuko still not healed? The man fidgeted nervously. Of course, little Yuzu will recover swiftly. Asuma felt a surge of anger. The man wouldn't even meet his gaze. She is bleeding. Ah, it appears Uchiha-kun's injuries are more severe, Shikamaru interjected, his rigid voice cutting through the tension. Report. Asuma raised an eyebrow. The command was for a report of details, devoid of emotional embellishments, purely factual. Though Shikamaru's tone remained composed, it was laced with tightly controlled rage, akin to a volatile explosive ready to detonate. The physical training session had pitted Uchiha Sasuke against Uchiha Yuko, who had received permission from supervising teacher Takahara Rin to utilize only her spinning technique. The match commenced, with Yuko striking first, continuing until Uchiha Sasuke landed a blow to her throat. It was speculated that he simultaneously removed the leather emblem worn around her neck. Uchiha stated, Yuko is. His voice trembling, body slightly quaking. That Yuko is a wanton creature. Yuko had strayed from the designated competition area, adhering to the standard academy sparring rules, thus forfeiting the match. Uchiha attacked Yuko. I used Shadow Horse to keep Uchiha immobilized and assessed Yuko's health, due to the forcible removal of her leather necklace. Her left neck was lacerated. Her throat and spine may have sustained damage. She was moved from the practice area to this office without a physician's evaluation of her injuries. A profound silence ensued as Asuma inhaled deeply through his nose, attempting to rein in the tumultuous rage threatening to erupt. He approached Yuko, kneeling beside her chair, placing a hand upon her head. She whimpered softly, gazing at him with pained eyes. Shikamaru's hand remained on her shoulder, the child awkwardly shifting to maintain contact while continuing to glare at the principal. Normal crystals? Shikamaru remained motionless, as every instinct within Asuma screamed of impending danger. Shikamaru. What transpired in this office? The child trembled slightly. It would be foolish to claim he was unafraid, yet this ominous sensation cloaked the young Nara. The Nara emblem was removed. We were advised that discontinuing interaction with our clan was in her best interest. It was insinuated that continuing would jeopardize her health. The child turned, shoulders drooping suddenly, collapsing to the floor, forehead resting against her curled legs. Both bore an immense sorrow, transcending mere physical pain experienced by Yuko. She raised a hand, brushing it over Shikamaru's head in a silent gesture of comfort, tinged with fear. That sense of danger still lingered around the child. Asuma needed only to glance down to perceive the deep hues and rippling edges of his shadow. His mother's words involuntarily surfaced. When one touches that which Nara cherishes, Nara becomes the most perilous. He was fortunate that his girl had captured Nara's heart, and Nara possessed unique abilities. Clarify their meaning. Akira, Shikaku's voice suddenly turned cautious, calculating. The principal leaned forward, extending the Nara pendant, which Shikaku accepted and handed to Asuma. He passed it to Yuko, her trembling hand accepting it as she raised it for Shikamaru to see, his own hand curling around hers, enveloping the emblem between them. It was a peculiar sentiment, one Asuma could hardly comprehend. Both children exhibited a strange attachment to Yuko possessing that object. Lord Nara, I implore you. I cannot speak on this matter. However, for her health, she must distance herself from your family. You cannot speak on this matter, Shikamaru replied in a hushed tone. He retrieved a notebook and pen from the desk, placing it before the man, who promptly reacted, beginning to write. What can you say? My time is limited, and my responsibilities are ample. The principal continued to write, yet he spoke again. This morning, Uchiha-kun had a visitor who expressed interest in anatomy prior to class. Asuma furrowed his brow. He was astute enough to discern the implication, yet he was not as clever as Nara. Shikaka suddenly appeared exceedingly tense, casting a fearful glance at Asuma. Uchiha Sasuke was the last member of his clan. This child likely had more visitors than any other heir. I shan't worry about this. You are correct. Of course, I frequently fret about the students here. The principal set down the pen, closed the notebook, and pushed it toward Shikaku. I shall not detain you further. Please remember, both Nara-kun and Little Yu are suspended for 1 week, and I hope they return with improved performances. Shikaku nodded, taking the notebook and tucking it behind his jonin vest. He turned, pointing at the children, and Asuma nodded. He had to carry Yuko. She was taller than the last time he had done so years ago, yet he could manage. His back would resent him. He patted Shikamaru's shoulder, and the child reluctantly stepped aside, allowing Asuma to cradle Yuko in his arms. Her breathing became rapid, a sorrowful wail escaping her once more. Hush. You will be well soon. Chapter 9. Kakashi. There was a weight on her bed that did not belong to her. Yuko furrowed her brow, contemplating emerging from the blanket to scowl at anyone disturbing her warmth and comfort. The weight shifted atop her, erasing all remnants of comfort. As a primal instinct urged her to fling the blanket aside, her hand shooting up, the seal of her chakra forming in her palm. Ah, little Yuko, not an early riser, are we? She scowled, attempting to calm her chakra. Teacher, please leave. Kakashi merely offered her a goofy grin, sometimes prompting thoughts of throttling the jonin. Come on, Yuko-chan. The first day back. Indeed, I assent it? She shot him a sideways glance before flopping back onto the bed. Why should I be pleased? A year early, due to circumstances no one can discuss. Kakashi, I have 2 friends. I do not make friends. Now I must sit in a room with strangers? A swarm of people I've never met? He sighed, pulling something from his pocket, raising it for her to see, what he presumed would entice her to rise. Then, her eyes widened as she sat up upon seeing the silver Nara emblem, her throat tightening suddenly, heart fluttering. She extended her hand, and he placed it gently within hers. The intricate weaving of soft leather, deep black like an aged ribbon, gleamed with a familiar silver pendant. This was the emblem of her connection to Nara, to Shikamaru. She swallowed hard and lifted it, draping it around her neck, deftly tying the leather cord until it rested precisely where she desired, higher than before, a testament to her pride. She cherished the Nara clan and relished the warmth of their acceptance. The enigmatic events of her life would not alter her affection for the clan or for Shikamaru. He was her dearest friend, and she was not naive or foolish enough to deny his true identity. Her fingers pressed against the pendant as she lifted her gaze to meet his deep gray eyes. He regarded her calmly. His body relaxed in a manner she had come to recognize over their nearly 2 years of acquaintance. He remained silent, allowing her to gather her thoughts and soothe the sudden surge of intense emotion. This had occurred repeatedly over the past week, almost from the moment her mind registered the forceful removal of her pendant. The confrontation with Uchiha, whom she now resolutely refused to call Sasuke, had been eye-opening on multiple fronts. Firstly, even the most lauded of Uchiha, despite their numerous accolades, had not undergone the lethal training she had. It was deadly training, as Asuma had taught her when to strike, when to evade, and when to defend. Kakashi had instructed her on how to move efficiently at greater speeds, leveraging momentum to amplify her attacks, and how to assess her opponent and their movements in an instant. The Uchiha lacked that nascent instinct for combat, which was peculiar given his clan heritage. All clan children possessed this trait, evident in the fluidity of their movements. Even Shikamaru exhibited this instinct, albeit his was markedly sharper, more intense, darker. Secondly, Uchiha was socially inept. He had hissed at her, suggesting she could not merely pretend to be part of the Nara family because her friends were heirs. She had nearly laughed, informing him that she was not yet a Nara. In retrospect, that had been the moment the battle had shifted. His dark eyes brimmed with fury, thick and jagged. His subsequent words, branding her a gold digger, caused her to hesitate long enough for his hand to brutally and painfully grip her throat. She found it difficult to breathe. Her airway constricted. Then he had ripped her pendant away, and she had screamed in denial. Thirdly, that fool was gravely seeking destruction. She managed to cast aside her erratic thoughts, evading the circle, abandoning the fight. Not only due to her injuries and difficulty breathing, but also because the overwhelming emotions stemming from his actions rendered her compromised. When she was finally able to breathe somewhat normally, she heard the sound of sandals scraping against the ground and felt a sudden sharp pain jolt through her spine, followed by a tingling numbness that shattered her fear. The instinctual scream was abruptly silenced by Shikamaru's touch. A single glance conveyed how tenuous his control was over the furious darkness in his eyes. Uchiha had unwittingly, or perhaps now knowingly, edged dangerously close to being torn apart by a very, very enraged Nara. It was only when a kind-eyed Nara medic healed her that the pain and wild emotions brought on by her injuries dissipated. It was then she learned that Uchiha had partially crushed her trachea and had struck her back with such precision that several vertebrae had been displaced. Had he enhanced his strength, or been even slightly stronger, he could have inflicted potentially irreversible damage to her spinal cord. She had lived in fear of such injury until Kakashi appeared the next day alongside a familiar tattoo artist, imprinting her clan's emblem upon the center of her back. The tattoo artist departed, but Kakashi remained. From that moment on, the Jonin stayed in her home, allowing Asuma to deal with the matters that had led to the confrontation. No one would divulge any information to her, although Kakashi did provide enough hints for her to realize it likely involved the village council in some capacity. This knowledge offered her little solace, for without the Nara emblem, what if the council decided they could compel her into some form of bonded marriage? She bore no evident signs of clan protection, even as the third Hokage had shown caution regarding any dealings with her. Yuko took a deep breath, her fingers still resting upon her beloved Nara emblem, and nodded. "I can do this, can I?" Kakashi extended his hand, tugging at a loose strand of her dark red hair. "Yes, you may not make friends easily, but Yuko, you will have comrades. Somehow." His assured tone provided her with a sense of calm. The man was adamant that comrades were to be cherished. And now that she had been promoted alongside students who would graduate the following year, she had to accept the necessity of opening her heart to form bonds with them. Truth be told, she had been gradually preparing herself to get to know the more promising students from her previous class. Shikamaru and Choji had already gained confidence in their teamwork with Ino, a dynamic that complemented their family-esque abilities. Thus, she needed to ready herself for training and reliance alongside strangers. She edged slightly closer than before. Kakashi dutifully prepared a bento for her. And when he undertook this task alone, she declined breakfast, leaving him perplexed. Even as she explained that Choji would consume her usual steamed buns if she arrived before classes began, he remained confused. She was certain the boy knew she would return today because Shikamaru would be back as well. Whether he was aware of her promotion was a far more complex matter. Shikamaru certainly would know, so she was not concerned about informing him of her absence from his side. Without him nearby, dozing or lazily commenting on their classmates' foolish antics, the classroom would feel strange. She was uncertain what to do without that familiarity. Walking alongside Kakashi to the academy was a task in itself. Oddly, the man frequently stopped for no apparent reason, seeking out alleyways and convoluted so-called shortcuts. As they turned a corner, she was quite willing to stab him with something dull and rusty. Two familiar figures stood at the entrance, one slightly taller, sporting a recognizable spiky ponytail. Happiness surged within her as she dashed towards Shikamaru, expelling air in a manner that knocked the boy to the ground. She laughed joyfully, sitting atop his abdomen, her gaze warm as it met his gentle brown eyes. "Hi, Shikamaru," she beamed, her chest brimming with contentment, her heart fluttering in a now familiar rhythm. Shikamaru smiled slowly at her, one eyebrow raised as his hands rested on her waist. What a new way to greet someone, he remarked leisurely. A wrapped bun appeared in her line of sight, and she turned her cheerful smile towards Choji, leaping off the sprawled Nara to accept the offered food. Is Yuko all right? The tenderness exuded by the boy sometimes sparked a peculiar urge to protect his kind spirit. Frankly, she would not hesitate to harm anyone who threatened it. Not that she lacked opportunities to verbally attack other children who failed to notice his weight, as those of sound mind overlooked the fact that the entire Akimichi clan was sizable solely to execute their formidable clan techniques. Fools. Most were raised as commoners. Yet all were fools. Hi, Shikamaru. I'm well, much better now. She could not suppress the impulse to touch the pendant with her fingers. The habit felt so natural that the boy before her did not even blink or take note until Shikamaru finally rose and leaned forward. She brushed her fingers over the Nara emblem, gliding along the woven leather. Her smile softened as she bestowed upon Shikamaru a warm and blissful gaze. His gaze darkened slightly, taking on an intensity before he blinked and leaned against her. She shuddered, turning to glare at Kakashi, who was approaching. Why are you acting like this? Kakashi merely offered her an exaggerated smile from the corner of his eye. I wish to meet your friend, Yuko. Her palm began to sting slightly from where she had playfully smacked his shoulder, more so than the first time, a sign of her growth. All right, you big child. This is Hatake Kakashi, and these are Akimichi Choji and Nara Shikamaru. Choji waved at the man with a radiant smile, while Shikamaru merely stared blankly at the Jonin's childish antics. To be fair, Shikamaru was well aware of the man's usual serious demeanor, so such peculiar behavior was worth witnessing. As she accepted the neatly packaged bento Kakashi had brought for her, she adjusted her body, inadvertently shifting Shikamaru's weight onto her back. Upon noticing a group of older ninjas standing in the academy courtyard, she blinked in surprise. 2 Hyugas, 2 Naras, 1 Akimichi, 1 Yamanaka, 1 Inuzuka, and 2 Yamanakas. What is going on? She inquired, puzzled. Shikamaru leaned on her, one arm draped over her shoulder, as he was now only inches away from her. Dad spoke with the clan leader last night. They seemed quite anxious about something. It's troublesome and irritating, but evidently, we can now enjoy some security during class. But aren't you the only Nara participating? Why are there 2? Shikamaru sighed, pressing his cheek against hers. Think of Yuko. She furrowed her brow, still watching the chattering adults, her thoughts racing before she snapped back to attention. Me? Yes, because you understand Haru the best, Dad assigned him to her. He was right. Haru raised a hand, making a familiar lazy wave that Nara-s were accustomed to. She reciprocated, twisting her fingers. So they're going to audit the class? Isn't that a bit strange? No. During theory lessons, they remain outside the building, observing the practicals. She huffed, leaning slightly backward. A teacher emerged from the building, arms crossed, staring directly at the 3 of them. Her heart tightened, and she sighed. I won't be with you 2 anymore. We know, Shikamaru murmured, his tone gentle and compliant. Perhaps that's for the best. I think if you were in the same room as the Uchiha, I wouldn't feel so constrained. Promise me one thing. His arm shifted, dropping down to encircle her waist. Anything. Let him feel foolish. The familiar, slightly hoarse laughter reached her ears, prompting a proud smile as she realized he was eager for some intellectual retaliation. However, the kiss on her cheek left her blushing. Oh, come on. You little rascal. Asuma had a smoking problem. Well, he used to eat, but smoking 3 packs daily over the past few months has surely exacerbated the issue. Between missions, loitering in the archives, collecting obscure reports tracked down by Jiraku, and managing the chaos of Yuko settling into her new class, he was under more stress than at any time during the last war. The missions were manageable. Trying to gather intelligence and piece together puzzles without the main characters being aware was undoubtedly the worst of the 3. And what about that first month? He had no idea how to handle what Yuko was enduring. He could kiss Kakashi for managing it. He would never confess that to the man, but the thought mattered. In that first month, Yuko hadn't made a single acquaintance. Her new classmates kept their distance, leaving her alone for the first time in years. She caught up with the curriculum in the first week, obsessively reading through dozens of textbooks, but she began to withdraw from everyone around her. A strange cold anger settling in her usually bright and joyful eyes. That's where Kakashi came in. Another Jonin directly abducted the girl halfway through dinner, evidently taking her to one of the more remote training grounds usually reserved for Jonin to practice more dangerous attacks. The report for the next day would list Training Ground 19 as completely destroyed and unusable. Somehow, Kakashi had gotten into a fight with Yuko. A brawl that devastated the entire area, both ending up in the hospital for hours. Kakashi drained of chakra, while she sustained multiple cuts and bruises, even a fractured tibia. But upon returning to his home, when he was ready to tear into the idiot for being such a colossal nuisance, he was shocked to see her smiling, her eyes sparkling once again. Evidently, it was a new technique that enriched her ever-growing arsenal. She had witnessed Kakashi using a lightning technique in battle, a technique without a true name, purely derived from the man's elemental affinity. A simple, powerful, explosive jolt of electricity. She had seen it, felt it, and perfectly mimicked it. Elemental release was inherently difficult. The next day, Yuko returned home, proclaiming she thought she might have made a friend. A girl named Tanaka. He could very well weep over this. Her greatest fear had been that she wouldn't make friends with only 2 companions to separate from. And it was a girl. Yes, not a very feminine one. Red slapped him for his complaint. Now he didn't need to worry excessively about Yuko in class. She had a friend. A diligent Nara guardian by day, who had evidently left a vague, very vague impression on the Hinata boys in her class. Her ninjutsu teacher privately tested her at the request of the 3rd Hokage, and her father was indeed quite helpful, allowing her to easily demonstrate her skills with physical seals. His daughter, his sister, was growing, flourishing. He felt immense pride. Asuma groaned, collapsing onto the table. Nothing to show for it. Nara picked up a report again, scrutinizing it closely. If we could find something to prove, there must be something. We just need to keep searching. We already have suspicious supply activities and more reports of missing children than I anticipated. We just need this piece to tie it all together. In a pretty little bow, the older Nara hummed with interest. You need sleep, Asuma. Sleep was a distant dream. Go crash into a tree. Kakashi fell silent. Kakashi leaned forward, flashing him a silly smile. But you would miss my melodious voice, my dear Asuma. Oh, for heaven's sake. Designate a time. Go off yourself with a rusty shuriken. Seems you have experience. Children, Shikamaru interjected, while your banter may be amusing, focus or get lost. Asuma sat up, suppressing the urge to voice his complaints. Dutifully picking up another report. Chapter 10 Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Yuko approached the main gate, she smiled, with Haru trailing behind her as usual. She jumped beside Shikamaru and Choji, snatching a breakfast roll and poking the drowsy Nara boy's cheek. He glared at her, swatting her hand away, then stepped closer, wrapping his arms warmly around her. Nestled in his embrace, she felt the anxious tension dissipate, replaced by the calm he radiated. They didn't need to be here today. Their year had ended the day prior, and they had a few weeks to rest. Yet, they were both present, tranquil and amiable, for which she was immensely grateful. Is Yuko excited? Choji grinned at her, his round cheeks puffing slightly. Really nervous, she mumbled, burying her head beneath Shikamaru's chin. He sighed at her, poking her side. As she attempted to turn away, he held her tightly. You have nothing to be anxious about, he said slowly. You have every reason to pass. We cannot create a clone body. Just minor details. She chuckled softly, pulling him a bit closer. It had been over a year since her promotion. She felt a tinge of sadness that they hadn't graduated together, but it was a simple matter. In another year, they would complete their studies at the academy. Nothing to fuss over. She missed their stable presence in class, yet she had gradually made a friend, along with a few acquaintances who were more than just familiar faces. This experience was not as terrifying as she had imagined. Though somewhat social, it proved to be quite exhausting. As she shifted slightly, her head bumped against Shikamaru's chin, causing him to tilt his head aside, and she nestled closer to his neck, breathing in the scent of the forest and the faint musk of deer. She found herself calming. She quickly kissed his skin, then broke free from his surprised embrace, laughing lightly. Are you waiting here, or heading back to the courtyard? She glanced at Nara's elderly matriarch, slumped against the fence, then looked back at her friends. Choji chuckled merrily, while Shikamaru stared at her, somewhat dazed. Ino erupted into a fit of laughter, placing a hand on her head in an endearing gesture. I'll wait here with the kids until you're done. Maya has to work. Good luck, hey. She flashed him a grin and waved her fingers as she entered, though still somewhat anxious about the exams. She harbored a lazy confidence beneath it all. In her view, last year's studies had been exceptionally engaging. The subjects had grown deeper, encompassing a variety of skills and disciplines. They learned fundamental tracking techniques, infiltration, intelligence gathering, interrogation, geography, history, politics, the basic use of scrolls, weaponry, taijutsu, jinjutsu, ninjutsu, chakra theory, and even made significant strides in her kunoichi training. That course taught them how to avoid detection, how to draw attention, how to use charm to extract information or gain entry, and how to apply sedatives in tempting missions, thereby incurring little risk. And there was also the KHB vaccine. Well, she couldn't do that. A medical staff member examined each girl's chakra reserves, recording their capacity and checking their coils. When the doctor awakened, it was not yet her turn. The woman frowned, appearing worried as she anxiously scanned the Nara pendant around her neck and her face. Their instructor, a very gentle female chunin, took the other girls out, then returned alone. She inquired if there was a problem, and in a strangely somber yet cheerful tone. The doctor informed them that Yuko might have almost no chakra reserves, and she had to notify her guardian and physician. Consequently, the head of the Nara clan would have to make a decision. This decision, evidently, nullified her contract with the clan heir. Admittedly, despite feeling shocked and angry, it was amusing to witness her gentle little teacher ejecting a doctor from the room, one of her fondest memories from class. Another doctor was summoned, and her examination was more professional. Ample chakra reserves, well-developed coils. However, due to her highly concentrated chakra, the success rate of KHB injections would not exceed about 17. Thus, no injection. Yet, she was awarded a new sealing project, attempting to create a seal that could be tattooed and activated by choice. Yuko. As she stood in the corridor with her classmates, she looked up and smiled. Hello, Tenten. I almost thought you were going to be late, or attempting to skip it. Trying again next year with your son, the dark-haired girl teased, grinning widely. Yuko sighed, crossing her arms over her chest. Really? You think I want to spend another year with the Uchiha? Not even Shikamaru is worth the risk of murdering the last precious member of the Uchiha clan and being thrown into TI. Tenten frowned. Yeah. On second thought. You make a point. A girl from a civilian background in the class scoffed sharply, just like Sasuke-kun would want you back in his class. He's too talented to endure a failure like you. Yuko raised an eyebrow, realizing he was indeed not the promoted one, right? Tameda burst into laughter, leaning against Yuko. Her laughter gradually subsiding. She smiled indulgently, happily bearing the weight. It was thanks to Tenten that she could finally integrate into a class full of slightly older students. At first, no one knew how to treat Yuko, especially when the prodigy and all his attitude issues occupied the same space. Most remained wary of being labeled another genius. Strangely enough, it was watching Yuko open the short blade Kakashi had gifted her and ultimately teaching her how to use it that captivated this very weapon-obsessed girl. By the end of that day, she had gained a new friend, a female companion as joyful as Yuko, lying on the ground, covered in dirt and grass. All right, everyone. We will begin with your theoretical exams. Please come in, find the desk with your name on it, and await your exam package. Yuko followed the others into the classroom, scanning each desk until she found one labeled with her name. Of course, it was the last one, tucked away in the corner. She sighed, sitting down. As the teacher handed her a pale yellow envelope marked with the title of a chunin, she blinked, furrowing her brow slightly at the pristine white envelopes on the other desks. Hers was different. You may now open the test package. Upon completion, please return it to the envelope and quietly exit the room. Begin. She untied the string sealing the envelope and reached inside for a thick stack of papers. The first page asked for her name, with instructions for the test below. You have been selected for a professional test to attain the title of sealing specialist. To complete the test, you must fully accomplish both parts. The first part will require you to draw the listed seals. The second part will ask you to correctly identify the seals and any errors within them. Good luck. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Excellent. A smile tugged at her lips as she flipped the page, reading the list of seals to be drawn. Storage seal, basic, storage seal, body, explosion tag, soundproof barrier, chakra sensor, purification seal. To be honest, it was quite a sad, simple list. She sighed softly, turned the page, picked up a pen, and began to sketch the 6 seals. She kept it as simple as possible, refraining from adding any extra embellishments to the formulas and arrays, believing that these could make them more effective. Unfortunately, there were only 6 basic seals. The second part was even simpler. Circling small and evident errors in the lines and symbols, incorrect formulas, and slightly misaligned arrays. Naming them quickly. She felt an inexplicable disappointment. Was this the knowledge expected from a sealing expert? Some of these seals were ones she had learned before arriving in Konoha, even as a child. Had Konoha truly forgotten sealing techniques so swiftly? She huffed in annoyance, stuffing the documents back into the envelope and silently descending the stairs. The chunin in charge of the theoretical exam quietly directed her on where to go for the next part, and she walked down the corridor, still pondering the fact that the exam was so easy, not to mention that she was being singled out when she would have preferred to participate in the standard tests. The Hokage evidently wanted her to hold this title for a reason. What was the intention behind it? She pushed aside her curiosity and entered the adjacent room, greeting the chunin behind the desk. Uchiha Yuko, sensei. She furrowed her brow at the prickling sensation of chakra, yet refrained from taking action, for she was aware that this was likely a test of her illusion skills. Hello, Yu-chan. In this portion of the examination, you must dispel the illusion and accurately identify the blue vase. Before the chunin lay 7 identical blue vases. Yuko nodded, her focus shifting inward. She could not dispel the illusion through conventional gestures or commands, but Asuma collaborated with her, guiding her to notice the subtle shifts in chakra that indicated her state of illusion. Red offered her skills, assisting Yuko in discovering her unique approach, which proved beneficial, albeit somewhat overwhelming. She reached inward, for lack of better terminology, and stirred her chakra. The vision of the 7 blue vases gradually faded, leaving only the one on her far left. She pointed to it, a slight smile gracing her lips. That was indeed the solitary blue vase. Correct. The chunin smiled and jotted down a few notes. For the ninjutsu segment, please report to the back of the building. Yuko nodded, exiting the room with her hands tucked into her pants pockets, tiptoeing down the staircase toward the rear door. Wasn't this supposed to be quite challenging? Or had she merely heard such rumors from hopefuls of civilian descent? Despite the harshness, those commoners aspiring to join the ranks of ninjas faced a daunting journey. Compared to children of noble lineage, or even second-generation science, this system would almost certainly spell failure for them unless they invested vast amounts of time and effort. Their support systems were nearly non-existent, as the academy seemed to presume every student arrived with foundational knowledge already mastered. Regrettably, this was a rather flawed system. Upon stepping outside, she noticed a man donning a reversed headscarf, chewing on a senbon. She raised an eyebrow, shrugged, and approached him. Yuzuki Yuko, sensei. Nara Shikamaru. A pleasure to meet you. Yuko, he grinned broadly, his speech remarkably clear despite the senbon's presence. I am here to assess your ninjutsu, though I have been forewarned that this may be somewhat unconventional. A fair assessment. He withdrew a slip of paper from his pocket and perused it for a moment. All right. Unlike the typical academy ninjutsu tests, you need to create a mental construct, demonstrate a constant form, and successfully complete a kawarimi. You must showcase at least 3 ninjutsu of your choosing, preferably including one that aligns with your elemental affinity. Understood. Let us see what you possess, child. She opened her mouth, shrugged, and advanced a few steps. She could feel his gaze keenly observing her. A smile crept onto her lips, her expression radiating delight. The few individuals before her appeared speechless. Even Asuma and Kakashi were taken aback. She pondered whether this man was aware of her impending actions. Doton. She slammed her palm onto the ground. 6 sharp spikes erupting in a triangular formation. Channeling her chakra, she retracted the spikes back into the earth. She rose, palms spread before her, continuing forward while aiming at a target 10 meters away. Futon. The wind surged forth, cleaving the target in 2 and dissipating a meter away. She raised her hand, for she wished to avoid further explanation to Asuma concerning his penalty for structural damage. Katon. A fine jet of flame burst forth, quickly intensifying, and she released chakra, forming seals upon her palm. Lowering her arm, she turned to see the man's astonished expression, nearly bursting into laughter. By the way, Sensei Nara, my affinity is Earth. Shikamaru's elder cousin, both of whom were chunin, had cautioned him 2 years post-graduation that the academy exams could take hours to complete, primarily due to the theoretical component, and would require waiting for the other 2 segments in turn. Therefore, as Yuko undertook her assessment, he was quite content to nap under the shade of a tree, accompanied by a convenient pillow named Haruai. Yet his favorite companion failed to stroke his head. A shame. Just as he was becoming engrossed in the hushed discussion between Choji and Karui regarding chip flavors, he heard the heavy front door of the academy close. He opened his eyes, tilting his head to observe Yuko approaching them like a meditative vision. As she gazed downward, her face slightly furrowed. Strands of deep crimson hair escaped her braid, brushing against her expression. The thought of her drenched in the blood of adversaries during battle stirred something deep and primal within him. This was a new entry on the list curated by his father. Many of the instincts and sharp perceptions he had experienced last year were now documented in the records of his Nara ancestors, stemming from the protectiveness of the Nara clan over their sacred light, even before the inception of Konoha. Despite having dangerously approached the Uchiha, he had never acted upon his burning instincts. Yet he did not mind this instinct. His mind was sufficiently astute, and his wisdom adequate to navigate such matters. The Nara clan was renowned for their protective nature over their loved ones. Thus, this was not far from the norm. Moreover, all historical records of his ancient clan indicated that settling down after several years was rather effortless. At most, within a year, his surging primal instincts would subside. He did not mind, for every time he beheld the Nara symbol upon her neck, waves of possessive pleasure washed over him. Strangely, this sense of possession felt rather delightful. An elder cousin pointed out that this might reflect what he desired as he matured. However, this was not a matter of particular interest to him at present. The ninja matured swiftly. The Nara matured even quicker, yet his body still required time to catch up and produce hormones. Some matters needed to be reserved for later contemplation, allowing him to torment his parents with the whims of a capricious teenager. As Yuko approached them, she halted, tilting her head to the side, glancing between herself and Choji, a mischievous grin playing at her lips. "You will detest next year." Shikamaru froze, his eyes widening, his voice rising slightly. "What do you mean?" She bent forward, her golden eyes shimmering, barely containing her delight. "It's going to be horrifying." Karui stifled a laugh, her body shaking with suppressed mirth. Shikamaru scoffed, sitting up and raising an eyebrow at Yuko. She was far too pleased, for the test results were not daunting. She winked at him. "First, I must solve a puzzle. Second, I must locate the puzzle. Third, I must execute the puzzle." Terrifying Choji, absolutely terrifying. She relished this approach. While he took delight in the bright light dancing in her eyes and the playful smile upon her face, as his poor friend was gentle-hearted, unlike their quick-witted responses. Thus, he offered her a bland, unperturbed expression, to which she shrugged and then bestowed a much warmer smile upon Choji. "I must first undertake the theoretical test, then dispel the illusion and perform ninjutsu," she explained gently. "The illusion is simple. For the ninjutsu, they require me to demonstrate 3 of my chosen techniques, including my affinity. The theoretical test is utterly absurd." "Why?" Shikamaru leaned back in his chair, distractedly observing Karui stand and dust off her clothes. Yuko sighed, shaking her head. "The 3rd Hokage insisted they test me for the title of sealing expert. Simple and straightforward." Shikamaru might have found this amusing, breathing in the seal's essence. While Konoha currently had little to offer her, yet he did not laugh, for why would the Hokage alter her theoretical assessment? What did he intend to accomplish with her title? Another enigma compounded the mystery, suggesting someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes to separate her from his clan. "But did you pass?" Dingtsi, the innocent and pure-hearted Dingtsi, appeared so worried that she had yet to share her thoughts with them. A blissful smile graced her face as she produced a piece of Nitai cake from her pocket, showcasing a gleaming new metal plate engraved with the Leaf Village emblem. "I wish to wear it on my right arm. Thus it must be transferred to whatever I decide to craft my uniform with," she murmured, a flicker of irritation crossing her visage. Haru cleared his throat, and the 3 of them regarded him with curiosity. "If you wish to stand out among your peers, we have time now, hey?" "I am uncertain whether I should proceed with this today," she admitted. "Before I officially become a genin, I must still be assigned to a jonin for acceptance." "You shall." Haru's tone was imbued with conviction. "Whoever sends you off would be a fool, especially considering my seal." Ah, the bitterness in that statement. "Moreover, remember, you are not merely your seal. Keep that in mind." Asuma observed with interest as Yoshino traversed the kitchen, playfully patting her husband on the back of his head with each pass. Remarkably, Shikaku offered no response, merely sinking further into his seat. The Nara matriarch was in a full whirlwind. Today, Yuko was set to graduate, and the Nara family was evidently celebrating one of their own. It was heartwarming to see them consider her as one of their own, gathering the entire family for an overnight celebration. Outside, lights hung from the trees, and pillars were firmly planted in the ground. A massive table had been laid out, and he could swear every household was contributing food. Yoshino was preparing a copious amount of grilled chicken skewers, as it was Yuko's favorite. "How many clan members are you expecting tonight?" Shikaku rubbed his temples with a sigh. 157. 13 are on missions. 4 are ill. 9 are on duty. 157 lazy yet clever individuals come to celebrate his sister's graduation. Good heavens. Oh, The language, Yoshino admonished as she walked by. Shikamaru might curse because of this lazy fellow, and we certainly do not need you encouraging those two children. I've sworn in front of Yuko. She is not allowed to swear until she becomes a genin. This is not a problem. Tomorrow she shall be a genin. If she begins to curse in my presence, I shall tan your hide. Your wife is truly terrifying. Do tell me what is happening. I can hear both of you. Asuma rolled his eyes, casting a sympathetic glance at Shikaku. So, when Yoshino shot him another glare, he nearly convulsed. Which Jonin instructor has mingled with this group? Kakashi. Not that he would surpass them again. Riki Ju is a newcomer. Guy wishes to join, as he believes he is stronger than Kakashi. Anko, so she can torment the children. Ebisu is the last name I jotted down. Any others? They added, I do not recommend. What? Am I absent again? I am injured. Ishikawa smiled at him. You cannot have a team until next year. Huh. I hope you enjoy the lazy genius, the harpy, and the cinnamon roll. What? Oh damn it. You cannot conflate me with your boy. That is unfair. What the hell am I supposed to do with those three? Mold them, Shikaku simply retorted. You already have an advantage in understanding Shikamaru. Dingtsi is easy, perhaps a tad too kind. Ino will drive you to the brink. I would relish watching. Asuma merely stared in disbelief. He felt this situation was a result of his own doing, perhaps stemming from some foolish remarks made years prior. Perhaps he felt a twinge of pride in being meticulously chosen to train the next generation of Ino Shikicho. He would need to peruse old reports, more old reports. Oh, why him? A stir in the air heralded Yuko's appearance beside Shitono, her golden eyes fixated on the direction of the house. He raised an eyebrow as she donned a different outfit from the one she wore when leaving home. This new attire was undoubtedly her chosen uniform, black ninja-grade pants hugging her ankles, paired with dark gray sandals. Thigh pouches and 2 hip pockets adorned her attire. A black short-sleeved shirt, topped with a deep gray tank-style elastic armor. Forearm guards designed specifically for female ninjas were entirely black. The metal plate bearing the leaf insignia was properly sewn and adhered to her right sleeve. It was practical and starkly contrasted with the choices of other female genin. Considering she trained with him and Kakashi, both of whom were combat-oriented and frontline fighters, it was somewhat peculiar. The armor she selected was not designed for frontline combat, but rather for defensive support. Knowing she had no intention of standing at the forefront of battle eased his mind somewhat. You cannot evade conversation, Yuko. Ah, there's Shikamaru. The child's voice carried a hint of annoyance as he cast a glance at the girl. What is the matter? Yuko huffed, waving her hand in the air. I told him I wanted my family's emblem tattooed on my left sleeve, and then, she raised her voice, clearly irritated. Mr. Human said I must purchase the Nara emblem. Shikaku furrowed his brow and shook his head. I believe he forgot that he needs to graduate before we resolve this issue. That is precisely what I said. Interestingly, for years, it had been assumed that once Yuko and Shikamaru reached genin status and became legal adults, the next contract would be signed. It was inevitable. Clearly, these two children were quite fond of each other, and the maturity of being ninjas had significantly aided this development. As long as that boy refrained from making any moves before turning 15, Asuma could manage. As the two confronted one another, resuming their debate from where they left off, Yuko's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Shikamaru's goofy grin was filled with proud delight. He had to deal with this matter. Watching them, he felt relaxed, quite content to listen to them appropriately utilize their clan symbols in various garments, then shift to the peculiar ways clan members wore their insignia. Observing and listening to the pair was both vexing and delightful. Their freedom with one another contrasted starkly with their former selves, the broken little girl and the indifferent boy. As Yuko darted away, he chuckled, her laughter ringing out from outside as Shikamaru angrily complained while chasing after her. Shitono quietly observed them through the window, her shadow following the flickering girl. One day, that girl will ultimately become part of her nickname, the woman mused softly. She turned to Asuma and Shikaku. Before that boy unlocks the Sharingan, her speed is not lagging too far behind. Asuma furrowed his brow. Shimizu? Can you imagine how fast she would be now if he hadn't been killed? Ishikawa sighed. I like that boy. I will surely tease him into training their speeds. I do not believe your children would mind that. He hasn't even attempted to learn to keep pace with Yuko. Action has been taken. Hopefully, this would be her last time sitting in this classroom, and Yuko felt a tad dizzy about it. As she settled down, she collapsed onto the scroll Yuko had given her, surrounded by loud, excited chatter and the incessant murmuring of everyday life. Longing for a quieter environment and the eventual team training with whom she would be. All right, congratulations to all of you for passing, Well done. Now, I shall call out your team numbers and names, so please listen closely. Yuko blinked, lifting her head from her pillow, absent-mindedly smoothing her braids. After each team was announced, the room fell silent, yielding to soft whispers. Team 9, Hyuga Niji, Tintin, Rock Lee. Tintin blinked, gazing at Yuko, who smiled encouragingly with a glimmer of hope. Might I present an elegant rendition of your text? Lilac is an individual she diligently avoids in her physical training class. Remarkably strong for his age, his movements are peculiarly erratic, as though he cannot decide which style to adhere to. Conversely, Hyuga Niji is among the few acquaintances she has made in class. Initially, when they were tied to a mast, the boy offered a begrudging nod of respect, albeit with a rather numb and ineffectual arm. He awkwardly praised her increase in attack intensity due to her speed. Upon discovering her understanding of sealing techniques, he suddenly displayed interest, oddly discussing cursed seals. Asuma, with a grimace, explained that the Hyuga clan seals and controls their branch family members. The overwhelming wrath she sensed was the catalyst for her decision to embark on a project immediately after witnessing the seal. Team 3, comprising Uzumaki Yuko, Moku Ryu, and Kaido Jun. Someone gently patted her shoulder. Yuko turned to find Ryu smiling at her with genuine joy, possibly the closest person to a friend she had in mind. He was steady, calm, and dedicated to learning Iriujitsu from his physician parents. With gray eyes, sun-kissed skin, and dark hair, he represented the third generation of ninjas. She smiled back, her gaze wandering until it landed on Kaido across the room. Kaido was powerful, akin to a bull crashing into a wall, not particularly clever. But that wasn't necessarily a flaw. With dark hair, blue eyes, and tanned skin, he hailed from a civilian background, his father a carpenter. She pondered the composition of her team, attempting to ascertain the organizer's vision for their formation. Ryu aspired to be a support-type medic, while Kaido was evidently a frontline combatant. She herself had undergone mixed training in support and defense, positioning her as a support type as well. 2 support roles and 1 combatant. They did not fit the standard composition of a frontline team, nor that of a reconnaissance or information-gathering unit. She mused that they could serve as a support squad for assault teams, perhaps. She idly hummed, stroking her chin thoughtfully. The teams began to disperse slowly as the participants called out their team numbers. She absent-mindedly waved goodbye to Tintin, her brow furrowing as she observed Niji's mildly irritated expression. After witnessing the terrifying green spandex and their Jounin's formidable personality, she silently wished them good fortune. She understood the anger Kakashi felt when speaking of the Mato guy. Team 3, move out. She blinked, mechanically rising to witness their encounter. He stood at the doorway, posture erect, with a pair of cold, black eyes, a headband worn like a scarf. A shiny burn scar marked his right cheek, extending to his neck, vanishing beneath the standard Jounin uniform. Aside from that scar, he possessed no particularly unique or striking features. His physique was more robust than most ninjas. His muscular build reflected in his gait. The scant training she had received on assessing an individual's capabilities at the academy suggested he was a heavyweight frontline type. Perhaps her hypothesis regarding her team's intention to provide assault support was indeed correct. They followed silently as the Jounin led them outside, then halted as he scrutinized each of them with a critical gaze. He scoffed at Kaido, appeared slightly disappointed in Ryu, and raised an eyebrow at herself. She felt a twinge of irritation at Ryu's disappointed expression, yet perhaps once he realized he was part of a team composed of partially trained medics, his demeanor would shift. My name is Ricky Ju. You will refer to me as Ricky-sensei or teacher. Today, we shall conduct a basic introduction and an overview of any skills you currently possess along with those you've learned from other instructors, so I may confer with them. Tomorrow, I will assess your abilities and determine whether you officially join the ranks of the genin or return to the academy for additional instruction. But we passed, Kaido frowned. Flexing his hands, Ricky shook his head. You passed the academy. You have not yet passed my evaluation. Now let us begin with the basics. Name, skills, and who you have trained with. Kaido-kun. 3rd Academy. I hit really hard? Never learned from anyone, he stammered. Yuko stifled a laugh at the teacher's suddenly furious expression, biting her lip. I hit really hard. Oh no, this poor boy is shocked. Right. You stick. Your turn, Ryu frowned, but dutifully replied, Moku Ryu. 3rd Academy. I began learning Western ninjutsu, and have been studying Iriujitsu with my parents since entering the academy. They are my only instructors. Ricky appeared more impressed, tilting his head as his gaze swept over her. Your turn, girl. Yuko placed her hands in her pockets, calmly meeting his gaze. Uzumaki Yuko, Sealing and Shunshin. I trained under Sarutobi Asuma and Hatake Kakashi. He narrowed his eyes, briefly glancing at the Nara pendant. She tensed, bracing for disparaging remarks, but when he spoke again, she was somewhat surprised. Shunshin, show me. Fences and back. She did not respond, merely flickering to the fence and back, returning with a fine cloud of dust at her feet. Ricky nodded, interest sparkling in his eyes. Tomorrow at 9, you three will meet me at Training Ground 6. Have a hearty breakfast and bring food and water. Before Ryu could fully open his mouth to speak, he vanished. Damn, the boy muttered, shoulders slumping. I suppose we should get to know each other, right? We could have lunch together. Kaido scoffed, shook his head, and stepped away. Yuko desperately wanted to grab her hair and tug at it. Kakashi had ensured from the outset that she understood her team should be her family. How could she possibly begin when someone had just resolved not to bother him? She smiled at Ryu's anxious eyes. Lunch sounds delightful, but not too heavy. I have training this afternoon. Perhaps one of the tea houses? Lunch is more about hoping Kaido will join. As they began to walk, she chuckled softly. I don't know him, but I feel like he is avoiding us ninja-born types. Ryu pondered aloud. Maybe. He always seems defensive around clan kids. Would that cause you trouble? I've seen him get very angry before, like physically mad. Is there a problem? I'm not a clan child. While she might belong to a clan that once existed and still bore that name in reality, here in Konoha, she was an orphan without a clan. Well, yes. But you belong to the Nara clan, don't you? That's their official clan symbol on the registry. I doubt they would let just anyone wear it as a fashion statement. You are correct, she replied slowly. I must admit, I have grown accustomed to people recognizing it and commenting on it. It's somewhat refreshing. The look he cast her was wide-eyed and filled with confusion. This warranted an explanation. But why should I care how the Naras make you worthy of wearing that? It's none of my business. She laughed, feeling an inexplicable joy welling within her. When I explain, pay attention to how your tone shifts. Well, explain so I can throw it back at you and claim I don't care. I entered into a contractual engagement with the heir of the Nara clan. Ryu stumbled to a halt, staring at her. What? Oh, you see, you care very much. No, I don't. Engagement? Who cares? I care because that child is terrifying, with a capital T. Terrifying? She laughed. The notion struck her as intriguing, almost comical. Placed under the sun, alongside his precious clouds, he resembled a drowsy feline. A curious sight, indeed. Huh. No, truly. I am not alluding to any physical attributes. Nara is not fearsome in terms of physical prowess. He merely exudes an aura of danger. All the Naras I have encountered possess this quality, yet he, being younger, feels even more perilous. Moreover, the intellect of children can be alarmingly astute. She tilted her head, observing the seriousness etched on his face. His gray eyes were unnaturally tranquil. You do not fear him. You are empathic, attuned to their chakra. He appeared taken aback, then erupted into laughter. I see now. This child feels dangerous, yet, indeed, I harbor no fear of him. You, however, seem to fear for me. Yes. Yuko smiled at him, a sweet gesture. He worried for her safety. It was amusing, yet it undeniably drew him closer to the friend she envisioned. He was a brazen, lethargic cat. There was no need for concern. But could we perhaps indulge in some tea? You have planted this notion in my mind, and now I find myself craving it. Ryu chuckled and shook his head. They resumed their forward journey, a few moments of silence enveloping them in comfort, before he glanced at her. Are you aware we are being followed? It began the moment we left the academy. Ah, that would be Nara Kasuga. If we pass by tomorrow, he shall cease his pursuit. You have a personal guardian. Yes. From Nara. When is the wedding? Chapter 11. D-Rank Mission. Yuko yawned, trudging into Training Ground 6 with a hint of irritation. Kakashi had concocted some outrageous ideas for today's test, much to Asuma's amusement. Both hinted that Ricky had spoken of her. Yet neither divulged what else was set apart from explaining how she executed her version of ninjutsu. She had no qualms about her new teacher learning the basics. After all, he needed to be informed. Good morning, Yuko. She glanced back at Ryu, offering a half-hearted wave. Another boy perched upon a protruding rock, likely left behind during training. Kaido stood a few meters away, arms crossed, his brow furrowed in anger as he regarded her. She raised an eyebrow in confusion. What had she done to warrant such a look? A smirk crept onto Kaido's lips. Clan whore. She was taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of indignation. Excuse me? Kaido, what? Ryu jumped down, frowning. That is a bit unreasonable. Isn't it? You heard me. You are a clan slut. One of them befriends the clan to perform better than us. Oh, for heaven's sake, she exclaimed. Do you genuinely believe those desperate women could outsmart Nara? Are you delusional? Kaido stepped forward, hands clenched into fists. She had little interest in this seemingly threatening display. Frankly, Kakashi terrified her more. That man was born for speed, not brute strength. Don't change the fact that you're a tribe whore. Oh, you're serious? You are delusional. I do not pursue my Nara for wealth or power. I simply do not care. If that were my goal, why would I seek out those lazy clan members? Why not choose a noble family instead? Think about it. Really think about it. Ryu's gaze flitted between them. Kaido, we don't know Yuko, nor do we understand the details of the contract. Why not try to get to know her first before making assumptions about her character? Kaido scoffed, relaxing his stance as he regarded the other boy. I don't like whores in the tribe. Well, neither do I, she retorted sharply. So we can agree on that. He turned his gaze to her, nodding stiffly. Fine. I want to call you a bit clan. Thank you. You have no idea how many times I've been accused of that nonsense over the past 2 years. I'm prepared to stab someone for it. Kaido chuckled at her stern tone. She rolled her eyes and moved closer to Ryu, who seemed to appreciate her inclination towards violence. To be fair, she had not acted on it, but that did not mean she hadn't contemplated it once or twice. Or 4 times. She tilted her head, offering a faint smile at the drifting clouds. She missed the bread from breakfast. Good morning. A clear voice greeted her with a gentle tone. She blinked, lowering her gaze to find Ricky had arrived. The aim today is to test whether you belong among the genin or if you require more time. However, I do not believe in convoluted tests. I wish to observe your skills. Teamwork can be easily cultivated. Instinct can be learned. Each of you, please demonstrate the ninjutsu or skills you currently possess. I'll start with the rude one. Come on. Yuko huffed, leaning against the raised earth. She watched Kaido perform from Academy 3, then faced the myriad wooden pillars scattered around. He clenched his fists, pulling his arms back, and obliterated the pillars entirely. Her eyes widened as she silently noted to avoid being struck by him. The enhancement of chakra to the body could only go so far. Oh, hell, Ryu muttered, watching with a pale face. He truly was a formidable force, she pondered. Ricky sent Kaido back, who landed heavily on the ground. His hands bore several minor wounds, likely from debris lodged within. Yet he appeared unaffected, as if nothing had transpired at all. Keep it up. It's your turn now. Ryu sighed heavily before nodding and stepping forward. Yuko watched with keen interest as he executed several techniques of the Seton style. She was still in search of a ninjutsu that resonated with her, or more precisely, a release type that struck a chord. She attempted to disregard it and explore alternative methods to enhance her skills. But the new approaches yielded nothing but weak and ineffective versions. She immersed herself once more in her family-esque scrolls, staring at the damned text. With each release, she needed to master a ninjutsu, allowing her chakra to correctly channel her intent into her body's seals. This situation was frustrating and had persisted for months. Kakashi had showcased his impressive repertoire of water-style ninjutsu, yet she felt nothing. No resonance. Thus, watching her new teammates perform these actions so naturally, while not humiliating, was somewhat irksome. She was certain she would discover something eventually. The green light of the CO technique shimmered momentarily before Ryu was instructed to heal Kaido's hand. The small wounds gradually sealed, and Ryu struggled through it, almost gasping for breath. Was his chakra low? Or was it the pressure of being observed? Girl, it's your turn. Yuko felt a slight chill but stood up nonetheless, walking over with an air of calm assurance. A trace of anxiety revealed itself only in her breath until she stood beside the ruined wooden pillar. She faced Ricky, locking her gaze with his. I saw your shunshin. How reliably fast can you move? Fast. How could she quantify her own speed? Fast enough to consistently evade Naraya's shadow. A trained user could render them exceptionally agile. His gaze lingered on her pendant for a moment before narrowing. You didn't specify that a member of Nara was your former teacher. Oh, if Shikamaru were to think himself my teacher, he would be insufferably proud, because he was never one I trained with. Then how do you know you can always evade capture? Despite his increasing speed, he has failed to catch up with me over the past 6 months. How often do you train with them? This is not training. Even if it were, the benefits to him outweigh those for me. How often? Almost every day. I need a name to validate your claims. She pressed her lips together in annoyance. Nara Shikamaru. Richie tensed, scrutinizing her closely, his gaze flickering over her expression before sweeping back to the pendant. Very well. I shall consult with Lord Shikaku regarding the timing of the demonstration. so I can accurately gauge your speed. Now that I have learned of your struggles with ninjutsu, let me observe how you perform it." Yuko nodded, her expression rigid yet resolute. She raised her right arm to the side, palm facing outward. A hint of amusement laced her calm voice as she softly uttered, "Katon." From the seals formed on her palm, searing flames erupted, flowing through the air for several seconds before being severed. As she gazed at the astonished expression on her instructor's face, the seal vanished. Sometimes, she relished in shocking others. Raiton. Crackling electricity enveloped her hand, creeping up to her elbow, casting a sharp, ever-changing glow. This particular ninjutsu served not only as an offensive measure, but also as a final line of defense. Kakashi had always emphasized the need for her to exercise caution when using it near any allies. The pain in his eyes told her there was a story there, somewhere. "Impressive. I suppose this is why you claim sealing is a skill of yours? Your records indicate you hold the title of sealing expert." She studied him for a moment, her thoughts racing. The ability to perform seals on her person spoke volumes, but without them, she could not execute ninjutsu. Eventually, her mind settled on a notion she had pondered 2 years prior. "I cannot provide every detail, but the techniques I employ were taught to me by Nara. They mention their ancestors. However, no, that is not the reason I assert sealing is a skill I possess. I dabble in many things, frequently utilizing practical sealing work." She had even created her own designed functional seals. His gaze fell again, lingering longer on her pendant. "I see. I will discuss this matter with Lord Shikaku as well. What exactly do you mean by sealing?" Yuko raised an arm, revealing the tattoo seal on the outer side of her forearm. It was a shield-type seal capable of deflecting physical attacks. "I have one on each arm. There is another on the back of her neck. But only a select few whom she trusts need to know of that one." "Interesting. Very well." He turned to walk back toward her teammates, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Yuko followed behind, reaching Ryu, while Kaido stood up. Richie scrutinized each of them slowly, his expression inscrutable, offering no commentary. To be honest, she was not entirely certain how he assessed their skills or how he determined their pass or fail. Again, the entire process felt peculiar. "I have surpassed you," the Jonin finally stated. "This is the training ground we shall utilize for 6 days each week. Sundays will be your day of rest to pursue your personal interests. We will convene every day at 9 a.m. sharp outside the task control office in the administrative building. There, I will select D-rank missions for you to complete together. After lunch, we will utilize the remaining time for training. I will not tolerate complaints. Frontline assault teams have no room for grievances. That is my stance. Do you wish to shape yourself, to have others understand you?" Yuko nodded, though she felt an urge to shout at the man. Frontline assault? Has he lost his mind? Her team consisted of a potential medic, a heavy hitter, and a defensive supporter. They were not designed as he envisioned. Did he truly believe he could distort and alter her and the established roles into an offensive unit? "You are free to leave now." She watched him disappear. No sooner had he departed than a nearly silent thud echoed from behind her. She turned to see Haru crouched on the ground. "Hello, Haru," she greeted, her voice somewhat weary. Haru squinted, glancing at the 2 boys beside her. "Hey, did you pass?" "We did, yes." "Team type?" She groaned, rubbing her temples. Clearly frontline assault. Haru suddenly stood up, a flash of fear crossing her face before she resumed her usual languid demeanor. "That is quite unexpected. No time for small talk," he muttered. "This man wants me dead, I swear." The stoic expression on Riku's face remained as he gazed at the man standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Richie, a 3-year member, had never exhibited interest in training the base ninjas until this year when he suddenly insisted on joining the roster. The abrupt change piqued his curiosity. Yet there was nothing in his records or reports to raise alarm. However, his instinct screamed. Calmly, he gestured absently toward the guards. They parted, creating an illusion of privacy. "What brings you here?" "Lord Riku, I have passed with my team. I am here to inquire about the previous training of Uchiha Yuko. It is said that the Nara clan was also involved." Thus, Yuko remembered and chose to adopt his suggestion, shifting the scrutiny from herself to them. Considering their level of secrecy regarding their skills and abilities, it was a fairly adequate defense. He was pleased she decided to utilize it, especially since he could easily conceal the ancient teachings of Nara. "I trust you understand I cannot disclose too much, but what exactly do you wish to know?" When her records clearly indicated she could not expel chakra, her ability to perform ninjutsu was indeed remarkable. That. An elder found a solution for her in our records. I am delighted it has proven effective for the child. I requested to meet with them. Denied. "Lord Riku, I must insist. To assist Uchiha's training. I must know what that entails. Riku narrowed his eyes, arms crossed over his chest. Denied. Richie shifted his stance, his gaze scanning the area. A flicker of anger in his eyes. Riku felt his instincts rise again. Something was amiss. If you believe I do not need to assist you in training, I shall comply with this order. Look at what you have done, Riku murmured. The other man turned and walked away from the gate, his posture rigid and straight. I do not wish to inform my son that his contractor has encountered issues under your supervision. Commendably, Richie merely nodded vigorously before continuing on his way. Riku watched the gate close, isolating the exterior of the courtyard from his line of sight. Haru. A shadow detached itself from within the walls. Haru stepped before him, feet silent, a flicker of anger shining in her usually gentle eyes. Lord Riku. He observed his clanswoman, noting her anxious demeanor and the dark shadow at her feet. What had she seen? That man, Haru exclaimed. He has listed them as a frontline assault team. I checked. He submitted the application and received approval before today's meeting. The team consists only of one heavy combat type and one undergoing medical training. Yuko is well known, and Haim has been training to become a defensive support. He expects them to function as a frontline combat assault team. Riku furrowed his brow. The Hokage had not suggested such a composition in their team records. He had listed their team structure as required for reserve support missions. Who authorized this change? Haru shouted, the shadow beneath him twisting around his legs. The alarm bells rang sharp and clear, reverberating through Riku. For more than a year, they have been investigating rumors and comments, striving to find a connection between the old war hawks and what the Academy's principal could offer. This endeavor has proven to be a struggle, with the men's movements exceedingly cautious. Haru has managed to provide confirmed minor details from their gathered information. This seasoned ninja is one of the few assigned to the intelligence department in Nara, exceptionally skilled at uncovering minor puzzles that others might overlook. This is partly why he has been tasked with caring for Yuko, not solely due to his amiable personality and easygoing nature. Whether it is Haru or the distant waters, the former maintains a better rapport with the young girl. This makes little sense. Shika sighed. If Danzo is indeed interested in little Yuko, training her as a combatant would only render her more perilous. Or is this yet another attempt to further separate her from Shikamaru? Haru took a deep breath, and the shadows gradually settled. The training of the assault squad is physically intensive. He might intend to weaken her defenses by exhausting her stamina. That is truly preposterous. She trains for hours alongside Asuma and Kakashi. Even when utterly fatigued, that girl remains swift. Indeed, Haru concurred, as his body began to relax. Are there signs that he is aware of her lineage? I could find nothing. If he truly knows or suspects, it would explain his earlier interest. Haru rubbed the back of his neck and gently slumped down. I despise this notion, but the abilities of Akatsuki Haim are precisely the sort that men seek to dominate. The Uzumaki clan has always possessed the potential to turn the tide of battle. Should he have the chance to transform her into one of his weapons, he would not hesitate to destroy her. We shall not allow such a thing to transpire. No, Shika mused thoughtfully, gazing at his son napping under the tree. We will vow to prevent this from happening at all costs. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, looking down at Yuko, whose head rested on his thigh, curled up in slumber. She had been a genin for a month, and each time he visited, she appeared utterly exhausted, her steps unsteady, and her eyes slowly blinking. He had seen her teammates a week ago, and they did not seem any better. In their own words, their Jonin instructor has been pushing them harder every day, striving to make them stronger and faster. Kai does not require speed training. Her use of strength has undergone incredible refinement, and she has enhanced her muscles to improve her base speed. In contrast, she is continually subjected to strength training. He loathed witnessing her perpetual fatigue, despising how she looked today, tears streaming down her face. He ran a hand through her hair, connecting his shadow with hers, allowing him to estimate how much chakra she had replenished over the past few hours. He probed his feelings through the shadow, exhaling a long breath as her own chakra slowly and tentatively floated forth. It was certainly an improvement from the flickering weakness she had displayed when she arrived today. Is she faring well? He lifted his gaze to meet his father's eyes. Shikamaru appeared just as concerned. The entire family was anxious. The only difference was that he had held her close during her fatigue and frustration, cradling her in his arms until she fainted. Restoring chakra. Shikamaru. That is not what I meant. He closed his eyes, inclining his body toward hers, an urgent need to protect her rising within. Exhausted. Frustrated. She is being forced into a role she does not wish to adapt to. I am deeply worried. His father settled down, lazily stroking his goatee while scrutinizing Yuko's condition. Although I dislike it, this training is making her stronger. The reasoning behind her team's dynamics is fragile and suspect. Yet, she is indeed becoming stronger. Last week, she fractured Kakashi's rib. Shikamaru frowned. He did not care if her body grew stronger. Her spirit was fracturing, and he could see the cracks. She had told him herself that she did not seek the spotlight. She desired to protect, to safeguard those she cherished. She detests this, he finally said. He reached out once more to stroke her hair, leaning down to gaze at her face. She loathes that man. I cannot fathom why. She simply says he feels off. Yes, his behavior is certainly suspect, Shikamaru conceded, astonished as he lifted his head. We have yet to unravel this mystery. But she will be all right, son. She is resilient. Shikamaru partially grunted in agreement, allowing his shadow to partially envelop her, cocooning her in safety, ensuring nothing would touch her. So strong, he murmured. I will be strong for her, allowing her to shine. Chapter 12. Jonin and C-Rank Missions. A C-Rank? Ryu exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stammered. Yuko huffed, shoving her hands into her pockets, glancing at Ricky, who stood motionless, holding the mission scroll for them to see. Why did we suddenly escalate to a C-Rank 2 months in? Oddly enough, the mission control center was both noisy and quiet, as ninjas buzzed about discussing tasks, orders flitting back and forth, while Chunin dashed behind the long table to collect scrolls. Genin squads huddled together, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm. A stark contrast to their previously pale and fatigued faces. Typically, Genin require at least 4 months to qualify for their first C-Rank mission. You have all completed sufficient D-Rank tasks. There is no reason to avoid undertaking missions for which you are qualified. She found the Jonin's brusque demeanor somewhat irksome. Of course, everyone has their weaknesses, but most ninjas at least manage to retain their humanity. She raised a hand to massage her forehead, attempting to alleviate an impending headache. What is the mission? Kai rumbled beside her, his arm pressing against hers, helping her maintain her stance despite her overwhelming fatigue and heavy limbs. Beyond the increase in physical strength and teammate speed, their training has yielded numerous noteworthy outcomes. The three of them had somehow bonded over their mutual disdain for training, even sharing meals on their days off. They are now friends, sharing their time and lives. Introducing Shikamaru to them was utterly amusing. So worth dragging that lazy boy to a nearby cafe in Nara. Watching Kai become increasingly perplexed every time Shikamaru spoke, while Ryu grew paler and stiffer with each glance, was the highlight of her week. Now, both had grown accustomed to his presence, squeezing into her space, a wonderfully warm and steady shield against her potential breakdowns in public. We will be transporting supplies to the border outposts through the Land of Soup. The estimated duration of the mission is 1 to 2 weeks. Your objective is to return within a week. The supplies are sealed within the scrolls for ease of transport. You will load the supplies into the scrolls yourselves. We move swiftly, departing from the north gate in 1 hour. Do not be late. Yuko cast a fleeting glance at the suddenly vacant space, then emitted a groan. Ugh, 1 week. There are at least 4 outposts along the border. If I fall from a tree, just let me sleep, Ryu muttered. I will simply carry you. Kai gently patted the young boy's shoulder, now cautious of his strength. I estimate 1 hour. Yuko reached into her back pocket, retrieving 2 small scrolls. Here. There is ample space within for a month's worth of supplies. Thank you, Yuko. Ryu smiled at her, his gray eyes slowly blinking, mirroring their shared fatigue. You are such a sweetheart. Kai lightly chuckled in agreement, nudging her shoulder with his elbow. She shrugged, waving her hand in acknowledgement. We are a team. Regardless of what the instructor says, my role is to support the both of you. The scrolls gave a thumbs up in response. She stretched slightly, furrowing her brow due to the burn in her back muscles, and then nodded towards the boys. I need to find a Jonin and notify a clan. Meet me at the entrance. As she traversed the rooftop, a peculiar sense of tranquility enveloped her. The light danced rhythmically, so effortlessly that her thoughts scarcely lingered. She stifled a yawn, rubbed one eye, and continued towards the location of the undoubtedly erroneous addition. Kakashi had no mission, but Asuma did, making him the first person she needed to locate before heading to Nara. Time was of the essence. She could not risk dozing off in Shikamaru's embrace. A faint smile tugged at her lips. Who knew Shikamaru was secretly a cuddler? Gently landing on the grass beside the memorial stone, she approached Kakashi, who was already gazing in her direction. She remained silent, bowing her head as she turned toward the stone engraved with the names of the missing. She recognized the names Kakashi mourned, only vaguely aware of the story surrounding the death of Minato Namikaze. She had never inquired about Uchiha Obito or Noara Rin. She merely sensed the taut pain in his voice whenever their names were spoken. After a few moments of silence, Kakashi finally stirred. No mission today? Yuko suppressed her desire to express her discontent. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her. Her muscles felt like jelly. Her bones ached, not to mention the throbbing pain in her temples, which could only be alleviated by napping alongside Shikamaru. She was injured. All she wanted was a moment's respite. C-rank, she finally murmured. Oh, what is it? A messenger tasked to the border of the land of hot water. Kakashi hummed beside her. That's an odd choice for your first C-rank. I can't fathom why Ricky would select that. Torture. He chuckled lightly, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. 2 weeks until you return to Konoha, right? Which gate are you departing from? North. He hopes we'll finish within a week. Kakashi's hand on her shoulder twitched. That's a bit excessive for a genin. I imagine you'll be moving clockwise through the outposts. We might even cross paths, he told her, his voice adopting the feigned cheerfulness he used to tease others. Yuko shot him an annoyed glance. I'm on reconnaissance near the border. I promise to bring back chocolate to soothe you when we meet. Yuko rolled her eyes and huffed. I'm off to Nara to leave a message for Shikamaru. Her tone softened as she closed her eyes. We can't say goodbye. He'll be upset. I'm upset. Kakashi pulled her close and bent down to give her a warm embrace. He'll be fine. The kid isn't foolish enough to misunderstand the life of a ninja. You'll unconsciously return and spend a day hanging out with him. As she stepped back, her lips quivered, betraying a hint of a smile. Yes, just a week of torment to endure first. Dashing through the dense woods ignited an unusual thrill, particularly at their speed. Perhaps it was the knowledge that a single slip could lead to a dizzying fall to the far ground. This also brought a sense of calm. There was nothing else to occupy her mind aside from focusing on the next branch while vaguely keeping an eye on her team. Despite a hint of irritation, Yuko could still vaguely respect the order Ricky had assigned them, as it was the most logical. Their Jonin instructor led the way, followed closely by Kaido, the strongest member of their team, while Ryu, due to his medical skills, occupied the most protected position, with Yuko bringing up the rear. She could defend both herself and Ryu, her speed allowing her to intercept attacks from any direction. It was clever, although the manner of their arrangement frayed her already taut nerves. Although there were remarks about their pace being insufficient, their speed suggested they would reach the first outpost by sunset. This meant they could sleep in cribs instead of on hard ground. Ironically, she felt immense gratitude for this trivial fact. Yet, she was certain that sleeping on the ground would leave her utterly immobile in the morning. Her muscles were overworked. With little opportunity to relax and heal, they leapt forward, traversing increasingly sparse woods before crossing fields and passing small villages, never pausing. Not once. No breaks, just running. When they finally arrived at the first outpost, Yuko could only blink slowly, her focus wavering. Kaido stood beside her, his muscles slightly quivering, her shoulder pressed against his. Ryu mirrored the same action on her other side. They were the only reason the strongest members of the team hadn't collapsed the moment they halted. Training had conditioned them not to show fatigue. They merely displayed a comfortable familiarity with one another. Never reveal an obvious weakness. This notion had been drilled into their minds for 2 months. She watched as Kaido handed over the supply scroll, speaking to the calm border ninja in a brusque tone. The ninja shook his head repeatedly, each movement sharper and more irritated than the last. She frowned, attempting to concentrate to discern the issue. It was difficult. Her heartbeat echoed in her ears, and her thoughts were scattered. When Kaido suddenly stepped forward, she nearly stumbled. The world suddenly came into sharp focus. Why can't the instructor take a break? Kaido's voice was hoarse, weary, yet resolute. He stared at Ricky, while Yuko blinked at the man's normally indifferent face, noting how his annoyance twisted his features. Come on, Lord Ricky. Your kids look exhausted. They arrived here early, did well. Let them rest, and have some warm food. Food. Ryu murmured quietly. Kaido crossed his arms over his chest, glaring at Ricky. If Yuko had the energy to protest, she might have been impressed. Well, Ricky said, we will eat. Rest for an hour. Then we'll continue. Training doesn't stop because you're tired and hungry. Remember that. More like torture. Yuko muttered under her breath. Minor details. Ryu offered her a shaky smile. They followed the border ninja into the underground shelter that constituted the outpost. The spacious area was quite ample, with a fully equipped kitchen on one side and 6 cribs on the other. Upon seeing those cribs, Yuko nearly burst into tears, her body screaming for rest. Within 10 minutes, a generous amount of fried rice was prepared and served, and they devoured the food almost ravenously. A border ninja gently guided them to a small bed, and as her head met the surprisingly soft pillow, she vanished like a flicker of light. Waking up was decidedly less delightful than falling asleep. She genuinely wanted to stab Ricky. Repeatedly, Yuko rubbed her eyes, attempting to dispel the gritty sensation with each blink. But to no avail. Less than an hour of sleep had helped. Her muscles no longer burned, yet her thoughts remained foggy, making it difficult to concentrate on the two border ninjas angrily reprimanding her Team S instructor. Ryu plopped down on the small bed beside her, yawning so wide his jaw cracked. Isn't it marvelous? Why are they coming down on him? Damn, if I knew. Ryu mumbled. Kaido might. I doubt he has slept at all. She scanned the room, failing to spot him, her brow furrowing. Where did he go? Outside, with one of them. Said he had a swaying sensation. Please tell me the boys aren't saying anything strange. Ryu reached out to pat the back of her head. Shut the hell up. Her lips twitched as she nudged their shoulders together. She was still too tired to smile. She bent down, extending her arm towards the ground, letting out a sigh due to the strain of her muscles. She did not anticipate moving swiftly through the darkness illuminated only by a sliver of moonlight. The circumstances would not be as dire as those times when Asuma had led her into the forests surrounding Konoha, where the dense canopy of trees blocked even the sunlight. At least here, the forest appeared more natural and sparse. It was time to go. As Ricky turned to depart, she sat up and nodded. A swift hand helped Ryu to his feet, and they trudged behind their teacher with difficulty. The other ninjas exhibited expressions of concern, yet for the Jonin and Genin, interference was not an option. Only in the presence of severe misconduct could anyone intervene and take action beyond mere expressions of discontent. The harsh training regimen, along with the reasoning Ricky could easily assert, rendered them barely able to stand, a condition insufficient for anyone. But what if one of them were a clan heir? Indeed, intervention could occur. Her connection with Shikamaru would not disrupt the training, while she might wear a symbol indicating her affiliation with the Nara heir. The clan would recognize her as one of their own, yet she was not Nara, and no one could utter a word against her. They leapt back into the woods, traversing in near silence for over an hour until Ricky suddenly halted on a branch. They each came to a stop on nearby branches, casting puzzled glances at their teacher. Yuko frowned, observing the pained expression on the man's face as if he were battling with himself. Given his usual stiff demeanor, this was peculiar. Motu, he finally spoke. Check for anyone around us. Ryu blinked, exchanging a bewildered look with Kaido before closing his eyes. He was a natural sensor, the only one in their team capable of perceiving the chakra signatures of others. Ricky had been rigorously training Ryu to develop this ability until he succeeded in detecting anyone attempting to suppress their chakra, allowing them to move unnoticed. Scanning the area was a daunting task for Ryu. He nodded at Kaido, who leapt to the boy's side, wrapping an arm around his back to prevent him from falling from the tree. Teacher? What is it? Ricky glanced at her, perched on the branch above him, trembling. He reached into a scroll holder on his vest and produced a small scroll. He examined it for a moment before tossing it to her. She deftly caught it in her hand. The scroll contained a seal with self-destruct components. It is linked to my chakra. If I perish, the scroll will self-destruct. Yuko furrowed her brow, flipping the scroll over and then opening it. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the circular seal, her eyes widening in shock as she pressed her hand upon it. Web-like patterns and symbols radiated from her palm, forming a square that locked the original seal in a state of stasis. Simultaneously, her eyes scanned the words, her complexion paling as she swallowed hard. Subject: Uchiha Yuko ancestry. Uzumaki bloodline. No recognized bloodline. Gunhai. Purple Uzumaki demand level. S threats. Sarutobi Asuma. Hataki Kakashi. Nara clan agent. Ricky, JYUU attempts. 5 failures. 3 ongoing subject. Nara Shikamaru bloodline. Nara, suspected direct descendant bloodline. No recognized bloodline. Gunhai. Nara hidden techniques demand level. SS threats. Nara clan, Yamanaka clan. Akimichi clan agent. Ricky JYUU, Hanjiro attempts. 2 failures, 7 ongoing. What is this? This is evidence. Ricky rubbed his face with both hands, suddenly appearing weary and aged. I tried to find a way to deliver it to Lord Shikaku, but he is suspicious enough that I can never enter the compound. I can't even articulate it. I mustn't say. I shouldn't speak. There are consequences. His voice trailed off as he gazed at her. His eyes filled with such sorrow that she felt an uncomfortable urge to shift. I don't understand what you're trying to say, teacher. This mission is a farce. I was supposed to train you to the point of being unable to fight, and then they could capture you. But I do not wish for that. I want to send you across the border, away from the darkness of our home. You cannot allow them to seize you. They know you are of the Uzumaki clan. They know which family you belong to. You must escape. She shook her head. You want me to leave my home? Leave those I love? I want you to live. Why do you even care? Ryu snapped back, her voice sharp. There are 4 of them, by the way, teacher, approaching from our southwest direction. Damn, they must be. Ricky's voice dwindled, his eyes widening as he extended his tongue to touch it with his fingertips. Yuko crouched down, leaning in for a closer look. There was a mark on his tongue, simple yet crude. They know I changed the plan. He activated part of the seal, and it will kill me. Listen, those 4 are coming. That is his version of the Umbu. I can take them down, allowing you 3 to reach the border. No. Yuko turned away from the suddenly frantic man disguised as their teacher, locking eyes with Kaido. He appeared tense, yet devoid of fear, a firm resolve evident in his demeanor. Kaido, we will not leave Konoha. My father is there. Ryu's family. Your Nara. We have people we care about in Konoha. We will not leave. He is right. Ryu nodded, a smile breaking through. We are Konoha ninjas, not missing ninjas. We do not need to leave. We can return. As long as we find Lord Shikaku, he will handle the rest, right? Yuko smiled, blinking away the threat of tears. They are right. We just need to run back. Ricky groaned, shaking his head. Fine, fine. Regardless, this will be a suicide mission, but I will do my utmost to take down all 4. You need to wait for the explosion before considering moving, understand? What do you mean by suicide mission? Yuko closed her eyes. The image of the seal flooding her mind. The seal, Ryu. It restricts discourse regarding certain subjects and possesses a built-in defense system that can be activated remotely, gradually liquefying the wearer. It also has an audio component, which I believe is related to specific words. Yes, I will soon perish. I would rather prevent them from capturing you, so at least I can say I did something right as your teacher. Hearing the sound of a pocket opening, she opened her eyes once more. Ricky produced 3 small, round black pills. Ice pills. Soldier pills? Yes. There was a reason I pinned you 3 down. It was not merely to exhaust you. Your chakra utilization and reserves have been enhanced. Your bodies are stronger, your speed swifter. I have given you the best chance while making it seem as though I was obeying their orders. I had no choice before. I am sorry. Ryu collapsed, one hand resting on Yuko's shoulder to steady himself on the branch. He took out 2 black pills, tossing one to Kaido. I suspect they were under considerable threat from the outset. Something must have occurred, and that threat no longer exists. My daughter. I promised to bring her safely to Konoha. She is gone. Yuko paused, nodding. I want to be angry, but family is important. Kaido mumbled, chewing on the pill. Yes, we understand, teacher. Do not be anxious. Ricky gazed at them slowly. Be cautious, act swiftly, and head straight to Konoha upon hearing the explosion. Do you understand? 3 voices echoed in unison. Yes, sensei. Yuko left Riku behind the memorial stone, spending 3 arduous hours before she could finally meet him. During that time, Kakashi grew increasingly agitated, consequently frightening the poor Chunin in the management office. The foolish boy repeatedly informed him that the Jonin commander was unavailable today and that he should return tomorrow. In retaliation, he threatened to bring the commander's wife in. Suddenly, Riku was freed. Was the mission confused? Riku furrowed his brow, leaning back in his chair. What do you mean? Supplies for the border outpost wouldn't be replenished for another 2 weeks. The last time I checked, they were rated B due to their proximity to other countries. Correct. What does that have to do with confusion? The supplies destined for the land of water were taken by Yuko's team. They departed 2 hours ago. What? Riku's complexion paled, only to be replaced by a surge of anger as he pulled a folder closer and began scanning the day's mission list. Kakashi awaited a response, his fingers twitching with the need to move. It was rated C. Which idiot altered the damn ranking of our monthly missions that we've been executing for years? Lord Shikaku? What? The elder Nara raised his head and roared. It might be wise to dispatch a rescue team before they venture too far. I know that Hataki. Oh, Riku was furious. I wish to request leadership. I cannot dispatch a team, Riku murmured while staring at the documents before him. Why not? Kakashi struggled to breathe as anger coursed through his veins. He could not attack his commander. Clenching his fists, he ignored the burning sensation in his covered eyes. Because who altered the mission ranking, assigning it to the 3rd squad? If I send out a recovery team, he will find out. Who? Danzo. Lightning flickered around his fists for a moment before he regained control. Very well. May I take my reconnaissance mission early, Lord Riku? Riku lifted his gaze, scrutinizing him for a moment before nodding vehemently. Hurry, Kakashi. Always working for comrades. The long-awaited explosion occurred 15 minutes prior. As they drew closer, Ryu had been monitoring the chakra of her teacher and 4 unknowns until the explosion shattered the night. 3 chakra signatures vanished in an instant, leaving the remaining 2 flickering weakly. A part of her yearned to flee, in case Ricky was still alive. Yet she noted the seal. Even if he survived the explosion, he was still as good as dead, knowing the outcome was not worth the risk. Thus, they resumed their movement, with Ryu perched on Kaido's back, enabling her to continue overseeing the area while remaining vigilant of the 2 signatures in case they began to pursue them. The ice they consumed worked wonders. She no longer felt on the brink of collapse. Her muscles no longer burned and ached. From the comments of Ryu and Kaido, she learned that their chakra reserves were half replenished, allowing them to exert more force in their legs, enabling swifter movement. She did not perceive any significant difference in herself. Yet she knew her reserve was naturally substantial. The Uzumaki clan's reserves were always abundant, and her chakra had never leaked, meaning she had not experienced the passive depletion that most seasoned ninjas did. She overlooked the fact that whenever Shikamaru ensnared her with his shadow, her chakra would extend to the connection. Now, beyond my attack range, Ryu exclaimed. She halted on a branch, observing as Ryu descended from Kaido. Have they moved? No, not at all. I'm certain those bastards have cooled off. That's good. Yuko sighed, feeling slightly more relaxed. There were no private Umbu forces pursuing them. However, that did not imply they would slow down. They needed to return to Konoha. The scroll in her hip pouch felt an uncomfortable weight. They moved swiftly again, darting across branches and skimming low over grass until re-entering the towering forest of ancient trees. The past few hours had been a relentless barrage of running and leaping, the fear of being hunted never dissipating, for if that seal could alert the creator of the words, then perhaps it could also signify the death of the one who bore it. Damn it! Ryu shouted as a kunai struck the branch where he had just landed. Mere inches from his foot. 10. Yuko had already dashed forward, seizing his arm and reappearing beside him on the branch. They scanned the surrounding dark forest. Ryu leaning slightly towards Kodai, her brow furrowed. Where? She whispered. Everywhere. I don't know where they came from. They weren't there moments ago. Oh, hey there, little ones. A voice emerged from the right, and she turned to see the speaker standing on another branch, clad in gray and black, bearing a sword, with a cloud-shaped headpiece atop his head. Do you have the courtesy to hand over that Uzumaki bitch? Go to hell, you bastard, Ryu retorted sharply. What do you want with the Uzumaki? Yuko squinted, noticing another ninja moving at the corner of her eye. We can't just head to the center of Konoha to retrieve that child. The cloud ninja laughed boisterously, slapping his thigh. Oh, you're quite the amusing one. Oh, but we know you're an Uzumaki girl. The old man showed us your lovely little picture. What old man? Oh, you know, the old man. Says Konoha doesn't want you girls. So come on, say the word, come to the clouds. We'll treat you very well. Kaido roared, stepping half a pace in front of her. She felt nausea swirling in her stomach. She understood this man's intent. She knew that the cloud was keen on the boundary of the realm and the inheritance abilities. This was not a favorable situation for women, nor was it particularly advantageous for men. Don't touch her, Kaido growled. That is for the young lady to decide. She might enjoy it, you know. Yeah, no thanks. Yuko retorted, suppressing her disgust while glaring at the man. Please step aside. Oh, don't be like that, sweetheart. Move. Someone appeared beside them, reaching out to grab her, only to receive a fist to the face. She caught a glimpse of shattered jaws and cheekbones breaking through the skin of a contorted face before they plummeted to the ground below. Kaido retracted his fist, glaring darkly at the cloud ninjas that surrounded them. Oh ho! The leader's expression suddenly turned serious. Well, if you want to play this way, children, we shall play together. A commotion erupted. The sound of swords being drawn echoed as 2 individuals leaped onto their branches. Yuko struck the shoulder of one, a jolt of electricity coursing through his body. He screamed, convulsing, the scent of cooking flesh wafting through the air. She elevated her ninjutsu, producing a peculiar thud, signaling that his eyes were about to burst. She ceased her ninjutsu, roughly shoved him aside, and raised her arm to block the incoming sword. As the sword collided with her golden shield, it rippled, barely an inch from her forearm. A kunai whizzed past as Ryu lunged but missed, with the cloud ninja leaping away. It was chaos. They had never encountered such a situation. None were prepared, and no one was truly ready for their first genuine battle. The air thickened with the scent of blood and charred flesh, leaving no time for contemplation. A searing pain shot through her left shoulder as she spun sharply, her heel colliding with a knee. The man who struck her with the sword screamed in agony, raising his weapon to strike again. She flickered behind him, a hand resting on his shoulder, redirecting him from his teammates, while the other palm pressed against his back, flames roaring forth from her seal. It seared through his skin, erupting from his chest, shimmering in the night, cutting through his agonized screams. As she released him, he collapsed to the ground. 3 down, 7 remain. Kaido. Her head snapped to the side, her eyes widening. A ninja had seized Kaido, 2 swords piercing through his chest beneath his shoulders. The dragon vaulted over their comrade, kunai deeply embedding into the assailant's neck, blood gushing forth. She roared, slamming her hands against a branch, black lines instantly shooting from the bark, encircling the area, flickering momentarily. A swirling golden sphere abruptly manifested around them, glistening in the darkness. Damn it, Kaido murmured, extracting his sword in a single breath. No. Oh, Holy One, you fool. Ryu's hands glowed green, first pressing against the wound on his back. Who the hell pulled out the thing that pierced them? Such a fool. Yuko watched, her hands still on the seal, Ryu's frown gradually transforming into fear. His gray eyes lifted to meet hers, the pain and terror she saw tightening her chest. Ryu? I don't think I can heal this. I lack the experience. This is the lungs. Both are pierced. I can seal the wounds. But he will soon faint. He needs a trained physician. I can only provide on-site treatment. Yuko, what should I do? Breathe. Ryu, you need to breathe, she whispered, her gaze fixed on him. I have a plan, is that all right? All right. Breathe, yes. I can manage this barrier, but we need to reach Konoha. Staying here is impossible. When we are ready to depart, I will transfer the seal to you. Seal the wounds. Let Kaido ride on your back. I will use another seal to lighten his weight. She inhaled deeply. She needed to say something. He needed to resist. I will do my best to stay by your side. But, Ryu, no matter what happens, you must not stop running. You need to get Kaido to Konoha. His eyes brimmed with fear, shaking his head, though he desperately kept the unconscious Kaido upright, his hands still glowing green. One of the cloud ninjas attempted to breach the barrier, sliding off the sphere. No, I will not abandon you. You carry Kaido. You are the fastest. You can get him there in time. No, Ryu. If something happens, Kaido needs you there. My job is to protect your back, remember? If the barrier disappears, my speed will prevent them from hitting either of you. This is the only way. You let me surpass you. You know I can catch up quickly. Ryu appeared conflicted, his gaze lowered to his glowing green hands. If you fall behind, you will catch up. I will do my utmost. All right. Okay. I will seal the last gap, and then we will run. Then we will run, she whispered. She pulled the seal, the lines of the sealing formula rising effortlessly. Another cloud ninja was repelled, chakra trembling. She stood, taking a few steps toward Ryu, black lines dripping from her fingertips. She slid her fingers across his shoulder, placing the seal over him, watching it adjust to the new space. Once everything settled, she took a fine rope from Kaido's own bag, aiding in securing him to her back. Once assured of their safety, she pressed her palm against his head, applying a new seal. The dragon stood easily, the weight of the heavier boy nearly negligible. He nodded, his gaze resolute and steadfast. Time to run. They shot out and bounced above the Cloud Clan leader's head. Yuko twisted her body, hurling a shuriken at him, forcing him to dodge sideways. She was outside the barrier when a sword swung at her, forcing her to evade. Then dodge another kunai, twisting once more. Another kunai lodged into her thigh. She roared, yanking it out and throwing it back, the satisfying sound of cracking bones and distant thuds ringing in her ears. 4 down. 6 to go. A man flashed before her, a long sword descending. The speed was too great to evade. It bit into her shoulder and neck, and as her hand connected with his neck, it slashed across her chest to her hip, twisting her aside. Flames scorched the newly arrived headless ninja. 5 down. 5 remain. As a burning pain radiated through her chest, she gasped, warm blood soaking her clothing. She looked down, seeing the severed armor, her brow furrowing, yet it did not prevent the sword from piercing her flesh. Blood gushed from the wound, shocking her. She glanced back at her teammates, her friends, the golden sphere continuing to advance. Someone appeared beside them. She flickered, delivering a heel strike to their neck, hearing the sickening snap as their neck broke. 6 down. For remain. She stumbled, sliding down a branch, barely catching hold of the one below. She halted, her eyes fixated on the golden sphere, then turned to glare at the cloud ninja behind her. She dropped from the branch, landing as the leader of the group followed closely. As his feet touched the bare ground, she slammed her hands down. 2 halves of a hollow sphere suddenly bouncing around him, encasing him within. The hollow sphere smoothly sank back into the earth, a seal placed atop, set to pulse according to the code Asuma had once taught her. The impact drew her attention. She tilted her head aside, then dashed back to the branches, dodging another electrified sword. 7 down. 3 to go. She flickered, reappearing in a clearing, her legs weak, collapsing to the ground. She braced herself, closing her eyes, knowing the impact would send a jolt of pain through her wounds. Nothing happened. She opened her eyes wide, staring at her knees on the damp grass. She felt no impact, not even the sting from the wound on her torso. Realization dawned, her eyes widening. She felt nothing. Nothing at all. She was completely numb. Feeling cold, her heart rate gradually slowed, each beat becoming languid. She understood what this meant. She knew. Her body tilted. When her shoulders struck the ground, she felt no sensation. She closed her eyes. She knew. This was the end for her. I'm sorry, Shikamaru. Chapter 13. Gray Eyes. Illusions. When Yuko was 5 years old, Asuma had always been concerned about her mental state. A quiet child, her footsteps silent, her mind far too serious, traumatized. She spoke little. Then she sought help. For a Nara boy was too quiet. She would gaze at the clouds. She lost the Nara boy, who never revealed to her the reason. Never told her that the Nara clan had closed themselves off because their children faced a threat. 2 Nara children had vanished. Their bodies discovered weeks later. Then, they were sealed off, for that Nara boy was a danger. Because he had met her. Because his small body needed to learn to control newfound powers. When Yuko turned 6, Asuma watched her sorrow transform into determination. She devoured information at a frenzied pace. He observed her sealing techniques and knowledge growing increasingly swift. She did not wish to make new friends, and the visits from Choji became less frequent. He did not take her to the more popular parks, for ordinary children would not understand her. She did not play, nor did she desire to. Friends meant pain to her. When Yuko was 7 years old, she smiled at Asuma's request to become a ninja. He enrolled her in the upcoming academic year and began imparting all the knowledge he could share. She was quick-witted, intelligent, and eager to learn. By the time she turned 8, he watched as she reunited with her friends. She rekindled her affection for the Nara boy, Choji, who also re-entered her life. Laughter became more frequent in her reading, accompanied by playful hums. Though she dozed off in class, her grades remained commendable. They were aware of her chakra issues. Yet she discovered her family's way of doing things, filling her with joy. At 9, Asuma had to formalize her contract with Nara. What might have been a disastrous situation turned out to be quite the opposite. They simply wanted her to be herself. Whispers of rumors began to circulate, branding her as selfish and materialistic. Yet she continued to smile, radiating happiness, her eyes sparkling alongside her Nara boy, adorned with a mysterious grin. When Yuko reached the age of 10, Asuma observed her struggle with the distance from her only friend. She was embarking on something new, yet it felt different. She often visited Nara, curling up under the clouds with her boy, dozing off for hours. By 11, Asuma witnessed her ascend to the rank of genin. He watched her battle against a teacher who sought to mold her into an unsuitable shape, observing her begin to falter. She would retreat to her Nara boy, crying and collapsing, only to find solace in sleep, repeating this cycle day after day. She forged friendships among her teammates, the 3 of them standing guard for one another. Now, he sat in a room painted white, gazing at an 11-year-old girl on an oversized bed. Her skin was pallid, marred by scars on her cheeks, left shoulder, and right thigh. A massive scar began at the base of her right neck, stretching diagonally across her chest to her left hip. This injury had nearly claimed her life. Had Kakashi not found her, the remaining 3 cloud ninjas would have perished. Her team had eliminated 7 ninjas from the cloud, 6 dead, 1 buried and later retrieved. Residing within a building of torture and interrogation, 3 11-year-olds betrayed by their teacher had vanquished 7 foes. Now, they lay in hospital beds, recovering slowly in adjacent rooms. One had a punctured lung, barely clinging to life through intermittent healing. Another had his chakra stripped away, his network scorched by continuously healing wounds, devoid of any training. Then there was Yuko, who nearly bled to death after ensuring her team's safety. Fortunately, perhaps, Astonishingly, these young genin not only survived but carved a bloody path forward. Asuma felt a surge of relief to know her heart still beat. When Kakashi returned, cradling a nearly lifeless girl drenched in blood and cold to the touch, Shikamaru had turned to ice. He feared for the child's life, terrified of his son's impending breakdown. Bystanders stood in stunned silence, even as they rushed across rooftops. The bloodied little body unmistakably visible, ninjas stumbling to clear the way, each face reflecting shock and dread. He could not blame them. It was unsettling for a genin to return from a mission appearing lifeless. Chaos erupted in the hospital as medical personnel and nurses attempted to usher Yuko away. Kakashi's gaze remained fixated on them, oblivious to their presence. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, guiding a man to a quiet waiting room. Blood soaked through the green vest. Pale fingers stained crimson, deeper spots appearing on his mask. A nurse approached with a box of wet wipes and an empty bag. The ward was designated for ninjas, not meant for those in bloodied clothing awaiting assistance. As he cleaned the blood from Kakashi's fingers, there was no response. Even when he managed to remove the vest and place it in the bag, this was not a good omen. Kakashi? No reply came. He took on the role of commander and tried again. Hataki, report. Kakashi flinched slightly, his uncovered eye widening. I reached the first outpost, expecting them to be resting. The border guard said they lingered for an hour before leaving. I tracked their scent until the road split. Ricky moved in one direction. Pakin reported 4 bodies. All deceased. 3 were in umbu attire. Fragments everywhere. I traced the path of the genin, discovered the bodies of cloud ninjas. At least one genin bore evidence of severe injury. The trail continued until it split again. Muto and Jun proceeded directly toward Konoha, while a set of footprints led Yuko down another path. More cloud bodies. I found one trapped underground, requesting a rescue team. Following Yuko's path, I discovered her unconscious, surrounded by 3 enemies. They were eliminated. She was barely breathing, heart rate slow. Administered first aid. Returned to Konoha as swiftly as possible. Shikamaru bowed his head, fists clenched. Kakashi's tone mirrored that from when they retreated to the depths of Umbu following the Nine-Tails attack. He recounted everything he knew to another. Ryu and Hato had arrived nearly 2 hours before Kakashi. Kaido was in intensive care, his lung punctured and undergoing a transfusion. Ryu had pushed himself to the brink of chakra exhaustion, burning through his chakra coils and celestial ties. Both would require months to heal, and even then, retirement might be their only option. They remained seated until, hours later, exhausted medical staff emerged. Yuko was stable. The most severe wounds were on her torso, yet not deep enough to damage any organs. The lower half was deeper, but still no organ damage. Despite her innate reservoir of chakra, her levels were dismally low, having entered a state of exhaustion. As Ryu stumbled in, Asuma returned, finding her already in her room. He said nothing, merely gazing at the unconscious girl. Shikamaru had just exited the corridor where the Team's room was situated when Kakashi silently joined Asuma in vigil. At that moment, he noticed his son frantically seeking information from the nurses. The dreaded rumors had already spread. He sighed, about to approach his child, when an Umbu stepped forward, leaning close to Shikamaru's ear. As shadows suddenly enveloped his distressed son, Shikamaru was gripped by fear. He was right. Shikamaru had crumbled. No, please. She can't die. She can't. Shikamaru clutched his head, collapsing to the ground, sobbing. His shadow multiplied, writhing around his suddenly diminutive form. It fiercely attacked anyone who approached. The cursed Umbu managing to retreat to the far end of the hallway, their masked head tilting to the side. Shikamaru roared. He could do nothing to halt his son's shadow, and the unceasing pleas meant his child heard none of his words. No matter how many times he desperately shouted that Yuko was still alive. He won't believe you. A deep voice resonated beside him. A quick glance revealed Ryu, haggard, with multiple bandages wrapped around his wounds. He needs to see proof. We can't move him. We can't move Yuko-chan either. It doesn't have to be real. It just has to be her. Gray eyes met his, weary and pained. Genjutsu, Lord Nara. Show him she is still alive. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he abruptly raised his hands, attempting to breach the seal. He was not adept at Genjutsu, but he would make it work. For his son, he would render it believable. He wove an illusion of Yuko standing before Shikamaru, calling out to him in her voice. The shadows froze and faded, as the brown-eyed child stared vacantly, while nurses rushed forward with needles to administer a sedative to his still-crying son. Ryu moved forward slowly and unsteadily until he flickered and reappeared beside the dark figure. His hand rose, a metallic flash, and the ANBU collapsed to the ground. His voice was clear as he spoke. This is one of the scoundrels my teacher attempted to deal with. I recognized his chakra. Oh, this child is a sensor, rare and exceedingly useful. Wuko, called the horned figure. The child turned to look back, his face splattered with blood. Notify the superiors next time. Are there any surviving Cloud Shinobi? 1. Yes, working. Ryu nodded and approached the horned figure again. Then there shall not be a next time. I have not yet foolishly sought out that commanding scoundrel. I trust you will manage this matter. Shiga frowned. Do you truly believe someone is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? His gray eyes narrowed in contemplation, one hand absently wiping away the blood from his cheek. Examine Yuko's belongings. There should be a scroll that may hold your answers. Whatever she read within it terrified her. Watching the child return to his room, he felt a flicker of concern. Ryu's demeanor was darker and more severe than he had anticipated. Frankly, he had expected the child to be hysterical or mentally shattered. Instead, he witnessed a 12-year-old boy calmly sever another's throat, seemingly indifferent to the blood spilling from his own body. He would ensure that the pig merchants were aware, doubling down on the assurance that their minds remained unshattered. Thus, they received the assistance necessary to address the issue. This could aid them in coping, but it would irrevocably alter their identities. He returned to Yuko's room, ignoring the two silent men, and began rummaging through the girl's belongings. Within, he discovered 2 scrolls. The first was a storage scroll, more intricate than the standard design. The second sent a chill through him, and anger tore at his soul. Their target was his son. Chapter 14. The third Hokage and Kakashi. When Yuko first awoke, the first sensation she felt was pain. Not sharp and searing, but a deep throb that made her want to rub every part of herself. Her thighs and shoulders twitched, a line on her torso pulsing in time with her heartbeat. Her cheeks itched, accompanied by an annoying beeping sound. Opening her eyes was a struggle. It felt as if they were glued shut, the light causing her to hiss before she closed them once more. A rustling sound emerged beside her, and suddenly a warm hand enveloped hers. Yuko? It was a whisper, raspy yet familiar. She coughed, her throat tight, suddenly acutely aware of her dryness and thirst. Something touched her lips, a straw, and she greedily drank the lukewarm water. I'm here. She licked her lips and opened her eyes. The light still stung, but she could see. Asuma sat in a chair beside her bed, his clothes wrinkled, beard unkempt, shadows under his eyes. Yet it was he. She hadn't expected to see him again. Nisan. He smiled, though it was small and fragile. Yet joy illuminated his eyes. Welcome back. What happened? Kakashi grew suspicious of your mission. The horned figure allowed him to leave the village to attempt to rendezvous with your team. When he found you, you were merely persistent. You lost too much blood, Yuko. I thought I was dead, she whispered. Her eyes widened, ignoring the bright burns. Ryu. Kaido. Are they? They're both fine, he quickly reassured, gently squeezing her hand. Kaido's lungs have healed, and he has begun physical therapy. Ryu's chakra is finally starting to recover. He pushed himself to the brink, burning out his entire network. As long as his reserves can replenish, he should be fine. She sighed and closed her eyes. Oh, thank you, thank you. After a few minutes of silence, Asuma spoke again. The pig merchants might come to see you soon. He has been working with your teammates. I'll let him in, she murmured. He needs to see and hear what happened with the scroll. Asuma gently pressed her shoulder, and she opened her eyes, looking at him frantically. Ryu told Shikaku. He has it. Asuma, they're targeting us. Who are they? What do they want with Kaido and me? He is safe now. He should return in a few hours. Since they brought the child back, he has hardly left his side. What? What happened? Someone posing as ENBU told him you were dead. He couldn't accept it and had to be sedated. They just began allowing him back to the hospital. He has been isolated for the past 2 months. Umbu? Isolated? What? 2 months. Calm down, Asuma said softly. According to Ryu, that ANBU was one of the individuals he recognized. When your teacher was pursuing Ryu killed him. When Shikamaru heard you were dead, he lost control. His shadow became a bit unruly. He had to be sedated and returned to Nara for safety. It took him some time to regain control. Now, your injuries are severe, so they placed you in a coma to allow for a safer recovery. You've been here for 2 months. 2 months, she whispered. Is he okay now? Yes, Asuma suddenly chuckled, appearing more like his old self. You two need to slow down and enjoy this romantic teenage phase. She felt her cheeks flush as she stared at him. You don't. As she relaxed, His laughter elicited a faint smile from her lips. She merely watched him laugh to himself, contemplating his words. She knew she loved Kaido, and had realized this long before. It wasn't he so dense. This was love commentary. She didn't comprehend his meaning. It wasn't something she needed to worry about. Her mind might be far more mature than her age, but it didn't mean she was still only 11. Ah, child, don't fret so much. Just relish in knowing who it is you love. You won't be troubled by teenage hormones. She wrinkled her nose, half-heartedly glaring at him. No thanks. His smile faded, and he looked at her seriously. Yuko, what about that scroll? Did you read it? She shifted slightly and nodded slowly. A little. It seemed like a long-term mission order. An order to capture me and Kaido. I don't know why. I can guess, but I don't know who. Part of me thinks the one leading the Kumo team to us is the same person. Why is that? They said an old man told them that Konoha didn't need me. Ricky was promised to ensure his daughter's safe arrival to Konoha. It makes me feel like it's someone of sufficient stature, making the promise somewhat credible. Asuma hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something, but unsure if he could. Yamato. It's fine, Nissan. Obviously, I assume Kaido has obtained the scroll, and I can remain unaware. This nonsense is far beyond my pathetic genin pay grade. Asuma raised an eyebrow at her cursing, smiling as if he knew something she didn't. About that you are no longer a genin. What? He leaned back, bending to pick up a stiff new green shunin vest. He placed it on the bed, and she extended her feeble fingers until they brushed against the still rough material. She was bewildered. Jinning remained in a state of unconsciousness for 2 months, and once again fell into a similar stupor. How could she possibly be a chunin? Her eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on Asuma. Promotion to chunin? Indeed. After the third Hokage reviewed the reports from Long and Kakashi, the 3 of you were elevated. There exists only a small window of explanation between you, yet at that time, you successfully captured a cloud ninja who possessed a wealth of intriguing information. Some of this intelligence enabled Konoha to thwart actions that could have potentially led to at least minor conflicts. We are now chunin. Yes, Imuto. Can we once again form a team? He smiled gently, his hand caressing her head. Yes. Your backup support team has been restored to its original functionality. Do you remember that? She nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. The backup support team is a versatile unit capable of rapid deployment, providing defense, offense, medical assistance, or evacuation support for all types of teams. Typically, it includes a heavy hitter and medical personnel. Your team possesses all the qualities that make you an ideal candidate. Kaido has strength, Ryu has healing abilities, and you, my dear Imuto, will ensure swift arrival. I like that. I just want to protect my brother. I dislike the notion of being part of a strike team. It emphasizes swift kills too much. But now you understand that protection can be achieved through lethal means. I am willing, and I no longer fear doing so again. I have precious individuals here, those I love. As long as I have them, I will fight. I will protect them, their home, my home. Shikamaru nearly collided with Asuma at the hospital entrance. A swift hand resting on his shoulder to halt him. He blinked, looking up with bleary eyes at the jonin. He was still not fully coherent. His father had explained that when the false ANBU had deceived him, he truly fell apart. His thoughts spiraled into chaos, losing control, allowing his shadow to lash out in anger, while he felt everything fade away. The troubling thought lingered that if one day Yuko truly died, he would be incapable of stopping himself from shattering. At 11, he had to admit that his sanity relied on one person. The promise he clung to was that once he entered adolescence, his body would adjust, aligning his emotions and physicality with his spirit. In a year or 2, his shadow would stabilize, and he would no longer need to worry so much. Oh, hey, Shikamaru-kun, Asuma greeted, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Why was he so joyful? Shikamaru's eyes widened as a hand reached out to grasp his shoulder. Yuko? Has she awakened? Yes, child. She should still be awake, so you must hurry, lest she falls asleep on you. Thank you. Honestly, for the first time in his life, he ran, dashing through the corridor, racing up the stairs, nearly skidding around the corner, navigating through the crowd without a second thought. All he could think of was her awakening. He stopped outside her room, slowly opening the door, his hand trembling, almost bracing himself to find her asleep, motionless, her complexion pale. She sat there, propped up by pillows, her head turned towards the door. She greeted him with a tender smile, her bright golden eyes warm and vibrant, deep crimson hair cascading over her shoulders. At that moment, she was exquisite. He stepped in, somewhat dazed, approaching the bedside. Yuko, he said, his throat tightening, his voice barely above a whisper. "Hello, Shikamaru." For 2 months, he had not heard her voice, seen her smile, or gazed into her eyes. For 2 months, he had been drowning in anguish. The elders had murmured about the ancient curse returning, and his shadow had enveloped him entirely. For 2 months, he had been tormented by the soft, heartbreaking lies. For 2 months, he had struggled to breathe. Now he could breathe. "Are you all right? You're here." She gestured for him to come closer, patting the space beside her on the bed. "Come on. We can't see the clouds, but I truly wish to curl up with my Nara." "Your Nara?" Did she know? Did she realize he was aware? Her gaze softened with something he could not articulate, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "We are both quite clever, and sometimes that is not a boon. We overthink, overanalyze the details we ought to leave behind. Yet intelligence is beneficial. I am astute enough to recognize my feelings and wise enough to understand them. I know this is for my future self. However, Shikamaru, when I was at my lowest, you were my final thought." She swallowed hard, frowning. "I do not wish to leave you." "Then do not," he responded swiftly, moving to the bedside and sitting beside her. He leaned back against the pillows, wrapping an arm around her, drawing her close as he always had. "Do not leave me." "I never wanted to," she murmured softly. "Good. Then what remains is our future together. I, like Yuko, understand my feelings, but for now, I only wish to be with you." "Nap time." As she leaned against him, he smiled for the first time in 2 months, resting his cheek atop her head. Nap time. For the past 2 months, Shikamaru had been consumed by a burning rage. From the moment he read the scroll entrusted to Yuko by Rikiju, he had yearned for destruction and bloodshed. Yet, he had ample time in his life to master the art of concealing murderous thoughts. Thus, while it was evident that he was angry, it was easy for others to misinterpret it as merely the result of a girl under his family's protection nearly losing her life. They had attempted to capture Yuko 5 times, twice targeting his own son, with plans for continued attempts. The remainder of the scroll detailed any actions aimed at capturing them alive. Any attempt that could lead to death would be abandoned. No names, no chakra signatures. But he knew. He knew who was behind it all. Shimura Danzo. They had been trying to investigate that bastard, yet found nothing but rumors, whispers, and hypothetical actions. Even with the scroll, he still lacked evidence. He could not approach the Hokage demanding arrest, revenge, or anything else. Even the Cloud Ninja captured could reveal little more than the details of plans to make his village a pawn in the Uzumaki whirlpool. They were more interested in cultivating a new generation loyal to the Cloud. Did that not ignite his blood with an abhorrence-fueled fury? As the Cloud Ninjas chattered about plans to imprison an 11-year-old girl, he stood by the well. The plan evidently including a damned list detailing who could claim the child in which year. Yes, part of that fury stemmed from the instinct to protect the future of his clan. For, as the elders had proclaimed, the offspring of Shikamaru and Yuko would possess devastating power. Losing Yuko to the Cloud's vile desires would shatter Shikamaru. He sighed, rubbing his face with both hands, glancing at the stiff-backed blonde beside him. "So what is the verdict?" Inogen regarded him with green eyes, a brow arched. It was understandable that Kaido-kun felt frustrated, yet his mind was intact. Ryu-kun wavered between the fear of losing his team and an intense need to protect, but his mind remained sound. Yuko-chan was the calmest among them. She had reconciled. She had killed her own, acknowledging that such tragedies would likely recur. Her current psyche was somewhat fragile. Old wounds were not kind to her, yet her mind remained intact. Each of them was strong and leaned on one another when things became overwhelming. A wicked smile crept onto his face as he added, "Shikamaru-kun's presence also aids in healing Yuko-chan's spirit." This elicited a roll of the eyes from his old friend. He was acutely aware that during Yuko's month of awakening, his son had been at her bedside every moment. Not solely is Yuko in the process of healing, but her vigilant and vibrant existence also soothes the spiritual wounds of her son. His shadow has now settled into a profound tranquility, stronger and swifter than before, and his thoughts have regained clarity and unobstructed flow. Although Ino and Shikaku express concerns regarding Shikamaru's dependence on Yuko, he comprehends and accepts it as effortlessly as breathing. They may be long-standing friends and allies, yet certain matters remain tethered to their clan. I believe this suggests that once they have healed and regained their strength, I shall allow them to return to active duty. An aged voice captured his attention, prompting Shikaku to turn toward the Hokage. The elder appeared utterly fatigued, yet his voice carried a hint of pride. "I am delighted that we can welcome such promising ninjas." It is anticipated that their injuries will completely heal without risk in approximately 3 to 4 months, Ino calmly noted. The enforced medical leave also enables us to alleviate their psychological traumas. While this may seem reasonable, it remains a form of trauma. Their teacher betrayed them, and soon after, they were genuinely fighting for their lives. Not to mention, Shikaku crossed his arms over his chest and murmured that they would require several months to regain their physical prowess and skills. Nara nodded, the pen swiftly gliding across various forms. Understood. Do the gentlemen have anything to add? Ino shook her head, but Shikaka hesitated. He knew the Hokage was aware of the covenant. The elder's belief that this was a suggestion for a temporary measure prompted him to voice his next thought. When my son graduates next year, he will sign an arrangement contract. Ah, has Shikamaru finally found a suitable candidate? We have indeed. Do ensure you inform me. It is always a delight to watch the clan matches. Ino barely suppressed a smile in her eyes as she glanced at Shikaku. They were all aware that Nara was still in the midst of a potential match to bind Yuko. Officially, without Nara's name. She is a ward of Konoha and must adhere to her directives. Asuma is merely her legal guardian. Had he not chosen a family of power, his scheme from 2 years prior would have been futile. Fortunately, Shikaku understood what this little girl would become for his son. Her true identity would bestow immense strength upon his family. He was unashamed to admit that securing a family member with combat capabilities sufficient to level the entire village was a prudent move. Yuko, of course. The astonishment on his face was delightful, though the subsequent stubborn determination was not. The Hokage glared at him fiercely, the pressure from his chakra filling the room. Shikaku, this farce has continued for too long. Yuko-chan is a ward of Konoha, and the council will make the best decision regarding her future. She possesses unique abilities tied to her ancestors, which will greatly benefit the future of the village. I concur. Shikaku replied slowly, lazily meeting the elder's gaze. However, this will transpire under Nara's watchful eye. With that, as understanding seeped in, eyes widened. His family would not relinquish control over Yuko. This was not only for his son, but also for the burgeoning love between their heir and the self-proclaimed princess. It was not merely due to the girl's fearlessness in the presence of shadows, nor solely because she encouraged the younger children to chase her while learning to wield shadows. It was not just because she was intelligent and eager to engage in debates and discussions on any topic, igniting a spark of vitality among her kin. It was not only because she wove power into seals, smiling as she released them freely. It was not simply because their beloved Shikaka deemed her worthy of their time and attention. It was not just due to her name and the power it encompassed. It was all of these things, and more. Yuko is ours, Lord Hokage. We shall not forsake her. Let Danzo attempt to take away his son and future daughter-in-law. He will soon learn why the Nara family has been granted such liberty by the Senju clan. Yuko laughed, carefree and joyful, as her small shadow danced around her, completely focused on her little face, amplifying her delight. She had not done this since last year, and she had forgotten how enjoyable it was for both herself and the young Nara children just entering the academy. It was a boon for her mind, allowing her thoughts to drift away from screams, darkness, the scent of blood, and charred flesh. It also benefited her body. Her movements were effortless, devoid of any strain or injury. She had been discharged for a month, merely 2 months since she had awakened. The physical therapy targeted at ninjas was intense. Their bodies recovered more swiftly than those of civilians and medical personnel, healing from any inflicted injuries. She received comprehensive assessments of her injuries, including those that nearly claimed her life. She was incredibly fortunate. The shuriken that struck her thigh had not severed any major arteries, causing only minimal muscle damage. The wound on her shoulder was exacerbated by her movements, partially tearing the muscle there. Of course, the most severe was the deep gash on her torso. Beginning at the right edge of her neck, it was shallow enough, yet positioned low enough to avoid arteries and severe harm. As it traversed her chest and curled downward above her left hip, it deepened considerably. Strangely, even while lying flat, she felt an inescapable pain in her hip. A faint tug, merely her muscles twitching, prompted her to obediently stop and glance down at her shadow, seeing the little shadow attached to the space where her arm extended. The light flickered momentarily before vanishing, and she promptly scooped up the Nara girl from where her shadow had retreated, grinning broadly. Well done, Ali-chan. The little girl giggled, resting her head on Yuko's shoulder, her body relaxing, as she deemed it the perfect time for a nap. The other 4 Nara children sprawled on the ground, softly lamenting their efforts to capture her shadow. Are we having fun? Upon turning to see Shikamaru leaning against a large tree in the Nara compound, her smile softened. His brown eyes were warm, and he wore a satisfied grin as he surveyed the weary children. She raised an eyebrow, assessing him. He appeared as though he had decided to roll in the dirt, somehow with the hem of his shirt singed. Yes, she responded slowly. How is the academy? His expression darkened, and he shoved his hands into his pockets. He said nothing. Good. Well, I am serious. Well, Yuko. She carefully set Ali and her little Nara companion down together. The new appearance was amusing. Her body twitched slightly, imperceptibly, signaling to her that a very familiar shadow was attached to her own. Her smile grew playful, as it always did. Her chakra seizing the opportunity to extend its shadowy tendrils outward. She felt Shikamaru's own chakra, dark, strong, and secure, brush against her own. She turned to smile at him, and he released her hand. So what happened? He grunted, sliding down from the tree to sit on the ground, his gaze turned skyward. Observing him when he was engulfed in feelings of being a burden was always entertaining. The sheer absurdity of his displayed worry and frustration was comical. Naruto concocted some ridiculous pranks during weapon training. She chuckled softly, approaching to kneel before him on the soft grass. I heard he invested more in those. Trouble. Well, that's why you are hanging out with him and skipping class. It is. Of course it's trouble. Just admit you like him. Shikamaru huffed, diverting his gaze from her. Yes, amusing. Yuko tilted her head curiously. Why so? Well, he shares a certain connection with you. Clearly, you cannot speak to him, but I can. I believe this will be a means for you to understand him. His unhealthy obsession with ramen serves to inform you. Her chest was filled with a slow warmth that made Asuma chuckle, while Kakashi appeared pale, and Red smiled faintly, indicating she was having a rough time. It was somewhat endearing. Shikamaru lowered his head, his cheeks flushed. Yes, well, he coughed. He is quite intelligent, though he does not show it. He indeed possesses great intellect, though not in the traditional sense. He learns swiftly during physical tasks, yet once someone begins to speak, his mind forgets how to function. He is kind, yet all the adults regard him with peculiar disdain. Strange, isn't it? They either fear or loathe him, labeling him as a monster or a demon. I have witnessed him being struck with a broom or kicked away. It is rare to see him treated normally. Her fists clenched in an outburst of anger. How dare they? He is just a child like us. I know, Shikamaru whispered, extending his hand to grasp hers. I inquired about this matter with my father. I suspect there are many things he cannot articulate. However, he mentioned that if I like Naruto, I should befriend him, treating him kindly in the manner I appreciate. He shrugged, a smile tinged with regret crossing his face. I do not intend to begin fearing him. Shikamaru, please be beside him. I cannot. But he is my only family here. I have been planning. Thank you, she murmured, offering him a small, sorrowful smile before lying down beside him. Truly, I know I can trust you to be by his side. Chapter 15. Yuko's memories. Shikamaru yawned, obediently dragging his feet alongside Choji, as their classmates followed like mismatched little ducks into the flower. With only a few months remaining until their graduation exams, their teacher deemed it a splendid idea to rush them to one of the various training grounds to observe the listed ninjas. A field trip. Most of the class buzzed excitedly. Perhaps he would be more intrigued, but he had been awake most of the night, listening to the sounds echoing from the corridor outside his room. Asuma and Kakashi were assigned to a mission, providing a safe space, while Yuko always slept beside them when they departed. For the most part, she was fine. Occasionally, he would catch a glimpse of a new chill in her eyes, but it became more pronounced when she was asleep. Nightmares. She either cried hysterically or awoke screaming, only to fall into complete silence afterward. Ino claimed this was normal, merely her brain's way of processing issues. After waking from those dreams, he could never return to slumber. His mother would rush into the room, talking to Yuko for hours. Shikamaru would stretch his shadow until he found hers, gently grasping it just enough for her to know he was there. Last night was a night filled with tears. They were the worst, not fear that startled her awake with screams, but a sorrow that made her feel inadequate, that one day, people might perish because of her. He knew. He heard their voices. Screaming nights meant Yuko could only spend the day with her team, doing nothing but being together. She always said that seeing and feeling them was comforting, and he understood this. Afterward, she would calm down. Crying nights indicated that her team would continue training after taking sick leave. They were almost obsessed with becoming stronger, faster, yet his father said this was beneficial, reminding them of reality. All right, we are about to enter the training ground. The Chunin team we will observe today is quite amiable, and they have agreed we may watch. After they finish, you can ask questions. No one is allowed to stray from the group, Naruto, under any circumstances. They are true ninjas, and you could get hurt. As Irika led them through the gates, Shikamaru blinked as the trees began to thin. He could hear the sound of impact, the distinctive noise of shuriken striking solid surfaces. Then, very clearly, a familiar voice shouted, "Katon." Above the trees, a surge of heat and bright flames erupted. "Oh, damn it, that hit me." Laughter rang out. Carefree and unburdened. "You idiot, dodge faster next time." "Dodge? How the hell am I supposed to dodge when I'm only 2 feet away?" Irika froze, a hand covering his face. Shikamaru chuckled, suddenly more interested in watching the training, completely forgetting the plan to observe the clouds. He had never seen this team train before. Oh, the reactions from his classmates would surely be entertaining. "Let us go," Irika said quietly, moving forward once more. The trees cleared, revealing a rather standard training ground, a small pond, scattered rocks, and wooden posts. Most of it appeared as if something large had trampled and crushed the earth. In the center stood Yuko, hands in her pockets, a playful smile adorning her face. In front of her, Ryu was emitting a green glow from one hand, healing the painful burn on his shoulder, while Ryu shot a glare at the girl. Nearby, Kaido observed his teammate with a mischievous expression. "Ryu, Shunshin." With a puff, he zipped away. "It's not that hard. Bitch, I can't move like you," she exclaimed, urging him forward. "The kids are here," Kaido shouted. Yuko turned, her smile transforming into a forced grin as she surveyed everyone, her gaze lingering on Shikamaru, who reciprocated her smile. "Good morning, Teacher Irika. I apologize for not knowing when you would arrive," she said. As Irika stepped forward, whispers erupted behind Shikamaru. "Is that Yuzu? I thought she dropped out. She is a Chunin? Didn't she graduate last semester?" Shikamaru glanced at Ino, confusion flooding his pale blue eyes. "Huh, is that really Yuzu? She is already a Chunin?" It seemed Ino had evidently omitted the earlier events of the year from her daughter. "Yes, they were promoted." "Promoted?" Hearing the exclamations from behind him, he furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath. "Yes, promoted. No longer genin." Sakura stood before him, stamping her foot, her green eyes narrowed. "How? Her name wasn't on the short list from the last exam." Sakura?" Ino frowned, absent-mindedly scratching Akamaru's ears. "They got promoted months ago." "What?" Ino leaned back, her eyes wide. "They had failed missions or something. Mom didn't elaborate. Just said they performed exceptionally well under extreme duress." "Trouble." Shikamaru sighed, gripping the side of his neck, glancing back at Yuko. As she spoke to Irika, she shook her head in frustration, gesturing several times to his class, then slumped her shoulders, nodding in defeat. As the Chunin approached, Shikamaru felt a twinge of anxiety. "Classmates," Irika called, capturing everyone's attention. "I would like to introduce Uzumaki Yuko, Muku Ryu, and Kaido Jun. They have agreed to showcase some of their skills and share their experiences. Lord Hokage wishes for all prospective genin to have a realistic perspective before attempting the graduation exams." Terror gripped Shikamaru's heart as his eyes met the golden shadow. Yuko's fingers rested on a pendant, her expression calm and indifferent. An act. This was a performance, a facade, a defense. This was far from good. Should traumatized preteens speak to other preteens about the traumas they endured? "If you could start, Yuzukin?" Yuko nodded, letting her hands drop and slipping them into her pockets. As Long and Kaido shifted their shoulders, resting them against hers, a surge of gratitude welled up within Shikamaru, despite his awareness of the shared difficulty they faced. "Earlier this year, we graduated as the 3rd team, originally intended for backup support, yet temporarily underwent frontline assault training. I trust you all comprehend the distinction?" Sakura, panting beside them, elicited a groan from Shikamaru. The frontline assault team serves as the first responders in combat scenarios, tasked with holding the line. The assault squad is comprised of heavy hitters or formidable ninja. "Did you not excel in training? I do not recall you being particularly strong." Yuko raised an eyebrow. "Our individual skills do not align with those required for the assault team." "Why not?" The golden eyes focused on the boy of common origin. "Kaido is our sole heavy hitter. Long is a medic. I have received defensive training, yet my agility suffices to provide support. The objective of the backup support group is to rendezvous with the frontline assault team, as the name implies, to offer assistance. Teams like ours are designed for meetings, assessments, strikes, and defense, in that order. Is this what we should anticipate? Should our team dynamics shift as we embark on our journey?" "No." The Hokage assigns roles based on various reports, not solely on academy performance. Our situation is a mere clerical error. How can one become a chunin without examinations? Sakura stood, hands on her hips, her expression taut as she glared at Yuko. Promotion at the scene. Such occurrences are rare for genin, yet still possible. But what then? Sakura. Shikamaru rasped, sensing the unease among the other clan members. Yuko fixed her steely golden gaze upon the girl, a shadow of a smile lurking on her lips, oddly sinister. We have killed. We nearly perished. Care to give it a try? A stunned silence followed. Shikamaru locked eyes with Yuko, tilting his head in inquiry. The ominous smile vanished, replaced by the gentler smile he preferred to see. He extended a slender shadow tendril, connecting it with hers, her chakra instantly coursing through the link. It was tumultuous, churning, spiky. Fear. Her fear disrupted her slumber. He nodded gently, retracting his shadow, redirecting his attention to Irika, who appeared pale and trembling. I thought we were observing training. Oh. Of course, Shikamaru-kun. Irika suddenly focused, feigning a radiant smile. Yuza-chan, would you three mind demonstrating your usual training to my class? Yuko regarded him for a moment, then stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, palms resting on the ground. Dark lines slithered across the surface, extending to the edge of the class, forming a peculiar semicircle. A few of his classmates emitted curious sounds, shuffling closer to witness the seal being released. Shikamaru smiled, a glimmer of calm warmth flashing in his golden eyes. No. What is that? Shikamaru was jolted aside by a lively orange blur, furrowing his brow and sighing heavily. Naruto crouched down, squinting at the completed seal. Yuko blinked, standing and looking down at the blonde boy. Her expression bore a familiar curiosity, always evident when she beheld him or heard his antics. The seal, particularly. The barrier protecting all of you. I do not require any foolish lines. I will grow strong and become Hokage. Why do we still need this? The impulse to cover his face suddenly overshadowed the urge to cover his ears. He angrily grasped Naruto's collar, yanking him back. Away from the inactive seal, Naruto. Yuko shook her head, then swiftly bent down to touch the seal with her finger. It shimmered with golden light before fading to black once more. Sakura emitted a strange sound beside him, arms crossed over her chest. I believe your seal is malfunctioning. Seals do not behave that way. Surely, a component is amiss. Shikamaru stared incredulously at the pink-haired girl. Setting aside Yuko's innate prowess with seals, it was evident that Sakura was unaware of this. As she inquired of a Chunin-level ninja, they all lacked sufficient knowledge or experience to make such assessments, being merely academy students. Compared to someone like Sakura, who hailed from a common background, clan children perhaps held an advantage, yet they were acutely aware of their limited knowledge and understanding. Yuko raised an eyebrow, a fleeting expression of indifference crossing her face before she reverted to her calm demeanor. I assure you, I am quite adept at dealing with seals. Then why is it like this? Because of my chakra, Yuko replied simply. She turned to her teammates, letting out a sigh. A free-for-all, or a 2v1? Ryu immediately approached Kaido, who regarded him with an amused glance. 2v1. I have not lost my sanity to take either of you on alone. Furthermore, I want you to return and suffer. Yuko nodded, and the three moved towards the center of the open space. Yumino-sensei, please step back behind the barrier. As soon as Irika crossed the seal line, Yuko flashed through, reappearing behind Kaido and delivering a kick to his back, propelling him forward. Long leaped aside as her hands flew through seals, water forming dozens of glimmering shuriken. She spun to evade, and Kaido's fist barely missed her head, sending her tumbling to the ground. She flickered again, crouching several meters away, palms touching the earth. Doton. Sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground as Long jumped, balancing on one, while Kaido suffered severe lacerations to his thigh. Yuko rose, a smile gracing her face, lifting her head and sticking out her tongue. One of the spikes beside her exploded, and a fist struck her chest, sending her flying. Ryu vanished, swiftly maneuvering through the spikes towards her, hands shimmering with sharp green chakra, sweeping across her right leg. As she plunged into the water, her feet flickered and glided. Her legs weakened, and she knelt on one knee. That hurts like hell, Ryu. You burned me. You bastard, you severed my tendon. Burned again. I've lost my face. Yuko chuckled, light-hearted and playful. Well, I suppose I can attempt something for the students. Ryu's expression turned fearful as he stepped back several paces. I don't think we should try anything new. Right, Kaido? Suetun. A colossal dragon made entirely of water surged from the pond beneath her feet. Its details were intricate, opening its mouth to emit a silent roar, swirling around her before launching at the two boys. Kaido braced himself against the spikes, and just before the water dragon charged at him, Long hastily retrieved a paper tag from her pouch and slapped it onto the ground. Shikamaru tilted his head as the deluge of water violently struck the shimmering golden barrier that appeared before the entire class, who screamed, flinching. Even Irika sighed. Now I'm soaked. Damn it, Yuko. Ma, it's not my fault. You didn't set the seal properly. Why? Why is it me? Why am I the poor soul you chose? I also bully Kaido. Your voice is too loud. Oh, go to hell. Maybe in about a year. Yuko. What? Oh, please, as if that wouldn't happen. Sakura had always considered herself a capable and intelligent girl. She absorbed everything the teachers mentioned, diligently took notes, and remained focused. She excelled in taijutsu and performed admirably in other subjects. Presently, she ranked first among female ninjas, and she took pride in that. She had bested clan-born children in nearly everything, certain she would earn Sasuke's recognition. The issue now was that she felt insufficient. As the Chunin teams clashed, the onlookers vividly comprehended the extent of their frailty. Yuko had remained within her class until the previous year when the incident infamously dubbed the Uchiha stupidity transpired. She was oblivious to the alleged transgressions attributed to Sasuke, yet all the children from the clan maintained their distance from him. Those like her, born of common lineage, still harbored close ties with their peers of the same generation because no one was willing to elucidate the matter. Throughout their years together, Yuko had not distinguished herself in any remarkable way. She often succumbed to slumber, conversing with no one save for the lethargic Shikamaru and the gluttonous Choji. Her theoretical exam scores were invariably perfect, but she had never engaged in any form of taijutsu. It appeared she had never even attempted it, until her speed abruptly surged, allowing Sakura to finally perceive her movements. Sasuke had triumphed, yet according to the clan's children, he had erred. Now, Yuko seemed even swifter, her strikes genuinely affecting the brawny boy in her team. Astonishingly, she had even executed a ninjutsu without hand seals, claiming they had nearly perished. Upon closer inspection, Sakura discerned that each motion bore an undercurrent of peril, reminiscent of the faceless ninjas she encountered in the streets. Witnessing such a sensation in someone her age was peculiar. You know, I believe you have not yet matured enough to contemplate engaging in those sordid activities with your shadow, the smaller boy, Ryu, exclaimed as the water receded from the shimmering barrier. His hands radiated a green glow as he healed the deep wound on the larger boy's leg. What? Isn't it akin to a natural process? Yuko languidly waved her hand while seated atop the water. I'm not contemplating it. It's more about becoming aware of it. The children remained present. The larger boy, Kaido, observed, his face a mask of helpless anguish. At least Yuko managed to blush modestly as she regarded them. Although Sakura's manner of blinking seemed odd, Shikamaru coughed, his cheeks flushed, yet he bore a smug expression. Oh no, this is dreadful. Terrible Nara, dreadful Yuko. Ryu stomped towards the pond's edge, while Yuko merely smiled at him. We should set an example. How could they possibly err? Yes. No. We ought to demonstrate etiquette or something of the sort. Ryu gestured towards their classmates. Most of them hail from clans. I believe they understand the risks. Ryu knelt, placing a glowing hand on the red-haired boy's leg. What about those not from clans? Help me out here. I sat down to inform them that Hokage-sama wishes to speak with them. Hokage desires Yuko to convey something? Sakura shifted, casting a glance at the gaping Irika, who appeared utterly astonished. Their classmates fixated on her, murmuring, and even the clan children whispered, though they seemed more curious than shocked. Clearing his throat, Irika stood before the seal inscribed on the ground. Yuko knelt and placed her hand on the seal, the inky patterns gradually fading. Well, she settled herself and surveyed the assembly with her golden eyes. Yuko harbored no fondness for revisiting her grim memories, the screams at her parents' passing and the bloody recollections of near death. Evoking such memories was invariably tormenting, leaving her feeling frail and trembling. She understood that more transpired behind the scenes. Asuma and Kakashi had embarked on a mission to the distant border, and she sometimes overheard whispers between Shikamaru and his kin. Konoha's home was in disarray, and the walls beyond echoed with chaos. Thus, it seemed reasonable to attempt to educate the next generation of graduates, and involving peers of similar age appeared prudent. Yet, she was acutely aware of the attitudes of many of her former classmates. Most held inflated opinions of themselves or believed that the hidden villages and the lands they served were entirely tranquil. To her, the likelihood of them truly listening was exceedingly low. Where to begin? She pondered, casting her gaze over the crowd. Telling you as a genin that the task is simple and easy is futile. Unless you venture beyond the walls, none of this is significant. There, danger may lurk in every corner or not at all. You might execute a flawless mission, or everything could spiral into catastrophic error. Is this your fate? Mokuba tilted his head, nearly dropping his puppy. Mother said this is the reason for your promotion. Essentially, yes. We were ambushed twice. The first time, we lost our teacher. The second occurred while we attempted to return to Konoha. Ambushed. Sakura furrowed her brow, appearing less confrontational, more empathetic. If it was within the borders, were they bandits? No. Ryu chirped, draping his arms over her shoulders. Shikamaru tensed at the gesture, taking a conspicuous, deep breath. It was actually Cloud ninjas. For those possessing the barrier techniques or even unusual abilities rooted within their clans, Cloud is one of the more perilous adversaries. For instance, they might be interested in the Uchiha or Hinata's techniques. They are equally intrigued by Shikamaru or Mokuba, as their family techniques relate to lineage or bloodlines. You do not wish to be captured and taken by them, Ryu whispered. They imply things you do not wish to risk. All of you must comprehend what it means to be a ninja. It is not about rescuing princesses or becoming heroes. You serve your village by executing the tasks required of you. You protect your team and your home. This may entail committing acts that appear nefarious to civilians. You will kill, steal, and deceive. At times, your hands will be stained with blood. The alternative is death. And the ninjas who grant you those hands shall not be kind. Yuko shut her eyes, dispelling the scent of blood and the echoes of screams. Irika's voice was soft, laced with hesitation. Does anyone have any questions? As six hands rose, she opened her eyes, blinking. She pointed at a girl with brown hair. Yes? Is being a ninja solely about darkness and death? Yuko offered the girl a tentative smile. No. Sometimes, you illuminate someone's world once more. You may save them or their loved ones, bringing hope and peace. We are not merely hired assassins. Like all things, being a ninja possesses dual aspects. How did you accomplish that remarkable dragon feat? It was as if you didn't even use hand signs. She heard the voice halt and glanced at the bouncing blonde girl. Hokage Naruto. Although I have adhered to a very clear hierarchy for years, I cannot overlook a concern now. It is a jutsu of considerable rank, originally developed by our second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. But you didn't use hand signs. No. She replied slowly. I do not require them. So your team was attacked by Cloud because they sought you. Now, the voice took on a hollow, condescending tone. One she could blissfully dismiss. If only Irika did not appear so curious. She sighed, reaching to touch her pendant. Correct. Sasuke fixated on her, his obsidian eyes narrowing. You nearly killed your team. Hey, Ryu, having risen before he could react, crouched before another boy. Remember this. We are alive solely because of Yuko. Understand? Silence, Kaido murmured. We have completed our part here. She observed Irika stand at attention suddenly, though her gaze fell to the grass, her chest tightening. She could smell the stench of blood and charred flesh, and the fear lingered. The memories of screaming faded behind the new recollections. The fresh wounds obscured the old scars. She handled it poorly. She was aware of this, and she didn't need Ino to inform her that her coping mechanisms were ineffective. Awakening each night in screams or tears made it arduous to overcome her predicament. Sleep, Ino had advised, would help her thoughts to regain clarity. Yet, true slumber eluded her. The few hours of fitful rest here and there did little to mend her weary mind, and even napping on the soft grass alongside Shikamaru felt merely like dozing. A hand resting on her shoulder made her flinch, retreating several feet before her thoughts could catch up. Irika slowly rose, his brown eyes filled with kindness and concern as they regarded her. Her heart raced, adrenaline coursing through her veins. The prickling sensation from the mark on her palm caused her fingers to curl inward. Shame. She felt humiliated by her own reaction, especially with the naive eyes of her classmates upon her. Vulnerable. She felt so fragile, like thinly cracked glass. Shikamaru separated from the group, dismissing Irika's attempts to retrieve him, and strode directly toward her. Her gaze followed his footsteps, colliding with his eyes, and she sensed everything begin to tremble. When he halted before her, one hand gently cupped her cheek, while the other slid around her waist and onto her back. I am here. It's all right, he murmured softly, his gaze warm and hands steady. I found you, Yuko. She broke down. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled and sobbed. She could not cease her crying or the quaking of her body. He enveloped her in his embrace, and she curled inward, seeking refuge from a world she anticipated would be fraught with death and stained with blood. The world was shrouded in darkness, where the actions of people were indescribable. Adolescents were expected to kill and move forward as if nothing mattered. She shattered, yet did not entirely collapse. All the fragmented pieces were drawn together by soothing words. A steady heartbeat, warm arms, and the scent of the forest. Chapter 16. Sasuke Shikamaru sighed, slumping into his seat with crossed arms, his face betraying his irritation. The commotion near the front desk unsettled him, as nearly every girl fawned over Sasuke. Somehow, since the day the entire class had watched Yuko's team, the situation had worsened. The girls embraced Sasuke's words, transforming him into a figure of remarkable bravery, strong enough to survive amidst the impending extinction of his clan. The only member of the fan club who appeared to exhibit any change was Sakura, and that shift was minimal at best. Ino did not count, as she was actively involved in the trauma treatment for the three Chunin, relaying to her father that Yuko could not continue. Ino explained that he could only do so much, as he had been striving to help them cope with what had transpired. No one anticipated Yuko's collapse. The accusation of inflicting pain upon her teammates would shatter her. Indeed, after breaking down in his arms, she was nearly incapable of functioning. Her eyes blank as they followed directions. The last time he had seen her, her teammates were leading her to chase after a boar. Ryu and Kaido had visited him a few times, expressing the weight of guilt they felt for leaving her behind. Shikamaru pointed out that she was evidently their de facto leader, so they would naturally listen to her, though he hated to admit it. Based on the information he could piece together, she had made the right decision. Kaido was on the brink of collapse. Ryu needed to be with him to ensure his survival. The Cloud Ninja's target was Yuko. As the primary focus, if she separated, they would cease to pursue the boys. It was logical and the only solution that afforded them any chance of survival. This did not mean any of them relished the idea. Here we go again, Dingy muttered beside him. What? Your shadow is causing trouble again. Shikamaru glanced down beneath the table, sighing. His shadow darkened, undulating as tiny tendrils reached toward his feet before retreating. He rubbed his forehead, concentrating on reining it back in, soothing his emotions. He had been studying this vexing new aspect of his abilities with Insui. Apparently, it was normal and an expectation of the powerful Nara clan. Frustratingly, this occurred without his consent or conscious thought. Is everyone prepared for the team mission? Shikamaru blinked, finally raising his gaze to where Ino stood with a clipboard in hand. The girls shot numerous glares, mainly directed at the blushing Naruto. Clearly, he had missed something. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Shino. Team 10, Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji. Team 12, disregarding the others, Shikamaru thudded his head against the table. He had known since childhood that he would be placed in another iteration of the Ino-Shikacho team. He just hoped his abysmal performance rating might exceed expectations. Ino was loud and domineering. She would expect him to behave in a certain way, which he had long since abandoned since they were 5. He frowned. Things could become exceedingly dire. Your team instructor should be arriving soon, Asuma-sama. Shikamaru blinked, looking up. Asuma stood at the door, arms crossed, holding an unlit cigarette and grinning broadly. Team 10, meet me at training ground 2. With a puff of smoke, he vanished. What? Now? I want to see who Sasuke-kun caught, Ino complained. She stood up, turning to face herself and Choji. Lazy to move. Shikamaru shot her a glare as he stood and slowly descended the steps. He hadn't anticipated this, though he was curious about the type of test Asuma would design for them. Which aspects of the team would he challenge? Would he analyze Ino's sharp intellect, Choji's innate kindness, or his own tactical awareness? They soon arrived at the training ground, one of the few close to the academy often used for class exercises. He first spotted Asuma, a plume of smoke rising from his lit cigarette. There was little to say on the grassy field, and he felt his mind begin to contemplate various possibilities. Perhaps that was why he hadn't noticed the other person beside Asuma, dressed almost entirely in black. Save for gray sandals and a green Chunin vest, she sported a high ponytail of blood-red hair, her bright golden eyes scrutinizing them, adorned with a playful smile upon her lips. The ominous gaze he had last seen in her eyes had vanished, replaced by warmth. As he quickened his pace until he stood before them, he felt a smile break across his face. Yuko, he exhaled. relieved to see the dark circles beneath her eyes had finally faded. "Hello, Team 10, she greeted them. "Yuko." "Hi," Choji chirped, waving enthusiastically. Ino sniffed, her hands on her hips, scrutinizing the Chunin. Asuma chuckled, nudging Yuko with his arm, prompting her to cast him an annoyed glance. "All right, kids, introductions are complete. Shikamaru. I know I've met you before. I am Saratobi Asuma. I excel in close combat. Uzumaki Yuko. I play a defensive and supportive role on the team. Now, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves and tell me what you believe you excel at. I know you three are all from prominent clans, so family techniques are acceptable. Yamanaka Ino. I am proficient in mind transfer techniques, New Heaven-S Heart, and I'm decent at Jinjutsu. Akimichi Choji. Well, my expansion technique is alright. Expansion. Nara Shikamaru. I have studied various versions of the shadow possession technique. Asuma nodded, his smile blossoming even more. Shikamaru squinted at the man before glancing at Yuko. She regarded the three of them with a calculating gaze, her smile taking on a more dangerous edge. A faint golden light drew his attention to the black, web-like substance covering her forearm, and he furrowed his brow, trying to discern its nature. "So, you have graduated. Now, I must ascertain whether you possess the requisite qualities to be deemed a prodigy. Your team will engage in apprehension and interrogation. You are an intelligence unit. To assist me in evaluating you," he said, as Yuko interjected, "it's truly against my will. I ask Yuko for assistance," Asuma continued, raising a hand to pat her neck. A small golden shield, reminiscent of what he had seen on her arm, flickered briefly before vanishing. "Your trial is to capture Ketsuko as if she were an enemy and extract the next piece of intelligence from her." Ino stared at Asuma, dumbfounded, before suddenly regaining her composure and exclaiming, "How can we do that?" Yuko shrugged and stepped forward. "Any means necessary." Shikamaru paused for a moment, his shadow lunging towards Yuko. She nimbly leaped back a few steps and then slid behind Asuma. "Are you going to use your shadow?" "No. You might be accustomed to my speed, Shikamaru, but today we are not testing your shadow. Asuma is examining something else." "Teamwork," he whispered. This made sense, particularly given their team composition. Ideally, he would capture the target, Ino would extract information, and Choji would serve as muscle, defending in case either of the others faltered. Thus, they needed to collaborate to subdue a formidable adversary, one he knew was fast and agile. He sighed. This will be a considerable challenge. For the next 30 minutes, his shadow wove across the ground, pursuing Yuko as she darted about. Ino attempted repeatedly to use her jutsu to take control of Yuko's mind, leaving Choji to guard her body until each failed attempt forced her to recover. It proved ineffective and quite frustrating. His mind swirled with plans and strategies, each one discarded until, at long last, he settled on an idea. "Follow my lead." He crouched beside Ino and Choji, speaking softly. Their encouraging glances were reassuring. Yuko understood the fundamentals of shadow manipulation, but he had never previously demonstrated its various transformations to her, not out of distrust, but because he had never needed to rely on her. Taking a deep breath, his shadow slithered forward, aligning itself with her own shadow. She twisted her body to evade it, and he raised his hands to signal. Golden eyes flicked to his hands, eyebrows lifting, and then she struck. His shadow erupted. Multiple dark tendrils lashed out, ensnaring her legs and arms, one even coiling around her body and encircling her neck. He couldn't help but gently tug at the pendant she wore. Yuko remained ensnared within his shadow, yielding to it as she always did. Her chakra leaked out, curious and fluid. Golden eyes met his, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Seeing her motionless within his shadow stirred a dark and possessive part of him, making it difficult to shake off the sudden surge of desire. Now he commanded sharply. Ino raised her hands, employing her jutsu, and fell bonelessly into Choji's arms. Yuko suddenly tensed within his embrace, muscles coiling, her golden eyes narrowing. "Wow, this is strange," she exclaimed, or rather, "Okay," Ino shouted. "Oh, right here. Got it." Ino sprang to her feet, her light blue eyes wide as she shook her head. That was quite the trip." Yuko blinked, her body relaxing once more, calmly observing them. Shikamaru drew back his shadow, each tendril slipping away from the girl until it retracted into his own form. That dark intent trembled within him before settling. He truly didn't know what to do, yet it felt oddly pleasant. "How are you?" "I'm fine. Though it doesn't feel as smooth as it does for Lord Pig City, it's all right." Ino huffed as she stood up, dusting herself off. "I don't know why you say that as if you're accustomed to it, but my goodness, Thank you. Asuma approached with a smile. So, you have captured the enemy. What intelligence have you retrieved? Shikamaru's gaze slid towards Ino. She draped her hair over her shoulder. Clearly, food is what we are to pursue next. Choji perked up, and Shikamaru saw the hopeful expression on his friend's face and chuckled. Yuko chuckled lightly, leaning forward to gently tap Choji's nose, her eyes sparkling with joy. I convinced my brother that yakiniku is the best choice. It's where my team dines together. Choji's mouth dropped open, then he broke into a wide grin. Yakiniku has the best barbecue. Of course. My brother will pay. Wait, what? I never agreed to that. I come back. I never said I would pay. As the familiar wooden door of the Nara courtyard swung open to welcome her and Asuma, Yuko smiled at the guard. The hand resting on her shoulder was warm and reassuring, the only thing preventing her from shrugging it off. Yet it did not quell the nervous expression that crossed her face as she smoothed the folds of her kimono. Tonight marked the moment her contractual agreement would shift to an arranged one. Thus, she had forego her comfortable and familiar attire of pants and a top, allowing Asuma to wrap her in a kimono. However, she could not deny its beauty, the black satin etched with exquisite golden embroidery, adorned with her family's purple whirlpool on the back. She was certain that Akane had a hand in the design, as Asuma lacked the vision to appreciate how feminine such attire made her look. Welcome, Lady Yuko. She smiled at the familiar voice, meeting warm brown eyes. Hello, Haru. Thank you for having us. Asuma remained silent beside her. She had read as much of the contract as possible, trying to discern how the steps would be executed. But there truly wasn't too much content. Asuma explained that since she was a legal adult, his presence primarily served as a guardian. Even though he would still sign the documents as her guardian, most of the responsibility would fall upon her. She would be the one answering and speaking. He was uncertain if only Shikamaru and Shitano were involved or if Elder Nara had to participate as well, so they were proceeding blindly. Allow me to escort you, Haru said, waving her hand. She managed to discern that, as her personal guard, the Elder Nara would somehow be involved in the proceedings. It was vexing that there were no explanations as to how and why. She nodded, trailing slightly behind him. Asuma's hand slipped from her shoulder. Yet his proximity still provided her with a sense of calm. She shouldn't be anxious. It was somewhat absurd. This whole affair didn't feel as if it was suddenly thrust upon her. For the past 3 years, Yoshino had been quite candid about her desire for her and Shikamaru to eventually marry. Initially, it had been an awkward topic, but over the last year, it had filled her with warmth and an odd need for a giggle. She loved her Nara, and honestly, she might have always loved him. She knew herself well enough to understand that her love had been evolving. Frankly, discussing with Akane how hormones from puberty would change things was terrifyingly embarrassing. It was worse than Asuma accidentally discovering a very common version of it. As they approached the main house, Haru stepped forward and knocked on the door. Asuma moved to the front, offering her a reassuring smile before his expression turned more serious. She took a deep breath, calming the tension and twitching in her hands. If she could endure facing her enemies, she could certainly confront this. The door swung open, and Shitono swiftly revealed a warm smile before adopting a serious demeanor. Kasuga, Asuma. Welcome to our home, she greeted. Asuma bowed deeply. Allow me to introduce Yuko. We are here to formally discuss the contract. As he gestured towards Yuko, she stepped beside him and bowed, maintaining her silence. Yoshino nodded at her, pride gleaming in his eyes. At the very least, she understood that behaving with composure in such circumstances was the appropriate course of action. She perceived this situation as steeped in antiquity and tradition, suggesting that a woman should remain silent. While it was somewhat painful not to voice her thoughts, she had Asuma and Kasuga by her side, and she doubted that Shikamaru or Shitono would attempt to sabotage her. Moreover, she knew Shikamaru would never allow such a thing. Thus, she could quietly observe, as this would be her first genuine insight into the workings of the Nara family. Please, Shitono gently urged, follow me. Yuko trailed the 3 adults through familiar rooms until they entered a corridor she had never traversed. This space felt darker and colder than the warmth she had always experienced here. Yoshino halted before one of the doors, locking eyes with her. She received only an encouraging smile before the door swung open to reveal an unexpectedly spacious room. In the center stood a low table, dark as ebony, surrounded by cushions of various shades of green. Lanterns adorned the walls, casting gentle shadows and a warm orange glow. Seated around the table were far more individuals than she had anticipated, their gazes fixated upon them. Shikaku occupied one end of the table, attired in soft greens and warm browns, with an empty seat beside him, surrounded by a congregation of much older Nara clansmen, the elders. Most appeared relaxed and jovial. Yet one regarded her with palpable disdain. I must strive to remain unresponsive and entirely passive. She would not confess her curiosity about the reaction of that individual, whose expression seemed to harbor contempt. A familiar voice called her name slowly, drawing her attention to the other side of Shikaku. Shikamaru, clad predominantly in browns, gazed at her with wide eyes and flushed cheeks, his gaze flitting up and down. She lowered her eyes, feeling her face heat up, wanting to groan and curse him for the foolishness of his expression and his sudden shyness. How absurd. Has her body begun to align with her spirit? Honored elders, please allow me to introduce Sarutobi Asuma and his superior, Uchiha Yuko. Shitono elegantly stepped aside, extending her arm in invitation while bowing her head. Yuko inhaled evenly and bowed, as did Asuma. Kasuga's solid presence behind her calmed her racing heart. Her nerves remained, but her heart had no chance of leaping from her chest. She lowered her gaze, mentally cursing herself to hold steady. Somehow, this made her long to act before these people. She had never held such an attitude toward Shikamaru and his family. She had always been this way with the Nara clan. Yet, something told her that these elders were different. What to do? She had yet to figure that out. Oh, little Yukoheim. A gravelly voice, somewhat familiar, compelled her to abruptly raise her eyes to meet a weathered face, its light brown eyes dancing with mirth. My dear, look how much you've grown. Oh, you are quite beautiful, are you not, Shikamaru-kun? Shikamaru regarded her with a proud smile and half-closed eyes, causing her face to flush anew, her hand twitching towards her thigh where she typically kept her pouch. Yuko is always like this, Lord Miran, came the response. Ah, Shikamaru, you've nurtured a loquacious one here. Miran, the elder who had previously scrutinized her with disdain, interjected sharply, glaring at the only female elder. We are here to discuss a contract. Be good, woman. Oh, Goro. Relax. It is merely a formality. The elderly Miran squinted at another man. While this may be somewhat awkward for some, we will conduct this properly. The agreement contract was executed in a shameful manner, and we shall rectify that here. Yuko endeavored to suppress her frown. How had the agreement contract been done incorrectly? Research informed her that meetings between clan leaders and parental guardians sufficed. Hadn't she and Shikamaru both been present to sign? They were not required to do anything for the pact. Perhaps that was where this man felt embarrassment. However, considering the disdainful glances he cast her way, perhaps he simply held a grudge against her. Goro. Enough. Shikaku shot a sharp look at the elder, his lips pressed into a thin line, his brow furrowing over the scar on his forehead. Shitono gently touched her elbow, directing her gaze to the woman's warm eyes, a gentle smile reassuring her. She allowed the elder to guide her to the other end of the table, where Shikaku sat on a plush cushion, adjusting her kimono. Asuma seated himself to her left, while Kasuga moved a cushion slightly behind her, taking a position to her right. She blinked curiously, tilting her head, yet his expression revealed nothing. Thank you for joining us. Asuma, Yuko-chan. Shikaku nodded at them, his countenance returning to its usual languid indifference. Thank you, Lord Shikaku, for inviting us, Yuko replied softly. All eyes turned toward her, and she felt somewhat overwhelmed. As Shikamaru scrutinized her, her gaze shifted to the deep brown of his eyes. He had been observing her emotions, and she realized that her inner turmoil was tinged with anger. To be frank, she felt simply nervous, uncertain of how to navigate this situation. It seemed there was no course she could take, nor any book she could read, only a brief phrase. As you are aware, the agreement contract between my son and Uchiha Yuko has expired today. They have both become ninjas and are now regarded as legal adults. Shikaku surveyed the table, leaning slightly to one side. We are here to sign an arrangement contract that will last until they both reach the age of 16, at which point a betrothal contract will be submitted. Miran clapped her hands with delight, nearly smiling at Yuko. She blinked and offered a tentative smile in return. I will wholeheartedly endorse this unique alliance. Yukoheim has exhibited extraordinary behavior among her clansmen, and her swift ascension to Chunin is a testament to her abilities. Not to mention, she somehow managed to train little Shikamaru-kun. Shikamaru frowned, crossing his arms over his chest, muttering under his breath. Yuko noticed the faint blush on his cheeks, and her lips curled into a subtle smile. She listened as the elders each offered their positive assessments, their words varying between her interactions with the clan and her relationship with the heir. I do not support this. Shikaku raised his head, fixing Goro with a stern gaze. Explain. This girl has not demonstrated skills beyond the surface, Goro sneered. She is an orphan, and aside from an unusual sealing ability, she has nothing of value to offer us. From the moment you foolishly signed that contract, she has brought us considerable trouble. Why should we allow an unknown child to marry the heir of our family? Yuko frowned at the man, his expression twisted with disdain. Did he not know who she was? She was certain her name appeared on the agreement contract, though there was nothing else to suggest otherwise. She shifted her gaze to Shikaku, who regarded her with a calm expression. She tilted her head slightly. He nodded, then relaxed. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her emotions. I'm sorry, esteemed elder, but I must contest your assertion. Goro glared at her, straightening his shoulders and slightly lifting his nose. Apologies, child. I may be an orphan. That is true, yet despite my circumstances, I am still entitled to inherit my clan's legacy. Ah, yes, the Uzumaki clan. No, the Whirlpool clan, she replied, a mischievous smile flickering at the corners of her lips. I regret to inform you that you all seem rather uninformed. Matters require a degree of confidentiality. I belong to the Uzumaki family. Goro's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if to speak. The other elders regarded her with curiosity as she suppressed the unease that accompanied admitting such a truth to strangers. A gentle tug at her hand drew her gaze to where her fingers were tightly clasped together. A slender shadow coiled around her wrist, her chakra practically humming beneath her skin. Absent any connection, she pondered briefly before slowly releasing her grip. The shadow delicately entwined around her fingers, eliciting a smile as her heart fluttered. She lifted her gaze to meet Shikamaru's eyes, where warm browns intertwined with golden hues. You are of the Uzumaki? Goro stammered, his face pale, eyes still wide. Proceed, Shikamaru interjected gruffly. Haruno, you have served as a personal guard to Kazashi for some time. What are your thoughts? Haruno shifted, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. Yukaheim displays remarkable resilience, skill, and determination. Her demeanor is graceful, embracing our clan and our ways. If anything, she genuinely seeks to learn more. Her prowess in the realm of ninjutsu is impressive given her age and capabilities. She exhibits an instinctive understanding of sealing techniques and their applications. Based on my observations, she is exceptionally suited for her future role beside Shikamaru and can only grow into it. Thank you, Goro. Do you have any further objections? Or have you grown weary of my refusal of the contract your relative offered? Yuko blinked. Goro's complexion paled further, his body twitching slightly. Did this elder disdain her for being a hindrance? Did he wish for Shikamaru to contract with someone already affiliated with Nara? I still believe, without a doubt. Shikamaru's fervent gaze shifted towards the elder, a small shadow dissipating from Yuko. His brown eyes brimmed with fury, rivaling the anger he harbored when the Uchiha had harmed her. She should have felt astonished by the palpable force that seemed to choke the room, yet her heart raced, her cheeks flushed. Shikamaru's expression was almost intoxicating, his demeanor so serious that the room felt dimmed. Shikamaru, she whispered in a warning. Calm yourself. No, this person seeks to take away my light. She furrowed her brow, though the possessive tone made her heart stutter, confusion swirling within her. Light? He had never referred to her in such a manner, at least not in her presence. Perhaps it was an endearing term? She tilted her head, allowing her thoughts to flit through potential interpretations, only to cast them aside moments later. This must simply be his way of addressing her, likely related to Nara's use of shadows. No one shall take anything from Shikamaru. Remain calm. Shikamaru frowned, a dark shadow flickering behind him as he clearly struggled to maintain control. She met his gaze, offering a gentle smile, and as his dark expression softened, he slumped to the ground. Goro appeared caught between a state of frantic remorse and sheer obstinacy, prompting her to exhale in irritation. Deeming the older man a mere power-hungry fool, he proposed a contract between her and some unknown man, reminiscent of the Hokage's interference. Soon, he would realize that even without knowledge of her origins, he sought to bind her to him due to her abilities. Esteemed elder, she spoke softly, her gaze landing on his wrinkled visage. I shall never accept the contract you propose, especially not with someone I do not even know. Perhaps you do not fully grasp, but my loyalty lies with Shikamaru, contract or no. Should you attempt to impose your will, I will not hesitate to teach you respect. Haruno emitted a strange, choked sound, while Asuma beamed with delight. Yoshino covered her mouth with her hand, and Miron burst into giggles. Shikamaru wore a smug expression, a wicked smile gracing his lips, while the other elders seethed with indignation. Yet Shikamaru, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing, entranced by the darkness in his eyes and the self-satisfied grin upon his lips. The lantern's flickering light accentuated his features, rendering his gaze more fluid and profound. She found herself unable to look away, but as their shadows intertwined, she felt a gentle tug, his chakra intertwining with her own. Breathless from the surge of possessiveness his chakra invoked, her eyes widened. Moments later, everything settled into tranquility, the warmth lingering as he severed the connection. Excellently done, Shikamaru sighed, tapping the scroll before him. Before we conclude this and truly celebrate my son's ascension, are there any further inquiries? It is not of great consequence, Lord Shikaku, the other elders murmured. Yet I must express certain reservations. Proceed, the elder man smiled, turning towards her. I apologize, Yukiheim, but I must admit, I harbor concerns regarding the scars upon you. They resemble marks of a frontline warrior. I trust you understand that we cannot permit frontline warriors to lead our clan. The risks are too substantial. Yuko smiled and nodded. I do understand. When it comes to my becoming a frontline warrior, you need not worry. I have never desired nor intended to pursue that path. I am supportive, emphasizing defense. I aspire to be the one who ensures the safety of others. Ah, how delightful. Thank you, my lady. There is no need for concern, Lord Shikaku. Very well. We have finally completed this matter. Shikaku opened the scroll before him, took up a pen, and swiftly inscribed his name. He passed it to Shikamaru, watching as his son followed suit, before handing the scroll and pen to Yoshino. The woman rose, moving beside Yukiko, smiling as she knelt between her and Asuma. This merely requires your guardians and your own signature, Yukiko. Yukiko glanced down at the scroll, Asuma's name already inscribed. Before pushing it towards her, her gaze swept over the text, noting that apart from 2 requests, she had no further demands. One requested her increased involvement in clan affairs, granting her access to the Nara's private library for research. This left her somewhat dizzy, pondering how much information had been amassed by the family prior to their joining the village, and how much had been preserved. The second request made her cheeks flush anew. Rather than a request, it felt more like a stipulation. Although she held no objections and truly did not wish to contemplate how it reminded her of the sensation of Shikamaru's chakra moments ago. Loyalty, especially the kind that required her to refrain from any physical activities with anyone other than Shikamaru. She fought the urge to squirm or raise her gaze to meet anyone's eyes. A wave of embarrassed shame washed over her, quickly followed by a blend of pure curiosity tinged with desire, nearly dizzying in its intensity. Hormones. Damn hormones. She swallowed hard, picking up the pen, feeling a slight tremor. Yet her hand remained steady, a hint of pride swelling within her. She hastily signed her name, then rolled the scroll back into her hands and passed it to Shitono. A playful glimmer sparkled in the woman's dark eyes, though her gentle smile was unwelcome. At last, Shikaku murmured, "Let us depart before the crowd stirs." Shikamaru felt as though he might float away, the smile on his face almost frozen in place, refusing to depart. Graduation had arrived, the arrangements for contracts were complete, and a remarkably beautiful Yui was happily chatting with several of her clan members. He remained somewhat astonished by her beauty this evening. When she entered the stuffy room filled with elders, he experienced a moment where he could scarcely breathe. At the instant he laid eyes on Goro, all his irritation dissipated. The kimono she wore was exquisite, strikingly different from her usual attire. The gold woven into the black fabric made her eyes shine even brighter. And when he finally glimpsed the purple swirl on her back, a peculiar sense of pride surged within him. She seldom donned the family emblem. The small symbol on her chosen uniform was rather inconspicuous, easily overlooked. Yet this one was sufficiently large to showcase her pride in her lineage. Her hair flowed freely, deep red strands cascading like blood over her neck and the black satin. Witnessing her in battle against the blood of enemies once more astonished him, and he felt a twinge of guilt. Considering what had transpired with her, he shouldn't have been thinking this way, but tonight he grappled with an odd, dark, and primal urge to act. His father had advised him not to worry, and Zui said it was perfectly normal. Milan had informed him that it was merely a correlation between the intensity of his shadow and the presence of his light. Normal, normal, normal. He had always feared Yui's reaction, but when he allowed his shadow to touch hers and let his chakra carry that feeling, he noticed her silent gasp, and her bright golden eyes dimmed slightly. No, I must not ruin this. Why do you keep urging me to destroy things? He blinked, casting a glance at Yui's intriguing voice, nearly laughing as he observed one of his cousins engaging her. Another woman, a particularly skilled jonin specializing in explosive techniques, and perhaps a bit obsessed, seemed to be questioning Yui's seal. A feat no one in the previous clan had ever attempted out of respect for the primal contract. Yui freely offered the stamp labels, but they were all generally useful labels, lacking any personalization or specific content. Now, both of them were recognized as ninjas, and she still wore the Nara pendant, which their clan members would rightly assume indicated they had entered a new phase. This implied they could freely disturb her, as if she were merely a peer of the Nara clan. Has Shikamaru grown thinner? He blinked and glanced sideways, where Inzui was approaching with an amused smile. I am not longing. I can't help but notice that Ketsuko's attire lacks our emblem. Have you not backed down? Shikamaru furrowed his brow, reaching into his pocket to feel the small storage scroll. No, I am merely giving myself time. Inzui's gaze sharpened as he looked down at the ground, scrutinizing the utterly ordinary shadow. You appear quite composed. Is there an issue? We discussed this very matter yesterday. Your possessiveness issue. I told you it's completely normal. She is your light. Naturally, you would feel possessive. Worrying about it is pointless. Inzui shrugged, crossing his arms over his chest. Unless she somehow shows that she does not appreciate it? Shikamaru blushed, rubbing the back of his neck. No, I'm not even sure if she truly knows before the meeting. Inzui's reaction made an elder Nara man burst into hearty laughter. Oh, so a positive reaction. Is it? You two will have quite the fun in a few years. Inzui. The man raised his hands in a placating gesture. All right. The awkwardness of adolescence. Shall we check? Listen, go give that girl a damn gift and the permission to use our emblem, and stop being so tense. You are Nara. Haven T, you heard, we don't get flustered? Shikamaru rolled his eyes and sighed in dissatisfaction. Sometimes I loathe you. Go away. He cast one last glance at the man before turning towards Yui and the gathering Nara around her. Her expression was relaxed, her bright golden eyes filled with intrigue, and he was astonished by her current satisfaction and ease. Whatever Shinji had done, they had indeed worked their magic. Clearing his throat, Shikamaru approached the crowd, and as her gaze shifted to him, he felt the corners of his mouth curl into a slight smile. May I steal Yui for a moment? As his clan members lowered their heads and stepped aside, Yui smiled gently, her demeanor soft. How polite of you, Shikamaru. I have my moments. He extended his hand, clasping hers, their fingers entwined. Come, I have something to show you. He led her further into the courtyard, towards the elusive shadows of trees and the towering village walls. She followed him quietly, calmly surveying her surroundings, her bright eyes darting back and forth. No matter how much he desired to, he had never taken her this far before, as she had not been considered a Nara until now. The new contract signified that, in one way or another, she was a member of the clan. Certainly, this did not extend to utilizing their techniques, but that was primarily due to her lacking Nara blood and connection with shadows. Yet now, he could show her all his favorite places in Konoha and share a piece of the Nara with her. He stopped in front of two trees that grew closely together, with merely inches separating their trunks. At their base, there was a massive trapdoor set into the ground, adorned with intricate carved seals. He was unaware of the purpose of the seals. It surpassed the basic understanding of other clan members, but judging by the way her eyes sparkled and her expression changed, he suspected she was aware. Can you tell me the function of the seals? We only know that it protects a passage. Yui glanced at him and nodded. I can. It allows for the passage of shadow deer and spinners. Literally. Translation, evidently Nara. And also, Uzumaki blood. At some point, this must have been commissioned. Where does it lead? This is a place very special to my clan, and it is what I wish to show you. Are you certain you can take me there? She furrowed her brow as she looked at the trapdoor. I do not wish to break rules I have yet to learn. He grasped her hand, his gaze steady upon her. Yui, now I can share all of this with you. You are now a member of the Nara family, and as we grow, you will become one in name as well. I will not let you go. She flushed, lowering her head, strands of hair falling forward to conceal her face. If you are sure, then I would be delighted to see something so special to your family. He grinned widely, bending down to press his palm against the ancient wood. The seal emitted a faint orange glow, and Yui gasped softly in surprise. The door automatically rose, revealing a set of stairs smoothed by regular use. Brief sparks flickered in the dark tunnel, then flickering flames raced along a line etched into the wall, warmly illuminating the darkness. As they descended the stairs, Yui gently traced the seals engraved in the stone. They covered every inch, composed of continuous, piercing lines and symbols. This is incredible, she sighed as they walked. These seals were designed to protect this tunnel, although most are inactive. That may be a good thing, I suppose, but did your father bring your mother here? Yes. They signed the arrangement contract that very night. I suppose that is something. She chuckled softly. To be honest, I am not surprised. Mother said she did not enjoy walks. He glanced at her, observing her fingers glide along the seal-esque contours. I believe no one would appreciate this quite like someone such as you. Well, anyone familiar with the seal would be utterly amazed. Even though they were unaware of their actions, the creations displayed here were undeniably impressive. Thus, a whirlpool imbued with sealed knowledge. Precisely. She smiled at him, her eyes glimmering in the surrounding flames. However, the dormant seals were indeed intended to inflict severe harm upon those unpermitted to cross the threshold of the door, such as the individuals standing by the entrance. Therefore, should they be activated, any individual lacking the bloodline of Nara or Whirlpool would perish the moment they stepped foot within. She shrugged in response, declaring it an infallible defense. Not even a transfusion could deceive the seals. They recorded genetic composition rather than mere blood cells. I wonder why they remain inactive. There must be a compelling reason, he murmured as they approached the other end. Merely a conjecture, yet it could be linked to something within the village. The seals were ancient, perhaps only slightly younger than Konoha itself. I am uncertain. I shall inform my father. It is prudent to know of a pathway that ensures the tribe's safety. As they ascended the stairs, she hummed in agreement. He raised his empty hand, pressing it against the trapdoor, awaiting its silent opening. As he pulled her hand, he drew her into the dense darkness of the forest. A lantern hung from an old wooden post by the door, shimmering and illuminating the night, bathing the entire area in a soft orange glow. Where are we? She whispered, glancing around. Outside the village walls. This is the Nara forest. According to our records, it has belonged to my clan since the era of the warring tribes, long before Konoha was merely a dream for the small village of Owamoto. It serves as the traditional home of the Nara clan. It felt older and more natural than the other forests surrounding Konoha. Those trees were planted by the Shodame. These trees simply grew of their own accord. So your favorite place is a forest where not even the clouds are visible? She cast him a curious glance, inching closer, the silk of her kimono brushing against his bare forearm. That seems a bit peculiar for you. He chuckled and shook his head. It is not the forest itself, but rather what resides within it that makes this my favorite place. Yuko tilted her head, a glimmer of curiosity crossing her face. Oh, what is within the forest? He gazed at her as her hand slipped from his grasp. He could discern the moment she beheld it from the quickening of her breath, and he smiled as he moved behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Before them, a magnificent stag, leading a herd, gracefully traversed the woods. With its deep brown body and impressively large antlers, the stag approached them calmly. Its intelligent black eyes observed them, and as it paused just a few feet away, it snorted. With its hooves, it pawed at the ground, studying them while shaking its head. Yuko remained quiet in his embrace, leaning against him, entirely at ease, trusting in his protection. This encounter was of utmost importance. He had no doubt she would pass the stag's inspection, yet as time passed, he still found himself growing tense. Finally, the stag cautiously lowered its head and extended its nose towards them. Shikamaru, he whispered in her ear, feeling her tremble with anticipation. He wishes to greet you. He has accepted you. Oh, the stag pressed its nose against her palm, exhaling a breath that steamed in the cool night air. After sniffing her hand for a moment, it elegantly stepped back. Its black eyes scrutinized them before it turned and leapt into the dark forest, vanishing just beyond the edge of the lantern's light. It was then that Yuko stirred in his arms, gently turning to meet his gaze, her voice softening. Shikamaru. That was incredible. He smiled, his heart racing at the warmth in her eyes. You enjoyed meeting him, didn't you? He is beautiful and strong. Is this normal for the deer here? Indeed. Unlike the deer in the courtyard, those we raise in the forest are unique. They are not prey. They are fiercely protective of those unaligned with the Nara clan who dare to enter the woods. You rascal, why didn't you tell me? She laughed as he pulled her closer, and she attempted to escape his grasp. I apologize. I did not wish to worry you. You needed to meet him. And I was right here. Dao knows you are permitted, and now that he has accepted you, the entire herd will follow suit. They will even defend your presence here. She paused, exhaling. Oh. He placed a kiss on her temple, noting her flushed cheeks and the proud smile gracing her face. I have a gift for you as well. That is already ample as a present from Shikamaru. She turned fully to face him, a beautiful and gentle smile adorning her lips. Meeting the herd leader, and this gift is a tradition for signing an arrangement contract. He released his hold on her, reaching into his pocket to extract a small storage scroll. Both bore great significance for being accepted as a member of the Nara clan. Oh, am I to bring you a gift? No, he shook his head. You have been accepted into my clan. If I were accepted into yours, perhaps? I am uncertain how such matters would function within the Uzumaki clan. I recall reading some content from the writings of the Purple Scroll, but I am unsure of the details. From the light in her eyes, he could tell she would eagerly pursue those written places the moment she had the chance. The way she collected information and stored it all together was fascinating. She would surely adore his family's private library. He crouched down, unfurling the scroll, placing his palm upon the seal as a surge of chakra flowed within. A small puff of smoke, and his hand grasped a bundle of black fabric. He gathered it up and stood, meeting her curious golden eyes. Hesitating for a moment, he genuinely hoped he had made the right choice this time. Since we have signed an arrangement contract, you may display the Nara clan's emblem on your clothing, regardless of the design. This signifies your acceptance as a member of the Nara clan, and we now declare you a permanent member. He inhaled deeply, extending the black package towards her. As your contract holder and fiancé, I present to you the first emblem that signifies your inclusion. Yuko blinked, cautiously accepting the fabric from his hands, gently unfolding it until it slipped from her grasp. She remained silent as she gazed upon it, while he wrestled with anxious tension. He had chosen a coat for her, somewhat long, reaching mid-thigh, with 2 short slits on either side for ease of movement. It was black, crafted from a thin yet sturdy material akin to the vests worn by Chunin and Jounin, designed to withstand cuts and tears. A few buttons adorned the torso, allowing her the choice to leave it open or closed, with sleeves extending to her elbows. On the left sleeve, 2 symbols were meticulously stitched into the fabric. In purple thread was her own clan's Uzumaki symbol, and beneath it, a simplified version of the light brown Nara symbol. Her golden eyes met his, warm and bright. Shikamaru, this is beautiful. He smiled tenderly, stepping closer to her, lifting his hand to cradle her cheek. She returned his smile, small and gentle. He leaned in slightly, whispering, I'm so glad you like it. Then, before he could second-guess himself or let his thoughts spiral, he mustered the remaining courage, closing the distance between them. Pressing his lips against hers. He had heard people speak of one's first kiss as a momentous occasion, read poetry about it, and witnessed descriptions ranging from fireworks to awkward wetness. This was nothing like that, and he felt a measure of gratitude. Yuko's lips were soft and warm, yes. But more importantly, it was her. His heart quickened, and his thoughts abruptly ceased until only one idea remained. I love her. Chapter 17, Nara. I have found him. Shikaku raised his head from his desk, blinking sleepily as he tore a report page from his cheek. He had been striving to piece together the information they possessed about Danzo, and the threat looming over Shikamaru still burned, while he also needed to protect Ino, which infuriated him. The previous night, he had not slept, yet she had performed exceptionally before the clan leaders, calm and courteous, beautiful and eloquent. When Goro foolishly admitted to attempting to arrange her marriage with his relative, she clearly articulated her personal loyalty to Shikamaru, leaving a deeper impression on them. As if he would ever approve such a thing. The entire clan knew she was Shikamaru's light. The old fool was an idiot. He propped his chin on his palm, watching the impatient expression on Kasumi's face as he yawned. Who have you found? Hanjiro. Shiga frowned. The one on the scroll? The only one. Kasumi gleefully approached, taking a seat at the family desk. He is a merchant who visits Konoha every few months and just registered at the West Gate this morning. Shikaku's eyes sharpened as he sat up straight. How easy is it to catch him? Simple. Kasumi scoffed, sharp and venomous. I heard he plans to visit the red light district, specifically to see the glowing vines. Don't we have anyone working there? We do. Which is why I stopped there before coming here. Emi will work her magic and let us know when she requires transportation. A sense of satisfaction welled up within Shikaku. Finally, how soon did that man say he was going there? It sounds like that was his first stop, so we should hear something within the next hour. Where are the children today? Kasumi hummed thoughtfully, her eyes flickering as she pondered. Shikamaru is with his team today. I believe Ino will meet with Kaido. She mentioned that Kakashi had stolen Ryu's attention today. Then Kaido should suffice. The kid's strength is somewhat insane. He also has a protective instinct, Kasumi pointed out. This whole near-death affair has rendered their team unusually cohesive. Shikaku let out a low chuckle. We do not possess many rotating backup teams. The others lack the sheer tenacity these three possess. Others are not trained with the intent to kill. Frankly, I have witnessed Ryu healing potentially fatal wounds after their squabbles, which is terrifying. Leaning back in his chair, Shikaku said with a wry smile, "Is it wrong to expect to send them out after another team? Is it wrong to showcase the prowess of our team, or Ino?" Kasumi's knowing gaze and calm demeanor lightened Shikaku's mood somewhat. At times, he disliked his own perspective on Ino, analyzing her strength and capability in a fragmented manner to assess her utility for Konoha and Nara. He cherished the girl. She was intelligent, considerate, and never sought to elevate herself above others with her thoughts or skills. Her resilience was commendable, especially considering they lived in a transient peace. And this generation did not need to grow up in war. She was beneficial for Shikamaru. She kept his thoughts on track and drew out emotions he and Shikido had once despaired over. He trained diligently, taking it seriously, striving to grow stronger. Nonetheless, his mind could not help but contemplate how to utilize her. Both. Shikaku shrugged in acknowledgement. I cannot deny her identity makes her a formidable asset to the clan. Her team appears remarkably strong and dedicated, which is a boon for Konoha. Kasumi nodded in agreement. It would be timely for Ino to publicly acknowledge her identity. People would comprehend, especially the older generation. This could even help us draw Danzo out. If people know, he cannot easily abduct her. Shall we leave it to the Hokage? Ishikawa chuckled. That old man still ignores me. We bring his latest work over here, and once he sees the logic of the play, I will make him aware of his mistakes. Kasumi shot him a withering glare. I despise your euphemistic language regarding shogi. I fucking hate you. You know that. Ryu complained while rubbing his face, unable to stifle a yawn. Ah, Ryu-kun, things are looking up. Ryu glared at the jonin perched on a nearby branch. It is 5 a.m. I am on a hospital shift, and I have slept less than 2 hours. Yet you show up at my house at 5 a.m. and drag me here to sit on a damn tree. You're a pain. Kakashi smiled at him, dismissively waving his hand in the air. More details, my dear little C. Details. I'll shove those damn details up your ass. Ryu grumbled darkly. Why am I here? I need your assistance. My assistance? At that thought, Ryu rolled his eyes. You are a jonin. The only help I can offer you is medical. Are there any secret wounds, Hatake? Kakashi shook his head, gently sighing. Not me, no. However, what I need is your medical expertise. Why? Today, I am evaluating a new jonin team. I require your insights on them. Ryu furrowed his brow, pondering the idea. Ignoring his inner fatigue, he turned to the elder beside him. You need me to conduct a medical assessment of your jonin. Have they suffered any physical injuries? Or do they have habits that put them in danger? I truly do not know. Yesterday, the Hokage took me to each of their homes. One lives alone, spotless. Another's home seems quite normal. The last one lives alone, but appears capable of sustaining himself immediately. Ramen and nearly expired milk. Kakashi glanced at him. Without the light of the sheep, his exposed eye seemed almost dull. I care. You want more than just a physical assessment. No, the jonin admitted. I am more concerned about their stability. Among your team, you know the most about the knowledge of the mountains. Psychological factors, he murmured, tilting his head as he watched vast orange hues crawl across the lightning-lit sky. You need me to find clues regarding their mental states while assessing their physical conditions. Yes. Ryu grunted, shoving his hands into his jacket pockets. Well then, who are they? Kakashi offered him a strange smile, appearing rather peculiar. This man is odd. He has informed Ino about this matter. Repeatedly. Haruno Sakura is known, pink-haired girl. Uchiha Sasuke, the arrogant duck-butt bastard. And Uzumaki Naruto. Ryu froze, his eyes widening as he stared at Kakashi, ignoring the irritation in his interrupted tone. What? Kakashi simply nodded. Ryu's mind repeatedly echoed that name. The entire ordeal, nearly costing Ino her life, had exposed her lineage. He attempted to extract more information from the girl. She always hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge anything to herself or Kaido. Her eyes brimmed with fear. He assured her they did not care where she came from. She was here now. They were her friends, and they would not abandon her to a madman. Yet that was not what she feared. She was terrified that next time they would die because of her. It was utterly foolish. The first time they did not die, nor would they the second time. Ultimately, she confided in them, elucidating her status as a member of the Uzumaki clan. She recounted tales of her parents and the village from whence they hailed. revealing that she had no family with whom to converse, even among those residing in Konoha. Uzumaki, she whispered, that is why you brought me here. You cannot inquire about Yuko. She implied that she lacked familial connections for dialogue. I never understood this. The Jonin shifted uncomfortably, running a hand through his silver hair before leaning back. It is the Hokage's command. This is nonsense. If being an Uzumaki is so perilous, why can this child shout his damn name freely while Yuko cannot? Kakashi shrugged. When she was younger, it made sense. Because she could not protect herself? Yes, certainly. But now, that girl has outlived those cloud bastards. The man chuckled, his cheeks bulging beneath the mask, his single eye crinkling. It is an interesting expression, though true. That is why we conspired with her, Nara. Go on. Ryu grinned, sharp and triumphant. The small purple whirlpool on her shoulder was a symbol of her lineage. We merely persuaded him to find a way to make it larger and more conspicuous. If the Hokage wishes for her to conceal it, yet she desires not to, then, well, to hell with that. There is no rule stating that children of a clan cannot display their clan's insignia. We all bear the red version of Uzumaki. Why should she not wear the purple emblem? Kakashi nodded. She has told you, has she not? Indeed. We shall not allow those who wish for her to feel shame regarding her identity to prevail. I can assure you, some will appreciate it. Ryu closed her eyes, her smile softening. She mentioned her fighting style is exceedingly distinctive. Why conceal what people are already discerning? It is absurd. No, never. They fell into silence as the sun gradually rose, the air alive with the sounds of chirping birds. Soon after, the sound of shuffling footsteps entered the training ground, prompting Ryu to open his senses. 3 distinct chakra signatures emerged, one rather diminutive and tightly coiled, another quite large, deep in hue and ablaze, and a massive aura overshadowed by an even greater presence, sharp and vibrant. He opened his eyes and looked down at the lush grass, scrutinizing the 3 12-year-old children with a discerning gaze. After all, this was his purpose for being here. The pink-haired girl, Haruno Sakura, appeared unsteady, resembling a wayward child. Her hair was excessively bright, likely due to an abundance of costly conditioners, perhaps laced with artificial fragrances. Her skin was overly pale, revealing an unhealthy undertone. Her limbs were thin, while not necessarily unhealthy for a civilian. They lacked the requisite flesh and muscle for a kunoichi. Were he to hazard a guess, she hailed from a civilian background, possibly belonging to a circle of girls who adhered to strict diets to maintain their slender figures. This would not serve her well in the long run. Once she commenced proper training and utilized her chakra more extensively, she would soon exhaust her energy. A boy with raven hair, Uchiha Sasuke, bore a childlike scowl upon his face, despite the remnants of sleep still clinging to him. His skin, while pale, appeared healthy, and his limbs and overall physique had more substance, possibly even muscle. It was likely that his physical training was quite rigorous, minimizing the chance of any issues arising. Overall, he conformed to Ryu's expectations, yet his demeanor did not align with that of a clan member. Considering he had not formed a clan for some time, this was perhaps to be anticipated. Bright yellow hair danced in the breeze, attached to a vibrantly energetic body, Uzumaki Naruto. Ryu found him particularly intriguing. His sun-kissed skin, the dirt upon his neck and hands, and an odd whisker-like marking on his cheek, which was stretched into a wide grin, portrayed a curious image. His figure was concealed beneath a garish orange jacket and trousers, rendering it impossible to discern any physical concerns. He trudged forward with heavy steps, instilling a sense of trepidation in Ryu. For this occasion, stealth may prove unattainable. Anything of note? Kakashi inquired softly. Ryu scoffed, shrugging. This is merely a preliminary assessment. Without witnessing their actual performance, I cannot divulge much. Character, attitude, social issues. All of these aside, Haruno is your chief concern, at least physically. Why so? Her gray eyes narrowed as she regarded the girl swaying adorably beside Uchiha. She appears as though I could cleave her in two. No chakra enhancement. This could indicate a health issue, but I am inclined to believe it stems from self-inflicted causes. Most likely, her diet. Correct. If she is of civilian origin, she may not realize she is hindering her own growth. This is peculiar. I am quite certain the kunoichi curriculum covers proper dietary habits. Indeed. She hails from a civilian family, Kakashi replied in a low voice. And the other two? Uchiha appears well-fed and well-trained. Stick pushed his rear. Yet I believe his physical condition is sound. Furthermore, you are conducting yourself quite professionally. Oh, spare me. Kakashi tilted his head aside. What of the last one? Ryu remained silent for a moment, observing the trio seated upon the grass. Uzumaki seems, well, I cannot say. Strip away that dreadful orange. And I can only tell you he appears quite unkempt. Whether this is due to laziness or premature training, I cannot ascertain. Naruto's apartment is filthy, aside from Irika. I know not who cares for him. I never particularly liked the Hokage, but now I am beginning to loathe him. What does the Hokage have to do with this? Surely it is not as foolish a regulation as Yuko's? To some extent. It is not a matter I can discuss. Oh, child, Ryu murmured. The secrets of the shinobi village, what a scandal. Have you always been this way? Ryu sighed, shaking his head. No. But recognizing certain truths and accepting them allows us to properly regard those foolish matters. Moreover, you know, nearly dying and all. Kakashi regarded him quietly for a while. This affects you greatly, does it not? He furrowed his brows, casting his gaze down upon the quarreling trio, allowing himself to observe them and grant his thoughts the time they required. I have never felt such fear as I do now. Throughout my time cradling Kaido, he remained ever closer to death. Each time I paused to heal him, it felt as though I merely added minutes to his life. I kept telling myself I was bringing him home. Yuko's voice dwindled, swallowed by the panic of recollection. I am a sensor, so I can feel her chakra dwindling. I sense its slowing pace. When I exceed my range, I am certain I am merely leaving my friend behind, allowing him to die or be forsaken, taken away. All I could do was fulfill her last request of me. I brought Kaido home. Kakashi said nothing, merely leaning closer against his side. Ryu allowed himself to lean against the stronger man, accepting the comfort he offered. He was grateful it was not an embrace. He had grown weary of being held. Yuko, humming a tune, followed Kakashi into the training ground alongside Kaido. She adored the little pug and his dry humor, though he seemed less fond of her at present. Evidently, informing him that a deer's nose was softer than his paw pads was a grave taboo. It was true, yet Pakun believed she was delusional. Her spirits were too high to care. Good afternoon, Yuko-chan. Hey, Kakashi. As Ryu leaped down from the tree, she bounded toward him, beaming. How does Ryu fare in observation? Her teammates wrinkled their noses and shook their heads. Are they merely foolish? I consider this to be the most fitting expression. She furrowed her brow and tilted her head to the side. What do you mean? Who exactly are you intending to apprehend Kakashi with? I am aware that Asuma managed to capture Shikamaru's team. Kakashi sighed. Uchiha, Haruno, and Uzumaki. She blinked. Oh, I see. I express my condolences. Kaido, standing nearby, grunted and squinted at her face. It appears you are indifferent toward your cousin. Because I am not, she shrugged. Aside from what Shikamaru has informed me, my knowledge of Naruto is rather scant. I only recall that he was quite loud in the same class. Ryu scoffed, shoving her hands into the pockets of her jacket. Loud is an understatement. I believe his volume settings are never below deafening. She huffed, moving closer to Kakashi, leaning against him, gazing up into his unmasked eyes. So, he looked down at her, a peculiar glint in his eyes. They passed. Damn technicalities, Ryu muttered. They should not be a team. What is the thought process behind this group? Best newcomer of the year, best female ninja of the year, and the last place. Yuko raised her eyebrows. That sounds rather foolish. If I disregard the peculiar rivalry between Uchiha and Naruto in the academy, I can see them. They are all combat types. But Sakura? I don't recall her excelling at anything. She possesses a natural talent for chakra control, but frankly, her chakra reserves are woefully insufficient. So what? Genjutsu? Ninjutsu? Ryu shrugged. Who knows? She needs to rid herself of her obsession with being a fangirl, then truly nourish herself. Yuko squinted, deep in thought. A Sakura diet? But that is utterly absurd. She looked up at Kakashi, poking his arm. You must help her escape this predicament. I cannot believe she is foolish enough to diet. Kakashi slumped to the ground, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. I shall give it a try. They possess certain potential, and they are the only team that has passed. Even if it is a slight advantage. This ruins my mood, she mumbled, crossing her arms over her chest. Why are you in such good spirits? Ryu scrutinized her carefully. Curiosity etched on her face. She smiled, her mood lifting, despite her cheeks flushing. I had a wonderful time last night. Oh, Kakashi leaned down, eyes wide as he gazed at her. By the way, you met with the Nara family. Wait. Ryu leaped forward, tugging at her left arm. Is there a ghost on your arm? Yuko chuckled softly, suddenly feeling shy. Kaido burst into laughter. She had already shared a very simplified version of what transpired that night with him. He was not one to indulge in gossip or discuss minute details. She raised her right hand, tracing the intricately sewn symbols. Shikamaru gifted me this jacket. It bears the Nara crest along with my own insignia, she murmured, meeting Ryu's joyful expression. We signed a new contract. Well, he will wrap you in so many layers, topped off with that. Yuko laughed. I don't mind. I adore it. It makes me feel warm. Love, Kakashi whispered, pulling her into an embrace. It makes you feel cherished, does it not? She nestled into his arms. Recalling the encounter with the majestic stag in the forest and the gift of her favorite new attire, a smile gracing her lips. His lips pressed against hers. Her first kiss. She stifled the sudden urge to scream, wrapping her arms around Kakashi's waist, inhaling the scent of dog and the electric air, humming with joy. The room was dim, each corner cloaked in heavy shadows that covered the walls. The air was cool and murky, tinged with the scent of earth and a faint metallic tang. Leaning against the wall, heavy chains dangled from a point embedded in solid rock. Thick handcuffs clamping down on wrists and ankles. The only sound for hours was the labored, weary breaths. A heavy iron door creaked open, light flooding into the room. As Insu entered the cell, he grinned, a sharp and deadly smile. He looked down at the imprisoned individual, his gaze icy and resolute. Chapter 18, Sakura. Sasuke Ruka calmly observed as the kunai slid through flesh, leaving trails of blood, the piercing screams and pleading cries echoing against the ancient stone walls. The room they occupied lay deep within the oldest house of the compound, constructed long before the village or the structures above it existed. It was one of the remnants from the era of war clans, a testament to the brutality once exhibited by the Nara clan. Since joining Konoha, they too had moments where they took matters into their own hands, personally addressing threats. Such actions were not often necessary, as it was advantageous to remain in the shadow of clans like Hyuga and Uchiha. Insu took a step back, calmly placing the kunai in a carved corner of the stone and wiping the blood from his hands with a towel. The man hanging from the chains whimpered, resting his head upon his bloodied arms. Another operative responsible for capturing Shikamaru, Hanjiro, trembled uncontrollably. Desperate words escaped his lips, his wide, terrified eyes fixed on Ruka. Han, are you ready to speak now? The man weakly nodded, extending his tongue, rough and dark from the seal. Ruka produced a piece of incredulously small sealed paper from his vest pocket, gazing down at the intricately drawn, perfect lines. He handed it to Insu, who instructed the other to extend his tongue further, placing the seal down. When he requested Yuko to create a seal to remove something akin to what was on Ricky's tongue, she did not even blink. She simply began her work, presenting the finished product to him without question. Her eyes brimmed with fury, yet her demeanor remained remarkably calm. He was certain she harbored no ill feelings towards him, undoubtedly knowing her agile mind had deduced what he had discovered. He had uncovered yet another item to add to the ever-growing list of qualities the Nara clan admired in her. This girl was cunning and ruthless. As the counter seal began to take effect, Han writhed in agony, screaming. She could have rendered the process painless, yet she opted to add her own flair to the torment. Insu frowned, cleaning his fingers and nodding. The seal has vanished. Good. Now, Han, tell me everything related to your mission. The man cleared his throat and began. I need to be more specific. Nara Shikamaru. Ah, the shadow boy, right? I cannot divulge too much. My job was to rescue him from the wall after he was captured. I assume you are aware of Ricky's situation. His purpose is to investigate that boy and some girls. Do not be unaware of who is stealing. Insu made a motion, retrieving the kunai, spinning it between his fingers, before stepping closer to the bloodied man. Are you sure, Han? I truly do not wish to drag my beautiful blade across your skin again, Insu muttered. Farwater and Haruai are, like him, working in the intelligence department. He collaborates directly with the torture and interrogation division, working alongside Ibiki. He is one of the few in Nara who fully embraces the dark impulses brought by the shadow and wields that darkness in a beautiful and precise manner. In the field, he is agile and methodical, but in a pitch-black room, amidst sharp blades and bodies in need of healing, the situation is entirely different. Who assigned you your task? Ruka scrutinized the handcuffed man, inquiring. An old man, half his face wrapped in bandages. A cane, an arm in a sling. I do not know his name. Please, I do not know. The distant water ceased its approach, and the trembling body, barely an inch away, caught a fleeting glance from Riku. The man shook his head, took a step back, and began to gather his tools. Riku merely watched as Han collapsed amidst the chains. He spoke the truth, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This description fit Danzu perfectly. He needed to bring Ino in to assist in reorganizing the memories of the tortures endured over the past few weeks. He would not destroy such valuable evidence. They now possessed a definitive work. All they required was a little more. Yuko stifled a yawn, her hand covering her mouth, and slumped against the counter before her. The gatekeeping duty was undoubtedly the most tedious shift in the entire village. She had been stationed there for 5 hours, witnessing only a handful of merchants and 2 squads of chunin. Drowsiness threatened to overcome her. She attributed her fatigue to Nara, who, upon Kasuga's arrival, immediately sprawled half of his body across the counter, murmuring softly and appearing half asleep moments later. Since then, he had scarcely moved, remaining stationary even as she dealt with the boisterous merchants. With a sigh, she rubbed her face, aware that despite his lethargic demeanor, his reflexes would be as swift as those of his family should any trouble arise. His ability to lull her into drowsiness was quite vexing. Propping her chin on her palm, she picked up a pen and made a slight adjustment to the seal she was inscribing in her notebook, glancing over Ryu's annotations. This was an alternative to the KHP vaccine she could not receive, a method to inhibit her body's natural functions and prevent unintended pregnancy. According to Ryu's medical insights, her theory posited that the seal would effectively pause her ovaries from releasing eggs. Much like the KHP injection, she had to deactivate the seal every few months to allow her body to respond naturally, as failing to do so could pose complications in her future. The seal was nearing completion, with just a few adjustments left to maximize efficacy and minimize risks. She anticipated the relief of not having to endure monthly menstruation. It was rather unpleasant. The heavy footsteps and the sound of feet slipping in the dirt caused her to pause, lifting her gaze to meet a broad expanse of blue. She blinked, catching sight of yellow blonde and orange hair. "Ah, you are the lady of the water dragon." She raised an eyebrow, casting a nonchalant glance at Naruto. "How may I assist you?" The blonde woman nervously scratched the back of her head, chuckling awkwardly. "Well, you see," Naruto sighed, and Yuko set down her pen, turning her attention to Sakura, who was rushing towards them, her expression furious. What transpired? Behind Sakura, Sasuke wandered, his face maintaining its usual air of arrogant indifference. "Ah, Sakura, I merely wish to inquire of this lady if this is our mission. You fool, we must accomplish it ourselves." Sakura bowed slightly to Yuko. "I apologize for his disturbance." Yuko waved her hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. However, I am curious. How may I assist?" "Nothing, senpai. We simply cannot locate Ahu." "Tora?" Sakura nodded with a smile. "The cat of the Lord's wife. Apparently, it frequently escapes, thus all the servants are tasked with retrieving it. I believe you remember what transpired last year." "Ah, no." Yuko shook her head, furrowing her brow in confusion. "My team was never assigned that task." A bearded face suddenly thrust itself close to her, their noses nearly colliding. She recoiled in shock, her eyes widening as she vaguely registered Kasuga sitting upright. "Would you mind stepping back? It is rather presumptuous to demand such a thing before a ninja." Naruto frowned, obediently leaning back and squatting on the table. Next to her notebook lay a dirty sandal. As she reached out to remove it from a precarious position, her brow twitched. "Why aren't you undertaking this foolish task?" She frowned, locking gazes with the blue-eyed boy. Shrugging, "I wanted to consult my teacher, but he is unable to respond." Why not?" Naruto and Sakura shifted uneasily, their green eyes darting back and forth. "Her teacher is deceased, you dolt," Sasuke muttered, a strange flicker of sympathy crossing his dark eyes. She neither desired nor required such pity. Yes, she understood why Ricky acted as he did, ultimately sacrificing himself for her team. Yet, the betrayal and the knowledge that he had been collaborating with anyone who wished her harm still pierced her, a sharp and icy pain. "Wait, really?" Naruto's tone softened, curiosity lighting his gaze. "Well, sorry." She offered him a faint smile, then playfully poked his forehead, nearly mocking his comical fall backward. "It's fine. It's merely a part of our lives." "Impossible. I shall not allow my people to perish, believe me." Yuko blinked, leaning over the table to gaze at the blonde woman. "That is not always a choice. It does not pertain to ability or will. Things happen. We cannot always control the outcomes." Sakura shifted, offering her a gentle smile. "We must strive to do better, right, senpai?" Yuko tilted her head and nodded. "Indeed, Sakura. Learn from the past, and the future shall be brighter." That sounds rather like a quote. Yuko glanced at the pair of jet black eyes. "Yes, it is one of the few phrases I remember my father saying." Why does that sound so grim?" Yuko sighed. returning to her seat and waving her hand to dismiss them. Be off. You have a cat to find, do you not? Ah, come on, you fool. I shall find this stupid cat. Sakura groaned as Naruto pulled Sasuke along, soaring away. Yuko chuckled at the energy emanating from her cousin, pondering what it would be like to truly know him. Was he always this loud? Or did he become quiet when out of public sight? Shikamaru once remarked that people were not very kind to the blonde woman. Perhaps he wore this cheerful, bright mask to conceal the inevitable pain. Senpai? May I ask you a question? Yuko smiled at Sakura. You have already done so, but feel free to ask any question you wish. I cannot guarantee an answer. Right? Well, Sakura frowned, leaning closer to the table. I wish to know why you wear Nara's crest. And the purple whirlpool? I thought Konoha used red. Yuko scoffed, shrugging. Honestly, she decided. She did not wish to conceal anything. What harm could there be in speaking the truth? The first is simple. I have entered into a contract with the Nara clan, allowing me to wear their family crest as a sign of their protection over me. Be quiet, Kasuga, she hissed, as the older man chuckled softly. As for the purple whirlpool, well, that is the emblem of my family. Confusion filled Sakura's green eyes. I do not understand. What do you not understand? The contract? And your family's symbol? I would be delighted to explain everything during my off-duty hours. If you wish to learn about the contract, I still have 2 hours left in my shift. As for my family's symbol, there should be books in the historical section of the ninja library wing regarding ancient clans and their emblems. Now, you might want to catch up with your teammates. Yuko watched quietly as Sakura bowed and dashed off. The mere thought of discussing her family brought her a sense of fulfillment. She hoped Sakura genuinely wished to converse. That would be splendid. Are you certain? Hey? She smiled at Kasuga. There is no rule against my doing so, and I genuinely wish to. Spring furrowed her brow, sifting through scattered papers one by one, scanning each meticulously, and then arranging them into designated piles. Reports, tasks, observations, autopsies, all contained invaluable information. The minor comments held significant weight, gradually transforming into missing pieces of a puzzle. The office door in the basement of the intelligence building creaked open, and Inuzuka entered. Good afternoon, Spring, said Lord Inuzuka. The blond man approached, scrutinizing the documents spread across the desk. Any updates? Spring paused, placing a stack of folders aside before extracting 3 from the pile. Yes, but nothing recent, just old information with new insights. She handed the folders to him and leaned back. Inuzuka opened each folder, reading in silence. Autopsy reports? Interesting. Concerning the 2 Nara children and the Uzumaki incident from 7 years ago. What piques your interest in these? There's a lack of detail. The cause of death is peculiar. The coroner noted signs of abuse on each child, bruises, healing wounds. Clearly, these injuries occurred during their disappearance. A comment in the Nara file suggests that some bruises resemble those inflicted by fists. Inuzuka frowned, returning the documents. I see. We suspect these 3 children were abducted and beaten to death. The cause of death is listed as physical trauma. That aligns. What do you suspect? Spring crossed her arms. Her brow furrowed. The timeline indicates they died the day before they were discovered. However, the recorded body temperature suggests they passed at least 3 days prior. Why would the coroner lie? Furthermore, their injuries are consistent with those found before Root's decommissioning. Inuzuka's green eyes widened slightly. Do you think these children were taken for brainwashing? I tend to believe so, yes. We already know that Danzo is lurking behind Shikamaru. The Nara pair is slightly stronger than average, and they learn techniques rapidly. Before Shikamaru encountered Ino, these 2 were the most promising of their generation. The abducted Uzumaki was also exceptionally gifted in our own techniques. He sought the prodigal child of the clan. That is plausible. Whatever he did to the children likely led to their demise. This could explain why he set his sights on Shikamaru. Inuzuka sighed heavily, massaging his temples. There is more information. We still lack specific cases to present. Spring silently exchanged glances with him, noting his weary expression. Did Lord Shikamaru summon you to the courtyard? I will be going tonight. He is rather enigmatic, but insists it is of great importance. Indeed, Spring confirmed. You know, otherwise he wouldn't have called for you. Yes, I understand. I'll leave the rest to you. If you uncover any further fragments, please inform me. Of course, Lord Inuzuka. She watched the man depart, the door gently closing behind him. Running her fingers through her hair, she tightened her ponytail and reached for another stack of documents. More pieces of the puzzle awaited discovery. Chapter 19. The symbol of Nara. Yuko stretched, stepping out from the small booth at the guard station, absent-mindedly waving at the 2 chunin who replaced her in spring. The Nara unit had departed, slipping away before the next shift arrived. She didn't mind. She barely knew him. Humming a tune, she tucked her notebook into her waist pouch. "Senpai?" Yuko pursed her lips, turning to see Sakura standing by the wall of a quaint tea house, clutching a hefty book with a worn leather cover. "Sakura, I thought you would come. You did mention we could discuss things after your shift." "I did. How did your cat-catching mission go?" The pink-haired girl huffed indignantly. "We completed it. That cat was a menace." Yuko chuckled. "I spoke to several other ninjas. Evidently, Tora was indeed a troublesome task. I somewhat wish we had experienced it. Do you mind me asking why you didn't?" "Oh." Yuko frowned. "It's a bit complicated. To put it simply, our sensei focuses more on missions that enhance our endurance, speed, or strength. Tracking and capturing aren't our primary focus." "Oh," Sakura nodded. "I suppose attacking and supporting a team doesn't require much attention to that. Well, it's still a useful skill. We may need tracking to reach our allies, but Ryu is a sensor, so we can find people quite well. A cat? Uffed. I wouldn't even know where to begin." Sakura smiled, her eyes brimming with pride. She flipped through the book in her arms, glancing at the tea house behind her. "Senpai, would you accompany me for tea and conversation? I would be delighted. Also, Sakura, you needn't call me senpai simply because I am a chunin. We are peers." Yuko gently pointed out. "It's not because you are a chunin," the other girl whispered. "When I watched your team's matches, I realized how far I still have to go. You and your teammates are my age, but you have experienced and accomplished so much. You move with the confidence and skill of seasoned ninjas. I have none of that." However, Yuko reminded her, "You are just beginning, remember? Come. I could use some tea after a dull shift at the boarding gate." As they ducked beneath the long cloth strip to enter the cafe, Sakura giggled and nodded. Before long, they found a table in the back corner, where steaming tea and a small plate of mochi awaited them. Yuko sighed contentedly after her first sip, preparing to answer the question that had been on the other girl's mind. The large book lay on the table, and Sakura quickly pried it open to a page marked with a bookmark. At the top of the page was a massive red whirlpool, inscribed with the words Uzumaki hidden. The pages had yellowed with age, yet the colors of the various whirlpools remained vivid and bright. She patiently awaited, inhaling the floral aroma of the tea. "I found this earlier. I couldn't locate the name Yuzu anywhere, but I discovered your family's symbol here." Sakura pointed at the purple whirlpool. "I am perplexed." Yuko set down her cup, extending her finger to trace the text and whirlpool. "When Yuzushio fell, my parents changed our name. Yet they could not bring themselves to abandon it entirely, hence Yuzu emerged. Prior to that, we were known as Uzumaki." She tapped a light, gray whirlpool. "This is our clan's symbol. My family is a branch family, named Murasaki." She directed her finger towards the purple whirlpool. Sakura's mouth fell open, her eyes widening. Are you related to Naruto?" "Yes, a very distant cousin. Please understand, Sakura, it is this information that led to my team being attacked. I won't tell a soul, senpai. I swear." Yuko shook her head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "I am not concerned about others knowing. Once older ninjas catch wind of it, they are likely to resolve the matter. Besides, if I were truly worried, I wouldn't be wearing this jacket now, would I?" She gestured to the twin clan symbols on her left shoulder. Sakura leaned forward, and Yuko obediently turned her arm to provide the other girl with a clearer view of the symbols. The green eyes scrutinized them before lifting to meet Yuko's. "Senpai, you mentioned you would explain the contract?" Yuko picked up a piece of mochi, popping it into her mouth and humming contentedly. "Please remember, I only understand the agreements and arrangements of contracts. I have yet to delve into engagements or weddings. Information is scarce. Feel free to ask, Sakura. I will do my utmost to respond." Sakurai nodded, leaning forward with eagerness. "I understand it pertains to family matters, yet several years ago, everyone was displeased with you regarding this issue. Was it due to your youth? How old is the other party? Who is it?" Yuko blinked, opened her mouth, then closed it again. "Sakura," she began slowly, "do you not know who it is? At that time, I only knew it was Nara because Ino was quite distressed. Apart from children like me, whether commoners or of noble lineage, no one spoke of it." "Well, okay. So who is it?" "That also answers the question of age." Who is it?" Yuko smiled gently, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as memories of her first kiss flickered through her mind. "Shikamaru." Sakura's eyes lit up, and she burst into laughter. "You two have always been so adorable." Now, her cheeks were undoubtedly crimson. "Ah," Yuko lowered her gaze, feeling a peculiar shyness that made her want to hide. "I suppose so. I did not wish to pry, as I was certain it was a private matter. But did everyone feel uneasy because you were so young? Yuko cleared her throat and shook her head. No. The clan typically begins searching for potential matches when the heir turns 10. 9 is not significant. Those who once or still have issues with it seem convinced that I deceived them in some manner. The Nara clan seeks power or wealth in certain respects. But why? Because to them, I am an orphan without a clan, while Shikamaru is a clan heir. There is a considerable distinction. However, Sakura's gaze shifted to the open book. You have a clan. Yes, Yuko gently corrected. The survivors of the Uzumaki clan have scattered. Naruto has arrived. Sometimes, we are burdened with unjust rules in life, Sakura huffed. That is indeed foolish. There are many absurdities within Konoha and its people. Just like my father, another girl muttered. What happened? No. It is truly an old matter. Father simply cannot let it go. Your father was injured by a member of the Uchiha clan. That has nothing to do with him, does it? Sakura's green eyes widened, her complexion turning astonishingly pale. How do you know, Ino? Well, I no longer harbor feelings for him like that. Please believe me. Yuko chuckled softly, as if finding it somewhat amusing. Sakura, you are sitting here having tea with me. If you had feelings for your father, I would foresee this meeting not occurring. He is firmly convinced you are dangerous because your eyes can perceive everything. He has no way of knowing that merely having those eyes is of no consequence. His perception of eyes is indeed accurate, Yuko shrugged. The eyes of the Uzumaki clan are all golden, and to my understanding, this relates to our chakra. The various branches of the Uzumaki clan have different eye colors. Just like the Hyuga with their pale eyes and the Inazuka with their narrow pupils? Precisely. It is a hereditary trait that binds us to our respective branch families. Sakura sipped her tea, nodding in agreement. That makes sense. Now, returning to the contract? You have worn that pendant for many years, yet it is the only symbol. Now you wear another Nara symbol. Why is that? That pendant signifies the agreement of the contract. It is merely to assess compatibility and provide protection to the minor contractor from the major contractor's family. In this case, the Nara offered me protection. Now that Shikamaru and I are both legal adults and well-matched, we have entered into an arranged contract. This allows me to be recognized as a member of the Nara family, permitting me to don their insignia on my garments. Yuko smiled happily. It is indeed a simple way to declare this and have the Nara family acknowledge me as one of their own. Sakura chuckled softly. That sounds delightful. Yuko's smile softened as she had been immersed in happiness for a week. Wonderful, just wonderful. Ino stared at the gaunt man, while Shikaku struggled to suppress thoughts of what his old friend might be contemplating. He explained the information they had received and then opened the door, allowing the blonde woman to see the bloodied, broken man. The tasks he needed his friend to undertake were evident, though he was too weary to articulate them. I see you are quite busy, Shikaku shrugged. More so, Inzui is busy. How long has he been here? A week. Shikaku pushed off the wall he had been leaning against and approached Ino. He just sustained his injuries last night. Impressive. Do you know if Haru discovered anything peculiar during his search? No, he has not returned home. What did he find? There are inconsistencies and strange details in the autopsy reports of children who were stolen and murdered 7 years ago. Shikaku frowned, clenching his jaw as memories of his family's 2 children being taken flooded his mind. I take it I will not appreciate what he reported? No, Ino replied softly. Moving forward. No, you will not. Shikaku maintained his silence, watching the blonde woman place a hand on Han's shaved head. Erasing and modifying a week's worth of memories required time and had a significant impact on Ino. If he did not require the merchant as a living witness, he would have simply discarded him in the forest. But he needed him alive and willing to speak when the time was right. Earlier that day, a more secure house had been constructed, stocked with provisions, and guards had been assigned. He intended to ask Yuko if she had any ceiling barriers to place around the building in case that fool decided to escape. That would have to wait until tomorrow. He arranged for her to be on duty, keeping her occupied for most of the day, more for his own peace of mind than anything else. Haru was busy digging through the strange information he had gathered. Inzui was executing a short-term task, and Shikamaru was conducting team training. He needed to know where she was to feel somewhat at ease himself. He also did not wish for her to inadvertently stumble upon this side of the clan. Kakashi had agreed to take her along with his team the following day. Aside from allowing her to interact with Naruto, she would not appear anywhere near the main compound. An hour passed quietly until Ino stumbled back, her eyes slowly blinking. Ino? I am well, Shikaku. Ino offered a weary smile and nodded. I have erased Inzui's memories and fabricated a severe intoxication incident in the house you usually use to entertain guests. I believe I did well. Yes, it is all arranged. Will he sleep tonight? I wager for a portion of the morning as well. Excellent. This gives us time to move him. Can you return home? Or would you prefer to stay? Ino rotated her shoulders, silently assessing her body. If you do not mind lending someone to ensure my return home, I would prefer to collapse in my own bed. Of course. They exited the small room, ascending the rough stone steps into the empty house and out into the cool night air. The courtyard at night was Shikaka's favorite time. Everything was quiet, a soft glow illuminating the surroundings, and the compound deer nestled peacefully, their clan calm and tranquil. If it were not for the heavy, dark chakra surging briefly, it would have been paradise. Ino furrowed her brow slightly. It feels like Shikamaru-kun. That boy is surely training again. Green eyes regarded him. I still find it hard to believe your son trains so diligently. To this, Shikaka chuckled softly. He wishes to become strong enough to protect little Yuko. This could be a futile endeavor. She is determined to grow strong enough to withstand anything. After their first joint battle, they would come to understand. Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully, a smile spreading across his face, as if he were delving into an ancestral technique. Ino blinked in surprise. What? Come on. It would be better if you took a look. He led Ino down a path that veered away from the houses, and as they approached, the orange glow became increasingly radiant. A circle of earth surrounded by a dozen posts, each adorned with large lanterns. Shikamaru stood on one side of the circle, his shadow stretching across to the other side, his face etched with intense concentration. As they paused to observe, his form seemed to gradually fade, only to re-emerge on the opposite end of the shadow, slowly taking shape. A gentle breeze passed, causing the flames within the lanterns to flicker. Shikamaru reappeared at the spot where he had been standing, stumbling to his knees with a frustrated growl. This is strange, Ino murmured. Any one of us could have attempted this particular technique for generations, Shikaku calmly remarked. He has been practicing for over a month. The moment a natural shadow approaches his own, he loses focus. What is its purpose? Uncertain. The scroll claims it can be as swift as the god of Shan. Solid objects are irrelevant. The account asserts that the user can essentially pass through walls. I suspect they travel with their shadow, so wherever the shadow goes, they can follow. Essentially, a moment of silence enveloped them as they observed Shikamaru attempting once more. He vanished, began to reappear, becoming slightly more solid. But as the shadow shifted, he reverted once again. Shiga. It won't be long now, will it? In a brief moment, he grasped what Ino was inquiring about, just before his thoughts altered his cautious plans. Moments ago, he had laughed, sharp and perilous. No, we can relocate in a few months. Chapter 20. Naruto and Sasuke's sparring. Yuko snorted, sprawled on the soft grass at the training ground's edge, lazily tracking the wispy clouds in the blue sky with her gaze. She felt serene and at ease, the gentle breeze rustling through the leaves above, the morning air still cool. That morning, Asuma had regaled her with anecdotes about training his team, filled with Choji's overwhelming kindness, Ino's rare insights, and Shikamaru's keen intuition. Naturally, all of this was interspersed with complaints about Choji's inability to hit targets, Ino's domineering attitude, and Shikamaru's propensity to abandon his team for a nap. Despite Asuma and Shikamaru's efforts, it seemed they were not getting along particularly well. She was uncertain what the Jonin could do. It had only been a little over a week, but he had ample time to seek solutions. Damn it, you can't ignore Sakura. The calmness and tranquility dissipated. She sighed, stifling the sudden urge to tear down the privacy barrier and suppress the hissing and screaming reaching her ears. Why had she agreed to spend the day with Kakashi again? She suddenly resolved to tell the Hokage off. Right. She turned her head, observing Naruto standing protectively in front of Sasuke, with Sakura looking helplessly at them. She felt a sense of déjà vu. Like Asuma, Kakashi also struggled to maintain a semblance of civility among the team. It piqued her curiosity whether Red's team faced similar issues. Was this a normal occurrence for Genin teams? Her own team had quickly settled into a routine of grueling training, filled with camaraderie. She believed this was something Ricky could provide for them all. Her opinion of their team leader remained ambivalent. He trained them well, albeit with excessive rigor and duration, yet they still managed to learn and bond. At the very least, it was something. Good morning, my lovely little Genin. And there was Kakashi, arriving on time to be greeted with shouts. Yuko snorted, sitting up and quietly observing them. It was utter chaos. How had Kakashi survived a week? She had been with the enemy for less than 10 minutes. Come on, stay calm. There are many plans for today, don't waste your energy. She watched as Naruto squinted, Sasuke frowned, and Sakura perked up. Kakashi gestured from behind, and she sighed, knowing it meant she had to go over. She lazily stood, stretched, preparing herself mentally, and then a mischievous smile spread across her face, sparkling with brightness. She reappeared, crouched down, sweeping her leg across the ground, catching the 3 genin and knocking them to the ground. She stood and looked down at them. Ah, what was that for? S-senpai. Well, Yuko raised an eyebrow calmly. The first lesson, the enemy won't wait for you. Combat has no defined beginning. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, bending closer to his team. Today, Yuko will be helping out. Sakura blinked at her, halting her movements of rubbing above her ankle. Really, senpai? Yes. I have no missions or duties. Kakashi and Asuma are both complaining that your team needs a lot of help. Why should we care about another team? Sasuke scoffed, standing up and glaring at her. Yuko withdrew her smile, placing her hands in her pockets. Establishing a solid foundation as genin is a great stepping stone. You need to learn to work together cohesively, not in isolation and weakness. I'm not weak, he hissed, his dark eyes narrowing. I'm not the one who nearly got their team killed. She tilted her head, observing him quietly. To her surprise, aside from a fleeting sense of guilt, that comment passed without issue. She noted that only his eyes expressed any emotion, contrasting sharply with his words, tone, and even his frown. She discerned pain and sorrow in his eyes, perhaps tinged with a hint of anger. Yes, she softly conceded. My existence led to my teammates being injured, but I did not choose to let Kumo become selfish bastards. I did not choose for them to decide that capture and imprisonment was my future. I truly chose to give my all to the best of my ability. A team is the best chance of survival. I do not regret my actions, nor do I regret calling them friends. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly, yet his brow remained furrowed. Stubbornly turning away, she shrugged and leaned against Kakashi, gazing up at the clouds. She genuinely did not want to deal with everything happening here. She longed to find Shikamaru and take a nap with him. She had only seen him once last week, and she missed him dearly. Her brows knitted in concern. The negative dynamics within the team caused him to spend more time with them. If that was the case, then this place might be similarly affected. She snorted, turning back to the standing genin. I'll take the first class. It's just a theory lesson, Kakashi. It's all yours, Yuko-chan. What? Naruto grimaced in annoyance. Why can't we learn some cool ninjutsu? Because, Yuko replied slowly, this is important for you. Now sit down. I'm too lazy to stand. She plopped down on the ground, crossing her legs. She watched as Sakura settled comfortably while the 2 boys grumbled. The first lesson, as I said, is that the enemy will not wait for you to be ready. A battle has neither a beginning nor an end unless someone flees or dies. For the 3 of you, honing your senses will provide enough warning to act. Then, you can train your reflexes so that you can counter quickly. Then let us spar. Sasuke suggested quietly. No, most ninjas will first throw projectiles. She reached into her pouch, retrieving a stack of blank sealing tags. She held up a piece of paper, black lines crawling across it to form the desired array. This was a seal capable of launching projectiles at varying speeds, beginning at the pace of a novice's throw and escalating to that of an ANBU. Affix it to a surface and infuse it with a modicum of chakra, and within a minute, it would initiate random shots. I adjusted this speed to its lowest setting with a kunai, and your primary task was to learn to evade the seal with your back turned. Listening to the furious shouts and muffled curses while gazing at the clouds was pure entertainment. He could not comprehend why cloud watching was deemed so significant, yet then again, Kakashi had never grasped its allure. Damn it, he smiled behind his mask, sitting up to observe his genin. The backs and sides of the 3 were splattered with colorful paint. Even their fronts bore a few splotches. Yuko explained that the kunai launched by the seal were pre-formed paint bombs. They were safe, allowing the trio to see where they had faltered, with no danger of personal injury. However, their wounded pride was in full swing. They began to dodge the projectiles. No matter how slight their evasions were, they succeeded. When a splash of neon pink paint struck Sasuke's face, Yuko erupted in laughter. Her golden eyes sparkled with amusement, a radiant smile spreading across her cheeks. She wore no chunin vest today, her jacket flung open, revealing a mesh shirt over her black undergarments. Observing her carefree demeanor, he chuckled softly. Though he sometimes felt inclined to caution Shikamaru against acting rashly, that boy was the source of her joy. And with the emergence of the new contract and the markings on her shoulder, this happiness would only burgeon. How long will you have them do this? Yuko turned and winked at him. I am about to commence the second lesson. Second lesson? Kakashi inquired, watching intently. He settled down, waiting as his genin struggled for a few more minutes. Yuko repositioned herself, slowly standing with focus, a playful smile gracing her lips. In a heartbeat, she vanished and reappeared behind Sakura, pressing a, hopefully dull, kunai to her throat. Sakura's green eyes widened in terror. Second lesson, always be aware of your team. What the hell? Let go of Sakura, Naruto shouted, his outburst disregarded by Yuko, who continued calmly. Failing to pay attention to your team and their actions, or the enemy's actions towards them, could lead to loss. Now, your enemy has captured your teammate. They are no longer an asset, but a burden. What will you do? How could a captured teammate become a liability? Sasuke exclaimed, his voice clearer and steadier as he accepted the lesson, though he remained unimpressed with his instructor. You must not only be aware of actions directed at you, but also of potential hostages. They could be killed, used to kill you, or placed in danger. Now, I ask again, what will you do? Kakashi understood her intent. He noted his team's reluctance to work together, especially Sasuke and Naruto. If they collaborated, she could successfully rescue Sakura. If they acted independently, painting would be the least of their concerns. As ever, Naruto rushed forward impatiently. Yuko and Sakura pivoted together, delivering a swift kick that struck Naruto in the abdomen, propelling him backward. He fell to the ground, dazed. Seizing the distraction, Sasuke attempted to close in, swinging a kunai at the back of Yuko's head. She merely dodged, curling up against Sakura and striking the boy on the shoulder with her palm, eliciting a pained cry from Sasuke as he collapsed. The blow was accompanied by a brief crackle of lightning. Yuko stood, distancing herself from Sakura, facing the two boys with calm resolve. Sakura's fear had dissipated, replaced by deep contemplation. A substandard attempt. Regroup. Try again. Both boys rose, glaring intensely. Kakashi sighed. They likely did not fully grasp her tone and attitude. Sasuke may have interpreted it as a challenge, as if she looked down on him. Naruto might have felt similarly, or perhaps was unsettled by the shift from friendly to less amiable. He was uncertain, honestly. He hardly knew these children and had to rely on the others to try to find some path forward. The boys charged at her 3 more times, each time being deflected aside. Each time Yuko commanded them to regroup, and each time Sakura appeared increasingly exasperated. Kakashi furrowed his brow and stood up, approaching them. He met Yuko's frustrated gaze and shook his head. No meaning, he called out. Yuko frowned, gently releasing Sakura's hand and crossing her arms over her chest. We can substitute this for the third lesson, whatever it may be. Both boys were panting, staring at her. Sakura spoke on their behalf. What do you mean? The original third lesson was to protect your strategist. There is no strategist here. No, the third lesson is now exceedingly simple. Then spill it. Sasuke straightened, glaring at her. Yuko smiled, sharp and cold. Learn to work together, for heaven's sake. But we are. Naruto protested, his expression shattered. You're both working to counter each other's attacks. Yet you aren't attempting to collaborate. The situation I took Sakura from is commonplace. The enemy manages to capture allies during battle. Once that occurs, you must pause to think. One person will find it exceedingly difficult to retrieve their ally. But more than one working together? Instinct is one thing, but planning often leads to success. Kakashi sighed, tilting his head to scrutinize Yuko. Her voice seemed off. He pondered why, the thoughts swirling in his mind for the week. Yet he could not pinpoint any reason for this state. He knew she had been occupied with various shifts in the village, but had not executed missions beyond the walls. She might feel trapped, as it had been months since she undertook an external task. What other lessons do you have? Kakashi blinked in surprise. Sasuke focused intently on Yuko. Yeah, let us continue with Yuko-chan. Yuko rolled her eyes, slipping her hands back into her pockets, relaxing. The unnatural expression faded. A light smile emerging at the corners of her mouth, her eyes sparkling. Perhaps the distinction lay in differentiating between Yuko in battle and the ordinary Yuko. This was a technique often taught to them by Yamamoto Shinji, a healer ninja. No one knew precisely what they had done to assist Yuko, only that it had worked. He was uncertain whether asking this question was wise. Well, thus far, the fight lacks a clear commencement. Pay attention to your team and cooperate. Protecting your strategist is crucial. And I am unwilling to overlook this point since you have not stepped into that role. Why is this so important, senpai? You tell me. Naruto furrowed his brow, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Do they devise plans and such? Yuko nodded. Exactly. Do you understand why Naruto is so valuable? If you cannot find a way out, you can ask them. They will know. Kakashi chuckled. Yes, but they also create effective methods for the team to combat formidable adversaries. If you lose your strategist, The team often disintegrates during battle. They will notice the details and actions. Ensuring their safety is paramount. Does every team have a strategist? Or only specialized teams? Sakura inquired curiously. Most teams have individuals capable of fulfilling that role, Kakashi pointed out. However, some ninjas are more suited for this role and are assigned to different teams based on their tasks. Now, the next lesson is to understand oneself. What does that mean? Naruto squinted and stroked his chin. Why teach this lesson? Understanding oneself means recognizing one's limits. Your limits are not static, they fluctuate. You must remain aware of them at all times. You need to know your speed, your strength, and how much chakra you possess. First, you must learn this by taking care of your body. Ninjas burn calories at an exponential rate, partly due to the use of our chakra and also because of how we train our bodies. Sakura shifted nervously. So we need to eat a lot. Yuko fixed her with a sharp gaze. Yes, maintaining a balanced diet at home is crucial. In the wild, relying on ration bars for survival necessitates the accumulation of healthy fats and muscle. Naruto, Kakashi called out. A poor example would be only eating ramen. Huh. The salt in ramen is excessive, Yuko muttered. Huh. The final lesson, before I compel Kakashi to do his damn job, she shot him a glare, which he ignored with a hum, is to train as if your life depends on it. The training you undertake will enhance your endurance, resilience, and capabilities, strength, and even speed. What you do and learn will serve as the bridge between you and death. The three genin fell silent, each staring at Yuko. Kakashi sighed inwardly. Konoha was essentially at peace with other villages. Even with the occasional odd conflict with the Wagakure and Kimogakure, this was still a time of tranquility. While it is indeed fortunate for the children to grow up without a care, the harsh reality is that they cannot. They will not be thrust onto bloody battlefields as their predecessors were, but the world beyond the walls is far from hospitable for the young. His duty was to ensure that they return intact after stepping beyond the confines of the village. Knowing that Yuko and her team have experienced the darkness of the world, it saddened him that she was still the little girl he was forced to train, yet he found solace in knowing they possessed survival skills. At least her bastard teacher had ensured that. Are these lessons taught by your teacher? Sasuke inquired softly. Yuko smiled, a bittersweet vulnerability in her expression. Some are. Others I learned from Asuma and Kakashi. You will find yourself gathering wisdom from your teachers. Sasuke nodded, glancing at Naruto and Sakura before returning his gaze to Kakashi. Training us. It is a demand, but Kakashi was more than willing to oblige. Today is endurance training. Tomorrow is mission day. I will devise a schedule and send it to everyone tomorrow. Now, he clapped his hands, eagerly leaning in to observe his genin. You three will run 10 laps around Konoha. Take it slow, but do not walk. Off you go. He watched as they turned away, dejectedly beginning to jog towards the nearest village wall, pleased to note that no one voiced complaints. He turned to Yuko, who was smiling at them. Thank you, Yuko-chan. She glanced at him and shrugged. You could have done this yourself. But, of course, you're welcome. They seem to listen to you more than me. Because you were late, appeared lazy, and were watching inappropriate material in front of them. He chuckled, placing a hand atop her head and smiling at her. Perhaps. But it helps them appear so strong. You have laid the foundation for them, and now I can cultivate their potential. Yuko silently gazed up at him, a flicker of determination in her eyes, and straightened her shoulders. I wish to continue assisting. After all, I have a cousin to get to know. Yuko knocked on the office door, and Shikamaru looked up from the documents in his hands, smiling. Good afternoon, Yuko. Ah, Yuko-chan. What brings you here so cheerfully? She stepped inside, closing the door and briefly placing her palm on the wood, temporarily sealing it for privacy. She had never visited his office in the Hokage Tower, preferring to wait until she was at Nara compound. However, she made the decision while with Kakashi and his team, spurred by Naruto's presence. And she didn't want to wait until dinner. I would like to inquire about requesting a private mission. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair. A private mission? She nodded, taking a seat in the chair before his desk. For myself. Naturally, I would choose Ryu and Kaido. Well, simply submit a detailed mission request. Since you are a Chunin, it will land on my desk for approval. What exactly do you have in mind? Yuko paused for a moment, her thoughts racing. This decision was primarily hers, but part of her wanted to make it for Naruto as well. Perhaps she could offer him something. Of course. That depended on whether her hazy childhood memories were accurate. I wish to visit my parents' cabin and collect what I believe they left behind. Chapter 21:0002 When I'm back. Shikamaru declared, dragging himself into the kitchen. His entire body ached like a massive bruise. Asuma had decided to engage him in one-on-one sparring today, while Ino and Choji had completed a D-rank mission. Evidently, his teacher had caught wind of his private training and decided he wanted to observe it. Therefore, he was not only physically exhausted, but his ears were ringing from Ino demanding he follow her orders, and his head throbbed from contemplating how to make his team work efficiently. Damn, it's only been a week. He craved peace. Welcome home. As he entered the kitchen, where his mother was deftly chopping fresh vegetables, she smiled at him. How was your day? Shikamaru sighed, covering his face with his hand. Trying to make it work is just too much trouble, he muttered. Oh, come now, it can't be that bad, can it? Mom, no one listens to each other. Every time I open my mouth, it feels like banging my head against a wall. Nara Shitoko smiled gently, running her fingers through his hair. Things will get better. Meanwhile, you have a visitor. Yuko? He straightened up, returning her smile with a nod. Where did she run off to? Nowhere. She was a bit tired, so she lay down. Check your room. There's nothing to laugh about. As he turned and dashed through the hall, she called after him, happily ignoring the last remark. Ever since that night they signed a contract, he had seen little of her. He caught glimpses of her around the village. And when he saw the Nara symbol on the jacket he gifted her, he felt an immense sense of pride, but he couldn't appreciate her smile or bright eyes. He missed her terribly. He longed for gentle pats on the head and lazy embraces. He walked into his room, and the tension in his body instantly relaxed upon seeing Yuko curled up on his bed, her blood-red hair splayed across the pillow, the jacket draped over her like a blanket. He quietly approached, climbed onto the bed, and wrapped his arms around her. He sighed softly, feeling at ease and blissfully content. Yuko stirred, letting out a small hum, and he tightened his embrace, planting a kiss on her shoulder, which was covered by the netting. Hey, he whispered. She turned in his arms, lying on her back, her sleep-laden smile brightening her golden eyes, half-lidded. Hello there. As she lifted a hand to caress his hair, tugging at his tie until his locks fell across his face, his smile grew even brighter. She pushed down, and he followed suit. As her fingers began to comb through his black strands, resting his head against her chest, humming happily. I miss you. I miss you too. How was your day? Asuma seems to be quite tough on your team. Shikamaru muttered in frustration. As expected, it's as troublesome as I imagined. Choji is too hesitant. He simply doesn't want to fight because he doesn't wish to harm anyone. Ino barks orders at us, demanding we take action. Every time I pause or rest, she shouts at me for being too lazy. On one hand, she acts as if we are still children. On the other, she completely disregards the fact that I am Nara, and laziness is indeed the true essence of my character. Indeed, she doesn't listen to what I say. If I didn't feel bruised while walking, I would almost be on holiday today. Perhaps it's my fault. I apologize, Yuko chuckled softly in acknowledgement. I mentioned my curiosity about whether you were still training at the training ground. He jumped too eagerly. She gently ruffled his hair, feeling her lips softly press against the crown of his head. I remain perplexed regarding your team and Kakashi's team. I almost feel we have missed out on a sacred experience with a formidable team. It has only been a week. Someday, we will figure out how to work together. Perhaps, when I return from my mission, there will be some significant changes. His head shot up, and her hand rested on his back. He squinted, meeting her gaze. What mission? When their eyes locked, Yuko's smile was gentle, her expression warm. I proposed a private mission. I intend to visit my parents' cottage. I am quite certain there are many forgotten items, and I wish to retrieve them. As he lowered his head, he shifted closer to her. Her hand returned to his head, gently stroking his hair. That sounds like a splendid idea. How long will you be gone? At most a week. That is why I am here tonight. I don't believe I can go 2 weeks without seeing you. His cheeks flushed, a smile adorning his face. Good. I would be quite upset without that. She laughed, gradually breaking into a fit of giggles. To be honest, it's all the same. This has been the most relaxing week I've had, and all I've done is the random shifts your father assigned me. He had something to attend to. Oh, indeed. A few days ago, he asked me to perform a sealing technique for him. I have a feeling it relates to those who are tracking us. I hope he makes them pay, Shikamaru muttered darkly. Yes, Shikaku. Everything I've heard from Asuma and Kakashi indicates that whoever it is feels pain and humiliation. Shikamaru chuckled, amused, and somewhat delighted by Yuko's hope that the Nara clan could seek revenge as he envisioned, defeating their enemies and tearing them to shreds. He understood that things were darker than that, yet he felt happy, carefree, and reluctant to ponder further. They sat in silence for a moment, Yuko toying with his hair as he lay there, eyes closed, listening to her steady heartbeat. Who will accompany you? Of course, Ryu and Kaido. Your father designated Insui as our fourth. I don't want some random person I don't trust to see what I think is there. He hummed. Pleased to hear about Insui. The elder Nara would ensure her safety. It sounds like you are uncertain about what lies ahead. What are you searching for? Trust that you will realize I am pursuing something special, she mused. My memories are somewhat hazy, but I know my parents had a hideout filled with seals. So I am quite certain Jiraiya-sama did not uncover everything. But I also seek a gift for Naruto. Naruto? He is of the main branch. So while I am suspicious of what may be there, I at least want to give him a family crest. Have you decided to talk to him? I realized it would be futile, she said softly. I want to directly say, hey, look here, Uzumaki Naruto, but I am tired of hiding. Hiding means not getting to know my cousin. I have you and Nara, but I desire to possess something of my family. He lifted his head, locking eyes with her uncertain golden gaze. I understand. I am quite sure Naruto would be thrilled at the mention of family. I know you want it too. We cannot and will not replace blood relatives, but I will remind you that it is all right to seek it. Perhaps when he decides to prank you. You could say I warned you. Yuko smiled, her eyes sparkling. Her hand, which had been nestled in his hair, slid down to his cheek, and she leaned in, pressing her lips against his. His thoughts froze. Restart. A low sound escaped Shikamaru's throat. Honestly, he could not name this sound, and it was not a whimper. He leaned forward, almost collapsing onto her, one arm wrapping around her waist while the other propped him up. He interrupted the kiss, breathing heavily, then rested his forehead against hers. Her eyes closed, thick black lashes framing her features, revealing small freckles beneath her eyes. I think I really like kissing you, she whispered, opening her eyes to meet his gaze. Shikamaru beamed with pride, a silly grin spreading across his face, while a small voice in the back of his mind hissed at him. I like kissing you too. Her lips brushed against his, and, oh no. He slightly shifted away, his cheeks burning, now wishing to hide. Oh, saints, what was he planning to do? Was this good or bad? Why now? Shikamaru? Yuko frowned, her tone laced with concern. What's wrong? I need to go? All right, go then. He nodded, awkwardly scrambling off the bed, nearly rushing into the bathroom. He leaned against the closed door, his cheeks still aflame, a strange sensation churning in his stomach. He lowered his head, staring wide-eyed, muttering, I hate hormones. Yuko leaned against the railing, observing the two guards, Jinko and Kamizuki, whispering to one another. As they glanced at her, alongside the symbols on Insui's shoulder, she felt a wave of amusement. According to the irate Yoshino, the latest gossip indicated that no one precisely knew who Nara Yuko was associated with. Shikamaru muttered under his breath as his shadow brushed against her, bringing with it a possessive heat. He laughed at some absurd names. Shikamaru's was the most common, as was Haru's, since he had been following her for many years. Among them were some she did not recognize, and others that made Shikamaru snarl. She was quite certain Insui was about to be added to that list. Do you mind? Hey? She tilted her head back, spotting a brown-haired boy whose eyebrows were amusingly arched. No. If people wished to gossip blindly, she chuckled, tapping her pendant, then let them. They disturbed us, a voice whispered, and she saw Kaido carrying a half-asleep Ryu. Their gray eyes met, and Ryu smiled warmly. This is amusing, she remarked with a light laugh. Good morning to both of you. Good morning, Kaido mumbled. Ryu yawned, sliding off the older boy's back, rubbing his eyes and blinking rapidly. What a lovely morning. I'm exhausted. Someone had the commoner's children playing with real shuriken. Yuko frowned. At night? Yes, because why would anyone do that during the day? Insui chuckled wryly. Commoner parents sometimes think they know what little kids can handle. Haru thinks they want to do better than clan parents. At least my dad isn't foolish, Kaido muttered. Smart individuals are rare. Yuko shook her head. Foolish, yet endearing. I apologize, Ryu, for putting you through a long night. At least we should only have a few hours left. Ryu huffed, pointing a finger at her. You're fortunate I love you. Otherwise, I would stab you right now. Ah, Insui. He likes me. Children. Teenagers. Chirping. Kaido will be taller than you. Details. Ryu let out a grunt and pushed her towards the door. Shut up and take charge, will you? I sealed the delicious lunch my mother made, and I truly wish to indulge in it during our meal. So kindly move it aside. Mama, I think I'm going mad. They leapt into the woods, gently bounding westward, though they were nowhere near as swift. And Insui was not as quick as they. They made sufficient progress, reaching the base of the mountains after a few hours. They paused for a rest, and Ryu, brimming with excitement, pulled out a scroll, unveiling a dozen bento boxes with a chuckle. How's that for freshness? Insui inquired, inspecting the food with curiosity. Yuko smiled. I adjusted the storage seal so it can preserve everything perfectly. The food remains as fresh as when it was sealed, at least for several days. The Jonin blinked, casting her an impressed glance. You've informed your team about this, haven't you? I mentioned it to Shikamaru, who has his own as well. I can't just list it all out and leave it for the Nara to scrutinize. You want us to inquire? Well, like a deer, she replied. Last night, he requested a plethora of barrier seals. The only request I received was for more potent explosive tags. Insui narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. What kind of seals can you craft to affix to individuals? Temporary seals? He nodded, and she hummed, chewing on a dumpling. There are some related to chakra, stasis, enhancement or dulling of senses, sleep, and paralysis. These are simply other seals crafted by different masters. Others I can create. She gestured in the air. I believe when we return. I need to go through these with you. For work? Yes. She nodded in agreement, turning her gaze towards the sprawling forest on the mountainside. The air was fresh and cool, filled with the sounds of wildlife and the scent of trees and shrubs, a comforting familiarity. It wasn't exactly what she remembered, but Konoha had the same aroma. They packed the remaining food into Ryu's scroll, and the four of them climbed back into the branches, ascending the mountain with ease. Kaido kept them on track, holding a map with coordinates provided by Shikamaru after delving into her personnel file. 2 hours later, the trees broke away to reveal a clearing that housed her childhood home. The grass was dense and waist-high, with one side of the clearing featuring a collapsed shed, reclaimed by nature. However, the small house remained untouched, preserved over the past 7 years. Tears welled in her eyes, and a wistful smile graced her lips. I'm home. Yuko stepped out from the thicket, wading into the grass. Her gaze swept over the house that had been unattended for 7 years. On the surface, there were no signs of abandonment, nor any evidence of violence. It seemed the residents had forgotten to tend to the lawn. The shed had collapsed, but she vaguely remembered it being on the verge of falling. Wait, hey, Insui called, reaching out to grab her Chunin vest. Let us check it before proceeding. She swallowed hard and nodded. Ryu? Ryu jumped down from the branch, Kaido standing behind him. Moments later, he swayed slightly, caught in a pair of large hands. There's no one within my range, so we easily traversed miles of open forest. There are faint chakra signals scattered throughout the house. Not human, somewhat akin to your seals, Yuko. Insui glanced at her. Do you remember the seal locations? She met his gaze levelly. Trauma boy, remember? My memory is hazy. I only know there should be seals everywhere. She turned her gaze back to the house. If my parents were like me, they likely placed various protective seals on the structure. I did the same for Asuma's house. Well, be cautious. If possible, I'd like to enter first. She nodded and stepped forward, slowly crossing the grass until she reached the front steps. They bore the marks of nature's reclamation, with rotting wood and tiny green sprouts. The porch appeared less protected than the main structure. This looks better to me, she remarked to Insui. He stepped in front of her, examining the warped wood. Agreed. I don't see any recent signs of use either. Ryu? Yuko asked. She shook her head. I don't think so. My chakra isn't responding at all. Insui regarded her curiously and shrugged. My genjutsu is malfunctioning. Right now, my chakra is quite sensitive to it. He shrugged again, carefully ascending a few steps, gingerly crossing the porch until he reached the door, motioning for them to follow. Yuko walked alongside, her gaze fixated on the door, captivated by the cracked wood near the doorknob. Bang! Screams. Run. Hide. Silence. She shook her head, frowning at the blurred, screaming memories as they drifted away. She felt nothing. Only a vague sense of dread, more like an afterthought. She knew that coming here might trigger memories. She just hoped Jiraiya. Her eyes widened, staring at Insui. He frowned. Hey, Insui, can you check? He looked momentarily puzzled, then nodded, slipping inside swiftly. Ryu touched her arm, his gray eyes filled with concern, but he remained silent. The source of her worry about her parents remains in the house. Kaido formed an invisible shield behind her. Insui fully opened the door, locking eyes with her. It's all right. Thank you, she whispered as she stepped forward. The interior of the house was clean, the only signs of struggle being broken tables, chairs, cracked floors, and gouges in the walls. The main room included a kitchen and a lounge area, with 4 doors set along one wall. 2 small bedrooms, a bathroom, and the storage room where she had hidden. That door bore a faded, damaged seal array, marred by sharp objects. She stared at the seal. After a moment, she realized it concealed the door. That was why she hadn't been discovered. Jiraiya must have realized that too. However, she surmised, following the sagging lines. That the seal had malfunctioned. She could see through the woods now, able to envision her parents being struck down, separated. Screams. Please. Cries. Don't touch. No, leave. Used to. She blinked, wiping away the memory. Hazy, blurred, disjointed. The sounds and phantoms merged into one. She opened the door, gazing at the empty shelves, letting out a hum. She hadn't expected to find anything left inside, so she turned and began searching for hidden seals. Ryu was helping mark where he sensed chakra, then pressed a hand to pulse chakra into the seals, rendering them faintly visible. This was quite useful. She couldn't sense chakra herself, aside from her own and Shikamaru's shadow, nor was she aware of it. Frankly, she felt that being able to sense chakra would be exhausting. The walls were adorned with seals. Ensui muttered as she walked. What on earth were they doing? Yuko looked up from beside one of the hidden seals where she knelt, staring at the visible seals for a moment. Most of them are designed to reinforce and protect the house's structure, shielding the walls from external attacks. There are a few near the front door that can alert if it's opened. I'd say most are for safety, with some designed for comfort, like temperature regulation and such. The attackers must have been very strong or skilled at fighting against people like your parents. Ensui sat down, scrutinizing her closely. I'm not certain, she replied absently, furrowing her brow at the seals. I cannot recall any defining characteristics aside from their identity as ninjas. Ryu, mocking, marked another location. As if the destruction of the whirlpool were not dire enough, they also had to pursue the survivors. They were gripped by fear, as Ensui pointed out. Fear induces peculiar behavior. Yuko shook her head, her gaze sweeping over them. The whirlpool itself posed no threat, compared to the 5 great nations. It was merely a small village. The entire Whirlpool clan constituted a menace, particularly the Uzumaki. The scrolls I have read indicate that the Uzumaki branch comprises a significant portion of the Whirlpool's offensive strength. People fear my family. Objectively, I cannot blame them. Why? Kaido sat heavily against the wall, his blue eyes piercing. Shrugging, Yuko looked down at the seal, smiling as she prepared herself. We do not require hand signs. The ninjutsu we employ demands considerably less chakra, and body seals can be completed in mere seconds. Our chakra enhances and fortifies our bodies with far greater ease. We are solely limited by our knowledge. For most ninjas, possessing such abilities among dozens of combatants would be terrifying. She placed her hand on the floor, channeling her chakra throughout her body so the array could absorb it. The seal flashed and emitted smoke. She raised her hand, grasping one of the many scrolls laid out before her. Each bore her family's purple whirlpool, indicating they required blood to unseal. She huffed, withdrawing a storage scroll and unfurling it. I shall wait until our return to begin unsealing these. Ryu picked one up and examined it. What do you think of them? To be honest, I am uncertain. I once believed that everything my parents left me resided within my lineage. But these hidden seals, I fear, require chakra like mine to activate. If that is the case, I remain unclear as to what we may uncover. And Shuei glanced around, observing the numerous marks left by Ryu, alongside the faintly emerging seals nearby. When you accomplish what you must, we will arrange for an overnight stay. Oh, Ryu chuckled. Fashionable camping. Glamorous camping. Asuma sighed, casting a stern glance at Ino, his voice rising in reproach towards Shikamaru. It is commendable how this boy silently endures the scolding. Each day unfolds this way, and he remains oblivious to the reason. Surely, there must be a cause for this group of children, who ought to work seamlessly together. Yet do not. While conversing with Ino, he merely expressed his frustration regarding Nara's laziness. All Naras seem to be this way, at least on the surface. He knows how much training Shikamaru has undergone. For those who will never truly require it, his taijutsu is quite commendable. He merely does not know what to do. The commotion beside him caught his attention. He turned to see Choji frowning at Ino. He chuckled. That is new. Is the boy upset? He observed the bag of chips thoughtfully. Could he motivate Choji through the promise of food? Hey, Choji, he called, waiting for the boy to look at him. If you were to engage in a fight with Ino and actually land a hit, I would loudly proclaim that you can eat to your heart's content at the barbecue. Ino paused her reprimand of Shikamaru and glanced over. Teacher, that is utterly meaningless. He would never attempt it. Yet, Choji stood up, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Can I eat as much as I want? Asuma nodded, and the boy raised his clenched fist. I want to eat this much. Ino's face paled. What? Choji dragged Asuma to the center of the training ground, Asuma laughing as he turned his attention to the slumped Shikamaru beside him, exhaling in relief. Are you children all right? Thank you, Shikamaru mumbled, rubbing his temples. I am uncertain how much more shouting I can endure. Well, I am trying. You three are my first team. I know nothing about this. I know. He watched Ino dash away from the intensely focused Choji, who knew food could serve as motivation. Shikamaru scoffed. Find Ino, and I will arrange a date for you with teacher Kurenai. Asuma was choked by the thick smoke, coughing. What? I am serious. His brown eyes lazily slid over to regard him. I cannot find a way to make her listen. Until she listens, we cannot function as a team. Finding her is your task. I am too tired. I do not wish to disturb her anymore. She truly exhausts you, he mused. I fear I have no leads, child. Shikamaru closed his eyes, collapsing onto the grass. Throw Ryu at her. He is relentless. Or Kaido. He speaks little and does not concern himself with whether people address him. Not Yuko, is it? Shikamaru snickered. Yuko would impose a silent seal upon her and then retreat. I truly do not wish to drag a Chunin into this as Kakashi did, as I cannot manage my genin. The boy shrugged. It is the simplest solution. Opt for the easiest choice. More efficient. Kaido-kun or Ryu-kun. He raised an eyebrow as Choji's fists clenched, nearly striking Ino. I do not believe Kaido-kun's silence would prove beneficial in the long run. Perhaps Ryu-kun, then. Ryu excels at reading others. He would not entertain their nonsense and then argue. Thus Ino would not seek him out. He possesses a keen sense of when to offer assistance. So should Ino encounter difficulties, he should be able to discern it. Get out. I could not get out. Asuma cast a glance at the child now curled beside him. This has truly been troubling you, has it not? Since we became a team, my head has been throbbing. I wish for us to work together, but if it proves ineffective, I cannot invest my effort. Rest assured, I shall inquire about Ryu-kun's thoughts upon their return. At the very least, I managed to find a way to encourage Choji to try, did I not? Yes. I am dozing off. Quiet. A lantern cast dim light upon the large table in the office, papers and scrolls strewn across the surface. An aged hand moved amidst various reports, a bandaged hand fully supported by a strap resting on the cloth. A gentle breeze rustled the loose papers. Report. Target Beta has ceased its travels. The team has arrived at the previous target's location. The seal has been activated. We can no longer see or hear them. Target Alpha? Non-existent. Target Alpha is related to Target Beta. Eliminate all except Target Beta. Return with them. As you wish. A scroll was lifted, handed to the Alpha team. Dismissed. The scroll vanished. The breeze stirred the cloth and paper. An eye, crimson and swirling black, flickered in the dim light. Chapter 22. A hand rested on her shoulder, shaking her rapidly and forcefully, rousing Yuko from her slumber. Her heart raced as she blinked, her gaze falling upon Ryu's furrowed brow. There are intruders. The sudden awakening surged through her heart. What? There are 5 individuals guarding the house. 1 on each side and 1 on the roof. Where is Nshui? Ryu knelt beside her bed. He is asleep. I have only been on watch for an hour. We need to wake him and Kaido. When did they arrive? She sat up, pressing her palm against her forehead, watching the dark world swirl around her. Her chakra was low, only around 40%. She had felt drained since her 20s, and she had reached that threshold by evening. A multitude of hidden seals had depleted much of her energy. She had not yet received adequate rest. I'm uncertain, Ryu murmured, his hands glowing green as they rested upon her crown, the cacophony of impact and rotation dissipating. You still feel despondent. Merely 15 minutes ago, my senses were awakened, and I immediately took note of them. They remained utterly still, their chakra tightly suppressed. Almost imperceptible to me. Yuko furrowed her brow, casting a glance at the window, sealed to obstruct her view. The necessity for such protection had arisen at this moment. Awaken Nshui, explain the situation to him, and then rouse Kaido. Indeed, the dragon rose, moving with silent grace through the shadows and moonlight as she had instructed. She retrieved her waist pouch, extracting a stack of sealing tags. They were unaware of who might be watching or their intentions, and she was unwilling to risk repeating the mistakes of the previous year. The tags formed a shielding seal, which she set aside before crafting more. Shields, smoke, explosions, paralysis. Chakra cessation, chakra depletion, sleep. She halted, chakra trembling as she quickly checked her reserves. 35%. She stowed the remaining blank tags, readying the pouch, and examined her kunai bag. Nshui slid beside her, crouching at the end of her sheets. I checked all the windows, but I cannot discern who is outside. Is there anything I can assist with? She shook her head. There's a night vision seal, but it lasts only 20 minutes. It must be utilized wisely. It's of no consequence, unless absolutely necessary. I do not intend to leave the house. She nodded, raising her hands to his face, palms resting on his cheekbones, thumbs hovering over his eyes. This may sting. She cautioned before concentrating, and Shui hissed as fine black lines appeared on his eyelids. The moment she released her grip, he blinked, surveying his surroundings, blinking even more. Is this grayscale? I believe it is animal-based, designed by Uzumaki. A summoner, correct? He stood and approached the nearest window, gazing into the encroaching darkness. Umbu? Yuko's body stiffened. Why would they be here? Which village? I cannot discern the color of their uniforms. She huffed, tugging at her ponytail. Any plans? Are the seals you activated and placed in good condition? Yes, but I am concerned that someone previously circumvented the earlier sealing array. The array remains intact. Yet I do not comprehend how they breached it. We can only wait. Hey, you need to recover your chakra. Understood. I have sealed everyone. I will not do so again. All right. And Shui retreated from the window, arms crossed. Shadows appeared to twist around him. While we still have time, let us eat something. A figure that had just departed the roof whispered to Kaido beside Ryu. Move swiftly. To the east. The shadows surged momentarily before settling again. This is a problem. And Shui growled. Shika furrowed his brow, his back tense, a tingling sensation prickling the back of his skull. Alarm. Yuko had embedded an alarm within the sealing tags he had requested, and one was now activating. He rose from his desk, snatching his kunai pouch and securing it to his thigh. He realized he should have requested different alarms. He was uncertain which one had been triggered. Is it the house inside? The window to Shikamaru's room? Has a Root member entered the compound? Crash. Get down. Hearing his son's voice, his eyes widened, spurring him into action as he dashed out of the office and into the hallway. Just then, a shadow burst from Shikamaru's room, slamming a figure against the opposite wall. He blinked, the ANBU uniform flashing in his mind as he formed hand seals, shadows extending forth to ensnare the intruder. I have him, Shikamaru. Shikamaru stepped from his room, enveloped by his shadows. Father, through your window? Yes. Trying to use this. He raised a damaged syringe. Shikaku glared at the bewildered Umbu. Who do you work for? Konoha. Incorrect, Shikaku roared. Entering the compound means you answer to the Hokage. Danzo is in motion. Shiga? Jino. He replied in a much gentler tone. Issue a summons. Secure the compound. His wife did not respond, yet he heard the low incantation, followed moments later by the call of her sparrow. He refocused his attention on the Root ninja ensnared within his shadows. He lifted a hand, compelling them to move, despite their fierce resistance. This action causing them to remove their mask and hood. Fiery red hair, clear blue eyes. Shikaku made a peculiar sound, glancing at the figure, realizing his son had established the same connection. Uzumaki, Shikaku murmured. The red-haired man flashed a brilliant smile at him. Not anymore. Care to divulge your orders? No. Who issued the orders? No one. Shikaku frowned, another prickling sensation at the back of his head. Another alarm. The barriers around the house. Han is inside. How many people are in my yard? Sufficient. What do you desire? The red-haired man smiled. I seek vengeance. Haru stood on the main house's balcony, arms crossed. Shadows entwined around his legs before expanding into a swirling mist, drifting away from him. The wider his shadow and consciousness spread, the more focus this technique required. It crawled along the ground, low and nearly invisible, relaying information about everything it encountered. He could not maintain this for long, but long enough. A ghostly sensation of moving legs brushed against him, and he glanced to the right, barely catching sight of a white mask. He formed hand signs, palms flat together, his shadow springing forth to envelop the individual he had located. Clenching his fists, his shadow dragged the struggling figure towards him, black cloak, white Umbu mask. He stared down at his captive for a moment. Notify Lord Yoshino and Lord Shikaku. I have found him. He murmured softly. The small sparrow on his shoulder chirped affirmatively before taking flight. He crouched, tilting his head to the side. Just about to speak, he was met with silence and shrugged. Very well. Let us take you with us. He stood, compelling the unknown ninja to follow suit as they exited the house and made their way to the hidden chamber below. The person on the roof just returned. Ryu yawned, calling out. Yuko opened her eyes, scanning the ceiling. No newcomers? None. Same as before. Why are they doing nothing? Kaido queried, his blue eyes sweeping the window. Seals, Yuko replied softly, and Shui shifted near one of the back windows. The night vision seals had long faded, but with dawn's arrival, the darkness began to turn gray. They may be waiting for us to emerge. Why are they here? Ryu grumbled. Are they with that bastard who came last year? Brown eyes met Yuko's gaze. I would boldly speculate yes, they work for the same individual. She closed her eyes, lowering her head. Once again, he chose the moment I finally left Konoha to strike anew. I swear, if you feel guilty for this, I will kick your ass. Ryu. No. You didn't ask for this bullshit, so it isn't your fault. But we will turn their wretched existence into an absolute hell. Do you hear me? She smiled, opening her eyes to meet his. Thank you. He waved a hand in the air, grinning at her. What good are friends, along with all this nonsense? He fell silent, lowering his head, his brow gradually furrowing. Chakra lingered above. Anshui glanced at the ceiling, then shifted his gaze outside. Overall construction? Nothing. It felt akin to the sensation of an ordinary person drawing a seal. An ordinary person? Yes, unlike you, Yuzi. When you create a seal, it suddenly comes into existence. This process is slow, as if it is being drawn rather than crafted. The chakra of the figure above had now grown immense. Damn. How skilled are they at suppressing this trash? He placed his hand on his head, blinking in confusion. Yuzi furrowed her brow, her eyes fixated on the ceiling. A pounding sensation throbbed in her head, her instincts screamed, and her gaze snapped towards the wall behind Anshui as she shouted sharply, "Run!" Anshui jumped back, his sandals sliding across the floor as he glided past her towards Long and Kaido. She slammed her hands on the floor, black lines shot out, and a golden shield formed as the wall exploded, debris crashing against the barrier. When a heavy object struck the edge of her right side, she frowned, her chakra trembling. Her reserves were less than half. Damn. Ryu coughed, his eyes widening as he stared at the large hole in the wall. Oh, come out, a voice called, possessing a melodic quality. Anshui moved closer to her, shadows shifting and becoming sharp. Are you all right? Yuzi nodded, her gaze fixed on the view outside. How did they manage this? Did they think we had captured your seal? Kaido stood up, pulling Ryu along. How did they break them? I don't know. A chuckle echoed as a cloaked figure dropped into the space left by the wall. The hood fell back, revealing vibrant red hair styled in a bun. They wore a white mask reminiscent of a rabbit. Oh, little Yuzi, are you unaware? What did your parents teach you? Oh, wait. Don't tell me they never reached this part. Huh? Never informed you how your seals were torn apart? How they were ripped apart to let us in? Yuzi's heart momentarily halted before resuming, beating violently in her chest. What? She murmured. The figure spun in place. Oh yes, we were delighted to dismantle them. Certainly more subtly than this. But the shock and awe are amusing. Shim. I'm fine, she replied calmly. She was astonished by her own state. A surge of rage swiftly spread through her, furious at the notion that this person might be responsible for her parents' demise, yet she felt fundamentally calm. No memories attempted to find a path forward in her mind, nor were there any whispering screams. Nothing. Just the strange notion of how they dared to sit behind something more powerful that required protection. The protective barrier grew hard and solid. The masked figure placed their hands on their hips, snorting. Nothing. Really? Boring. At least shout something like, how dare we kill you, and so on. You know, child revenge. Come on. I'm all ears, little cousin. Yuzi furrowed her brow. What kind of comment piqued her curiosity, matching the vibrant red hair? Who are you? Oh well. Who I am now, I cannot say. But let me give you a taste of fear, cousin. I once called myself Uzumaki. Shock enveloped her, chilling to the bone. Followed by realization. They had dismantled and destroyed the working seals. Clearly, the past had separated them. An ordinary seal master would struggle, especially unable to see the seals from the outside. A memory of a scroll, a line she never thought would be significant. The whirlpool, regardless of which branch it belongs to, instinctively knew how to undermine attempts to seal their enemies. Her eyes widened. They can dismantle my seal, she whispered. The whirlpool. I don't know which branch. And Shui nodded, squinting. Can my shadow cross this hurdle? I can lift the bottom and let you slide down. Do it. She concentrated, easing the pressure on one hand. In the next moment, a shadow shot forth from beneath the golden shield. Dark, smooth, with sharp edges, almost like glass. The shadow surged forward, rising and slicing through the air. The whirlpool figure barely dodged, blood splattering the floor from a wound on their arm. Oh, looks like Nara wants to play. I've always wanted to play with Nara, but our little ones lack the capability. Poor little thing. Anshui roared, the shadow splitting. Multiple blades striking out once more. You two join in. Can we kill that bitch? The other four remained motionless, Ryu pointed out. Let it go, Yuzi, Kaido urged. His blue eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, fingers curling. No, she whispered, her eyes still fixed on the cloaked figure. I don't know which family they belong to. It's too risky. What does it matter? Ryu sighed, drawing a shuriken. Anshuei's voice was low, harsh, and dangerous. We don't know their abilities. The whirlpool is perilous in battle. Little Yuzi, come play with me, the whirlpool whispered. My brother is playing with your little Nara. I want to play with you. Yuzi's eyes widened, her face pale. What? Anger coursed coldly through Shikamaru's veins as his shadow rose around him. What did you say? He hissed, narrowing his eyes. Focusing on the red-haired whirlpool man that his father held in his shadow, the blue eyes drifted towards him. I said my dear sister may have caught your lovely little light. How the hell do you know? Shikamaru's father warned sharply. Calm down. Think clearly. He couldn't. The cold fury was unstoppable, a dark, tearing desire. He could hardly contemplate the past. The tendrils of his shadow whipped through the air, crashing violently against the corridor walls. Those blue eyes observed him with languid interest. Oh, how much we know. The figure laughed, leaping forward, Shikaku's shadow breaking free. He crashed into Shikamaru, sending them both backward with enough force to break the bed, tumbling onto it. His shadow enveloped the man, flinging him out through the shattered window. Shikamaru roared, leaping behind him, forcefully pinning the whirlpool to the ground. As he struggled to escape the cargo hold, he fought, muscles taut and eyes frantic. Do you think, Shikamaru whispered, his voice edged, that claiming my holy light would get you somewhere? The blue eyes met his. Madness lingered in them, rendering them wide and wild. Do you know what my dear sister wishes to do to her? She has a seal crafted specifically for little Yuzi, to make her endure her darkest fears, to have her beg us to take away her thoughts. Another shadow's slender tendrils shot past Shikamaru, wrapping tightly around his arms and legs, pulling him in. The whirlpool man emitted a sharp cry of pain as blood surged forth beneath the wire-like shadows. Shikamaru blinked, recognizing the cold fury. He glanced back. His father crouched behind him, hands raised with a sign, black eyes entirely focused on the trapped man. Shikamaru took a deep breath, retracting the tendrils of shadow back into his room. It appeared with a sealing tag, bringing it to his outstretched hand. He turned to the new prisoner, raising the tag for the blue eyes to see. Whatever task you have tonight, you have failed. We are prepared for you. You are not ready for us. He lowered the tag, pressing it against the man's forehead, watching the inky lines vanish. The blue eyes widened, rolling back as the struggles ceased. A sharp, burning need tore through Shikamaru. He harbored a desire to end the life of this man. The sinuous smoke danced upon the unconscious body, enveloping it with an exquisite precision. He released his grip, laboriously retracting the shadow. A hand rested upon his shoulder. He lifted his gaze to meet his father's eyes. Clarity gradually emerged, piercing through the haze, igniting a cold fury. Spring had arrived for him. Shikamaru, come now, your mother is greatly worried. The curse of Ketsusui echoed as the barrier began to tremble. Yuzi dodged, colliding with the root woman, causing her to slide back from the open palm that struck her chest. His shadow pursued her, slicing through the air, sinking into her shoulder. Blood gushed forth, and she stifled a scream. His shadow, wounded and discomfort, tore through like glass, lacerating skin and muscle. Chakra surged within the other four. Long leaned beside Kaido, his voice somber. This is formidable, all four are rising in unison. Ensui cast a glance at the two. He understood that as long as Ryu observed the enemy with his senses, Kaido could not engage in battle. Yuko had to retreat to safeguard the younger boy. She needed to bring him back. The comments regarding their parents and the threat to Shikamaru spurred her into action. Had she truly contemplated her choices? Ensui. He abruptly turned, his shadow already in motion, witnessing Yuzi prancing lightly, deftly evading the short blade in the woman's grasp. His shadow split, two tendrils surged forth, one ensnaring her side. Retreat. Defend. Yuko flickered into view beside him. The golden eyes glanced up at him briefly before swiftly diverting. I cannot. They have set barriers. I need to dismantle it. Can you keep this witch occupied? He scoffed. In my dreams. She nodded, and then turned to Ryu. Cease sensing, she commanded calmly. Ryu's body softened. And then he stood upright. Oh, splendid. That hurt like hell. What are they doing out there? A barrier. 4 sides, for wheels. Clearly designed to trap us with that wretched woman. She shrugged, letting out a soft, dry laugh. I have applied a paralyzing seal upon her. She shattered it immediately. But it should slow her down enough for you to seize her, Ensui. He smiled, slow and sharp. They failed to consider this thoroughly. No. My task must be accomplished swiftly. Whoever orchestrated this left little time for planning. That wretched woman's scheme was clever. Had she not threatened Shikamaru, I would not have pieced everything together. The mockery of my parents was nearly sufficient. Is there a plan? Ryu leaned forward, focusing intently on Insui and Yuko. I need Kaido with me. Seal the shield and capture the remainder. I am uncertain if they will assault me once I dismantle the barrier. I will be vulnerable while working. Ryu, stay with Insui. Though he nodded in agreement, hearing her calm tone raised an eyebrow. I will keep her occupied. Yuko nodded, placing her hand on Kaido's arm, then vanished. As Ryu approached, his gray eyes met hers, entirely serene and resolute. Insui tilted his head and redirected his attention to the Root members. His shadow further splintered around her, its sharp edges preventing her movement. Her mask had cracked at some point, a portion missing, revealing a blue eye. He remained silent, his hands shifting to form new gestures. For several lengthy minutes, he waved his shadow at her, thwarting her numerous attempts to flee. The grass concealed his shadow. No matter how she moved, it soared upward. The woman screamed, raving about how her brother would rend Shikamaru to pieces, draining his blood. Insui understood the reality. He knew Danzo desired Shikamaru alive. Each scream was tinged with madness, fracturing the logic of her mind. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of shattering glass, a surge of power infused with chakra. Ryu gasped, stumbling into him. His shadow lunged forward. The woman turned, shrieking in denial as the dark, sharp edge pierced her back, severing with a sickening snap. Feel them, he demanded sharply. Ryu nodded, pressing closer against him. 3 signatures soon vanished. One remained unconscious. Kaido has Yuko. Her chakra is dangerously low. The boy dashed away, too swift to halt, exhaling sharply. He shook his head, exiting the shattered house and stepping into the chaos, disregarding the bloodstains on his clothing. He paused where his shadow still pierced the woman, then moved his hands, drawing her into the embrace of his shadow. Blood trickled down her chin, her blue eyes filled with anguish and the scent of death. Why? She coughed up more blood, grinning at him, revealing bloodstained teeth. I hate them. Purple. We lost our home, our family. Because of them. He said we could play with little Purple. Said we could break her. I hope Shikamaru dies. I hope she can feel our pain. Her gaze dimmed, her body collapsing to the ground. He withdrew his shadow, watching her form slump heavily onto the grass. He sighed, covering his face with his hand. Damn you, Danzo. Chapter 23. The conclusion. Shikamaru burst into the Hokage Tower, his expression dark and brimming with murderous intent, his shadow swirling at his feet, barely contained. He had spent the last 2 hours organizing the courtyard, issuing orders, checking on the injured, ensuring everyone's whereabouts. A total of 3 Root agents were taken to an underground chamber, each with a seal affixed to their foreheads, as Shikamaru claimed this would keep them in slumber. He was unaware of how many types of ninja equipment Yuzi had provided for her son. 7 clansmen were injured, 3 while guarding the walls, 2 for being in the wrong place, and 2 more in defense of Hanjiro's house. Their valor was commendable, having slain 1 agent and incapacitating another. No one had died. However, they were still awaiting news from the Sparrow dispatched to Insui. Shikamaru could barely restrain himself until Milan pulled him away, asserting she would resolve his issues. Ishiguro did not inquire. He had no desire to know. He longed to tear Danzo apart. An hour earlier, he had contacted Ino and Shuji, demanding that Yamashiro rip apart the mind of the Uzumaki man. He sat there for half an hour, his emotions in turmoil. He dispatched several medics to ascertain the contents of the syringe that had nearly stabbed Shikamaru. Then he returned to the room to hear Ino's findings. This is troubling. The Uzumaki man had long forgotten his name, replaced by his Root identification code, 713. He had collapsed as a teenager, witnessing the battle of the Purple Clan members and ultimately their demise. He had watched them fail to save his parents. He escaped with his twin sister, now referred to as 714, wandering the continent until Danzo encountered them. They suffered greatly, their minds fracturing, as Danzo incited hatred against the other Uzumaki members. The twins bore responsibility for the deaths of Yuzi's parents. They were the hunters pursuing them. The twins failed to locate a child to bring to Danzo, only keeping an eye on a red-haired, golden-eyed orphan. They uncovered the plan, Yuzi and Shikamaru's scheme. Danzo possessed a pair of Sharingan. Danzo wielded the insight of stagnation, along with the eternal Manjikyu. Shikamaru had an innate resistance to Genjutsu, although Yuzi struggled to notice this instinctively and remained vulnerable. Towanzo evidently intended to exploit the Sharingan of Yuko to confront Shikamaru, manipulating her to control him. It would indeed be effective. If Shikaku cannot incarcerate this individual, then so be it. Shikaku, slow down, came the call from behind him. He roared back, his shadow restless. You cannot barge into the Hokage's office. Look at me. It was possible he was indeed doing just that, and then subdued the two Umbu as they attacked. Hizashi sat behind the desk, astonished, his hands resting in his lap. Shikaku pushed aside his shadow, sending the Umbu sliding against the distant wall, holding them firmly in place. Shikaku, the Hokage greeted. What does this mean? Ino calmly surveyed the scene, placing a thick folder containing all the evidence upon the desk. I fear Shikaku is still processing the events of this evening and is temporarily unable to speak. As you can see, he remains in a combative state. I shall speak on his behalf, Hokage. The elder's gaze swept over the slender, writhing shadow, and he nodded wisely. Very well, elucidate. Ino Shikacho seated himself before the desk, meeting the Hokage's eyes. For the past 2 years, we have been investigating Toanzo, providing Shikaku with subtle hints. It wasn't until last year, when Yuko and her team were attacked, that we uncovered any substantial evidence. Their teacher bestowed upon Yuko a scroll to be delivered to Shikaku. This scroll contained information regarding a long-term mission aimed at capturing Yuko and Shikamaru. From that point, our search began to yield increasingly compelling evidence. However, this evidence may be dismissed due to a lack of direct connection. Shikaku managed to track down a man involved who could provide testimony. He remains under the protection of the Nara clan. Ino glanced back at Shikaku, who chose to focus on his breathing, striving not to harm the Umbu he held. Tonight, just a few hours ago, the Nara household was attacked. An attempt was made to apprehend Shikamaru and the individual providing evidence. Hizashi stiffened, a look of terror flashing across his face. Were there any injuries? Shikaku roared, his hands clenched into fists. Ino offered him a gentle glance. Several Nara were injured. One seriously, and is currently receiving treatment. Good, good. Is there more, or can you tell me who orchestrated such actions? We are still awaiting news from Yuko's task force. But we have reason to believe they also fell under assault. Hokage, those responsible must be held accountable for multiple crimes. Not merely for an attack on one clan or the attempted abduction of a clan heir. Of course, as long as the evidence you possess is irrefutable, they shall face the full force of the law that has been violated. Ino turned back to Shikaku. He felt slightly more at ease, though still not sufficiently calm. He needed this. We accuse Shimura Toanzo of kidnapping, assault, bloodshed, theft of the Kyubi, child abuse, murder, attempted murder, and attempted kidnapping. The Hokage blinked, staring at Shikaku. Danzo. Indeed. The folder was opened, its contents slowly perused. Shikaku ultimately sat on the floor, gazing out the window. He remained standing, even as he was quietly commanded to release the Umbu. An hour passed, and the folder finally closed. Hizashi leaned back, shutting his eyes, appearing significantly older and more haggard than before. This is a grave situation, he finally stated. I shall arrest Toanzo and detain him on the charges you have mentioned, and I will continue to pursue Root as an illegal organization for treason. I hope you will come to me sooner, although I understand why you did not. Ino, please state which of your clan members can perform a mind walk with Shikamaru and Yuko. Shikaku froze. Why? A sharp gaze was cast upon him. If Toanzo truly possesses Uchiha Shirsue's eye and can manipulate the Sharingan, we must ensure the children have not been tampered with. Shikamaru is a Nara. Jinjutsu will have no effect. Our understanding of Kodoame Tsukumi is limited. He raised his hand, and the Umbu reappeared. Retrieve Nara Shikamaru and place him in the guest room. When Yuko returns, take her to a separate chamber. Hokage, you will not harm my son. Shikaku, this is for their own good, and for yours. Do not test me with this. Shikaku trembled with new fury, his shadow pressing against his fragile control as he glared at the Hokage with piercing eyes. If my son or Yuko comes to any harm, you shall be held accountable. We will break the treaty. The Hokage regarded him warily. I will ensure they are adequately protected. There is no need for such threats, Shikaku. This is not a threat. Shikamaru propped his elbow on his bent knee, resting his chin in his hand, his brown eyes lazily fixed on the Umbu wearing a mouse mask, successfully concealing the sheer frustration of being confined in this small room with a rickety bed. He was a bored, lethargic individual, quietly lowering his guard. He was not happy to be there. The adrenaline had faded, and he felt drowsy from the night's disruptions. He was relieved to escape Milan and her commands regarding how to handle him. This was a blend of possessiveness and defensiveness concerning Yuko. Once again, he was told this was normal, but due to hormones, he needed to find a way to calm himself and his shadow. Evidently, spending more time with Yuko and engaging in physical contact was the answer, along with training. Milan was the only true Nara he could converse with regarding this. She possessed her own sacred light, shared with a commoner she regarded as a brother. His character was more intense, romantic. Yet she had known Nara since her youth and shared a similar bond. Clearly, they were both a little mad. His words were not hers, as he genuinely felt insane. She assured him that the feelings were intensified because he encountered his light at such a young age, lost her presence, rediscovered it, and then faced her near death. He subconsciously attempted to solidify this connection, but due to their youth, it was challenging. He did not wish to dwell on her subsequent words. To describe the awkwardness would be an understatement. He tilted his head to the side, slowly blinking, curiously watching the umbu move and slightly turning his head. At least he had a bit of gentle amusement. A knock echoed at the door, and the mouse sprang up, rushing to open it, while Shikamaru stifled a laugh. The door opened to reveal a tall woman with caramel-colored hair. Yamashiro Sakumo had arrived at the request of Ino and the Hokage. The umbu stepped aside to let her enter, then left the room, closing the door behind them. Shikamaru maintained his bored expression, his eyes lazily meeting the astonishingly light green of hers. "Hello, Nara. Do you know why I am here?" He shrugged. "No." She smiled gently, taking a seat at the small desk beside the bed, as there was none in the small room. He tracked her movements, carefully maintaining his relaxed posture. "I am here to conduct a mind walk to ensure your mental well-being." "Then why should I allow you to do that?" She kept her smile, her hands pressed together. "Because I have been ordered to." "By whom?" "By the Hokage. I was chosen by Ino. Why does he not come himself?" "He has never refused." The Hokage requested Ino not to carry this out. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, lifting his head from his palm, sitting up straight. "Is that so?" An amusing oversight. Who else could possibly experience such a wondrous moment? Shikamaru's smile abruptly froze, his eyes narrowing. "Even if I knew who it was, I couldn't possibly tell Nara-kun." He could surmise, he muttered, a tempest of fury brewing within him. It must be Yuko. The man from the vortex had informed them of her assault. And when Shikamaru was brought here, his parents had yet to receive any word. He sighed, waving his hand dismissively through the air. "Very well. Regardless, let us conclude this matter." Hashimara nodded, her smile gradually fading. "Please remain silent," she commanded, raising one hand to rest upon his head, while the other executed a simple gesture. A sensation of urgency enveloped him, causing his thoughts to whirl in disarray. It was as if someone were sweeping through his mind. An exceedingly disconcerting feeling. This state persisted for 10 minutes, and when her hand finally lowered, his shadow began to twitch irritably from side to side. His pale green eyes blinked a few times. Then he gently shook his head and cleared his throat. "Thank you. I shall disclose the results. I believe you should remain here until further notice. Farewell, Nara-kun." A chill crept over Shikamaru, his shadow slightly undulating before he abruptly regained his composure. He watched her depart, and the rat returned. He smoothed his face and body, returning to a state of languid ennui, resuming his experiment with an utterly innocent expression, pondering how long it would take an ENBU to break. Ensui remained unmoved. No, wait, not unmoved. Enraged. He had to wait a day and a half for Yuko to recuperate before embarking on the journey back to Konoha, her chakra reserves dangerously close to depletion. After dismantling the barrier set by Root, her chakra had been torn asunder, and the moment the barrier shattered, she had been incapacitated. Kaido had intercepted an attack, applying several appropriate seals to her exposed skin, subduing the agent. They had sealed the vortex's corpse within a scroll, binding the prisoner and keeping a watchful eye on Yuko, who had slept for an entire day. Now, finally home. He could not take her to see Nara's doctor because the Hokage had ordered her to be brought to the Hokage Tower by ENBU. When he saw an ANBU attempting to grasp her arm, he felt a surge of anger, but she vanished behind Ensui before being seized. "Be careful," he warned sharply as another ENBU tried to approach him. "Nara, we received orders to take her directly to the Hokage Tower upon arrival. You are interfering." "I stand still? Perhaps you should explain yourself, unless you miss the fact that we have already bound the Konoha ANBU. The ANBU froze, all masks turning toward Kaido, who grumbled as he flicked off the unconscious Root agent from his shoulder. The masks returned to Ensui, who raised an eyebrow, sensing Yuko leaning against his back. The girl was exhausted. According to Ryu, her reserves currently hovered around 40%, and these fools were causing her distress. "We apologize." We were unaware that you were being approached by an impostor. Yuzushi, the Hokage has summoned you due to an incident that occurred during your absence. You are a witness and must undergo examination. Please accompany us to the Hokage. Yuko glanced around at Insui, met his gaze, then looked back at the ANBU. I will wait for you at the Hokage's door. In a flash, she vanished. The ANBU sighed and disappeared as well. Insui exhaled heavily. Now he needed to lead them to TI, drop off their prisoner, and somehow explain everything to Shika and Yoshino. And Shikamaru. He groaned. What an effort. Shikaku's mood was a blend of disbelief and anger. He glared at the Hokage, not intending to tear into the elder, and with a seemingly calm voice, asked, "Could you please repeat that?" The Hokage sighed, his hat long gone, hair in disarray. Danzo was nowhere to be found. I have dispatched several tracking teams to investigate this matter. Thus far, we only know that he has left the village's confines. How did he escape? Through the east gate. According to records, he left not long before you came to see me. Shikaku roared. They either missed the agents in the courtyard, or Yuko's theory that the seals on the Root agents sent some sort of signal to the caster, held merit. The burning fury nearly choked him as he struggled to steady his breath in order to speak again. But all he could think about was the man who threatened his son now being outside of Konoha, where Yuko's defenses were less formidable than he had anticipated. I will send some Nara, he choked out, striving to maintain his composure. I have 2 summons that may assist in tracking. Thank you very much, Shika. Are you going to label him a traitor? Are you going to make an announcement? The Hokage regarded him silently for a moment before reluctantly nodding. I truly have no choice. I would prefer not to inform the civilians of this matter, but my hand is forced. Once Yuko-chan returns, and we confirm her mental well-being, I will make a statement. Very well. Shikaku controlled his anger, casting a sharp glare at the Hokage, sending a pained signal to those beyond his reach. Yuko shifted to a more comfortable position on the hard mattress, furrowing her brow. She had been here for an hour, sitting in a small room for an hour, with a rickety bed, a small table, a hard chair, and an ANBU wearing a monkey mask. For an hour, all she wanted was to find Shikamaru, to curl up in his embrace, enveloped by his warmth and shadow, feeling safe. Because the world was cruel, refusing to grant her peace, throwing a vortex her way. Perhaps the very vortex that had murdered her parents, who sought to take her to their master, so they could do who knows what to her, the saints knew. She longed for Asuma. She yearned for his big bear hugs, for the scent of tobacco that clung to him. She desired the safety he provided when she was small and broken. She craved Kakashi. She wanted the electric current that surrounded him, the gentle way he placed his hand atop her head, and the manner in which he listened when her mind was swirling with thoughts and ideas. She wanted the strength he imparted to her, which always felt like her own radiant shield. She yearned for peace and quiet, wishing for the world to simply go away. Thank you very much. But she had no intention of doing so she could only stare at the monkey ANBU, despite the hard bed causing her entire body to ache. Someone knocked at the door, and the monkey walked over to open it, stiffening slightly as he bowed his head. Hokage-sama. Yamanaka-kun. Yuko watched as the Hokage and a man with light brown hair entered. She blinked, realizing she recognized Yamanaka. She had met him once when she was under her family's care during her mental breakdown last year, as he helped her regain her composure. He smiled at her, but it felt hollow, insincere. This ignited her instincts. Hello, Yuko-chan, the Hokage greeted. She regarded him warily, suppressing the urge to touch the pendant. Instead, she sat up straight, allowing the silver Nara symbol to glimmer in the light. It is a pleasure to see you again, Hokage-sama, she said softly, her gaze sweeping over the 2 men. Why am I here? Some matters transpired during your absence. Shocking information has come to light. She narrowed her eyes. I presume it concerns the attack against both myself and Shikamaru? You are aware that Shikamaru-kun was assaulted? Yamanaka raised an eyebrow in inquiry, casting a glance at him. She frowned. Yes. Even if Insui did not receive any news to inform us, one of my assailants hinted at it. Interesting. Do you trust the words of your enemy? Did I not just say that Insui received the message? You did. But you have yet to answer my question, child. Every utterance from the adversary should be taken into consideration. They may attempt to provoke you, yet they might also divulge crucial information. Well said, Kira-chan. The Hokage smiled at her, prompting her to blink in response to the deepening of his wrinkles. Today, Kira-kun will embark on a mental stroll to assess your psychological well-being. I am certain that what transpired was distressing. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, but nearly perishing is preferable to a thoughtless assault. I am neither mired in despair nor on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, I still wish to see this through. She furrowed her brow and sighed. It was a polite command, one she could not entirely refuse. Very well. Kiru's hand suddenly reached out, causing her to recoil and glare at him. The man regarded her impassively until she turned her head away. This time, his hand moved slowly, resting upon her head while he raised his other hand in a gesture. Then, the familiar fluttering frills appeared in her mind. Minutes passed as the Hokage settled in and hummed a tune. Eventually, Kiru raised her hand and nodded. It is done. Hokage-sama. Ah, splendid. Thank you, Kiru-kun. He shifted his focus back to Yuko, who was frowning as she gazed into his eyes. Are you all right, Yuko-chan? May I go home now? Soon. I will be meeting with your guardian shortly to discuss the outcomes of your mental journey and your current state. Afterward, we will inform you of what transpired. The situation? Nothing to worry about. He stood, and the two exited the room, while a monkey slipped back inside. Yuko furrowed her brows, pulling her knees to her chest and wrapping her arms around them, resting her chin on top. The situation, clearly related to the attack. Her heart raced within her chest as she tightly shut her eyes to stave off the burning sensation within them. She was unaware of what had occurred, thrown into a room without a word. At least she knew Shikamaru was unharmed. The woman's threat had never materialized. At the very least, that was something. Chapter 24. The Conclusion, Part 1. Asuma yearned to pace. He wanted to scream. He wished to wrap his arms around Danzo's neck. Yet he could not. For that man had already fled, leaving him seated, glaring at the floor. The Hokage's office had become unusually crowded. Shikaku, Choji, Ino, Yamato, Haru. The members of the Yamanaka clan, himself, and his elder were all present. Typically, only a handful attended meetings. But not today, they were all here. Hashimura-chan, Kiru-kun, please share your findings. Asuma twitched, irritated by the intrusion of a stranger into Yuko's mind. Ino had informed him that he had chosen someone capable of soothing emotions, thus avoiding a harsher approach. A trivial matter, he surmised. Kiru sighed. Yuko, did you mean Shikamaru? Ino's voice appeared calm. Yet her green eyes narrowed as she scrutinized her kin. The Hokage raised a hand, and Asuma suddenly felt an urge to snap his neck. I made the change, Ino. Why? I specifically selected based on the children's personalities. Keiru's actions and techniques were far too abrasive. Hashimaru was gentle, and his techniques were the most soothing. Why alter my decision? I suspect you may have chosen certain individuals to manipulate the outcome. It is of no consequence. We shall proceed. The authoritative tone in his voice rendered Choji stiff, and Shikaku narrowed his eyes. Kiru surveyed the room and shrugged. Well, little Yuko displayed no overt signs of genjutsu influence or evidence of manipulation by adults. Not even a memory of her encounter with Shimura Danzo. Adults? Why make such a distinction? Haru inquired, her brown eyes squinting as she pondered. Is there any indication that another child manipulated her? A male member of the Yamanaka clan shrugged. I believe she was, to some extent, manipulated by a child. Yes. Who? Nara Shikamaru roared, attempting to rise. But Choji's large hand pressed down on his shoulder. That must be the implication, right? I too wish to know, Asuma murmured, casting a fierce glare at Kiru. Kiru shifted uncomfortably, scanning the room anxiously. In her recollections, he seemed to have employed subtle manipulations. She had positively reacted to the boy's disconcerting possessiveness. I believe this could be a precursor to potential abuse. Choji wrapped his arms around Shikaku, striving to prevent him from retreating, while Ino calmly placed her hand on his head, linking their thoughts. Perhaps they were attempting to soothe Nara. Yamato and Haru attacked in their moments. Shadows swirling throughout half the room. No one would impede Asuma. His fist struck Kiru's cheek, sending him tumbling from his chair and sliding across the floor. Asuma shook his fist, scoffing, before returning to his seat, arms crossed, deliberately ignoring the disapproving gaze from his father. The reason Yuko was manipulated extended beyond Shikamaru-kun's recent obsession with patting her head. It was equally plausible that this child manipulated her into embracing him. They have fallen for you, you damned fool, he barked. Asuma, the Hokage warned. That is inappropriate. It feels entirely appropriate. Perhaps more so than what the Nara trio now wishes to do to him. Haru inhaled deeply, placing a hand on Inmizu's shoulder to assist him to the ground. I have observed the two of them for several years. I have never witnessed any signs indicating their interactions were negative. Kiru sat up, hand on her cheek, tears pooling in her eyes. Asuma smiled smugly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The man glared at him. There are also some possessive traits that the girl seems oblivious to. A female member of the Yamanaka clan's gaze shifted, her pale green eyes looking down upon her kin. I have glimpsed his thoughts and memories. He does not possess the kind of possessiveness you describe regarding her, Karu. His feelings for this girl are profoundly intense. Something individuals like you could never hope to possess or feel. And Mizu burst into laughter. I like her. Haru, I like her. Haru rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. Well, of course. Can we return to the matter at hand? Ryusen asked dismissively. Ino moved her hand from Shikamaru's head, patting her friend's shoulder. While Choji helped the elder Nara sit down, Shikamaru remained tense, his expression grave, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The shadows swirling beneath him spoke volumes. And Asuma felt a twinge of concern. Perhaps. Kiru leaned back in her chair, sniffing. As I mentioned, there are no signs of Shimura manipulation. He could always find a way to conceal interactions, making it seem as though she were conversing with others. I wish to request a follow-up meeting to further investigate this possibility. 4 voices spoke simultaneously. Denied. Asuma raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ino, Shikaku, and Haru. The Hokage shook his head at them. Agreed. Go arrange it, Karakuen. You shall not, Ino stated firmly. I am responsible for the mental care of our squad, Hokage-sama. I will not approve or permit Yuko-chan to undergo unnecessary mental journeys. I have spent enough time mending that girl's mind over the years. I cannot allow it to unravel simply because she had an encounter with Danzo. His schemes extend beyond her parents' deaths and abduction attempts. Asuma glanced at his father, observing his contorted expression, a mix of frustration and anger. Why are you scrutinizing her mind so closely? To ensure her safety. Why? The Hokage regarded him. When she matures, it will undoubtedly be immensely valuable. Shikamaru roared, but Haru stepped forward, standing before the table, her gaze shifting. Lord Choji, she called out. Perhaps another mental journey? Ino furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Each time someone challenges the notion of Katsuki being manipulated, the Hokage appears to endure great anguish. Yet now, in the face of your refusal to allow her thoughts to be forcibly unveiled and exposed, he finds himself in a state of frustration. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon, have you? Shiga furrowed his brow. Ino, shadows cast from 3 disparate sources loomed over the ground, rendering his father motionless in his seat. Asuma knitted his brows, the elder's face a mask of alarm. Ino, please check on my father, he implored. The blond man nodded, gliding over, hesitating only briefly before removing the shadowy hood and placing a hand upon the Hokage's head. Asuma fidgeted anxiously. The mere thought of his father possibly being manipulated ignited a flame of anger within him. Though he may not have cherished him dearly, he was nonetheless his father and his Hokage. Ino sighed, raising her hand. It is not Yatenshin. Danzo and the Uzumaki twins possess sealed memories. You misunderstand, Nichizen retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ino merely shrugged. Perhaps Yuko-chan can devise a solution. Unless we wish to await Jiraiya-sama. Capture her, Asuma commanded. Resolve this matter now. Ishikawa nodded, a contemplative expression gracing his features. He raised a hand, making a gesture. An umbu appeared in the periphery, his face obscured by a bare mask. The Hokage has been threatened. Once you retrieve Uzumaki Yuko, commence the sealing of this room. The umbu vanished, and Ino turned her gaze towards Karu. You once served under Danzo. The man appeared uncomfortable, yet nodded, a frown etched upon his brow. I shall also request Yuko-chan's assistance. No longer shall her thoughts be torn asunder to satisfy your needs, ensuring she is not mistreated. The Nara family harbors its secrets, and we shall not infringe upon their claimed mysteries. I understand, Ojikin. Karu gulped nervously, casting a fleeting glance at Shikaku. Lord Shika, if my accusations are unfounded, I sincerely apologize. Experience often colors my judgment. That is precisely why I entrusted Shikamaru-kun to you. Shikaku exhaled heavily, collapsing to the ground, his hands obscuring his face. Has my son ceased to be a pawn for Danzo? The woman from the Yamanaka clan smiled and nodded. Indeed, his thoughts are clear. I eagerly anticipate witnessing their union. Lord Shika. Ishikawa beamed with pride. A knock resounded, causing Asuma to grow tense. Before the door could close again, Yuko was escorted in by the bare-masked umbu, prompting Asuma to relax slightly. The room was sealed off, chakra swirling about them, golden eyes widening slightly. Hello? She languidly waved, surveying the room before her gaze curiously fell upon the Hokage shrouded in shadows. Imudo, Asuma called, drawing her attention. My father is sealed. Do you think you can mend it? She blinked, shrugging. That depends on what it is. Do you know? Ino gestured for her to approach. It seems to be placed on his back, beneath his neck. Its origin may be Uzumaki, but I am uncertain about the branch's source. Oh, she whispered, gently circling the table. I suspect it is the twins? Precisely, Ino remarked, amusement flickering in her eyes. Be careful, Imuto, Asuma cautioned softly. Do not do anything reckless. I won't do anything foolish, brother. Yuko had been counting the tiny cracks in the ceiling of her confinement, and after accusing the monkeys of being averse to her presence, they reluctantly lay beside her. Then she began pointing out random details to entertain herself. The wooden floor had no knots. The walls had been painted too many times. The peeling spots were layered, and sleeping on the ground strewn with stones and sticks was more comfortable than a hard bed. Each time, the monkeys would tilt their masks, emitting curious or affirmative sounds. They never spoke, which was fine at first, but she was not bored. She longed for a soft bed, embraces, and the scent of the forest. A sudden, sharp knock broke her concentration, causing her to frown in discontent. The monkey stood to open the door, speaking softly to another umbu clad in a bear mask. After a while, Yukong gestured for her to follow the two. Sighing, Yuko stood and trailed behind them as they led her through the corridor until they halted outside the Hokage's office. Was it time to discover why she had been isolated and subjected to mental traversal, ultimately leading to agonizing tremors? The bear knocked, opened the door, and ushered her into an unexpectedly crowded room. The door closed behind her, and moments later, she felt the surge of a great array's power. Her eyes widened, her mind blank. An obstacle? Perhaps? She scanned the adults, oddly noting that nearly everyone was familiar, then raised a hand and languidly waved. Hello? Her gaze fell upon them again, noticing their tense postures and Haru standing at the table's front, an expression exceedingly rare and grave. A second later, she observed the Hokage enshrouded in shadows, a pitch-black hand covering his mouth. Imuto. Her gaze swept to Asuma, who appeared in considerable pain, and she felt a twinge of discomfort. My father is sealed. Do you think you can mend it? She blinked. The thought of someone possibly attempting to insert shadows into him flashing through her mind, mostly for remote control or personality alteration. That depends on what it is. Do you know? Asuma looked somewhat bewildered, clearly uncertain, but Ino raised a hand, signaling her to join him at the table's edge, his green eyes filled with concern. It seems to be placed on his back, beneath his neck. Its origin may be Uzumaki, but I am uncertain about the branch's source. She moved around him, positioning herself behind the Hokage, calmly observing the shadows shifting and tightening. Before speaking, several thoughts flickered through her mind. Oh, I suspect it is the twins? If the seal is indeed of Uzumaki style, then that is the only reasonable possibility. They do not perform well on others, likely due to the slight uniqueness of Uzumaki chakra. Ino confirmed this possibility, disregarding Asuma's concerns. She reached out, brushing her fingers across the back of the white robe, her gaze lingering on the exposed seal, absorbing the intricacies of the array. An Uzumaki seal. Quite fitting, it bore the traits of the primary family for the twins. As she scrutinized it closely, she furrowed her brow slightly, absent-mindedly brushing her hand along the edge of the shadow, causing it to shift. Ino offered a slight smile. You nearly treated Nara's shadow as inconsequential. Shikamaru likes to grasp my arm or hand with his. I am not afraid to let the shadow know I wanted to go away. Asuma chuckled in surprise, clearing his throat and taking a deep breath. Only you, Imuto. Give me enough time, and I will find the seal to banish that dreadful shadow, brother, so you can rest easy. Wait, what? I will not have nightmares about shadows. Are you afraid of Asuma's little shadow play? And Shuei made a gurgling sound. Yuko gently traced the edge of the seal, focusing intently on the way her chakra curled within her. This seal is quite old, she murmured, observing how it seemed to meld into the aged skin. It has been here for many years. Ino approached her, looking down at the seal. Indeed, memories indicate it was placed approximately 4 years ago. She frowned, glancing up at the green eyes. 4 years? Would that make it more difficult to remove? Oh, no, I can easily dispel it. My reserves are now over half, and due to its age, it may require about 5%. No, the greater issue lies in its intent. Haru furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her. What does he truly desire? I wonder. With a deep sigh, Yuko stood up obediently, her gaze unwavering upon the seal. There are not many seals capable of profoundly influencing one's psyche over an extended period. Typically, These are designed for remote control of actions and speech or to alter one's character. This one, she indicated with a furrowed brow, is crafted to amplify or enhance thoughts, targeting singular ideas. A person marked by this seal would act based on vague notions, as if they were definitive decisions. So, my father's behavior is more intolerable than when the seal was absent? Indeed, removing it would quell these thoughts, yet they would still linger. The Hokage will always be inclined to pursue any notion tied to the source, perhaps not as overtly. Ino squinted at her. What is this source you speak of? She shifted slightly, recoiling. The seal is bound to a name, a full name visible to the public. Shimura. She crossed her arms, frowning at the seal, her face betraying anger and indignation. This relates to Uzumaki Yuko. To you? No, merely in terms of the name. Shikamaru rose and approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder, gazing deeply into her eyes. His dark eyes radiated warmth, his touch reassuring. What name do you wish to use? Asuma observed them, somewhat perplexed. What do you mean? Yuko smiled at Shikaku, then turned to Asuma. If I continue to publicly use Uzumaki Yuko, the Hokage will act as if the seal remains intact. However, if I alter my name, the effects will dissipate. I only need to change my surname to something I can easily adopt. Asuma's eyes brightened, a grin spreading across his face. So, is it Uzumaki or Murasaki? Technically, Murasaki is no longer a surname. It now resembles a title. I can utilize it, though my eyes are distinct enough for it to matter little. Employing Uzumaki seems a bit complicated. Murasaki Yuko, Yes. She glanced back at the seal, placing her palm upon it. Move the shadow as far away as possible. The shadow shifted, and she inhaled deeply, reaching within her chakra to make it pulse and swirl alternately. Gradually, her chakra quickened until a searing warmth flickered beneath her palm in rhythm with her pulse. Frowning, she abruptly withdrew her chakra while lifting her hand. The seal wavered precariously before shattering, leaving only a blank expanse of skin. It has been removed. Chapter 25, Conclusion, Part 2. In her perspective, after confirming the disappearance of the seal on the Hokage, Yuko was abruptly ushered out of the office. As she stepped outside, she was told to wait a moment, only to encounter an ANBU adorned with a bear mask. She squinted, tilting her head, scrutinizing the cloaked figure. I want Monkey back. The bear mask turned towards her. Monkey is no longer your guardian. I alone suffice. Oh, that is fine. Monkey was rather dull. You speak. She leapt beside the stiff ANBU, playfully nudging their shoulder. So, Bear-kun, what transpired inside? Her golden eyes inquired seriously. The bear turned away. Please be patient until the meeting concludes. Yuko shrugged, turning towards the closed door. Very well. I shall investigate myself. She pressed her palm against the wood, spiderweb-like black lines creeping from beneath her hand. Wait. You cannot do that. She chuckled lightly, pausing the creation of the seal. Care to share? If you refuse, eavesdropping seals are rather simple to construct. I cannot disclose this, nor permit you to surveil. Please do not compel me to take action. I'm willing to negotiate. Pardon? She turned, tearing half of the seal away, lowering her hand, pointing at the bear's mask. You possess a damned seal from those attempting to ensnare us. While I may not sense chakra, I have begun to notice seals, and yours is filthy. The bear remained silent, the body beneath the cloak tense. I cannot make such a decision. Yuko raised an eyebrow. That S and ANBU matter, is it not? No matter. It's not a one-time proposal. She sighed, leaning against the wall opposite the door, crossing her arms. The bear slowly stood at the entrance. She offered a slight smile to the ANBU, then closed her eyes. Minutes passed, and she began to feel drowsy. When she opened her eyes to the corridor, a slight tug in her muscles accompanied a gentle smile. Shikamaru approached her, the ANBU trailing behind, hands tucked in pockets, his brown eyes intently fixated on her. A small tendril of his shadow connected with hers, the familiar sensation of his chakra bringing forth a new sensation. A shiver coursed down her spine. But she did not mind. He halted before her, merely a step away. His brown eyes scanned her, then lifted to meet hers. Welcome home, he whispered. A blush crept upon her cheeks, irked by the simplicity of his words, yet warmed by the tenderness in his gaze and the possessiveness in his chakra. I am so relieved you are safe, she murmured. I was quite worried about what that woman said. He took the final step forward, one hand resting on her waist while the other cradled her cheek, his thumb brushing gently across her lips. He pressed against her, a sensation she thoroughly enjoyed. Here too. The individual we faced hinted at taking you away from me. His chakra surged within their shadowy connection, possessiveness intensifying, accompanied by a soothing warmth that took her breath away. Her own chakra, warm and content, unfurled beneath his shadow, and she let out a grateful hum at being enveloped by him. Then he leaned in. But when his lips met hers, they were not soft or light as others might be. This kiss was more forceful, his lips moving against hers with a fervor. His thumb glided down her chin, tilting her head upwards, and the kiss deepened. Her body tingled, her mind blissfully blank, until her entire being focused solely on him. Her chakra hummed just beneath her skin, flowing down his shadow, relishing the sensation of his palm against her throat. She softly hummed into the kiss as he pressed more firmly against her, pinning her between the wall and his body. Then, as he suddenly withdrew, a chill enveloped her, reminding her to breathe as she saw Asuma grasping Shikamaru by the back of his jacket, pulling him towards the bemused Shikamaru, and she blinked, dazed. That lover boy had enough. Asuma sighed, shaking his head, then looked at her. "Imuto, are you all right?" She almost retorted with a no and called him a jerk for enjoying it so much. Instead, she focused on calming her rapid heartbeat and the warm vibrations from the shadow still connected to her. Clearing her throat, she nodded. "Very well, thank you." Asuma chuckled, shaking his head. "Come on, I'll take both of you to our home. I'll explain everything there, all right?" She sensed Shikamaru's shadow detach and nodded. "Lead the way. I am eager to understand what is happening." "I'm sure there are a few things you wish to do," Asuma murmured, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Nisan. Kakashi spent the day, an entire day, with 3 genin feeling thoroughly vexed by D-rank missions, which were, frankly, exceedingly dull. He himself was being mildly punished for the previous day's scuffle. However, since he had a conversation with Yuzi a few days ago, they have grown increasingly better, becoming more considerate and understanding of one another. Sakura silently resolved to become a true kunoichi. She diligently visited the hospital and conversed with a nutritionist there, now eating a bit more and striving to acclimate her body to larger meals. This girl tended to snack on the low-calorie, rich balls from the female ninja market. Strangely, she was also studying various specialties. When asked, she calmly explained that she was endeavoring to discern the kind of ninja she aspired to be. He felt delighted by this and crafted a personalized training regimen for her, initially focusing on enhancing her endurance until she discovered what she wished to pursue. Naruto remained as boisterous and energetic as ever. He had reduced his quarrels with Sasuke, resulting in an hour of actual peace, until the boys pushed their limits and he instigated a brawl among his teammates. For Naruto, it was merely a skirmish without any real fighting style, just a flurry of strikes. Kakashi sought to devise a physical combat style suited for a brawler, one that could harness the children's boundless stamina. Guy might know of one, but Kakashi was evading his friend and was quite content to remain unbothered. "Thank you very much." Sasuke was similar, though he exhibited less hostility towards Naruto and was more inclined to follow Kakashi's guidance. He remained exceedingly solitary and overly serious. He expressed a keen interest in expanding his ninjutsu skills, which, given Kakashi's own knowledge, would benefit both himself and Kakashi. The boy hesitated to forge more courteous connections with his team, refusing any activities beyond training. Yesterday, something was said that unsettled someone, and then others joined in until he found himself watching his 3 comrades shouting and bickering, often behaving like mischievous puppies vying for leadership. Thus, he imposed the most mundane D-rank missions upon them. When they complained, he gleefully informed them that each complaint would result in punishment. He wished to see if Yuzi would be willing to speak with Sasuke. Although he too had become an orphan, that event felt distant, long before life turned dark with death and loss, and he felt he could not relate. Yuzi could at least coax this child into speaking. Even a few words would be better than silence. Yes, he knew as their teacher he ought to be able to achieve this himself. But a magnificent ninja is resourceful. He had not anticipated her return from a mission until he discovered Kaido working alongside an older man who bore a striking resemblance to him, and realized that if that muscular boy had returned, then Yuzi would too. Not that he could find her. He somewhat hoped to locate her before she became ensnared in the tight security surrounding Nara's sealed courtyard. She was nowhere to be found. Her usual spot was vacant. Kaido was working with his father, Ryu was on duty at the hospital, Asuma and Shikamaru were training, Nara was sealed off, and Shikaku was in his office. Thus, he arrived at Asuma's residence, and after receiving no response, promptly seated himself at the door, pulled out his beloved tea, and settled down with a book until someone returned home. In this manner, he found himself gazing up at 2 angry faces and 2 languid, in different expressions. Ah, little Yuzi. I have been searching for you. Golden eyes narrowed as she crossed her arms. What have you done? Mama, Mama, why do you always think I have done something? Because you simply are you, she pointed out in a flat tone. He sighed, collapsing onto the ground to express his frustration at her words. It never worked. It never did. Yuzi merely crouched down and raised a hand, the Raijin seal on her palm shimmering with golden light. He recoiled sharply, his eyes wide. Ah, Yuzi-chan. There is no need for such drastic measures. Kakashi. He glanced at Shikaku, noticing the tension in his shoulders and the sharpness in his gaze. What happened? Come inside. Asuma murmured as he opened the door. I might as well inform you. Something has transpired. Given Shikamaru's hovering near Yuzi and the darker shadows cast by Nara, it was evidently related to her. Is anyone hurt? No, Yuzi replied, offering him a faint smile. You got your answers faster than we did. It's unfair. At least we were informed, Shikamaru remarked, pointing at her as he intertwined his fingers with hers while entering the house. Kakashi furrowed his brow, glancing at Asuma and Shikaku who had taken their seats. What is going on? Shikaku regarded him for a moment before sighing. As you know, we have been investigating threats against the children. A few days ago, the situation escalated. An alarm resonated throughout him. You did not inform me. No, Yuzi sighed softly, narrowing her eyes. Can we explain this? I truly wish to take a nap. A nap sounds delightful, Shikamaru murmured. With cuddles. Head pats. Asuma scoffed, casting a glance at Shikaku. How could anyone think these two are not in love? It's sickeningly sweet. There is something to say, Yuzi mumbled. Shikaku shook his head in amusement before scrutinizing the heads of the two children, then disappeared. 2 years ago, following the Uchiha Sasuke incident, I received intelligence regarding threats directed at little Yuzi. The numbers were few, and the involved parties did not divulge much. I believe they were sealed, limiting what they could say, just like a teacher, and the identity of the person you requested the seal for. Yes, we suspect we know who is orchestrating everything, but we could never find irrefutable evidence. The scroll Riki gave you, Yuzi-chan, led us to someone identified as part of the attempt Shikamaru made. Once his seal was lifted, he provided us with an almost accurate description of our suspicions. From there, we gathered sufficient evidence and planned to present it to Lord Hokage. The attack on both of you that night resulted in that individual being wanted for his crimes and classified as a traitor. Kakashi observed Yuzi and Shikamaru exchanging glances. A shadow rose, enveloping Yuzi, which was the only external sign of Nara's predicament. Meanwhile, Kakashi struggled to suppress the sparks of chakra, the icy anger coursing through his veins. Danzo attacked the two children? Nara had evidently sealed off their courtyard, but he was certain this attack aligned with Yuzi's mission, indicating that the scoundrel had been waiting for her to leave Nara and Konoha. He wondered if it would be possible to bribe his way into Danzo's cell and stage his death. Was he taken to TI? Shikamaru asked in a low voice. Shikaka frowned. Asuma spread his hands, glaring at the floor, and Kakashi understood. No, Shikaku roared. Shikamaru, about an hour after the attack on you. The Eastern Gate logs indicated he left Konoha. Multiple tracking squads have been attempting to trace his whereabouts in order to bring him in. Who? Yuzi narrowed her eyes, looking at Kakashi and the other two men. Who has been following us? Asuma exhaled deeply and replied, Shimura Danzo. One of the village leaders? Shikamaru asked in astonishment. Why the hell would he pursue us? Danzo once operated a faction of the Umbu known as Root. He adopted several exceptional children and trained them into elite ninjas. His methods were questionable, and he was ordered to disband it after the last war. It seems he never complied. He appears to have continued taking children, even abducting them. Shikamaru, when you were 5 years old, 2 of your cousins went missing and ultimately perished. They were all exceptionally talented children, the most gifted in our tribe until your power began to manifest. Ruka sighed, leaning back, appearing utterly exhausted. Eventually, he recognized your talent and seemed to decide that he wanted you. Asuma leaned forward, his voice trembling with anger. He was already aware of you, Emuto. He ordered the death of your parents. The Root agents involved were tasked with bringing you to him. They had been unable to locate you. Thus, they awaited the emergence of a child with red hair and golden eyes. Prior to entering the academy, you had never truly stepped into the village. You concealed yourself remarkably well amidst the crowd. However, once he realized you were in Konoha, he began to plot. It seemed you had grown too close to Shikamaru, which he disapproved of. The Hokage admitted to expressing his concerns about your future to Danzo. He would never involve himself in your quest for identity. The seal that Danzo placed upon the Hokage was established 4 years ago when we founded the academy. He acted swiftly and successfully. The Hokage indeed tends to forget that we shinobi are human beings, not merely instruments of war. Yet, he never intervened as directly as he attempted to with you. Considering he took a year to act, there are words to be said regarding the idea of having you sign a contract. Shikamaru frowned, while Kakashi observed the boy affectionately pulling Yuko closer to him in her chair. This boy exhibited a strong sense of possessiveness. Yet it was evident that Yuko was not bothered by it. On the contrary, her face flushed crimson as she leaned against him. It was truly adorable. As far as we know, Rikiju was a dual endeavor. As your teacher, he could monitor your activities beyond the village walls, possessing the capability to diminish your powers. This plan backfired, drawing our attention to the gravity of the danger. Ruka covered his face with his hand, furrowing his brow. He had messed up. He failed to consider who you were or what you represented. He did not contemplate who trained you. And evidently, he did not realize that once Ricky no longer had assurances regarding his daughter's safety, he would cease to behave amicably. We believe this led him to dispatch his pet Uzumaki twins to pursue you both at the first opportunity. Asuma appeared despondent and troubled, while Kakashi exhibited a hint of disappointment. The Uzumaki twins. With Root, the woman who pursued Amuto perished at the hands of Far Water. However, the man hunting Shikamaru remains alive. Ino shattered his heart. Ruka scoffed, sharp and lethal. His sanity had been shattered by Danzo to the point that he no longer recognized his name or that of his sisters. Yuko and the others witnessed the Uzumaki fall. Witnessing the battle and the defeat of Shiki, they lost their family and home, and Danzo channeled that anger into an obsession. The name Uzumaki became one they despised. Yet Yuko blinked, lowering her gaze. The power of Uzumaki Shiki is the power of the whirlpool, she murmured. A frontline warrior, the last line of defense. Shikamaru pressed a kiss atop her head, and Kakashi stifled an impulse of astonishment. The boy huffed, glancing up at Ruka. So they witnessed people fighting and dying. Yet they remained furious while those individuals did nothing to save them? They have lost their minds. Yuko smiled faintly, her laughter somewhat fractured. The memories of that time may be rather hazy now, yet I recall that even my parents were heartbroken by the events at home. I cannot blame those twins. Danzo twisted them. Perhaps they could have overcome the trauma, but evidently, once he ensnared them, the game was over. It seems that way. Ruka offered her a quick smile. Now, this matter is significant, coming from the Hokage. He wishes to express his apologies and gratitude to you, Yuko. He is unaware of the seal upon him, and Ino requires time to mend the damage incurred to his psyche. Even now, he recognizes that his actions fall outside the bounds of propriety. He still hopes to bind you to another clan, yet I believe he understands my perspective. A light touch, Asuma muttered. The Hokage has released you early, no longer regarded as Konoha's ward. You have, in a manner, attained complete legal rights and autonomy. The alteration of your surname has been processed through all official channels. He has acknowledged that it is easier to conceive of you as beyond temptation to control. Shikamaru stiffened, looking at Yuko. A name change? Really, Yuko-chan? Have you made yourself into Nara now? Oh. Kakashi observed the expression on Shikamaru's face, nearly bursting into laughter, his eyes darkening and his mouth agape. He could almost sense the delight he would derive from the presence of little Nara in the coming years. Yuko huffed, placing her finger against Shikamaru's chin, silencing him. That was a foolish decision made years ago. No, I chose Uzumaki Yuko. Concealing my familial lineage seems somewhat pointless. Anyone familiar with the Uzumaki would discern it from my gaze and recognize it in my combat. She shrugged, appearing somewhat pleased with the change. Indeed, Kakashi agreed. Even the Uzumaki clan did not fight like Uzumaki Shiki, nor did the sealing masters. Furthermore, the side effects of the seal imposed by the Hokage pertain to Uzumaki Yuko. She should not cause him any trouble. Asuma grinned widely. An additional benefit is that you have been liberated from the old man's and Naruto's orders of no contact or conversation. Yuko's eyes widened, leaning forward. You mean I can actually publicly claim my cousin? Shika chuckled ruefully. You can? Shikamaru smiled at her. I know. The only other command issued by the Hokage is relatively simple. Now, unless mission requirements dictate otherwise, you must remain within the walls of Konoha. She shrugged nonchalantly. Very simple. What do you mean by requirements? Here, Kakashi could almost taste the thrill of Shikaku's elation, finding himself leaning forward, his sharp brown eyes brimming with intense curiosity. From this day forth, your team will function as an active reserve support squad, transitioning to first response units once one of you reaches the age of 15. Chapter 26, Epilogue, Part 2. Yuko hummed a tune as she swung her legs, perched upon a tree branch, overlooking the training ground currently utilized by Kakashi and his team. Below her, all three genin were executing various taijutsu forms, each distinct and purportedly tailored to their strengths and weaknesses. A week prior, following their casual conversation, Kakashi had elucidated his thoughts and vague plans to her. She still vacillated between simmering skepticism and a hint of joy, yet she found satisfaction in it. Her team was officially designated as actively fulfilling its intended role, and she had shed the silly little rules. Once she proved her ability to defend herself, those rules would no longer hold significance. Today marked her inaugural experience of this newfound freedom. She had hesitated, uncertain how Naruto would react to discovering that she had been so closely connected to family for all these years. Shikamaru had reassured her multiple times daily that the blonde would seize this opportunity. He might be somewhat displeased, but he was not foolish. He would understand. She watched as Kakashi bid farewell to Sakura and Sasuke, tracking them until they vanished from her sight, then shifting her focus back to Naruto, who stood beside the Jounin. Looking perplexed, taking a deep breath, she prepared to initiate contact. Storage scrolls? Check. She flickered, reappearing before Naruto, furrowing her brow at his startled scream. She gently shook her head, attempting to dispel the faint ringing in her ears. Why was he so loud? Hello, Naruto-kun. Oh, Yuko-chan. She blinked. I apologize. What? Naruto flashed a radiant smile, exclaiming, Kachin, I am weary of constantly uttering your name. Kakashi-sensei has instructed me not to call you Yuzukin, which strikes me as peculiar since that is your name. So, Kachin, did I speak too rapidly? Does he still have breath? I see, is that all right? Very well. Kakashi-sensei mentioned that I must converse with you today, but will it take a considerable amount of time? I genuinely wish to visit Ichiraku, for I am quite famished. You know? Yuko blinked, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Had he always been this exuberant? Had she previously overlooked it? I thought you might be hungry. I am uncertain of your preferred type of ramen. When I inquired with Shikamaru, he was not particularly helpful. She knelt down, retrieving a scroll from her bag, unfurling it, and pressing a finger onto a smaller seal. A plume of smoke erupted, revealing a steaming bowl of miso ramen. Oh wow, you bought me ramen. Thank you. She smiled, sitting on the ground, incredulously watching him almost devour it in one go. She glanced up at Kakashi, who shrugged and walked away. She knew he would maintain their closeness, aware of her uncertainty regarding this encounter. So, why do you wish to speak with me? She turned her gaze to Naruto, somewhat surprised by the sharpness of his blue eyes as they locked onto hers. There is nothing wrong with this. To be honest, I have long desired to do so. I know I may appear as though I have no interest in getting to know you. Oh, well, you consistently ignore me. She frowned, not entirely by choice. Initially, it was easier because being near you was painful. Then, when I felt it was possible, I was disallowed from doing so. If you wish to know me, you could simply say hello or something. Naruto-kun, you are aware that we must comply with Hokage's directives, correct? Yes. I was instructed not to interact or converse with you. Naruto furrowed his brow. She could see the intelligence Shikamaru spoke of struggling to surface, but she doubted he could decipher anything. What information could he possess? But why? Oh, he sounded so sorrowful and broken, with eyes so accepting, as if he wished for people to neither speak to him nor draw near. May I share a brief story with you? It might be beneficial. Oh yes, of course. She took a deep breath. Before we were born, prior to the Third Shinobi War, there existed an island surrounded by waters in the far east, the land of the whirlpool, home to a ninja village akin to Konoha, known as Uzushio. The inhabitants, despite belonging to various branch families, shared a common name. They were all part of the Uzumaki clan. She paused, cautiously awaiting any questions. Yet Naruto's blue eyes sparkled with bright curiosity and peculiar determination. As a clan, the Uzumaki were renowned for their prowess in sealing techniques. Each branch of the family excelled in different skills, yet all possessed the capability to wield and create devastating seals. Other nations felt fear, particularly as two nations led the assault that led to Uzushio's destruction. Some survived, either fleeing or being absent, but they were always pursued. So, where does my family come from? I do not know. To be honest, I am unaware of who your parents are. I apologize. It is all right, he murmured. Perhaps one day I shall learn. He pondered. But how does this relate to your inability to speak with me? My parents survived the destruction of Uzushio. Wait, but you said everyone there was an Uzumaki? Are we family? Is that what this means? As he stared at her, she blinked. We are distant relatives, very, very distant kin. I am quite certain you belong to the main family. I hail from the branch of Uzumaki. Naruto abruptly leaped toward her, embracing her tightly, causing her to fall backward in shock. When she felt him trembling, accompanied by soft sobs emanating from her shoulder, she froze. Naruto-kun? She asked hesitantly. We are family. Do I have family? His voice was so faint, so quiet, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous demeanor. She smiled gently, raising her arms to hold him close. Yes. Cousin, you are no longer alone. I am sorry I was not by your side. No, you said it was an order. That means something must have happened, right? Otherwise, Gigi would not have done this, would he? Yes, I believe it was initially to protect you. Naruto sat up, releasing her from his embrace. He wiped his cheeks, blinking rapidly. Can you tell me? Yuko also smiled as she sat up. Of course. It is about how I came to Konoha. He smiled at her and nodded eagerly. Very well, very well. I mentioned that under the name Uzumaki lies a branch family. One of them, mine, is purple. We specialize in what is known as combat sealing. This means we utilize seals in battle. We can place them through touch or create them upon our skin. This is why I do not use hand signs. My chakra is not suited for them. Then how do you practice taijutsu? She extended a hand, palm upward, forming a kata seal. I study and learn a ninjutsu by observing it and understanding its mechanics. Then, all I require are the seals corresponding to the respective elemental release. I must intend to utilize a specific ninjutsu, and the combination of my chakra and the seal allows this intent to materialize into ninjutsu. She paused, watching the light flicker in his eyes, smiling. This may seem somewhat complex, but it is quite natural for my family. It is our specialty, and one of the primary reasons Uzushio was targeted. Huh. Why? Uzumaki Yuzuki was the first to engage. I have encountered numerous descriptors for them, devastatingly powerful. Yet, they were also defenders, tasked with safeguarding the Uzumaki people. They failed. The cloud and mist dispatched too many forces during the attack. My parents documented that everyone was cut down, with dozens of Uzumaki fleeing the island, scattering into hiding. My parents settled in the mountains and never left. When I was 5, they were discovered and killed. Naruto gasped. You were left all alone. Yes. A person known to my parents found me and brought me to Konoha. The Hokage assigned Asuma to care for me, to ensure my safety. He recorded me in the village documents as Uzumaki Yuko, since that was the name my parents chose to substitute for Uzumaki. However, I decided to use Yuzuki. That is who I am. I am no longer a weak child. I have proven my strength. And me? In certain aspects. I believe the Hokage sought to separate me from the name Uzumaki. Or perhaps he wished to protect you from the repercussions of my lineage. I am uncertain of the exact reasons. That is quite foolish, Naruto muttered. We are both alone. She closed her eyes, pain coursing through her body. She was not alone. She had Asuma, Kakashi, sometimes even Kurenai, and then she truly had Shikamaru. She had never been solitary, which filled her with immense guilt and anger towards the Hokage. So, does this mean Yuzuki is akin to Uzumaki? Sakura attempted to explain your entire situation to Shikamaru. Wait, do I have to threaten Shikamaru like an elder brother? I do not know if I can manage that. Shikamaru does not seem like that type. Yuko opened her eyes, and despite the lingering guilt in her heart, she smiled. Shikamaru would not harm me, and I am older than you, foolish one. Yuzuki symbolizes the color purple. Each branch has its own hue. The Uzumaki possess red. I thought the red was for Konoha. I was just about to inquire about that. I am uncertain as to when Konoha began to don its insignia. But the Uzumaki clan is a sister village. This implies a bond akin to a tightly knit alliance, does it not? Almost, she grinned widely, reaching for the scroll to examine the seals, then lightly tapping one that she had set aside. The item she discovered was the only significant family heirloom found in her cottage. This honest, exuberant blonde woman felt a sense of pride in her family's legacy. She picked up the light, gray embroidered patch, gently tracing her finger along the raised edges of the Uzumaki symbol. This is for you. It is the primary emblem of the clan. I am nearly certain you hail from this lineage. Naruto's eyes widened as he accepted the ointment with trembling hands. Can I wear the clan emblem? You may. After all, it is your right. Well, where do I wear it? Wherever you desire. It is not a large patch, so you can place it on nearly any part of your clothing. He glanced at her arm, then at his own. I want to wear it like you do. A warm sensation filled her chest as Yuko nodded. Will you accompany me to the Nara compound? I can have Shikamaru assist you in sewing it onto your jacket. Where do you want to take me? Why? Yuko's cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze. One day, the Nara family will officially become my family. I hope you can get to know them well. Perhaps I want to show off to my cousin. Naruto's face lit up, disregarding her complaints, and leaped to embrace her once more. Nichan, let us go? Oh, sister. You must let me up, Otudo. Ah, I'm sorry. A small hand slapped his face, and Shikamaru opened one eye, glaring at the child looking down at him with a groan. What does AI want? The Nara girl smiled down at him. Lord Shikamaru has a friend. He sighed and closed his eyes again. The cool breeze and warm sunlight enveloped him in relaxation and comfort, a feeling he found hard to relinquish. Who? Well, there's a really talkative boy and Yukone. It's fine. He doesn't need nice weather. There's a more comfortable place. He sat up, absent-mindedly ruffling AI's hair. Thank you, AI. The girl giggled and dashed across the yard. Feeling slightly dizzy, he returned home. He truly wondered how her conversation with Naruto was progressing. If AI was to be believed, and the little girl was always honest regarding Yuko, then that talkative boy was likely the blonde girl. This meant that if she took him to the Nara compound, everything would go smoothly. When he saw Yuko leaning against the wall of his home, eyes closed, her face turned towards the sun, he smiled. He let his shadow stretch out before her. And as he approached, her shadow clung tightly to his, causing her to open her eyes, the bright gold widening slightly. As he drew closer, his smile morphed into a playful smirk, one arm resting against the wall beside her head. With his other hand, he twirled a strand of deep red hair around his fingers, gently tugging as their gazes met. If you are going to hold me, the least you could do is kiss me. Yuko winked at him, and as she licked her lips with her tongue, a fire ignited in his veins. That is. He lowered his head, capturing her lips, pressing his body against hers, losing himself in her. Each time he kissed her, he craved more touch, more skin, more of her. He tugged at the hair wrapped around his fingers, feeling her soft whimper intensifying the flames within him. He trembled, heat pooling low. He followed his instincts, letting them guide him. He wanted to know what it felt like to part her lips with his tongue, relishing the deep moans that echoed from her throat. Ah, what are you doing? Shikamaru growled, interrupting the kiss, their foreheads touching. He shot a glare at the blonde girl who was watching them. Naruto. Naruto squinted, then widened his blue eyes. Shikamaru, what are you doing to my sister? Kissing her. How do you think I feel about it? Yuko giggled, burying her face in his neck, planting a kiss on his skin. Behave, she whispered. Behave? What the hell? He muttered. Am I supposed to compensate you? Heh, well, all right. He groaned, stepping back and reaching into his pocket. Naruto, can I help you with something? Naruto frowned, waving them off. Don't do that. Yuko stirred, turning to face the other boy, who draped an arm around her shoulders. Is there something wrong with Naruto? Yes, he panted. You shouldn't be doing that. Shikamaru cautiously inhaled, a dark and intense possessiveness rising within him as he tightened his hold on Yuko. She let out a confused sound, glancing at him with a frown. Naruto, we are together. You did just ask me if I needed to threaten Shikamaru. Shikamaru scoffed at this. What? Naruto looked utterly bewildered. Well, yes. I don't want him to hurt his friends. You know, because Shikamaru can be a bit harsh with his words. I said, Sakura explained. Shikamaru shouldn't have found it funny, but just like Naruto misunderstood social situations, he couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his shoulders. Yuko shot him a glare, breaking free from his grasp, raising a hand to swat his arm. He yelped at the mild shock, pouting as he rubbed the spot. Don't laugh, explain. Your cousin, he muttered sulkily. First of all, he is your friend. Naruto watched them warily, confusion flooding his blue eyes, and Shikamaru sighed. This is troublesome. Well, Naruto? Ah, what? Yuko and I are dating. We signed a marriage contract. Essentially, it's like we're engaged. Quiet. What? Yuko sighed, shaking her head. Otudo, we are dating. But you're only 12. Shikamaru laughed derisively. We might as well have been engaged since we were 9. Yuko beamed. That is true. Naruto suddenly found himself nose to nose with Shikamaru, who leaned back. What the hell, Naruto? If I don't stop you, what are you going to do to my sister? Keep kissing her? No, don't kiss her again. Excuse me? Yuko narrowed her eyes at Naruto, a hint of irritation on her face. Shikamaru might be involved in this. Naruto, I truly appreciate your concern. But if I want Shikamaru to kiss me, and believe me, I truly do, then he can kiss me however and whenever he wants. Shikamaru grinned wickedly, his mind suddenly swirling with the locations and times he could seize her and indulge in his newfound pastime. I can think of several ways to make that happen. She blushed, but managed to wink at him before turning her attention back to the narrow-eyed blonde. Do you understand the nature of our relationship? Yes, I suppose. But I think I have to do the big brother thing. You know, not being allowed to touch my sister until she is 16? I want to wait until 16, Shikamaru muttered. Naruto, I am older than you. It must be nice being the younger brother, huh? Nero frowned but slowly nodded. Well, all right. Yuko smiled, tapping his nose with a finger. Okay, thank you, Otudo. So why did you come looking for us? Oh, indeed, Shikamaru's mother exclaimed. Shikamaru, lift your lazy backside. Dinner awaits. Yui observed his fallen figure and erupted into hearty laughter. Naruto appeared somewhat bashful, shrugged, and dashed inside. Shikamaru groaned, grasped Yui's wrist, and drew her close, burying his face in her tousled hair. Can we hide? He inquired. Oh, no, your mother adores me. I shall not allow you to bring her any disfavor. Breathing heavily, he nibbled at the skin on her neck, observing her slight shiver. And a grin spread across his face.